Hashtag Chapter 1. Transformed into the major villain. On the continent of combat deity, in Central State, a majestic mountain peak rose abruptly from the ground, standing majestically on the Central State land, reaching up into the clouds. At its summit lay luxurious buildings shrouded in mist, like a paradise on earth. Within one of these structures stood an exquisitely decorated palace. In front of the palace stood 8 colossal pillars, each entirely carved from celestial jade. The pillars bore intricate dragon carvings, with dragons dancing and phoenixes soaring, radiating a heavenly aura. Inside the grand hall, a white-haired Evan sat on a mat, slightly dazed. Did I just transmigrate? Moments ago, he was still caught in the 996 work grind. After a bout of dizziness, he found himself here, with a surge of memories flooding his mind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his head. Ding, system binding in progress. As a modern-day Evan, Thatcher recognized this immediately. With a system within him, could he be the protagonist of this world? The system was still binding when Thatcher examined the memories in his mind. Heavenly Dao Sect Saint Disciple. Even though Thatcher had already deduced from the surroundings that his identity was no ordinary one, hearing this still made him jump in excitement. Ahaha. He couldn't contain his excitement, laughing wildly. On the continent of combat deity, only the strong were respected. Cultivation was everything here. To gain respect in this world, one needed either formidable strength or noble lineage, preferably both. Fortunately for him, he possessed both. The Heavenly Dao Sect held immense prestige on the continent, not only located in Central State, but also atop its sacred mountain, looking down upon all. The sect's fill was the father of his previous incarnation. The Heavenly Dao Sect had a profound heritage, making it formidable even among top-tier sects. Being described as a pioneer in the mystic arts was no exaggeration for the Heavenly Dao Sect. With noble lineage and a system, this is truly the destiny of a protagonist. Before long, I will break through to the pinnacle of creation, become invincible under heaven, soar through the winds, and ascend to immortality. Thatcher exclaimed, visibly moved. But just then, the system's voice interrupted, causing him to freeze. System bound to the host as the major villain. Host, Thatcher. Cultivation level, half saint. Fortune points, 50. Thatcher stood rooted to the spot. What kind of ridiculous system was this? A major villain? Others who transmigrated became protagonists. Why did he have to be the antagonist? This was too much. Just as Thatcher felt a surge of frustration, a young Shoshana descended from a cloud of light at the entrance to the grand hall. She appeared around 16 years old, with bright eyes and a breathtaking Suki, exuding extraordinary charm. Senior Ferguson, it's time we depart. Entering the hall, the Shoshana spoke. Thatcher took a moment to recall her name. Upon hearing her words, he paused. Depart? Where to? The Shoshana gave a somewhat annoyed huff. Senior Ferguson. You clearly promised me yesterday that you would go with me to the Xiao family to break off the engagement with Ardell. You can't go back on your word. Thatcher's heart sank upon hearing this. The Xiao family and breaking off an engagement? These keywords seemed familiar. Wasn't Ardell originally a genius who later turned into a nobody? Panic-stricken, Thatcher quickly searched his memories. Damn, it was true. The Xiao family lived in a remote city, insignificant compared to powerful sects like the Heavenly Dao Sect, barely ranking among minor sects. Yet, within such a humble family existed a prodigy. Ardell had excelled in martial arts from the start, easily kneading various skills, earning him a place among the top 10 geniuses of the Eastern land. Many people even drew comparisons between him and other top geniuses. Various forces showered him with goodwill. However, 5 years ago, his cultivation plummeted drastically, dropping several ranks, almost reducing him to an ordinary person. Thatcher felt a chill run down his spine. Genius named Xiao, with such erratic skill levels. This must be the real protagonist. Yinran, I'm not unwilling to help, but I think you should reconsider carefully. That Ahmed still has potential. Even if he seems to have regressed now, and no one pays attention to him, in my view, he will one day regain his rightful place. Thatcher said seriously to Everly. Foolish child, this is the real protagonist. You don't understand. If you break off the engagement today, you'll regret it deeply in the future. However, Everly remained indifferent. But I have no feelings for him. My grandfather made this forced betrothal when drunk, but I wasn't even born then. I've never seen him or know what he's like. Am I supposed to marry someone like that? Everly looked sorrowful as she spoke. Blame grandfather for meddling unnecessarily. If Ardell were a Shoshana, would she be expected to call another woman husband? Besides, even if he were exceptional, how could he compare to you, Senior Ferguson? Everly blushed while speaking. Thatcher wanted to respond, but a mechanical voice rang in his head. Ding, mission triggered. Troubled Everly. Do you accept? Mission details. Junior sister Everly does not wish to go through with the arranged marriage. As the major villain, please accompany junior sister to the Xiao family and help dissolve the engagement. Thatcher could only sigh at the mission before him. Looks like there was no avoiding being the villain. Seeing Thatcher's silence, Everly pouted. Senior Ferguson, I've never met this person, nor do I know anything about him. Are you really going to push me into a difficult situation? Senior Ferguson, please help me. She tugged at Thatcher's arm, her lovely appearance hard to refuse. Thatcher felt his head spin at the sight of her. All right, I'll go with you. Thank you, Senior Ferguson. Everly's expression turned from sorrow to joy as she smiled sweetly at Thatcher. Thatcher sighed. Even if he didn't seek out Ardell, he might eventually challenge the sect himself. Such was the plight of being the major villain. Instead of letting him develop freely, it would be better to control him. While Ardell hadn't yet gained power, Thatcher decided to take preemptive action by visiting the Xiao family. If all went well, great. If not, he'd need to act sooner rather than later. Let's go, I'll support you. After accepting the mission, Thatcher set off with Everly toward the Xiao family. The Xiao family resided in Titan City of the Mammoth Empire, far from the Heavenly Dao Sect. Ordinary cultivators would take months to travel between the two locations. But with Thatcher commanding a flying boat, they reached Titan City in just half a day. Senior Ferguson, this flying boat is amazing. Everly admired the flying boat inside and out, her face filled with envy. If she had something like this, where in the vast world couldn't she go? If you like it, little sister, I'll give it to you. Thatcher smiled generously. Really? Everly's face lit up with joy. Flying apparatuses were precious, and something as fine as this flying boat was invaluable. Ordinary people would struggle to buy one even if they spent their entire fortune. Even with money, such items were hard to come by. Yet, Senior Ferguson offered it so generously. This was a rare bargain. But, Senior Ferguson, I need this flying boat too? To be continued, Everly looked somewhat conflicted. Thatcher smiled gently. It's fine. With my current strength, I don't really need this much. If you like it, it's yours. As he spoke, Thatcher took out a token and handed it to Everly. This was the control core of the flying boat. Senior Ferguson is truly amazing. Then I thank you in advance. Everly held the token. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, clearly delighted. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for gaining protagonist's goodwill. Everly's admiration for the host has increased, reducing her destiny value with Ardell by 50 and increasing her destiny value with the host by 50. Host's fortune points plus 50, Ardell's fortune points minus 50. Upon hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but be stunned. To be continued. Chapter 2. Never underestimate a poor Carson. On the system panel, Thatcher noticed that his fortune points had increased from 50 to 100. According to the system, Ardell's fortune should have decreased by 50 points. C's fortune? Thatcher stared at this change, mulling it over in his mind. Fortune, though undefined, profoundly influences one's life. Ardell, as the Destined, naturally possessed an abundance of fortune. Everly, previously betrothed to Ardell, also shared some of his fortune. If they truly married, Ardell might soar to unimaginable heights in the future. But alas, he had appeared. Damn it, I'm the big villain. What is a big villain? Eating the protagonist's food, seizing their wealth, sleeping in their bed, stealing their treasures, and even seducing their women. Ha ha ha, now I get it. Thatcher burst into laughter. Initially, he thought it would be challenging to act against Ardell, who was the protagonist. Now, everything seemed clear. If he managed to seize all of Ardell's fortune, what difference would it make whether Ardell was the protagonist or not? As he pondered, they arrived at Titan City. This is Titan City, small, shabby, nothing compared to the town near our Heavenly Dao Sect. Everly pursed her lips and remarked. Thatcher smiled gently. Titan City was indeed a minor town that would have remained obscure if not for Ardell's emergence. Sister Chin, we're here to break the engagement. Technically, it's not our place to do so. At the Shao residence, maintain a friendly demeanor. If they agree to the breakup, we can offer compensation to Ardell. Thatcher suggested. Everly nodded. You've considered everything, Ferguson Zhao. The flying boat halted above the Shao family compound. Its opulence immediately drew a crowd. Dorians of the Shao clan hurried outside, glancing up with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Who could be riding such a luxurious vessel? A top-grade flying apparatus? Not even the major sects in my animations have anything this lavish. Who on board? What does he want from our Shao family? The bears wondered among themselves. At that moment, a pair of heavenly beings emerged from the ship, a golden Ahmed and jade Shoshana descending from the heavens. Cloaked in flowing garments, their appearance was divine. Apologies for not welcoming you earlier. Please forgive our lack of reception. Dorian Shao approached hastily. May I inquire about your names? Everly giggled. This junior is Everly, passing through Titan City today. I have come specially to visit Uncle Shao Feng. Could you please announce us? Everly? Dorian Shao was visibly surprised. Your father is Benjamin? Yes. Upon hearing this, the bears present rejoiced. Benjamin, current head of the Qin family, reportedly already had semi-saint cultivation. A Qin family member visiting the Shao family was a rare honor. Miss Qin, welcome. Please come in. I'll inform the Vince immediately. Dorian Shao exclaimed. Thank you, Dorian. Kneeling slightly, Everly thanked him. They were ushered into the hall to wait. Soon after, a Callum rushed in. Everly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Uncle Shao Feng. You're too formal, Yanran. In this world, only strength matters. How can I accept your respect? Jermaine Xiaofeng's words stunned the surrounding bears. He was the strongest within the Shao family, already at the doorstep of the divine treasury realm. Even he had to show deference to this young woman. Just how powerful must she be? Uncle Shao and Axel are peers, hence my bowing. Everly smiled, producing a porcelain bottle. I arrived hastily without bringing much. This medicinal pill, I hope, will meet your approval. Please don't refuse it, Uncle Shao. Jermaine Shao accepted the bottle. Amir Wif changed his expression. Could this be a divine treasury pill? 10 years ago, he had nearly reached the divine treasury realm. With this precious pill, he could certainly break through. Such value. Though Jermaine Shao spoke calmly, his eyes fixated on the bottle. Please accept it, Uncle Shao. I have another request today, Everly continued. I'd like you to annul this engagement. Hearing this, Jermaine Zhao's expression turned grave. Annul the engagement? Though expected, Everly's words still caused a stir. Holding the divine treasury pill, Jermaine Shao hesitated. Nearby bears were equally unsure of how to proceed, looking to the Vince for guidance. After a long pause, Jermaine Shao sighed deeply. 3 years ago, such a demand would have been unacceptable. But now, with Ardell being recognized as a waste, the engagement was virtually void. Forgetting it then. Young as you are, yet already possessing such cultivation, Ardell indeed pales in comparison. Since you speak thusly, I won't interfere. Jermaine Shao nodded decisively. Ardell, stripped of his talents and dependent on himself, might advance with the divine treasury pill. As Vince, he had made his decision. However, just then, a roar erupted outside the hall. No way. It was Ardell. Absolutely not. Standing outside the hall, his eyes brimming with resentment, Ardell clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Today, he had been in meditation. After receiving mysterious aid, his innate abilities had returned. Ready to re-enter the divine treasury realm, he had almost succeeded when something stopped him. He felt someone forcibly taking something from him. Before realizing what it was, he heard the news. Everly had arrived. Carsonful infatuation aside, he had fantasized about his fiancée, despite never having met her. Rushing upon hearing the news, he arrived just in time to overhear his father and Everly discussing the dissolution of their engagement. Unforgivable. Gritting his teeth, Ardell's gaze burned with hatred. Stop meddling, Ardell, Germain Shao barked. The Qin family was a formidable clan, and Everly affiliated with the Heavenly Dao Sect. Offending them over a ridiculous engagement would be foolish. Yet, rage clouded Ardell's judgment. The Qin family. Once, when I still possessed talent, they didn't revoke the engagement. Now, as a cripple, they seek to end it. Is the Shao family theirs to toy with as they please? His voice icy cold. Ardell's defiance was palpable. Today, the Qin family has humiliated our Shao family to this extent. When I return to my peak in the future, I will ensure that the Qin family faces endless retribution and pays for their actions today. Rebellious son, be silent. If Everly were to break the engagement, it would certainly damage the Shao family's dignity. But Ardell's words now amounted to a threat against the Qin family. This was an outright rupture of all formalities. Should the Qin family hear these words, it could mean utter ruin for the entire Shao family, possibly even being wiped out completely. But Ardell paid no heed to these consequences, instead striding quickly to the desk, his brush dancing across the paper with fervor. With a decisive stroke, he finished writing. Ardell then sliced open his palm, pressing a bloody handprint onto the paper. He lifted the document and hurled it towards Everly. I never truly cared for you as my betrothed. This paper does not signify my agreement to dissolve the engagement. Rather, it symbolizes my expulsion of you from the Shao family. At this very moment, I divorce you, Everly. Everly. 30 years on this side of the river, 30 years on the other. Never underestimate a poor Evan. The last line echoed ominously, carrying the weight of unspoken defiance and resolve. The hall grew deathly silent as the gravity of Ardell's actions sank in. ##### Chapter 3, The Unfilial Son. Ardell stood with his hands behind his back in the Shao family hall, radiating immense pride. His eyes held nothing but disdain as he looked at Everly, completely unaware that his father was trembling with anger. Unfilial son, this unfilial son. Yanni's face was dark as coal, his eyes bloodshot, and his entire body shaking uncontrollably from rage. This little beast. Yanni wanted nothing more than to strike him dead with one palm. Did he know what he had done? Did he know what he had said? Everly's visit today did not represent herself. She represented the Chen family. A mere marriage contract, annulled is annulled. As long as the friendship between the Shao and Chen families could be preserved, the Shao family would benefit immeasurably in the future. But now, Ardell had gravely offended the Chen family. Forget about friendship. If Everly relayed Ardell's words word for word to Mark, the Brandan, it would surely bring catastrophic disaster upon the Shao family. Unfilial son, shut your mouth. Yanni was truly on the verge of being driven mad with fury. Yin, Miss Qin, please do not take this little beast's words to heart. Ever since his talent dissipated, his mind hasn't been right. Before he could finish speaking, Everly hadn't even had a chance to respond when there were several light sounds from the side. Clap, clap, clap. A soft applause echoed through the air. A well-written letter of divorce indeed. And how fitting, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a poor Evan. They say young Bertie Ardell of the Shao family has lost all his talent and become nothing. Today proves otherwise. Thatcher smiled as he spoke. Hearing these words, Ardell's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately turned to look. He had been too enraged to notice that Everly had been accompanied by a Nicholas. Now, looking at him again, the man appeared dignified and extraordinary. For Everly, his fiancée, to come to end the engagement and humiliate him publicly was one thing, but for her to be accompanied by a stranger made Ardell angrier. Humph! Ardell sneered, growing increasingly furious. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted around him. With one hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed a devastating punch directly toward the Nicholas. Having suffered humiliation for so many years, how dare Everly come to cancel their engagement and ruin his reputation? With this punch today, he would announce his return. Boom! The punch shook the entire hall. Yanni's expression changed drastically. Divine Vault? The overwhelming power emanating from Ardell was almost too much for him to withstand. He felt his body tremble faintly. Everly also wore an astonished look. How was this possible? 5 years ago, Ardell fell from grace. His talent had vanished, his cultivation regressed, plummeting 3 realms until he was almost like an ordinary person, missing the best opportunity for cultivation and losing his former glory. But now, his talent had returned. Not only that, Ardell had broken through to the Divine Vault realm. In just 5 short years, even she couldn't achieve this. What opportunities did Ardell have? Do you want to fight me? Haha, who gave you the courage? If so, then let me show you the gap between us. Thatcher chuckled lightly. As the punch was about to land, Thatcher didn't dodge. Instead, he casually flicked his folding fan, sending a gentle breeze that instantly dispelled the punch. In the hall, all the bears of the Shao family were dumbstruck. Was this a dream? First, Ardell's talent returned, displaying strength in the Divine Vault realm. Then, This Nicholas effortlessly defused Ardell's attack. Who was this Nicholas? Ardell, struck back by the rebound force, looked at Thatcher before him with wariness. Who are you? Thatcher, holding the fan, smiled slightly. I am Thatcher. Thatcher? Upon hearing this, Ardell was greatly shocked. Yanni and the other bears were visibly stunned, their faces turning ashen. Heir of the Heavenly Dao Sect? Earlier, all their attention was on Everly, treating Thatcher as merely an escort, paying him no heed. But now, they learned that this was actually the heir of the Heavenly Dao Sect? Birdie Zhao. Yanni opened his mouth but failed to utter another word. Even as the Vince and foremost figure of the Xiao family, he felt helpless in front of Thatcher. The difference in status was vast. To the Xiao family, the Heavenly Dao Sect was undoubtedly a colossal force, far surpassing even their proudest moments. And Thatcher himself possessed formidable strength. A semi-saint. Thatcher had reached the semi-saint realm several years ago, becoming a true powerhouse. Even Mark, the Brandan, matched his strength. Yanni glanced at Thatcher, then at Everly. It was expected that Everly would cancel the engagement. Even without today's incident, Everly would eventually bring her family and sect bears to dissolve the marriage contract. Now, with the support of the Heavenly Dao Sect's heir. Standing side by side, both handsome and beautiful, anyone could see Everly's intentions clearly. Not knowing the heir's arrival caused a great oversight. Please forgive us, Arlie. Yanni bowed deeply. At this moment, he lowered his posture to the utmost degree. The heir of the Heavenly Dao Sect, a semi-saint, was a power the Xiao family couldn't afford to offend. Ardell's expression was also extremely grim. In the past, he had been compared to Thatcher. At his peak, with outstanding talent, he was once regarded as the most talented person below Thatcher. Back then, he still felt unconvinced. A mere Thatcher, a tyrannical second-generation heir relying on his ancestors' legacy. Without the Heavenly Dao Sect or his father, what was he really? Such a person, worthy of comparison? But seeing Thatcher today, he felt immense pressure. It seemed that with just a thought, Thatcher could slay him on the spot, making Ardell feel incredibly humiliated. Fine, I will remember this insult today. One day, I will repay it tenfold. Ardell gritted his teeth. Perhaps I'm not your match today, but give me 3 years, and I will crush you underfoot. 3 years, only 3 years. In 3 years, I will personally climb Heavenly Dao Peak and challenge you. Thatcher, dare you accept? Upon hearing this, Yanni's vision went black, almost fainting on the spot. You wretched child, shut your mouth. Wasn't he causing enough trouble already? Offending the Chen family was bad enough. The Xiao family and the Chen family had been allies for generations. With heavy gifts and personal apologies, perhaps the matter could be smoothed over. But offending Thatcher was out of the question. Thatcher was the heir of the Heavenly Dao Sect, the future sect Phil. If he angered Thatcher today, even kneeling at Heavenly Dao Peak wouldn't prevent the impending disaster for the Xiao family. Thatcher, dare you accept? Ardell continued to shout. Thatcher looked at Ardell, narrowing his eyes. If it were his predecessor, he might have accepted. Ardell had great fortune and countless opportunities. In 3 years, he might truly win. But he was the great antagonist. Why give him a chance to rise again when he could crush him easily? Why should I accept? Thatcher sneered disdainfully. Do you deserve it? These words immediately flushed Ardell's face red. A single phrase, do you deserve it? Completely shattered his self-esteem, making him feel worse than if he had been killed. You're afraid. You fear that I will defeat you in 3 years. Ardell gritted his teeth bitterly. Thatcher chuckled. In terms of status, I am the heir of the Heavenly Dao Sect. In terms of strength, I am the #1 young cultivator in the Battle God continent. And you're just a lowly divine vault cultivator. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Note, the translation closely follows the original text structure, tone, and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. A mere ant, in its fury, challenges a divine dragon soaring in the 9 heavens. But why should the divine dragon respond to an ant? Ardell, do you know the consequences of provoking a semi-saint? As he spoke, Thatcher extended his hand and struck out. Rumble. A massive golden hand appeared out of nowhere. Despite Ardell's utmost resistance, it was futile. The colossal handprint crushed through space and appeared before Ardell in an instant, grabbing him in its grip. Crack. Thatcher exerted immense force, shattering all the bones in Ardell's body. With just a thought, he could kill Ardell on the spot. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger. Ding. System notification. If the host forcefully kills a Heavens will Destined, they will suffer backlash from Heaven's fortune. Hearing this, Thatcher furrowed his brow deeply. ##### Chapter 4, The Heavenly Dao Sect's Arlie. He had originally intended to kill Ardell and end all troubles at once, but he hadn't anticipated such consequences. It seemed that this destined individual was indeed not easy to eliminate. So, what if he took his ring? Without the assistance of the remnant soul within the ring, would Ardell still be able to become the true Destined as everyone expected? Your ability to recover your strength and continue cultivating must be due to this ring, right? Thatcher said with a half-smile. Ardell's face changed. This young lord had an astoundingly sharp eye. The heavenly fire ring was his greatest secret, one he had never mentioned even to those closest to him. Yet, Thatcher saw through it in an instant. No wonder you dared to propose a 3-year agreement. So you have had a great opportunity. However, I have one question. Since your cultivation has already been restored, why didn't you inform the family? Or do you have some ulterior motive? Or is the Xiao family's son today no longer the Ardell from 5 years ago? Thatcher laughed as he spoke. As his words fell, Yanni and many bears of the Xiao family suddenly turned pale, their eyes filled with suspicion and wariness as they looked at Ardell. Body snatching was not unheard of. Everyone present knew that back then, Ardell's talent had vanished and his cultivation had regressed. How could he possibly recover his cultivation and reach the divine storehouse realm in just 5 short years? Was the soul inside Ardel's body still truly Ardel's? Thatcher. Ardel's face was filled with anger and sorrow as he opened his mouth to refute, but was forcibly silenced by Thatcher's immense power, unable to utter a single word. Yanni watched this scene, growing angrier by the moment. In his view, Ardel's inability to explain equated to tacit acceptance of Thatcher's accusations. The thought that his only child might have been body snatched enraged him. Yanni turned around and bowed to Thatcher. Arlie, this demon has stolen my son's body. Today, I ask for your intervention to seek justice for my Xiao family and my son. Seek justice? Ardel clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping down his fingers. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the humiliation in his heart. I really am me. I cultivated to the divine storehouse realm on my own. Why don't you believe me? Thatcher frowned slightly, seemingly unwilling to involve himself in this matter. After deep contemplation, he sighed softly. Enough. Ardel was once hailed as the foremost genius of the Eastern lands, famed alongside me. Perhaps this is fate. Since we've met, I cannot stand idly by. I want to see what kind of evil lurks within this ring. With that, he threw the fan in his hand. The fan floated above Ardel's head, slowly spinning. A sea-like aura enveloped Ardel, immobilizing him. At that moment, Ardel truly panicked. As Thatcher had said, all his confidence stemmed from the remnant soul within the heavenly fire ring. That was also why he dared propose the 3-year agreement. If he lost the ring, he would be reduced to his original state. No, he couldn't let this happen. But Thatcher's cultivation had reached the semi-saint level. Despite Ardel's resentment, he could not resist under Thatcher's control. Buzz buzz buzz. The ring trembled and slipped off Ardel's finger. As soon as it fell, Ardel's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Ardel. Yanni cried out and moved forward immediately. But at that moment, a flash of light appeared. A shadowy figure materialized. An Otis with a dim soul, floating in the air, his face full of anger. Seeing this, Yanni's heart sank. By now, it was clear to him that there was something wrong with the ring. He believed his son's body had been snatched, and this Otis was likely responsible. Richard, you've gone too far, the Otis shouted. His voice caused the temperature in the entire hall to rise several degrees, forcing those with weaker cultivation to step back. Yanni's face turned pale as he inwardly gasped. How formidable. Previously, he had wondered whether Ardel's body snatch was real or not, but seeing this old soul appear, he was convinced. His son had definitely been body snatched. The oppressive presence of this Otis was intense. If not for Thatcher's protection, the Xiao family might have been massacred. Too far. You, a 1,000-year-old predecessor and near-imperial cultivator, coming to snatch a junior's body, this isn't too far? Thatcher sneered. As his words hit, the Aaron flared up with rage. Don't talk nonsense. This kid's body strength aside, even if it could withstand my soul, what use would it be to me after the snatch? He followed Ardel because of his destiny, but Thatcher acted first, using powerful means to seal his mouth, preventing any chance of argument. Embarrassing. When had the Aaron ever endured such humiliation? He wished he could bash his head in. How did Ardel, a chosen one, suddenly attract a semi-saint? A flash of light sent the Aaron's soul back into the heavenly fire ring. Phew. Thatcher exhaled deeply, sweat beading on his forehead. Big brother, are you alright? Everly hurried over, offering a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Thatcher's brow, her face full of concern. Thatcher shook his head and pretended to be weak. I'm fine. But suppressing the Aaron's soul, as a near-imperial from 1,000 years ago, took quite a bit of effort. Only then did Yanni cautiously approach, asking tentatively. Arlie, what about my son Ardel? Thatcher chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Ardel is fine. I've repressed the Aaron's soul again. It won't be long before Ardel wakes up. In fact, Ardel has benefited from misfortune. The Aaron invested a lot to strengthen Ardel's body and cultivation to prepare for the snatch. Now that the snatch failed, this improvement remains with Ardel. Yanni felt immense relief and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Arlie. Arlie, you are truly virtuous. Not only did you overlook my son's actions, but you saved his life. Such great kindness will never be forgotten by the Xiao family. Gratitude is unnecessary, Thatcher said. However, regarding my junior sister's marriage arrangement. He didn't finish his sentence when Yanni hastily replied. Arlie, rest assured. From now on, I will strictly supervise my son and ensure he doesn't trouble Miss Chin again. Chime. Host completed task. Junior sister's troubles. Ardel and Everly's relationship ended. Host's destiny plus 100. Ardel's destiny minus 100. Hearing the system's pleasant chime, Thatcher nodded in satisfaction. This is the best outcome. He had not only helped Everly cancel the engagement, but also obtained the Aaron's hiding place, the ring, exceeding the task's requirements. Turning to look at Ardel on the ground, a faint smile crossed Thatcher's lips. I wonder how much of Ardel's destiny remains. Without the Otis in the ring, even though he was a chosen one, his future path of cultivation would surely be fraught with difficulties. Taking Everly along, Thatcher returned satisfied. After they left, Ardel finally woke up. Yanni, elated, helped him up. Yower, you're finally awake. Today, it was all thanks to the Arlie, otherwise, you would have been in danger. Listening to these words, Ardel felt anger surge within him. That was mine. The ring is mine, and so is Alani's. But now, this shameless Arlie of the Heavenly Dao Sect has taken everything away from me. #### Chapter 5. Reduced to nothingness. On the spaceship, Thatcher stared at the heavenly fire ring in his hand, a cold sneer curling the corners of his mouth. He knew that within this ring resided an emperor-level powerhouse, Dane. This was a critical asset for Ardell's growing strength, and now, it had fallen into his hands. This was the perfect opportunity to forcefully investigate the secrets hidden within this heavenly fire ring. Thatcher's divine consciousness quietly probed the ring. Suddenly, the heavenly fire ring seemed to emit a massive suction force, drawing all of Thatcher's divine consciousness into the small ring. What was going on? Was this ring a divine artifact? Was it retaliating? He carefully examined the ring. Though small, no bigger than a palm, its material was very peculiar. Neither metal, jade, stone, nor wood. It resembled crystal, shimmering with a lustrous surface. The moment Thatcher's divine consciousness touched the ring, it was completely sucked away by the inner suction force. His divine consciousness couldn't penetrate any further. Thatcher frowned. This ring must contain some sort of restriction. Let's try again. His eyes narrowed as his divine consciousness surged out once more, attempting to seep into the ring. But as soon as it entered, an incredibly terrifying suction force erupted from within. Thatcher felt his divine consciousness thinning rapidly inside the ring until it finally dissipated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. There could only be one explanation. The ring contained powerful confinement forces. Thatcher's mind raced, instantly grasping the reason for the divine artifact retaliation. The mutual repulsion between divine artifacts had caused the internal space of the ring to warp and deform. So it's true. Thatcher inwardly rejoiced. While divine artifacts were powerful, they had limits. This ring had surpassed those limits, leading to this situation. This actually saved him a lot of trouble. With a bit of adjustment, he could use his divine consciousness to explore the ring's interior. Of course, deploying divine consciousness required reaching near Emperor level. Now, he was barely at that stage. Phew. Thatcher took a deep breath and spread his divine consciousness. Instantly, he perceived everything inside the ring. The internal space wasn't small, about 50 square meters, mostly empty. Inside the ring were many objects, crystal pillars, ancient wooden statues, and strange items, making it resemble a giant treasure vault. Did divine artifacts have such strong Li, attractive power? Even if the artifact resisted, this level of suction was unnerving. If this was true, it could only mean the ring was a powerful divine artifact. Thatcher was startled, but then relaxed. Since it was a divine artifact's retaliation, his suspicions were confirmed. The heavenly fire ring was indeed a divine artifact. So what if it's a divine artifact? Isn't it still obediently in my hands? Thatcher thought, amused by the idea of artifact retaliation. With a mental command, his divine consciousness silently extended while a massive aura emanated from his body, enveloping the entire spacecraft. This formidable presence was almost as overpowering as if he had exerted his full strength. Humph! Thatcher snorted, his divine consciousness rushing directly into the heavenly fire ring. GG. As soon as he approached, a strange laugh emerged from the ring, sending chills down Thatcher's spine. What is this? Thatcher snorted. He immediately redirected his energy, blasting into the ring to explore its contents. However, his energy vanished without a trace upon entering, and the ring remained eerily silent. Thatcher frowned. What's going on? Why can't my energy enter? Is this due to insufficient cultivation or a built-in technique of the divine artifact? Shaking his head, he stopped trying and withdrew, his divine consciousness probing the ring again. But this time, his divine consciousness encountered fierce resistance the moment it entered, unable to move due to the intense suction. Even worse, his divine consciousness disintegrated into nothingness. Cursed ring, it has such a powerful devouring force, Thatcher cursed under his breath. He made up his mind. If it didn't work, he would store the heavenly fire ring and wait for a better opportunity to study it later. Let's check the space within the ring first. Speaking, Thatcher began to investigate the ring's interior. The ring's space was large but limited to its interior. Inside, there was a room resembling a palace. However, the strange force inside the heavenly fire ring defied his expectations. As he probed deeper, heading straight for the source of the strange laughter, he unleashed his innate true chi, capable of tearing anything apart. GG. The eerie laughter echoed again. Hearing it, Thatcher's heart skipped a beat, wondering if it might be a living entity. He intensified his attack, but failed to resist the intrusion of the strange laughter. His innate true chi was torn apart, yet the laughter remained undamaged. Seeing this, Thatcher raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile curving his lips. Indeed, it is alive. His target was the divine artifact, not an inanimate object. Instantly, his divine consciousness locked onto the source of the laughter within the ring. Sichi. The eerie laughter grew more rampant. Thatcher cursed inwardly. No matter what it was, he would capture it today. His figure lunged forward, punching the ring with all his might. However, it only caused the ring to wobble slightly. Thatcher frowned. How could his innate true chi, capable of rending space, fail to harm this laughter? He sent his divine consciousness back into the ring and discovered something amiss. The laughter indeed existed but was sealed. Furthermore, his divine consciousness was trapped within the ring. His face paled as he spread his divine consciousness to its maximum extent. The eerie laughter continued, and Thatcher's expression grew increasingly grim. This voice was too bizarre, like a cluster of ghostly spirits speaking. The sensation made him extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, his ears twitched, faintly hearing cries of agony. He could now forcefully probe the secrets hidden within the heavenly fire ring. Thatcher's divine consciousness quietly infiltrated the heavenly fire ring. Suddenly, as if the ring emitted an enormous suction force, it completely absorbed Thatcher's divine consciousness into its tiny confines. What was happening? Was this ring a divine artifact? Was it reacting adversely? He meticulously examined the ring. Despite being small, not much bigger than a palm, its material was extremely peculiar. Neither metal, jade, stone, nor wood, It almost resembled crystal, with a surface that gleamed faintly. The moment Thatcher's divine thought touched the ring, it was instantly sucked away by the internal suction force. His divine consciousness couldn't penetrate it at all. Furrowing his brows, Thatcher surmised that there must be some kind of seal inside the ring. Let's try again. Narrowing his eyes, he released another wave of divine thoughts, attempting to penetrate the ring. But as soon as his divine thoughts entered the ring, it unleashed a terrifying suction force. Thatcher felt his divine consciousness thinning rapidly within the ring until it finally vanished into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. There was only one explanation. The ring contained an immensely powerful binding force. Thatcher quickly realized the cause of the backlash from the divine artifact, a mutual repulsion between divine artifacts causing the ring's internal space to twist and deform. Indeed. Thatcher inwardly rejoiced. Although divine artifacts were powerful, they too had limits. This ring had exceeded those limits, which explained its behavior. This saved him a lot of trouble. He just needed to adjust slightly before using his divine consciousness to explore the ring's internal space. Of course, using divine consciousness required reaching the near Emperor realm. Now, he was barely managing it. Taking a deep breath, Thatcher spread out his divine consciousness. Instantly, he sensed everything within the ring. The internal space wasn't small, roughly 50 square meters, with vast empty areas. Inside the ring were numerous objects, crystal pillars, ancient wooden statues, and various strange items, making it seem like a colossal treasure vault. Did divine artifacts possess such strong attraction? Correction. Did divine artifacts possess such strong attraction? This sentence appears in a context where the character is surprised by the strength of the ring's pull. The term Li translates to attraction or pull, not attractive power. Therefore, it should be corrected for accuracy and fluency in English. Even if a divine artifact resisted, the suction force was terrifyingly intense. If this was true, it could only mean that this was a powerful divine artifact. Thatcher felt a jolt of surprise, but then relaxed. Since it reacted with backlash, it confirmed his guess. The heavenly fire ring was indeed a divine artifact. So what if it's a divine artifact? Isn't it still under my control? Thatcher mused inwardly. Divine artifact backlash? What a great idea. With a flicker of thought, his divine consciousness quietly extended, while his body emitted a massive aura that enveloped the entire spaceship, a formidable presence that matched Thatcher's full strength. Humph! Coldly snorting, his divine consciousness rushed into the heavenly fire ring, entering the tiny ring directly. GG. As soon as he approached, an eerie laugh echoed from the ring, sending chills down Thatcher's spine. What is this thing? Thatcher snorted coldly. He redirected his chi, blasting it into the ring to investigate further, but found his chi vanishing without a trace, the ring showing no reaction. Thatcher frowned. What's going on? Why can't my chi enter? Is my cultivation insufficient, or does this artifact have its own intrinsic power? Shaking his head, he stopped trying and retreated, letting his divine consciousness invade the ring again. But this time, as soon as his divine consciousness entered, it faced fierce resistance. The powerful suction force immobilized him, and his divine consciousness crumbled into nothingness. Damn it! This ring has such strong devouring power. Thatcher cursed silently. He made a decision. If he couldn't succeed, he would put the heavenly fire ring away and find a better opportunity to study it later. Let's try exploring the ring's space first, Thatcher muttered, beginning to investigate the ring's interior. The ring's internal space was large but limited to within the ring itself. Inside was a palace-like room. However, the ring's strange force didn't cooperate as he wished. Just as his divine consciousness entered, it headed straight for the source of the eerie laughter. This chi was his innate martial chi, capable of tearing anything apart. GG. The eerie laughter came again. Hearing this, Thatcher's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a living entity? He intensified his attack, but still couldn't stop the laughter's intrusion. His innate martial chi tore apart, yet the laughter remained unscathed. Seeing this, Thatcher raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile forming on his lips. GG. Indeed a living entity. His target was the divine artifact, not a lifeless object. His divine consciousness instantly locked onto the laughing sound within the ring. He. The laughter grew more rampant. Thatcher inwardly cursed. No matter what it was, he had to capture it today. He lunged forward, punching the ring hard. It only trembled slightly but didn't budge. Thatcher furrowed his brow. His innate martial chi could tear through space. Why couldn't it harm the laughing sound? His divine consciousness delved deeper into the ring and finally discovered the anomaly. The laughing sound did exist but was sealed away. Moreover, his divine consciousness was also trapped within the ring. His face changed as he dispersed his divine awareness, expanding his senses to the maximum. GGG. The eerie sound continued. Thatcher's expression grew increasingly grim. This voice was too strange, like a ghostly spirit speaking, giving him an unsettling feeling. At this moment, Thatcher's ears twitched slightly, hearing faint screams in the distance. Chapter 6. Snake Spirit Stone. The screams were piercing and shrill, as if they were cries of people being torn apart. Is there someone here? Thatcher's heart sank, and then he felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. It felt as though countless armies were charging at him. Warriors 100 feet tall with iron axes in their hands advancing towards him. The momentum was suffocating. He immediately spread his chi energy all over his body to form a protective layer. This is a mental attack. This is definitely not just any ordinary celestial fire ring. Suddenly the eerie laughter grew louder and sharper, like the cries of ghosts howling. How powerful is this spiritual energy? Could this be the guardian of an artifact? Thatcher was greatly alarmed. The voice sounded again. Damn it, daring to ambush me. Thatcher flew into a rage, his mental power bursting forth and sweeping across in all directions, instantly enveloping a radius of several dozen meters. The eerie laughter rang out once more. Found it, it's a head. A glint flashed in Thatcher's eyes as he immediately directed his mental power forward. Ahead was a pitch-black space, seemingly empty, but Thatcher could sense a strong fluctuation of spirit energy emanating from it. This spirit energy had a semblance to an artifact. Thatcher thought for a moment and directly activated the power of the celestial fire ring. Black smoke surged from the artifact, forming a huge vortex. The vortex spun madly, creating an infinite suction force. The eerie laughter sounded once more. Thatcher frowned. He sensed this power gradually intensifying, which was incredibly terrifying. It could even devour his mental power. Thatcher's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared in another room of the celestial fire ring. Whoosh! His mental power instantly spread, covering several kilometers around. Within this range, his mental power saw one person after another. These people wore tattered clothes, had thin bodies, gaunt faces, sunken eyes, and looked haggard and ghost-like. Their bodies were covered in blood. Some had lost limbs while most bore savage sword wounds and claw marks. Their expressions were painful and dazed. These people were clearly insane. Seeing these people, Thatcher felt heavy-hearted. These people must have been controlled by the artifact. The will of the artifact was too powerful. Their bodies had long been swallowed by it. Controlled by the artifact, they became puppets, only capable of killing. Thatcher seethed with anger inside. He did not know what kind of treasure this was, or what exactly it was. However, he vaguely knew that this treasure was a Taoist talisman. These puppets were also refined using the Taoist talisman. Another bout of eerie laughter rang out, causing Thatcher's pupils to constrict. He discovered a gigantic snake, hundreds of meters long. What kinds of things are imprisoned within this celestial fire ring? Taking a deep breath, Thatcher controlled the celestial fire ring toward the snake. Upon arriving, he used his mental power to discover that the snake was merely a corpse, showing no signs of life. Thatcher frowned deeply. He did not know what grade of treasure this celestial fire ring was, but as a celestial fire ring, it must possess extraordinary power. The owner of this strange laughter seemed to have taken control of part of the ring's power. Otherwise, it would not have so easily restrained his mental power. Without recklessly attacking the source of the strange laughter, Thatcher carefully examined the snake, wanting to see if it still had any consciousness. He released his mental power and observed the snake meticulously. The snake's scales shimmered with a bronze-like luster, its head much larger than usual, more than twice the size of a normal snake. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs, and its body was covered with dense, backward-facing spikes. Thatcher frowned deeper. This snake was clearly under the control of the celestial fire ring's artifact, but it could somehow manipulate the ring, a frightening feat indeed. What sort of treasure could be so powerful? A flicker of excitement flashed in Thatcher's eyes. He knew he must uncover the origin of this strange laughter and understand the origins of the celestial fire ring. Moreover, this snake was peculiar, not human-shaped but more like a magical beast. What is this thing? I've never seen it before. Could it be a divine beast? Thatcher pondered. The eerie laughter sounded again, this time even more bizarre and malicious. A divine beast? Thatcher's expression changed slightly as he quickly withdrew his mental power. As soon as his mental power retreated, the enormous python leapt out, lunging at Thatcher with gaping fangs. Its red tongue flickered incessantly, resembling a sharp dagger, emitting a cold gleam. More eerie sounds echoed. Thatcher tensed. These creatures could emit so many voices simultaneously. What on earth was this, capable of controlling so many people at once? Thatcher swiftly retreated while manipulating his mental power. At the same time, he lightly waved his right hand, producing a bronze ancient sword in his left. This ancient, dignified sword emitted a rich aura of immortal energy, appearing extremely old. This very ancient sword had been given to him by Brenna. He originally intended to refine it to hone his sword skills, but had never found the right way until now, encountering such a sword within the ring that could channel sword chi. Thatcher hurled the ancient sword into the air and formed hand seals, executing a sword technique. Whoosh! The bronze sword instantly enlarged, transforming into a mountain-sized blade hovering in the air, blocking the giant snake in front of Thatcher. The bronze sword slashed through the giant snake, slicing it cleanly in half. The snake's dead body fell to the ground, spewing blood everywhere. Scanning with his mental power, Thatcher noticed a palm-sized, crystal-clear, teardrop-shaped bead hidden inside the snake's head. Thatcher froze momentarily, then a smile appeared on his face. This is a snake spirit stone, used to enhance mental power, but more sounds soon followed. With a flick of his wrist, the ancient sword, carrying a formidable aura of immortal energy, struck the python's tail forcefully. Crack! The sword landed on the snake's tail, breaking it off. With the tail severed, the snake's movement slowed down. Thatcher's mental power expanded instantly, enveloping the entire snake's body. More eerie laughter echoed. Thatcher's mental power radiated again, enveloping all the snakes. This time, his mental power was purer and stronger than before. Unfortunately, despite being enveloped by his mental command, the snakes showed no reaction. Chapter 7. The Return of the Strong. Thatcher's mind stirred, and his divine consciousness quickly intruded into the serpentine bodies, meticulously inspecting each snake in an attempt to uncover any clues. But unfortunately, Thatcher was disappointed. These strange snakes were mere puppets controlled by the heavenly fire ring. They had no capacity for resistance or thought, only knowing how to slaughter. No matter how Thatcher probed, he couldn't find their weaknesses. Frowning, he wondered, what kind of treasure is this? Suddenly, the walls of the heavenly fire ring began to tremble violently. A series of eerie laughter echoed from within the ring, slicing through Thatcher's heart like a blade, causing it to constrict painfully, almost choking him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. These sounds were so bizarre, as if devils were wailing, gnawing at his heart. His divine consciousness suffered immense impact. nearly collapsing under the overwhelming power of these voices. Suddenly, a low, raspy roar emerged from the heavenly fire ring. The voice seemed to come from the heavens above, resonating through the entire ring like the shattering of hard metal. Immediately after, an enormous pressure radiated from the ring, making Thatcher's body stagger, nearly falling out of mid-air. This is a Bradley realm demonic beast, Thatcher exclaimed in shock. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he confirmed the demonic beast cultivation at the Bradley realm. His expression changed slightly. A Bradley realm demonic beast was undoubtedly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his breathing and mindset, calming his mind. At that moment, he noticed the snake's spirit stone slowly merging into the snake's body, disappearing without a trace. Surprisingly, the stone could dissolve on its own, and after fusing with the snake's body, the snake's strength rapidly recovered. After merging, the snake's spirit stone emitted a chilling laugh. Hee, you dared to attack me, hee. Thatcher didn't understand the language spoken by the strange snake. He sneered coldly. You wanted my physical body? Now, my body belongs to you. With that, he took a step forward, appearing above a demon Taoist's head, holding an ancient bronze sword as he struck ruthlessly at the demon Taoist's crown. The demon Taoist was taken aback and hastily dodged. A loud explosion followed. The demon Taoist's head, thick as a thigh, was severed by the sword, blood spurting everywhere. The demon Taoist let out a horrific cry, rolling on the ground in agony. Despite being a powerful martial artist, he was utterly defenseless against Thatcher. Leaping down from the air, Thatcher raised the bronze sword once more and delivered a powerful strike. The demon Taoist's body exploded, flesh and blood splattering out. But suddenly, a surge of formidable energy flashed through. Thatcher then clearly saw the entire structure inside the heavenly fire ring. This heavenly fire palace had 100 levels of trials, with Aaron at level 10. Previously, Ardell merely stumbled upon an injured Aaron due to sheer luck, gaining only a bit of assistance from the heavenly fire ring. Confused, Thatcher realized that the heavenly fire ring was designed for cultivating divine consciousness and continuously consumed his strength to restore itself. Knowing this, he understood that he must be fully prepared. A ding resounded in his mind. The system's voice sounded again. Host faces mortal peril. Strength regresses to warrior realm. Accept mission, return of the strong? What? With diminished strength, there's still a return of the strong mission? Only accepting. Thatcher was surprised but soon grasped the situation. His predecessor was like a child in an ivory tower, a fragile flower grown in a greenhouse. Although possessing exceptional talent and capable of utilizing the full potential of elixirs, he achieved the semi-sage level at a young age. Now, the heavenly fire ring had swallowed all those realms, leaving Thatcher wanting to cry. Boom. The giant snakes he had killed revived and merged into a massive, 100-meter-long green serpent, glaring fiercely at Thatcher. Its mouth flicked with a foul-smelling tongue. Raising an eyebrow, Thatcher noted that these snakes were unafraid of divine consciousness and exhibited remarkable combat agility. A massive green claw swiped down. Thatcher felt an immense sense of danger and barely dodged, though the claw grazed his neck. Blood flowed down his neck. He touched it, finding his palm sticky. Another burst of eerie laughter followed as the giant green serpent leaped up, biting toward Thatcher. Jumping into the air, Thatcher avoided the attack. The serpent could fly with astonishing speed, pursuing him relentlessly. In midair, Thatcher dodged its attacks continuously. He had no spells or talismans to use since they would be ineffective and put him at a disadvantage. Relying solely on speed and memories, he fought tenaciously, taking advantage of this opportunity to familiarize himself with his predecessor's combat techniques and spells. Concentrating his true chi into his right arm, Thatcher formed a fist and slammed it forward. An overwhelming force erupted from his punch, striking the giant snake and sending it flying into the cave wall, which caved inward. Shaken by the impact, the cave shook violently. Striking again, Thatcher's fist unleashed a forceful blow that crushed two other snakes into fragments. The green serpent, seemingly enraged, spewed green flames toward Thatcher. Twisting in midair, he kicked out with one foot. Bang! The green flames were extinguished by Thatcher's kick, and he plummeted back to the cave floor. Landing in the center of the cave, he found himself thousands of meters away from the giant serpent. Watching it roll in the air before coming to a halt, he noticed its scales shattered and bleeding profusely. A bowl-sized wound appeared on its belly, blood gushing out steadily. Hashtag Chapter 8. Peak condition. Thatcher's fists were stained with thick blood, but he did not retract the bronze sword. His gaze was cold as he watched the snake, knowing that it would not give up and would definitely attack him again. Sure enough, as Thatcher focused on the snake spirit stone once again merged into its body. After the integration, Thatcher felt the energy of the snake's spirit stone seemed to have significantly increased, growing rapidly. Thatcher sensed that this power was no less formidable than the 36 celestial grotto array, which guarded his sect. Could this be the secret of this snake's body? Thatcher speculated. The snake had advanced after devouring so many demonic beings. Thatcher dared not relax and immediately dodged. Green flames spewed out, burning the void with a hissing sound. The walls of the cave sizzled under the intense heat. Thatcher's clothes bore green marks from the green flames. He quickly performed the shrink the earth to an inch technique, retreating several dozen meters away, but the green flames still pursued him, distorting the space around him continuously. Damn it! Thatcher cursed, unwilling to stay in one place. He continuously used the shrink the earth to an inch technique to dodge. Seeing Thatcher escape instead of engaging in combat, the giant green python grew furious, roaring wildly with its fangs bared, relentlessly chasing Thatcher in a brutal frenzy, intent on devouring him alive. Thatcher struck blow after blow against the giant snake, causing smoke to rise from its body, yet it remained unharmed. Though the giant snake's body was formidable, it was not a true dragon, unable to fly, and thus slow. Without the ability to fly, its speed was greatly reduced. However, Thatcher was very fast. While fleeing, he swung the ancient sword in his hand, continuously thrusting. Suddenly, a fireball flew over. Thatcher quickly executed the wind birdie step to evade. A roar echoed, and a several dozen-meter-long green python rushed out, spitting out a jet of black flames. Thatcher saw a dark black fireball heading straight for him. He immediately cast the demonic escape, vanishing instantly. But he heard the python's enraged roar behind him. Thatcher marveled at how inadequate his current strength was against such a high-level demon beast. If not for these secret techniques, he would have been swallowed long ago. Now completely trapped in this space, Thatcher was anxious, unsure of what to do. The mission seemed good, but it needed to be carried out on the premise of ensuring his safety. Danger lurked everywhere here, and his life was hanging by a thread, leaving him no time to focus on the mission items. Moreover, he still needed to cultivate, advance in realm, and gain more power. Thinking about this, Thatcher's expression became grim, but the situation forced him to complete the task as soon as possible, or he would soon end up like that giant snake, devoured by the various venomous insects and demon beasts here. Clenching his teeth, icy determination flickered in his eyes. If this green snake's body possesses such immense power, then I will take it to temper my own body. Once I cultivate divine consciousness, I will use it to temper my primordial soul, making it even stronger. I want to see just how formidable my primordial soul will become, and whether it can withstand the attacks of those poisonous insects and demon beasts. My physique is far beyond your imagination. Even if I encounter a true heaven-rank demon beast, I will not fear. Thatcher clenched his fists tightly. He had decided that once he left this cursed place, he would return to the sect immediately for protection. This place was too dangerous, a realization that had deeply penetrated Thatcher's mind. Even with the most generous rewards, Thatcher no longer wanted to take on any missions here. At this moment, Thatcher suddenly sensed danger. He promptly executed, shrink the earth to an inch, his form becoming unpredictable as he evaded the green python's fiery breath. As he dodged, a massive green tail swept horizontally, smashing into the cave wall, which shattered instantly. A deep trench appeared in the rock face, the green tail embedding itself firmly into the ground, as though piercing through solid steel. The powerful sweep demolished part of the cave wall, causing the ground to tremble. The green python, looking at the destroyed section of the cave, revealed a savage glint in its eyes before turning around to continue pursuing Thatcher. Thatcher quickly employed flower transference, vanishing once again. The python lashed its tail, collapsing another mountain peak with a deafening roar. Thatcher's figure flickered, hiding in a corner of the cave. He did not want to linger near the python because he knew it would chase him down at any moment, leaving him without a chance. While hiding, Thatcher felt the demon aura inside the cave intensifying. The green python grew even larger, and Thatcher's pupils dimmed. Wild winds surged around them, and the green flames spewing from the python's mouth burned fiercely. Rocks fell from the cave ceiling, and lava poured down. Lava splattered inside the cave, making it even hotter. The green snakes moved about searching for Thatcher, sensing the human aura emanating from him, which excited them greatly. Their large bodies moved swiftly through the cave, quickly catching up to Thatcher. Thatcher continued using flower transference to evade their pursuit, but his body was gradually growing weary. This won't work. Continuing to flee, I'll eventually be caught. Thatcher frowned. I need to find a way out of here. I must first understand the situation. Looking up, Thatcher noticed a layer of white mist covering the cave ceiling, obscuring the entire cavern. This mist shrouded the cave, making it look vague, like a labyrinth. Thatcher tried to calculate the structure of the cave, but unfortunately, despite his powers being at peak condition, he could not penetrate the veil of mist no matter how hard he tried. The mist covered most of the cave, much like a dense fog, making it impossible to determine its exact position. Thatcher's resolve remained firm, but his spiritual senses were waning. Chapter 9. Reversing Time and Space. The depletion of one's divine sense was akin to the gradual fading of one's spiritual consciousness. If this depletion became too severe, it would result in substantial damage to the divine soul, possibly even leading to a state of unconsciousness. Thatcher gritted his teeth, desperately urging the 9 techniques of freedom into action. The 9 techniques of freedom was an exceptionally sophisticated martial skill. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, it could strengthen the divine soul significantly, but would also exert immense strain on the body. But at this moment, Thatcher could not afford to care about much else. He could only push the 9 techniques of freedom to their limits, hoping to counteract the side effects brought by the depletion of his divine sense. However, the impact of this approach was minimal, as his divine sense continued to deplete. Thatcher's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Suddenly, an image surfaced in his mind. An Otis was teaching him swordsmanship. The Otis was clad in white robes, with a lean face but an upright posture and piercing eyes. Seeing this bear, Thatcher felt like he had seen a savior and immediately cried out, "Birdie, save me." He wished for the Otis to help him. Although he knew that the Otis wasn't nearby and that he should be at the middle stage of true immortal realm, perhaps the bear had taken him as a Ephraim due to his remarkable talent. He believed the bear could rescue him. However, upon hearing Thatcher's plea, the Otis showed no response, seemingly oblivious to his call for help. Thatcher immediately realized that the heavenly fire ring had severed any form of external communication. Suddenly, numerous illusions flashed across the massive green python's body, transforming it into 9 pythons which surged towards Thatcher. His pupils dilated in shock. This time, it seemed he was utterly cornered. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Thatcher had no time to retaliate, watching helplessly as the several green pythons lunged at him. A rumbling thud followed as Thatcher was slammed into the ground. Dozens of yards-long cracks appeared on the surface, soil spilling upward in turmoil. The green python opened its gaping maw, baring its chilling fangs, ready to devour Thatcher. At that moment, a streak of silver light abruptly emerged above Thatcher's head, expanding instantly into a sharp blade that slashed down at the green python. The moment the blade descended, a blinding emerald glow erupted from the python's body, forcefully shattering the blade. Following that, the green python spat out a jet of black smoke toward Thatcher. A faint blue protective barrier shimmered around Thatcher, deflecting the black smoke. The green python responded by once again emitting a puff of green smoke interlaced with threads of green toxins. These toxins condensed mid-air, forming a small green snake which then directly burrowed into Thatcher's body before vanishing without a trace. Ah! Thatcher couldn't help but scream in agony. He felt a paralysis spread through his entire body, stiffening it so much that even his divine sense lost control. Seeing Thatcher's condition, the green python sneered coldly. It swayed its body and swallowed Thatcher entirely. Thatcher's limp body fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. He sensed a scorching heat emanating from within, as if something was burning away his very being. His divine soul suffered a tremendous impact, causing brief bouts of dizziness. "Birdie, come save me," Thatcher screamed inwardly. Yet, there was no response. A wave of despair welled up within Thatcher. Am I really going to die like this? How long had he been in this world? Wasn't he the most unfortunate traveler ever? A tear trickled down the corner of Thatcher's eye. Filled with regret and anger, yet helpless, he felt deeply frustrated. With his divine sense confined and his body enduring fatal injuries, there was nothing he could do to escape. Is there anyone who can save me? Thatcher closed his eyes, waiting for death to come, anticipating it fully. Whoosh! Suddenly, Thatcher's body trembled, and then he sat up abruptly. Opening his eyes, he looked around, his expression blank and confused. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He was still alive. How is this possible? How am I still alive? Doubt and astonishment filled his heart. The excruciating pain he experienced earlier was far worse than dying. Moreover, the intense burning sensation left his body racked with agony. If his divine soul had been destroyed, he truly would have died. But he didn't die. Instead, he lived. What exactly had happened? I must find out. I have to know. Thatcher clenched his teeth. Mustering whatever remaining strength he had to retrieve the heavenly fire ring from his pocket, he attempted to use the ring to locate the Otis's whereabouts. The power of the heavenly fire ring was significant. He had used it before to read various ancient texts, thus gaining some knowledge about different treasures and fortuitous encounters. Although these treasures were all exceedingly valuable and sealed away in mysterious places, his memory held considerable information about the heavenly fire ring, including one item that could traverse time and space. Thatcher tried communicating with the ring, but alas, the ring remained unresponsive, disregarding his existence, leaving him utterly disheartened. He attempted multiple methods to communicate with the heavenly fire ring, yet still found no success. It seems this heavenly fire ring is a proud entity that refuses to deal with someone as lowly as me. Thatcher sighed. Just when he felt utterly hopeless, the heavenly fire ring finally moved, enveloping his body with a peculiar force that transported him to the main space of the ring. He had already resigned himself to death. Could the heavenly fire ring actually reverse time? Thatcher pondered, quickly shaking his head in denial. Given his current state, nearly deceased, and the fact that the ring was also a damaged artifact, how could it possibly reverse time? Even a sage wouldn't be able to achieve that. The only plausible explanation was that it had all been a false alarm. Nevertheless, he felt profoundly relieved. He was alive, genuinely alive, and this realization provided him immense solace. But soon, Thatcher noticed something was off. His body still felt numb, as though immobilized by a spell. No matter how many times Thatcher tried, he couldn't shake off this sensation. It felt like he was being burnt away. In that critical moment, Thatcher thought he was dead, but the mysterious force intervened, allowing him to survive. This familiar force, similar to the experience within the heavenly fire ring, had saved him before. How did I manage to stay alive? Thatcher wondered, a flicker of hope arising in his heart. Although he couldn't determine the origin of this mysterious force, he concluded that it definitely wasn't malicious and might even be beneficial. Chapter 10. All the way to the end. The thought flashed through Thatcher's mind momentarily. He immediately checked his condition and realized that he now possessed a formidable power within his body. This newfound strength made him powerful, even forming a spiral of energy in his dantian. Now, all he needed was to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to enhance his cultivation, filling him with immense joy. This mysterious power must have been released from my body, Thatcher thought to himself. What is this mysterious power? It can bring me back to life. Could it be the legendary purple chi? Thatcher pondered inwardly. Is this? Thatcher's eyelids drooped slightly. Some strange supernatural ability? He tried moving his limbs, but nothing changed. Attempting to infuse true essence into his body, he found that his dantian no longer existed. It was empty. Why is this happening? Where is my dantian? Thatcher was filled with horror. With his dantian destroyed, he lost the qualifications to become a cultivator, meaning he would never be able to practice cultivation again. The blow was incredibly heavy, perhaps even worse than death. Not only was his dantian destroyed, but his body and spirit also suffered immense damage. Lying on the ground motionless, Thatcher wore an expression of despair. He refused to accept such a failure. It was a disaster for him. Feeling his heart contract painfully, as if something were blocking his chest, making him extremely uncomfortable, Thatcher's eyes flashed with anger. No, I won't give up, Thatcher said, his eyes blazing with fury. Who created this heavenly fire ring? Why did this happen? Why wasn't I facing Emperor Flame? Why did it summon the green giant python under these circumstances? My body is destroyed, and Birdie didn't appear. How did I get summoned here? How could this world possess such enigmatic things? At that moment, a clear voice rang in his ears. Birdie, I am Diana. I am helping you repair your body's damage. This heavenly fire ring was created by Xuanhuan world. Although not as good as your storage bag, it has powerful functions. I can help restore your damaged soul and recover part of your strength. How did I get my strength, and why is my soul like this? Thatcher asked urgently, sensing that it might be the spirit of the heavenly fire ring. Your soul was corroded here, invaded by the toxins of the green giant python, leading to significant bodily damage. I am using methods to repair your body. Once your soul recovers, you will return to peak condition. He had thought he was doomed, but who could tell him what just happened? Did I really not die? He murmured. Just then, footsteps approached. Thatcher looked toward the sound and saw a familiar slender figure walking towards him. Who? Is that you, Xuanhuan? Thatcher called out joyfully. Hearing Thatcher's shout, Everly stopped and turned around. Seeing Thatcher standing there unharmed, her eyes widened in disbelief before quickly regaining composure. Senior Ferguson, were you breaking through just now? Strange phenomena were everywhere. I thought something major had happened. Everly laughed, but Thatcher felt bitter inside, sensing that his dantian had indeed ruptured, confirming the system task's instructions. He must start cultivating from the beginning as a fighter. Having once been a half-saint, now having to dissipate his power and restart his cultivation. What kind of situation was this? Thatcher also understood one thing clearly. The power within the heavenly fire ring could be used, but only if it matched his level. Moreover, each death inside would lead to his consciousness returning to his body. Suddenly, their flying vessel shook, its protective shield flickering as if struck by an attack. Thatcher's face froze. With his current weak state equivalent to a fighter level, how could he deal with a sudden attack? He had to rely on his junior sister, who was at the higher fighting venerable realm. Junior sister, who attacked us? I will tear them apart. Thatcher gritted his teeth. Senior Ferguson, I don't know either, but it shouldn't be someone above the fighting ancestor level. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so easily blocked. Senior Ferguson, you should break through as soon as possible. Afterward, we'll be safe. Xuanhuan said. Relieved by Yinran's words, Thatcher knew this matter was serious and must be resolved quickly or risk unimaginable consequences. Senior Ferguson, hurry and break through. Once you do, we'll be safe. Let me check first. Yes, take care, junior sister. Nodding, Everly unleashed a vast surge of primordial energy straight into the sky. Thatcher closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged and pretending to cultivate the Mystic Heart Sutra. The primordial energy inside him quickly converged towards his dantian, forming a crystalline ball which began to rotate slowly, emitting dense primordial energy gradually condensing into liquid. Thatcher took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He could not engage in battle now. Revealing his strength would expose everything. His only option was to continue bluffing all the way. Junior sister, I owe you this time. Thatcher bowed respectfully. Don't worry, I can handle this. Everly dashed into the fray, engaging two enormous birds immediately. These birds were at the peak initial rank fighting king stage, huge in size and swift in movement. Once in combat, they were like sharp knives, forcing anyone to evade. The giant wings on their backs stirred up hurricanes, sweeping away all the air within several meters. Watching the battlefield, Thatcher's eyebrows raised slightly. Everly truly shone this time. As a Shoshana, she displayed the bravery of a man, showing incredible strength while fighting the two initial rank fighting kings without being overpowered, even turning the tables on them. What a stunning young woman. Thatcher marveled inwardly. However, he also knew Everly's achievements weren't easy. Despite being a Shoshana, she lacked the delicacy common among women. Her personality had changed significantly since the first time he met her. Yet, more flying creatures approached their vehicle. Chapter 11. Repelling the Demon Beasts. Thatcher, in an attempt to soothe Everly and continue engaging her, gave a gentle smile. Junior sister, the sun is shining brightly and the breeze is pleasant. You're smiling too. I wish we could grow old together like this. Could you help me protect our path? Hearing Thatcher's words, Everly blushed slightly. She had never heard such heartfelt confession-like words before. Yet, these words were indeed very moving, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Okay, I'll help Senior Ferguson protect our path. Everly softly replied. You must keep this heart of mine safe. Don't ever lose it. Thatcher said with a chuckle. Senior Ferguson, don't talk nonsense. Everly shot him a reproachful glance, but secretly she felt sweet inside. Noticing Everly's mood changes, Thatcher naturally observed them. Seeing Everly happy, his own mood improved as well. There seemed to be some effect on him too. A chime echoed in his mind. The system voice declared, Everly's affection for the host plus 50, capturing 50 points of the protagonist's destiny, host's fortune plus 50. Thatcher was delighted. Just a few flattering words had such an effect. Being adept at social skills, he now had more opportunities to play. Suddenly, another thunderous boom resonated across the sky, shaking the entire space. What's happening? Thatcher's heart skipped a beat. This level of vibration had already surpassed what cultivators at the Fighter King realm could achieve. Could another demon beast be breaking through? Senior Ferguson, leave this to you. I need to find those giant birds immediately and eliminate them all. Everly instructed. Then her figure blurred as she charged into the dark, ominous clouds and vanished. Thatcher's heart couldn't help but tighten. In response to Everly's words, she turned her gaze back, seeing a full moon hanging over the horizon. Moonlight illuminated the battlefield, casting a golden glow over everything. With a smirk, Everly's figure transformed into a meteor as she rushed into the battle. A loud roar erupted, and two flying swords appeared in Everly's hands. She wielded them swiftly, decapitating a giant bird, then quickly slashing down 4 or 5 more. She now had complete Nini over the flying sword technique and used it proficiently. Combined with the enhancement from primordial energy, slaying the giant birds was effortless. However, their skin was incredibly tough, making it difficult to harm them effectively. To quickly end the battle, she needed to kill several first, then chase the others. As Everly swung her sword, a huge egg descended from the sky, landing before a mid-level fighter king bird. The bird gulped it down instantly. Seeing this, Everly's figure flashed again, appearing beside another giant bird. With a swift slash, she severed its neck. After killing these 3 birds, Everly sighed inwardly at the sight of the bird carcasses on the ground. These beasts are too despicable. They ambushed us, and if this continues, a beast tide might occur soon. That would be extremely dangerous for us. Everly looked at Thatcher. Senior Ferguson, can you control this egg? I want to try. No problem. Thatcher responded, extending his right hand. A large white jade box materialized, and with a flick of his wrist, it opened, releasing streams of blue light that coiled around the egg in midair. Once coiled, the light flung the egg towards Everly. An explosion resounded. Crack, crack. The eggshell shattered with bone-crushing sounds. From within, a delicate blue-lit orb emerged, hovering midair. Everly dashed forward, striking the egg with her palm to shatter it completely. A small, ordinary-looking egg appeared, which Everly caught with her left arm. She broke open the shell and tossed the egg to Thatcher. Senior Ferguson, hold on to it for me. I'll chase the giant birds. Watch out for yourself, Everly said. All right, no problem. Go ahead. Thatcher caught the egg, noting its size was only as big as an ordinary chicken egg, seemingly plain and unremarkable. But he knew Everly intended to use this egg to lure away the flock of birds. Thatcher gazed at the distant dark clouds, pondering, what are these demon beasts waiting for? Could there be a great Lexi lurking in this area? But for one at the Fighter King level, hiding from Everly, who was at the Fighter Venerable stage, would be extremely difficult. The surrounding atmosphere grew even more ominous. More demon beasts surged toward the ship. Swoosh! A demon beast leaped skyward, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming for Everly's shoulder. Everly's expression changed abruptly as she dodged and simultaneously unleashed a sword gust. The sword gust tore through the air, ruthlessly striking the bird's back. The bird let out a pained shriek, its wings beating furiously as it tumbled to the ground. It struggled to rise, clawing desperately at Everly's chest, clearly intending to capture her alive. This bird was brilliantly colored, adorned with shimmering feathers, a strange and unique sight. Humph! Everly coldly snorted, slashing with a sword beam that struck the bird's forehead. The bird screamed, weakening, and plummeted to the ground. Flying up to it, Everly kicked it in the belly, rendering it unconscious, then proceeded to confront another demon beast further away. This new creature was more ferocious than the colorful bird, its talons like razor-sharp blades, covering Everly's front space in multiple strikes. Everly raised an eyebrow, not daring to delay, sweeping her long sword with a powerful sword energy to repel the beast. Powerful attacks battered the ship, producing deafening explosions, causing the ship to sway dangerously, teetering on collapse. However, Everly was prepared. Giant demon birds attacked the ship mercilessly, but they couldn't damage it, merely venting their rage. After decapitating one bird, Everly tackled a second one, kicking it in the head and sending it flying. She continued to swing her sword, rapidly dispatching 4 more birds before stopping. Despite being formidable, these birds hadn't reached the Fighter King level. Under Everly's sword, they stood no chance, falling easily under her strikes. Nevertheless, Everly didn't linger but immediately retreated to Thatcher's side, standing next to him, eyes cold as she stared at the mass of birds. Hashtag Chapter 12. Who is sabotaging? Her current combat strength had significantly increased compared to before. Moreover, due to her comprehension of the sword's profound secrets, her sword Dao realm had deepened, making her power at least twice as formidable as before. She also distinctly felt that her sword Dao realm was becoming more stable, which boosted her confidence greatly. Thatcher encouraged her at the right moment. Every time I see you, it makes me feel like my survival has been worth it. Thanks, junior sister. Haha, no problem, Everly grinned. Be careful. Yeah, I don't want you to get hurt, Yin Ran, Thatcher added. You're too kind, Senior Ferguson. Everly smiled. Everly's strength had significantly increased, but the battle between Everly and Thatcher was far from over due to the large group of demonic beasts approaching the spaceship. Thatcher urged the flying boat forward while Everly didn't fall behind, skewering over a dozen demonic beasts with one stroke of her sword. Junior sister, that flying beast seems a bit odd. Thatcher suddenly pointed at the sky and said. Everly looked up, and her pupils instantly constricted. She clearly sensed a powerful threat emanating from afar. She gazed into the distant sky but saw nothing except an inky blackness. There were no traces of anything out of the ordinary. However, the intensity of the threat was unmistakably real. What is that? Why do I feel this heart-wrenching fear? Everly frowned and mused for a moment before saying, Senior Ferguson, there seems to be a powerful demonic beast in that direction. A powerful demonic beast? Thatcher paused in confusion. Do you mean on top of that peak? Everly nodded. Yeah, I feel like it's watching us. Thatcher spread his divine sense, but found nothing unusual. The area was empty, with not a single demonic beast in sight. Maybe it's just your imagination? Meanwhile, atop another mountain peak, a massive horde of demonic beasts was rapidly approaching. They had human-like appearances but possessed 3 pairs of wings, 3 heads, their bodies bristled with sharp spikes, each head crowned by a single horn, and they were engulfed in purple flames. These creatures looked like demonic beasts but had 6 claws, each tipped with razor-sharp weapons. A hit from any of these claws would cause severe injury. Their numbers totaled at least several dozen, far exceeding any demonic beast Everly had encountered before. Furthermore, their auras were even more terrifying than the previous beast. They were a flock of avian demonic beasts. At this moment, they were all focusing on a peculiar pattern on the spaceship's hull and launched frenzied attacks against it. The spaceship had strong defensive capabilities, but it could not withstand wave after wave of assaults. Soon, the ship was riddled with holes, nearly disintegrating. Everly's expression grew solemn. We can't continue like this. We must find a way. Everly turned to Thatcher. Do you know how to deal with these avian demonic beasts? I have no idea either. Do you have any plans? Thatcher glanced at the pattern on the ship, then his eyes shifted. If I'm not mistaken, these marks might have been left by a powerful being. A powerful being? Everly frowned deeply. Who was playing tricks? Thatcher chuckled. If I'm not wrong, it should be Ardell. After all, he hid his strength from the start and caused so many disturbances. Senior Ferguson, these demonic beasts seem to both fear and want to protect this pattern, Everly noted. Right? They appear not to be targeting us but protecting something. We've already drawn attention from many demonic beasts. If more come, it will lead to chaos and significant damage. We need to stop attracting them and drive these away first, Thatcher replied. Everly then unleashed her sword Dao technique, 9-star sword technique. 9 swords merge, sword chi like a rainbow. A long sword coalesced and spun rapidly beside Thatcher, blooming into a magnificent flower of light in the air. Immediately after, 9 swords flew towards 9 different directions. Under Thatcher's control, 9 streaks of sword light pierced through, instantly impaling over a dozen demonic beasts before exploding. These 9 waves of sword chi generated tremendous shockwaves that threw the dozen avian beasts against the spaceship. Boom! Resounding explosions echoed throughout the sky, shaking the entire world. The spaceship's defense system trembled under the impact, almost falling apart. Senior Ferguson, it looks like these demonic beasts are afraid if this pattern gets damaged, Everly observed. But there were too many avian demonic beasts surrounding the ship, making breaking out nearly impossible. It seems we must find a way to eliminate all of them. Thatcher scrutinized the distant demonic beasts. Senior Ferguson, do you think we can manage that? Everly asked. We should be able to, Thatcher replied. All right, let's cooperate. Good, junior sister. I'll pull the spaceship into the flying boat while you handle them outside. I'll try to lure them into the sea. With that, Thatcher summoned the bronze ding. Though he lacked strength now, his inherent aura remained. The bronze ding flew to his hand, shrinking to the size of a palm and hovering above his head. With a thought, the bronze ding radiated a brilliant green light, enveloping the entire spaceship in green mist. Instantly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from the bronze ding. This aura was extremely powerful, surpassing even a fighting king's presence. It contained dense death energy, freezing the avian demonic beasts. Ayo! The fill of the avian demons, sensing the bronze ding's presence, howled into the sky. The surrounding demonic beasts halted their attacks. Though the bronze ding's aura was potent, it couldn't influence the other demonic beasts entirely, which was normal. However, while they dared not approach Thatcher, other demonic beasts still attacked him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Avian demonic beasts descended from the sky, landing on the spaceship with menacing looks, as if they intended to tear it apart. Both Thatcher and Everly showed a bitter smile. We probably need to leave the spaceship. Don't worry, though these demonic beasts are strong, they won't harm us easily. Hide yourself, and I'll keep them distracted. No, Senior Ferguson, let me do it. These demonic beasts are cunning, and they possess higher intelligence than humans. We don't know what they're capable of. Acting rashly might lead to failure. Note: for better readability, some minor adjustments were made to ensure the translation remains coherent and fluid while maintaining the original tone and style. Chapter 13, Abundant Resources. Alright, I'll draw their hate, and you take care of their fill from inside the spaceship. Alright. Thatcher and Everly each took out their weapons and began to deal with the surrounding beast demons. This battle was destined to be one drenched in blood and littered with corpses. Inside the spaceship, Thatcher and Everly wielded long swords. The sword lights flickered. The birds all flew over, blocking in front of their fill. A demonic bear charged towards the bronze tripod, fiercely pounding it with its fists, but it could not shake the tripod at all. Instead, its own hands bled profusely from the impact, the bright red blood dripping down to stain the hard stone slabs red. This demonic bear had exceptionally tough fur that even ordinary blades found hard to penetrate, yet it could not withstand the death energy emitted by the bronze tripod, which quickly corroded it into a mess of holes. The death energy emanating from the bronze tripod was like a blazing flame, burning fiercely. Screech! An eagle cry echoed. A huge hawk dove down from the sky, flapping its wings and stirring up a gust of wind, tearing through the air before smashing into the bronze tripod. Boom! Cracks appeared densely on the surface of the bronze tripod. A large white bird flapped its wings, landing on the hawk's back. Its feathers were immaculate, glowing with an ethereal white light as if carved from jade. With one flap of its wings, the entire space trembled. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of scorching flames towards the bronze tripod. Thatcher and Everly hurriedly dodged, evading the fiery assault. The avian beasts all hovered in the air, watching the bronze tripod warily. They dared not approach the bronze tripod, but stayed within about 100 meters around it, patrolling vigilantly. They were wary of the bronze tripod, yet they did not dare leave for fear that Thatcher might escape during this opportunity. They too wanted to flee, but could not detach from the bronze tripod's influence. Seeing this, Thatcher breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he was temporarily safe. Senior Ferguson, how long can you hold on? Everly asked. I'll try my best. Thatcher looked at the bronze tripod above the spaceship. If I can last 5 minutes, release me. If not, don't worry about me, just run. Okay, Everly nodded. Let me deal with that demonic hawk first. You stay here, don't move. Senior Ferguson, be careful. Thatcher concealed his aura and flew into the spaceship. As soon as he entered, the spaceship violently shook as if it were about to collapse. Thatcher immediately regained control, stabilizing it mid-air, then accelerated it upwards. Thatcher's flying speed wasn't extremely fast, but it was still very rapid, streaking through the air like a shooting star, tracing an elegant arc. The bronze glow of the tripod became brighter, expanding and resembling a luminous star, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the dark night sky. In the midst of the bronze glow, a silver snake seemed to wriggle ominously. The bronze glow intensified, creating ripples spreading in all directions. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, thunder boomed in the sky. The brilliance from the bronze tripod became more blinding, enveloping tens of kilometers, even reaching hundreds of kilometers. Such intense light made Thatcher feel oppressed, struggling to breathe, heart pounding, and for a moment, he felt as though he was suffocating. The feeling was terrifying, even instilling in him a desire to flee. Amidst the bronze glow, beast demons roared, charging madly towards him. However, their attacks were all neutralized by the bronze glow. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Outside the bronze glow, a sea of fire abruptly appeared. The temperature of this sea of fire was incredibly high, scorching even in this season, raging wildly. At this moment, another rumbling sound came from outside the spaceship. The spaceship had lost control, constantly colliding upwards. Thatcher's expression changed slightly. He knew that if this continued, the spaceship would shatter, and he would die in mid-air. This would be the ultimate fate of the spaceship. Thatcher pondered for a moment, took out a pill from his storage ring, swallowed it, and then channeled his true essence frantically into his dantian. In the dantian, an overwhelming surge of true chi surged, like a vast ocean, rolling and forming an endless sea within him. It was truly encompassing. The liquid-like energy continuously condensed, forming a small lake whose water gradually solidified into ice, and then into a single droplet that remained motionless at the bottom. Thatcher closed his eyes, channeling true chi slowly moving the ice ball forward. As the ice ball moved faster, the lake water diminished rapidly until it froze completely. The lake surface gradually thinned and eventually disappeared. Thatcher retracted his true chi and opened his eyes. The lake water no longer existed. Yet, the spaceship continued to ascend. Despite the low temperature inside the spaceship, sweat trickled down Thatcher's forehead. Clenching his teeth, he manipulated the spaceship while darting through it. He avoided provoking the avian beast hawks, and they didn't attack him either, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike. Flying in midair, Thatcher realized that over an hour had passed, yet the beasts above the bronze tripod showed no signs of action. He even wondered if his luck was this bad. At this moment, he saw a group of black shadows swiftly passing by from afar, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Could it be the avian beast hawks trying to seize the bronze tripod? Unfortunately, they encountered me before getting close. These creatures actually dare to have such intentions. No, it must be an army sent by the Fred. Judging by their equipment, they appear to be the Lexi's army. This suggests their target isn't just the bronze tripod but possibly treasures here. If so, these young avian beast hawks will suffer, as they are not yet fully grown. Thatcher pondered. Compared to humans, demon clans indeed possessed greater strength. Although human cultivation speeds had significantly increased, and demon clans lagged behind, their overall power was weaker than that of humans. Humans had abundant resources for cultivating immortality, enabling rapid advancement, producing two great powers within just a few decades. Chapter 14. Attack Spell Array. The cultivation resources for the demon race are scarce. Unless they have an extraordinary encounter, it's almost impossible to advance to demon sovereign. Thatcher's conjecture was not wrong. These avian demon eagles' target indeed was not the bronze tripod but other things, similar treasures rather than symbols behind. There is a high possibility that someone orchestrated a hidden scheme. However, avian demon eagles aren't foolish. They also understand the importance of prudence. Their fills don't want to provoke human cultivators, and those demon sovereigns don't wish to offend humans either. Yet this time their fill has issued orders to obtain the bronze tripod by any means necessary, even at great cost. The power of the bronze tripod is immensely strong. Even a demon sovereign level beast dares not directly confront it. I can only use the ship's defense to withstand their attacks. This way, the ship won't be destroyed. But if hit by the ship, anyone would surely be smashed into pieces, Everly remarked gravely. It was her first time encountering such a situation. In the air, avian demons have absolute advantage. Even common avian demons possess fighting strength comparable to a beginner Sky King. I am no match for them, especially since we're not on the ground but in the sky. Everly's voice became heavy. Avian demons had overwhelming advantages in the air. They could fly freely with great speed and force over long distances. These avian demons were far more powerful than Thatcher. With their specialized flying techniques, they excelled at swift pursuits. In the air, avian demons held the upper hand. Now only at the Foundation establishment stage, Thatcher's strength hadn't fully recovered. He wasn't a match for these avian demons and might even face death if entangled by them. At this rate, we'll eventually be caught up, Everly frowned. No choice, let's go all out. With gritted teeth, Thatcher glared at the approaching avian demons before once again activating his inner true chi, increasing the ice ball's speed. Whoosh! The spaceship continued its upward flight. Damn it! Why are these beasts still catching up? Everly said anxiously, feeling the demons closing in from behind. You leave first, I will deal with these avian demons. Thatcher intoned deeply. I won't go, you can't handle them alone. Everly bit her lip. I'm confident. Thatcher shook his head. Although they are very fast, my flying technique is also proficient. They won't catch me. After I shake them off, I will rejoin you. In reality, Thatcher just bluffed. He felt anxious internally, knowing his heavenly fire ring could restore part of his strength, but he did not intend to use it now. But you'll be in danger alone. I'm confident, Thatcher repeated, shaking his head again. If this went on, it would end badly, so he had to say this. All right, I trust you, but use the divine artifact immediately if you encounter danger, Everly warned. Yes, quickly leave here. Take care then. All right. Remember, don't be reckless. We haven't fully recovered our strength, and you're still injured. Once you get hurt, we're doomed, Everly reminded. I know. I'll be cautious, Thatcher smiled. With a cold snort, Thatcher reiterated. I said leave now. Everly hesitated before nodding firmly. Okay, I will leave. I will wait for you here. Be careful, avoid direct confrontation, or you will risk your life. Whatever you do, immediately use the flying sword if there's danger. Never be a hero. Thatcher nodded. Understood. I'll do my best. Everly glanced deeply at him before taking off, vanishing instantly from sight. Thatcher was slightly surprised by Everly's abrupt departure. He focused, put away the flying sword, and flew in front of the bronze tripod, examining it closely. The bronze tripod was an ancient magical tool resembling an old bronze bell, devoid of engravings or inscriptions. Lying flat on the ground, it exuded a mysterious golden light. As Thatcher touched the outer wall of the bronze tripod, he sensed strange ripples emanating from it as if some mystical runes were circulating. The flying boat accelerated rapidly, soon reaching hundreds of meters high. From here, one could clearly see the ground below teeming with numerous avian demons, their numbers too vast to estimate. Several kilometers ahead stood a towering mountain shrouded in white mist, obscuring the view. This mist was the sole fire emitted by the avian demons, allowing the avian demon eagles clear vision of the ground. The peak seemed like the nest of avian demon eagles, home to the entire clan. Faint cries and screams echoed from the summit, indicating cruel torment happening there. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from afar rolled across the sky like a rolling wave, echoing ominously. Not another avian demon. Thatcher paled in fear. Everly was right. This was an oceanic world filled with demons. Staying here meant eventual capture by demons, becoming their meal. What should we do? Escape or kill the avian demons? Thatcher asked the spirit communicator. Escape, Everly replied. Got it, take care yourself. Thatcher waved his sleeve, releasing 5 jade scrolls. Then, 5 flying swords shot into the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 flying swords transformed into dragons circling Thatcher, spewing flames to envelop him in a fiery sphere suspended in midair. Flight speed slowed significantly. Fortunately, this ship could activate part of its attack array. Seizing the moment, Thatcher propelled the flying swords forward. Chapter 15, Beast Swarm. He moved forward, continuously slaying the beasts one by one. Thatcher's thoughts stirred, and instantly the flying boat shrank, transforming into an ice ball the size of a fist, hovering in the air. It swayed with the wind, rotating ceaselessly. Huff! Thatcher took a deep breath. With another thought, the flying boat shrunk back to its normal size. He gripped his flying sword and stood at the edge of the flying boat, gazing far ahead at a colossal mountain, peak towering like a sky pillar. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the mountains ahead. Immediately afterward, dozens of bird beasts appeared in midair. These creatures were entirely white, their feathers immaculate, wings pale blue, each adorned with countless arrows. Their backs sprouted 6 tails, each tipped with sharp spines. So many bird beasts. They look like tens of thousands. Better to avoid them for now, Thatcher muttered. Swish. His body trembled as he floated through the air, transforming into a streak of purple light, speeding toward the distance. He needed to leave this area quickly. Thatcher's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had passed by the birds without eliciting any reaction. They merely stared at him with crimson eyes as he retreated. Suddenly, 2 more violent roars echoed. Another dozen bird beasts swooped down from behind the mountain, chasing after Thatcher. These bird beasts were much faster than he was. What the? Thatcher cursed. He hurriedly performed the water escape technique, plunging downwards rapidly, leaving faint traces on the ground. Earlier, hiding underwater had saved him from the bird beasts' attacks. Now, with the water escape technique, his speed skyrocketed once again, almost like teleportation. Thatcher dived hundreds of meters before stopping. Here, near the ocean floor, his speed slowed considerably. He knew that at this speed, there was no way he could escape the bird beast's pursuit. I can't linger here too long. Thatcher pondered internally. This was the nest of the bird beasts. Surely more would appear. He must find the eagle beast's nest before they did, or he risked being embroiled in a difficult battle. Taking a deep breath, his eyes suddenly flashed with determination. With a single stride, he practically teleported, covering several kilometers in an instant and vanishing into the vast mountains. However, shortly after he left, dozens of massive bird beasts pursued him from behind. These bird beasts were enormous, as tall as dozens of houses. Their wings flapped, creating tremendous storms, roaring winds sweeping towards him relentlessly. Humph, you want to block my path? Looking for death. Thatcher halted abruptly. His pupils constricted sharply, his eyes widening in shock. He knew the time had come. Hefty fire ring. Feedback power. In his line of sight, there were densely packed bird beasts numbering in the tens of thousands. The weakest of these beasts had late-stage core formation strength, while the strongest possessed mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. Their collective power was terrifying. Thatcher felt extreme danger emanating from them. Even if he used the 9 palaces evading technique, he might not be able to escape. However, the bird beasts did not immediately attack him. They seemed to be investigating something. Daring not to delay, Thatcher rushed forward again. Soon, he slipped past their line of sight and entered a dense forest. Just as he cleared the area, a bird eagle swooped down from the sky, its talons tearing through the air with a high-pitched shriek, aiming for Thatcher's chest. Dodge! Thatcher's thoughts stirred, and the flying boat instantly shrank into a streak of light, zipping along the cliff face. The bird eagle missed and let out a furious roar. It opened its mouth, spitting out a ghostly white flame. This ghostly flame coalesced into a red phoenix, fiercely clawing at Thatcher. Keen. The phoenix let out a piercing cry, sonic waves distorting the air, generating shocking power. This phoenix was a 6th-grade bird eagle, at peak chi condensation stage. Spreading its wings, it covered the sky, blotting out the sun, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made Thatcher feel suffocated. The phoenix's power was terrifying, even rivaling the strongest beings within this space, perhaps even beyond what a nascent soul cultivator could match. Thatcher unleashed the 9 transformations of xuanhuan, his body glowing with radiant golden light, as dazzling as the sun. Keen. The phoenix screeched, vigorously flapping its giant wings, stirring up fierce winds that shook the trees and caused leaves to scatter like a swarm of locusts raining down. Thatcher was knocked downward by the wind but remained calm, clamping his flying sword between his armpits. In midair, he flipped gracefully, landing steadily. He rolled on the ground, scraping a deep trench as he slid. Upon landing, he pushed off with his legs and braced his arms against the ground, stabilizing himself midair. At that moment, 7 to 8 more large bird beasts descended, surrounding Thatcher. Their ink-black eyes, as thick as fists, fixed menacingly on him, emitting savage cries. Their voices resembled wolves, but had a human-like quality. Thatcher lifted his head, eyes sharp. Clenching his right fist, he punched upward, and in an instant, a golden beam of force condensed out of nowhere, blasting forward. Like a cannonball, this beam struck the leading bird beast, shattering its body into a cloud of blood mist. Despite their robust physicality, these bird beasts couldn't withstand the destructive force of the metal-based ability. Before such power, their defenses and life force were virtually non-existent. One blow obliterated the bird beast, and Thatcher's expression brightened. It seemed this ability effectively countered the special abilities of the bird beasts. At that moment, a bird eagle flew over his head, flapping its wings, causing a gust of wind that sent shivers down Thatcher's spine. He tried to dodge sideways, but the wind was too fast. Chapter 16. Bone-chilling terror. The hurricane roared past Thatcher, brushing by his body. Layers of his clothing were torn away, and he felt a faint sting on his skin. But the hurricane also provided him an escape from the battlefield. These creatures are truly troublesome. Thank goodness I'm fast, or I'd be in serious danger, Thatcher muttered to himself with relief. Boom. A massive demonic bird's body crashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust that filled the air with smoke. Seizing this opportunity, Thatcher leaped into the sky. With a wave of his arms, golden fists shot out in succession, piercing through the air with sharp whistles, creating holes in the void as they spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the bodies of the demonic birds exploded, spewing blood and bone fragments, staining the earth red. In this brief exchange, Thatcher had already eliminated over 20 demonic birds. His speed was incredible, every strike landing precisely on its target, always choosing key adversaries. This demonstration of lethal power forced the remaining demonic birds to instinctively retreat. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to withdraw. Thatcher's figure flashed as he entered the jungle. Though the thick fog of toxins within the jungle would normally be deadly, it had no effect on him. Nothing could impede his progress. He weaved through the jungle, dodging various demonic birds while using his flying boat to traverse the dense undergrowth. Throughout this journey, he encountered no powerful Demon Clan experts. Demon Clan experts held significant advantages within their territory on Demon Island. Unless they wished for their own demise, they would never abandon their strongholds to venture elsewhere. However, there are more demonic birds here in these seas. I must find my junior sister quickly, or I fear she will eventually meet her end. Thatcher's eyes burned with urgency. Estimating the time in his mind, he surmised that there must be millions of demons in this area. Among them, even hundreds of core formation-level demonic birds could be present. Such numbers would be overwhelming for anyone, even with the most extraordinary skills. I need to first probe and understand what kind of place this is, Thatcher mused, frowning deeply. He remained vigilant, fearing that one wrong move could lead to his downfall. First, I need to find my junior sister, Thatcher thought to himself. The sheer number of demonic birds in this jungle made finding Karen extremely difficult in his current state. Something's amiss. Suddenly, Thatcher heard low rumbling noises not far away. Following the sound, he spotted a small valley enveloped by dense forests, exuding multiple demonic energies but devoid of human presence. Inside this valley stood a small city with numerous shops and taverns, yet no activity was visible, not even the usual signs of demon life. Intrigued, Thatcher wondered if this valley was a forbidden zone, or if the demons were being kept imprisoned, awaiting unsuspecting prey. With a swift leap, he darted towards the valley. His form moved like lightning, reaching near the valley in the blink of an eye. He landed on the grass outside the valley, scanning inside. To his surprise, the valley appeared desolate and barren, lacking any structures, just a vast, flat wasteland without a single tree in sight. After careful observation, finding nothing unusual, he returned to hover above the valley. With another flash, Thatcher entered the valley and swiftly delved deeper. Upon entry, he was hit with a pungent smell of sulfur that made him cough uncontrollably. Holding his breath, he followed a rugged path, cautiously sneaking into the valley. The valley was wide and sparsely vegetated, hosting unknown plants. Thatcher carefully avoided disturbing these plants to prevent alerting other demonic birds. His stealthy movement led him to the end of the valley where a vast open field lay. Strange, unfamiliar plants grew abundantly here, some vine-like clusters, others shrubs and wild grasses. This place teemed with demonic flora. Remaining hidden, Thatcher closely monitored the valley, ready to act should any demons appear. His speed, combined with his stealth skill, rendered him nearly invisible even to core formation-level demonic birds. Advancing stealthily to the outer edges of the valley, he discovered that it contained not just a city but several villages and castles, guarded by 5 enormous apes on each side. These giant apes, towering over 3 meters, had imposing physiques and fearsome appearances, each equivalent in strength to a chi condensation realm warrior. Their claws were razor-sharp, capable of slicing through steel, and their mouths brimmed with menacing fangs. These powerful giants, with condensing pill-level abilities, were elite forces among demons, often overseen by demon kings. What kind of place is this? Thatcher furrowed his brow. Quickly moving through the jungle, he searched for the valley's exit. Unaware of the valley's specifics, he knew it must be a demon stronghold, thus free from other demons. As he ventured further, the sounds around him grew louder, bird-like calls. Birds produced soul waves that resonated with soul fires, potentially penetrating them. However, Thatcher, aided by his soul fire, remained unaffected. His speed increased dramatically, turning him into a blur that vanished into the jungle. Traveling hundreds of kilometers, he finally stopped in a dense forest. At its center stood a towering cliff, with a thick waterfall cascading down forcefully. Above the waterfall, numerous black objects floated ominously. Though unidentifiable, they emitted strands of malevolent energy, causing a chilling fear to run down his spine. Chapter 17. A leap in quality. Thatcher's pupils constricted sharply as he noticed something astonishing within the malevolent demonic aura. It was intermixed with remarkably pure spiritual energy. This was a blend of pure spiritual energy and demonic aura. How could there be such pure spiritual energy here? Could it be? A sudden thought flashed across Thatcher's mind. This wasn't the first time Thatcher had seen a mixture of spiritual energy and demonic aura, but this was certainly the first time he encountered such pure spiritual energy. The clear spiritual energy flowed down like liquid mercury. On the ground, it formed a pale blue curtain of water, where many tiny fish and shrimp played and leaped joyfully. They absorbed the spiritual energy, refining their physical bodies. These small fish and shrimp were snow white, resembling jade carved from crystal. Thatcher felt that these crystal-like jade stones contained vast amounts of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here was more than 100 times denser than outside. Thatcher's gaze locked onto one piece of crystal jade after another, his heart pondering. These crystal jades actually contain such pure spiritual energy. No wonder demon birds and demon eagles prefer to live here. Thatcher ventured into the valley, rummaging through the pile of crystal jade stones. Crystal jades were easy to find. He only needed to reach out and grab them. However, this pile contained over 1,000 pieces of jade, each radiating spiritual energy. Thatcher's heart raced. How potent must the demon core be to nurture such abundant spiritual energy? Such treasures would even be beyond the reach of creatures like dragon turtles and tiger whales. The Fred's ruins were once a celestial palace, rich with spiritual stone veins, holding highly concentrated spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in those veins was middling at best, far from the purity seen here. The spiritual energy within this malevolent demonic aura was notably denser and purer. There was indeed a vein of spiritual stones here, and not just one. Thatcher's heart soared with excitement, his eyes brightening. Without hesitation, he darted out of the woods, heading straight for the source of the demonic aura. Whoosh! His body blurred into an illusion, instantly disappearing from the spot and reappearing on the other side of the cliff. Thatcher felt a surge of exhilaration. If he could absorb this spiritual energy, his strength would leap forward exponentially. He wouldn't have to fear demon beast attacks. Absorbing just a thread of pure spiritual energy would be enough to restore his power. The quantity of this demonic aura exceeded what he had previously absorbed from demon beasts, and it was much purer. Moreover, this demonic aura was active, making Thatcher feel his soul growing stronger with every bit of spiritual energy he absorbed. If he could fully absorb and refine all this demonic aura, his soul would advance to the 4th level. Then he would possess soul fire, dragon demon power, and innate divine abilities. Thatcher took a deep breath, his eyes fixated on the spiritual energy, filled with fervor. However, just then, Thatcher heard someone speaking. The language was human and familiar. Listening intently, he heard whispers. That massive demon bear is dead? How could they turn against each other? How could elite members of the demon bear clan kill each other? The demon bear king is in the Fred's palace. There must be some hidden secret here in this valley. Perhaps some terrifying attack caused the demon army's retreat? That must be it, another voice confirmed. Swoosh! He suddenly appeared before an ape, who hadn't even reacted when a sword light sliced through the air, cutting it in half, blood splattering everywhere. The ape emitted a tragic howl. Despite its incredibly tough body, it was only injured severely, not cut in two, with blood gushing out. The ape roared in anger, clawing at Thatcher. Thatcher's movements were unpredictable, making it difficult for the ape to catch him. The ape's claw struck the cliffside, causing it to collapse, sending the ape flying into the valley, landing with a thud. Ah, save me! Help! Standing at the edge of the cliff, Thatcher sneered, looking down. What kind of demon beast are you? Don't you know killing our clan Phil means we won't let you go? We'll make you pay dearly. You will die miserably. From below came the ape's voice. Who I am is none of your concern. But I know your weakness. Your weakness is your spiritual energy. What is the source of spiritual energy? Thatcher asked. The source of spiritual energy. The ape cried out. Do you know what the source of spiritual energy is? Yes, it's this forest, Thatcher said coolly. You're right. Fear flickered in the ape's eyes before it snarled. Since you already know the source, don't blame us if we get unfriendly. With that, the ape roared, emitting thick demonic mist that surged toward Thatcher. Thatcher smirked, coldly scoffing. In the next moment, he vanished, reappearing behind the ape. He gripped a short sword tightly, slashing down. Several cracks appeared as Thatcher quickly retreated, entangling the ape in combat, fists colliding with flesh. The ape was incredibly fast and immensely strong. Although Thatcher knew sword techniques, he couldn't harm the ape. Growing anxious, Thatcher thought, I can't keep this up. I need to leave quickly and not waste any more time. Deciding this, Thatcher whipped a kick towards the ape, catching it off guard. The foot sank into the ground, the ape letting out a pained cry, clutching its chest, body curled up. Taking advantage, Thatcher escaped. Along the way, he noticed a large rock surrounded by weeds. An idea struck him, and he moved the rock aside, revealing a hidden area beneath. The ape lay under the rock, covered in wounds, blood pooling beneath it, looking pitifully curled up. Thatcher approached the ape. Seeing him, the ape tried to stand but couldn't rise. Thatcher sneered, just lie still, don't move. With that, he swung his wrist, channeling demonic energy into the sword. Instantly, a sharp sword beam formed, piercing the ape's brow. This was the latest sword technique he had needed, slash soul. This technique was immensely powerful, though it required immense skill and coordination. Once unleashed, the momentum of the sword strike could be interrupted. Note asterisk for continuity and coherence. Future chapters should maintain Thatcher's ongoing quest and interactions while expanding on new encounters or developments logically derived from this chapter's ending. Chapter 18. The True Warrior. Thatcher had also tried using the sword technique, but his sword intent and true essence were not pure enough to match the skills of a sword birdie. The sword aura he unleashed only left a white mark on the ape's brow before being deflected. How can it be this strong? Thatcher was utterly shocked by the power of the sword slash. At this moment, a terrifying scene flashed in the ape's mind. Thatcher wielding a stick, smashing its head and leaving it dead. Thatcher sucked in a breath of cold air. If even the sword skills of a sword birdie couldn't penetrate its defense, how formidable must this ape's defensive capabilities be? Its large body must have extraordinary defense. How can I kill it? Thatcher was puzzled. Despite the sword slash's immense power, he lacked control over it since he hadn't needed the way of the sword. Thatcher then placed some talismans on the ape's body. The ape felt burning heat all over, wanting to struggle but finding no strength. What are you doing? The ape panicked. Thatcher sneered, nothing much, just giving you a taste. He forced a spirit pill into the ape's mouth, causing it to scream. What did you give me? Nothing much, just ordinary poison. Thatcher then stabbed the ape's throat with a short blade, pinning it to the ground. As the white light from the blade illuminated the ape's trembling body, fear spread across its face. I love tormenting prey, especially cunning beasts. You're one of my best catches, but remember, smart monsters often die easily. So, cherish your life. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. Or else. Thatcher said coolly. I agree. Please don't torture me. The ape cried out in horror. What kind of monster are you? I'm not a monster. I'm a demonic cultivator. Thatcher smiled. I'm actually a human cultivator. A human cultivator. The ape shouted. How is that possible? Human cultivators can't be stronger than demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators are the strongest. Is that so? Don't believe me? Let's try, Thatcher taunted. I dare not. I am truly afraid. Please don't torture me anymore, the ape pleaded. Thatcher laughed and retracted the blade. Finding a secluded cave, Thatcher sat down cross-legged to adjust himself. The battle had been immensely beneficial. He gradually kneaded the sword technique, refining his sword slashes to perfection. The 15 moves of the sword technique were incredibly powerful, and Thatcher felt he had hit a bottleneck in his swordsmanship. If he could comprehend the next level of the sword slash, he was confident he could stand undefeated against peers of the same realm. Of course, this was just a fantasy as this was his first time using the sword technique, and he didn't know if it would succeed. Closing his eyes, Thatcher practiced the sword technique repeatedly, seeking inspiration. He punched out, smashing the ape's skull and splattering blood everywhere. The ape dead, Thatcher found and put on an article of clothing, a robe worn by demon cultivators. This transformed him back into human form. Walking forward, Thatcher noticed something peculiar about a rock near the ape's corpse. This rock seemed strange. Striking it, the rock remained immovable. Infusing spiritual energy into it, he sensed a powerful force flowing through his body. Testing his golden core, he found its power had tripled, emitting a golden light enveloping his entire body. My cultivation has broken through, Thatcher exclaimed, sitting down to recover. Peak early stage battle spirit. My spiritual energy has increased to peak early stage spiritual realm. Thatcher opened his eyes. Early stage battle spirit in the spiritual realm. Finally, I've become a battle spirit. He smiled broadly, elated at now being able to fly. At the early stage battle spirit level, he could soar through the sky without external aid. Now that I'm an early stage battle spirit, let's see if I can defeat this beast. Thatcher thought, crushing another spirit bead, releasing spiritual energy into the rock. Cracks soon appeared on the rock surface. Thatcher crushed more beads, directing more energy into it. Finally, a huge crack emerged, and a claw slowly protruded. Excited, Thatcher slashed at it with a short blade. Unexpectedly, the strike made the claw thicker and stronger, showing no effect from his attack. I need to be cautious, Thatcher mused, crushing 2 more beads for a powerful strike. The energy released was significantly stronger. Without relying on external forces, he had undergone a qualitative transformation, achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. Excitement filled Thatcher. From his storage ring, he took a jade tablet, which showed his current location after activation. Yes, I'm here. Reviewing the map again, Thatcher realized his current position. My cultivation has advanced to the early stage spiritual realm. I now possess 2 high-quality magical weapons, a secret art, and a divine weapon. I can survive among demons now, as long as they don't catch up with me. I need to find more materials to condense the second sword slash sooner. Thatcher had also tried using sword techniques, but his sword intent and true essence were not pure enough to match those of a sword birdie. When he unleashed the sword chi at the ape's brow, it left only a white mark before being deflected. How could it be this strong? Thatcher was astonished by the formidable power of the sword chi. At this moment, an image appeared in the ape's mind. In the vision, Thatcher wielded a club and smashed it into its head, shattering its skull and causing its death. The image was terrifying. Thatcher drew a sharp breath. If even the sword birdie's technique couldn't breach its defenses, how formidable must this ape's defense be? Given its massive size, its defense must be extraordinary. How can I kill it? Thatcher pondered anxiously. His sword chi was extremely powerful, but since he hadn't cultivated the Tao of the sword, he lacked control over it. Thatcher took out several talismans and attached them to the ape's body. The ape immediately felt intense heat all over and struggled, but it had no strength left. What are you doing? The ape panicked. Thatcher smirked. Nothing much, just giving you a taste. He then inserted a spirit pill into the ape's mouth, which caused the ape to scream in agony. What did you make me eat? Just ordinary poison, Thatcher replied nonchalantly. With a short dagger, Thatcher pierced the ape's throat, pinning it to the ground. His wrist flicked, releasing a white glow from the dagger that illuminated the ape's trembling body, its face full of fear. I love tormenting prey, especially cunning beasts. You're one of the best. But remember, smart beasts often die easily. So cherish your life. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. If you don't respond within 3 seconds, I will send you on your way, Thatcher said calmly. I agree. Please, don't torture me anymore, the ape begged in horror. What kind of beast are you? I'm not a beast. I'm a demon cultivator, Thatcher smiled, correcting, I'm a human cultivator. Human cultivator? The ape screamed. Impossible. Human cultivators can't be stronger than demon cultivators. Demon cultivators are the strongest. Is that so? Don't believe me? Try then. I dare not. I really fear you. Please, don't torture me anymore, the ape wailed. Thatcher laughed, withdrew the dagger. Finding a secluded cave, Thatcher sat cross-legged, adjusting his body. Undeniably, this battle had been very rewarding for him. During the fight, he gradually kneaded the use of sword techniques, refining the sword chi slash to its peak. The sword technique comprised 15 moves, each extraordinarily powerful. Thatcher felt he was reaching a bottleneck in his sword skills. If he could grasp the next level of the sword chi slash, he believed he could stand invincible against same-level beasts. Of course, it was only a fantasy in his mind. This was his first time using sword techniques, unsure if he could succeed. Closing his eyes, Thatcher repeatedly practiced the sword technique, seeking inspiration. Suddenly, he threw a punch, hitting the ape. The ape's head exploded, blood splattering, coloring the surrounding earth red. After the ape's death, Thatcher picked up an item on the ground, a piece of clothing belonging to a demon cultivator. He put it on, his height instantly growing as he transformed back to human form. Walking forward, he examined a rock near the ape's corpse. This rock is strange. Thatcher tapped the rock, but it didn't budge. Frowning, he infused it with spiritual energy and felt a powerful force coursing through his body. Experimentally, he activated his golden core, finding its power tripled, emitting a golden glow enveloping him. My cultivation has broken through, Thatcher exclaimed, sitting down to rest and cultivate. Early stage combatant peak. My spiritual energy has increased, reaching the early stage spirit realm peak. Opening his eyes, Thatcher declared, early stage combatant spirit realm. I have finally advanced to the combatant stage. A radiant smile spread across his face. As an early stage combatant, he could now fly through the air and soar freely. This meant he could traverse the sky without external assistance. At the early stage combatant level, I wonder if I can slay this beast, Thatcher thought, taking out a spirit pearl and crushing it. The pearl exploded, releasing spiritual energy into the rock. Moments later, cracks began appearing on the rock surface. Shocked, Thatcher crushed another spirit pearl, sending more energy deeper into the rock. After some time, the cracks widened. He watched nervously, afraid the spiritual energy would be absorbed. A large crack opened in the rock, revealing a slowly extending claw. Success, Thatcher exclaimed, grabbing his dagger and slashing at the claw, intending to kill the beast. However, the claw grew thicker, undamaged by his attack. It seems I need to be cautious, Thatcher mused, taking out 2 more spirit pearls, infusing them with spiritual energy, then striking with a palm full of energy, causing the pearls to explode. This time, the released spiritual energy was significantly stronger. Thatcher felt a qualitative leap in his power. Excited, he checked a jade token from his storage ring. It showed his current location. I am indeed nearby. He glanced at it again, then crushed the jade token, displaying a map in midair with his position marked. I found this map in the cave. It marks my current location. My cultivation broke through to early stage spirit realm. Now, I have a cultivation level at early stage spirit realm, along with 2 high-quality treasures, a secret technique, and a divine weapon. I can finally survive among demon beasts. As long as they don't catch up to me, I'll be safe. I need to find more materials to solidify my second sword chi slash soon. Chapter 19. Afraid to approach. Just 2 more sword chi slashes, and my strength will be comparable to that of a mid-stage beast spirit. Thatcher mused inwardly. He then carefully observed his surroundings. This was a colossal cave. Surrounding the cave were over 10 trees, towering and lush with dense foliage. The tree trunks were very sturdy, and the branches were densely covered in leaves. A small stream flowed nearby, emitting a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the heart and soul. Along the riverbank, many small animals moved about freely. Thatcher surveyed the environment and realized this place was like an idyllic paradise. Walking out of the cave, he stood in the valley and took a deep breath of fresh air. What a refreshing atmosphere, Thatcher exclaimed in admiration. This place is almost uninhabited by humans. Our village is 10 kilometers away, and this valley is nestled deep within the mountains. His gaze swept across the surroundings and found that dense forests surrounded him with no discernible path. He couldn't find a way back to the city. In the center of the cave lay the skeleton of a beast spirit. This skeleton was relatively small, roughly human-sized. It emitted a strong, blood-drenched aura, causing Thatcher to shudder involuntarily. Examining the skeleton closely, he noticed a vertical pupil horn on its forehead. No wonder it was a spirit beast. To think this spirit beast was trapped here and ended up being slain by me. Glancing at the spirit beast once more, Thatcher felt no interest in studying it further and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and examined the trees around him closely. How rich in wood element this place is. My spiritual energy is also of the wood attribute, Thatcher murmured, frowning slightly. Sensing his own pure and flawless wood element spiritual energy, akin to a drop of water, he felt an undercurrent of wild power amidst it, as if his body had become a raging river. This place has such potent water element essence. It's incredible, he muttered to himself. Standing in the center of the cave, He looked up at the towering trees, filled with awe. A faint suspicion crept into his mind. Perhaps these trees were legendary tree spirits. Tree spirits can absorb spiritual energy to nourish the trees. If they cultivated here, their progress would be much faster than in the cave. Wandering through the cave, Thatcher searched for any medicinal herbs but found none. No herbs means I need to hunt more beast spirits again, he sighed. He walked a few circles in the cave, finding no danger, and prepared to return to the cave entrance. As he exited, he noticed a light curtain at the cave's entrance marking his position. Clearly, his junior sister Juliana was about to arrive, providing him with some backup. Suddenly, his vision caught a shadow. The shadow moved extremely fast, rushing behind Thatcher and pouncing fiercely. Thatcher dodged swiftly. Turning around, he asked, "It's you? Why are you here?" This was a black bear, approximately 1.8 meters tall, massive and robust, with a pitch-black coat resembling charcoal, covered in thick, hard scales. Compared to this giant, Thatcher felt like a mere speck of dust. This bear was a peak-level fighting king spirit beast, rarely seen in forests. Yet, Thatcher encountered one here. The bear leapt and missed, rolling on the ground before biting onto Thatcher's pant leg with its sharp teeth. With a swift side kick, Thatcher sent the bear flying, landing face-first on the ground. Coldly snorting, Thatcher turned to leave. The bear struggled to rise, roaring in anger. Turning back, a wicked smile played on Thatcher's lips. He raised his hand, forming two golden beams. One was the flame Vajra seal, and the other the golden dragon fist. He unleashed the golden dragon fist, a technique he had just needed. The combination of the flame Vajra seal and golden dragon fist boosted the attack's power manifold. A golden fiery fist stamp rushed towards the bear's chest. Bang! One punch smashed into the bear's head, exploding it, eyes wide open, crashing to the ground. Thatcher let out a sigh of relief after disposing of the bear so quickly. Damn, what a hardship. Wiping sweat from his brow, he glared at the bear. You bastard, daring to ambush me. Why are you here, and where is this? Thatcher frowned. The bear roared ferociously, issuing a warning cry common among beasts. Ignoring it, Thatcher prepared to leave, having no intention of dealing with the bear spirit beast. Angered by his indifference, the bear roared and pounced again. With a flick of his wrist, Thatcher hurled the immortal slaying sword which transformed into a white streak, slicing toward the bear's head. Sizzle. Blood spurted as a gash appeared on the bear's forehead. Oh. The bear howled in pain, its head instantly becoming a mess of flesh and blood. Thatcher coldly snorted as the sword returned to hover before him, slicing the bear's massive body and creating numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. The bear gave a final mournful cry and crashed to the ground. Walking over to the corpse, Thatcher picked up its spirit core. Handing it to Becky, he said, "Becky, eat it." Becky chirped joyfully, swallowing the core whole. Instantly, the core integrated into its body, merging into its bones and causing visible changes. Becky, whom Thatcher had acquired during his journey, a creature with phoenix lineage and a remarkable affinity due to the celestial fire ring, underwent significant transformations. Its skin hardened like iron, while its tail grew thicker and reached over 2 meters long, adorned with vicious spikes. Its feathers became brilliantly white, gleaming with a cold sheen. Most striking were its talons, previously snow white, now turning pitch black with smoky wisps emerging. Growling low, Becky's tail lashed the ground, scattering debris with each strike. Having successfully ascended to a higher rank, it now belonged to the realm of beast spirits. Beast spirits undergo significant metamorphosis when advancing to the next level, transforming into true powerhouses. After ascending to the beast spirit stage, Becky became highly agitated, displaying a fierce rejection towards its environment. Chapter 20, Destiny. Thatcher looked at the little firebird and shook his head. This little firebird was too easily provoked and didn't know how to hide itself. The world was too dangerous. Once exposed, even a battle emperor would meet their demise with regret. After some thought, Thatcher took out a millennium-old medicinal plant from his storage bag and tossed it to the little firebird for consumption. As soon as the little firebird caught the scent of the rich aroma emitted by the medicinal plant, it started chewing frantically. A massive surge of energy spread from its abdomen to its limbs and every part of its body. The little firebird let out a low growl, flames erupting all over its body, before swinging a paw that sent the flames soaring into the sky. When it struck a rock with its paw, the rock shattered under the intense heat. As the blazing flames around the little firebird subsided, a pair of bright eyes emerged. It had successfully transformed, becoming a black bear standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, covered in yellow fur. Its appearance was fierce, with 3 horns atop its head. Its face was ugly like a lump of charcoal, with deep-set eye sockets, a mouth as wide as 2 large bells, a black nose, and sharp, sturdy ears resembling long whips. Its claws were knife-sharp, its eyes exuded ferocious light, revealing razor-sharp fangs and thin lips inside which white fangs could be seen. An overpowering aura radiated from the little firebird. Its eyes gleamed with bloodlust as it stared at Thatcher, as if craving something. Though not very high in rank, this little firebird was only a first-tier beast, with cultivation at the 7th level of innate realm. However, it harbored terrifying energy within, potentially becoming a formidable demon cultivator, or even a great demon, should it reach the 9th level of innate realm. Thatcher was still unaware of the little firebird's exact level when he couldn't help but chuckle at the enormous figure of the bear-like demonic cultivator on the ground. He took out a high-grade demon core from his bag and fed it to the little firebird, saying, "Halamphal Firebird, try eating this demon core." The little firebird let out an excited growl, swallowing the demon core whole. Immediately, its body quivered, releasing an explosion of energy, surrounded by waves of red flames, resembling a furnace. Thatcher was taken aback. This little guy can actually have such terrifying flames? His gaze became intensely fervent. What a find. Thatcher licked his lips, staring at the little firebird with burning eyes. The little firebird had tremendous potential. If nurtured well, it would certainly become a powerful demon cultivator. Furthermore, changes in the little firebird stirred Thatcher's excitement. Its physical potential rivaled that of a young elephant, and while elephants could match a battle emperor, they were mere animals structurally different from humans. Demon beasts, however, possessed more refined energy, robust bodies, swift speeds, and astonishing strength. Under Thatcher's watchful gaze, the little firebird grew increasingly agitated. It despised any human stare, feeling humiliated by it. Suddenly, it roared fiercely into the sky, making the entire mountain tremble. Shocked, Thatcher quickly used wind escape technique to evade the little firebird's attack. Indeed, the little firebird was impressive. It could sense Thatcher's wind technique and instantly recognize him despite the escape attempt. However, this confirmed for Thatcher that the little firebird was no ordinary flame. "Halamtal firebird, I have a treasure for you," Thatcher said with a smile. The little firebird made an enthusiastic sound, leaping into Thatcher's arms, rubbing against him affectionately. Patting its furry head, Thatcher retrieved the sword he had forged and handed it over. The little firebird sniffed at the faint fragrance emanating from the sword, greedily inhaling it. Its eyes shone brighter, and the flames on its body gradually receded, showing delight. Thatcher was momentarily stunned by the little firebird's reaction. It seemed exceptionally interested in, even passionate about, the sword. Then, it swallowed the sword whole. Its claws appeared even sharper afterward. Thatcher was puzzled. Could the sword be some kind of supreme treasure? No, it shouldn't be. The sword, although an excellent spirit tool, was just a top-tier spirit tool and nothing extraordinary. "Halamtal firebird, what is your origin?" Thatcher couldn't help asking. Halunking the remnants of the sword on its paw, the little firebird looked up at Thatcher with a hint of confusion in its eyes. A superior among demonic aviants, the little firebird possessed terrifying innate abilities, a mutation, perhaps. While Thatcher didn't understand these changes, they were undoubtedly beneficial. Reaching out, Thatcher patted the little firebird's head again. The little firebird stretched its neck, closing its eyes in pleasure. "Youngster, work hard, and you will have ample room for growth," Thatcher smiled. Uncomprehending Thatcher's words, the little firebird nonetheless understood, its eyes rolling playfully. "We should move on," Thatcher called out, riding the sword away from the valley. In the valley, a group of demon beasts observed the little firebird. Seeing them, the little firebird growled softly. The demon beasts promptly backed away, recognizing the little firebird's overwhelming power. With the little firebird beside him, Thatcher continued deeper into the valley. Walking slowly along the hillside for nearly 15 minutes, he spotted a deep cave. Inside, there was a small lake with many boats floating on its surface. In the center stood a large tree bearing fruits of red, green, and orange-yellow, emitting an enticing aroma. Tall trees with dense foliage lined the lakeshore, shading the sunlight. Meanwhile, Easton Chan approached closer to the cave where spiritual and demonic energies mixed heavily defended. Suddenly, a chime sounded in Thatcher's mind. The system announced, "Congratulations, host has acquired a rare beast." Host's destiny increased by 100. Puzzled at first, Thatcher then glanced at the adorable little firebird and immediately understood. It was a flaming rare beast. This flaming rare beast was a fire phoenix, extremely rare among fire attribute creatures. "Halamtal fellow, shall I call you Halamtal firebird?" Thatcher chuckled, looking at the bird. Chapter 21. Madness. The small firebird let out a piercing cry. "Fine, since you're willing to follow me, I'll treat you as a sibling. When the opportunity arises, I will help you find suitable materials to forge a physical body," Thatcher nodded and said. Thatcher's words lit up the small firebird's eyes, as if it understood him perfectly. Thatcher looked at it with a smile. Truly befitting of a demon beast, it can actually absorb heavenly energy. He had collected demon essence crystals to feed his demon pets, never expecting that the small firebird could attract and absorb heavenly energy on its own. This greatly surprised Thatcher. However, he quickly realized that perhaps this small firebird had a special constitution, with some rare demonic blood flowing through its veins. Thatcher's mind raced. If the small firebird had demonic blood in its veins, didn't this mean its future was boundless? Its strength would far surpass any other demon beasts they faced. Yet, the small firebird seemed quite intelligent, harboring an instinctual hostility toward demon beasts. Only Thatcher could tame it. No other humans or demons could ever subdue it. This left Thatcher slightly regretful. "Small firebird, we've arrived." Thatcher pointed to the cave ahead and chuckled. There were many caves in this valley, and Thatcher wasn't certain which one held the real secret. He needed to investigate further. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, the small firebird's eyes instantly emitted a scorching glow, eager to enter the cave. Thatcher laughed and scooped it up. The small firebird had helped him obtain a formidable creature, significantly increasing his fortune value. The greater the increase in fortune value, the more unique creatures he gained, and the faster their strength would grow, resulting in even more fortune. "It seems fortune value is very important to me," Thatcher muttered to himself. Suddenly, the small firebird started calling out to the demon beasts by the lakeside. Those demon beasts turned their fearful gazes towards it, but did not flee. Instead, they watched from a distance. The small firebird's eyes glinted viciously. Opening its massive mouth, it let out a low, menacing roar. Flames engulfed its body, giving it the appearance of a fiery deity, radiating dominance and regality. The demon beasts quaked in fear. After intimidating them with 2 more growls, the small firebird approached the lakeside. By the lake stood an altar adorned with various ritual items. Sitting cross-legged atop the altar was an barely Taoist clad in ancient robes, fingers forming mysterious seals. As Thatcher approached the altar, he sensed an incredibly powerful force emanating from it. "This is?" Thatcher examined the altar with astonishment. A strong aura radiated from the old Taoist, yet Thatcher could tell it wasn't a living person but a statue, a high-level talisman birdie who had reached the innate realm. Thatcher knew about talisman birdies, but was not familiar with them. He only knew of their existence from TV shows and books. Supposedly, they were immensely powerful, capable of controlling lightning and wind, and wielding various spells. He marveled inwardly at finding a talisman birdie here. No wonder the demon beasts were so terrified upon seeing the small firebird. Though talisman birdies weren't mythical beings, this one was an advanced high-level Nina, trained in higher talismanic arts, making its combat abilities far superior to those of lower-level Ninas. His gaze fell upon a token on the altar, adorned with a lotus flower and a water-blue star in its center. It was a high-quality spirit stone. This must be where the talisman birdie hid their lair, Thatcher guessed. Talisman birdies each had unique ways of concealing their lairs. Once discovered, they would immediately flee, hiding deeply to avoid detection. These Ninas also had considerable power but excelled more in ranged attacks rather than close combat, making it difficult for ordinary martial artists to approach them. The old Taoist had long since perished, his corpse sealed here. No matter how malevolent his deeds in life, death was final. No matter how glorious one's past, there's no turning back once dead. Thatcher sighed inwardly. Such a formidable being had met its end here. Carefully examining the altar, Thatcher noticed intricate and elaborate carvings on it. They resembled engravings made by ancient emperors, vivid and lifelike, almost as if they could stand up at any moment. Despite observing for a while, he couldn't decipher the meaning behind these patterns. Just as he prepared to leave the altar and continue searching for new treasures, the old Taoist's eyes suddenly snapped open, sweeping the area with an electric gaze. His face changed drastically, filled with horror. Someone has intruded my territory. Someone has intruded my territory. Who dares invade my lair? The old Taoist barked repeatedly, his figure darting towards Thatcher. His skin glowed with a faint blue light, resembling water, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right before Thatcher. His fist lunged at Thatcher with immense force, the air whistling sharply around it. The punch moved too fast for Thatcher to dodge, forcing him to brace against it. With a roar, Thatcher formed his hands into fists and met the attack head-on. Simultaneously, he leaped forward, aiming straight for the old Taoist. Seeing Thatcher daring to meet his strike, the old Taoist sneered. His punch collided with Thatcher's arms, causing a thunderous boom that sent Thatcher flying backward. Humph, to dare invade my lair, pure folly, the old Taoist coldly remarked. His figure vanished again. Just as Thatcher steadied himself, breathless and without time to recover, the old Taoist reappeared and launched another punch. Thatcher blocked with his palm, but the impact forced him several steps back. The old Taoist smirked coldly. Not bad, managing to withstand 3 strikes from this Otis. However, your bones are already damaged. Can your flesh endure my 5th strike? 5th strike. Hearing those words, Thatcher felt a chill down his spine. Though his body rivaled a demon beast's, compared to the transcendent beings of the cultivation world, he was still mere flesh. Moreover, already severely injured, further combat was unwise. He clenched his teeth, glaring at the old Taoist. You're not a cultivator. But dodging wouldn't solve anything. Thatcher's speed was simply too slow. Chapter 22. The powerful physical form. The Aiden's attack had already descended upon him as he arrived in front of Thatcher. The Aiden's fist slammed forcefully into Thatcher's chest, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Die! The force of the punch penetrated through Thatcher's clothing and directly impacted his body, causing unbearable pain. However, before the Aiden's fist could land again, Thatcher swiftly reached out, grabbed the Aiden's arm, and pulled him into his own embrace. The Aiden's head smashed against the edge of the altar, blood splattering instantly, staining the altar red. A deep dent appeared prominently on top of the Aiden's head. Ah! The Aiden let out a miserable scream, clutching his head. A piece of flesh had been torn from his head by Thatcher, causing him immense pain almost to the point of fainting. The damn ant, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. The Aiden roared frantically, kicking wildly in the air with both legs. Kill me? Thatcher sneered coldly. Your cultivation isn't enough. You don't deserve to kill me. So die then. The Aiden gripped a sharp dagger with his other hand and lunged at Thatcher. Humph! The Aiden exuded dark energy mixed with flashes of spiritual energy. Was he an evil cultivator? Or was he the guardian of this altar? Many thoughts raced through Thatcher's mind, but he showed no fear and continued to counterattack the Aiden. Thatcher punched the Aiden in the abdomen, causing him to spew out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. He did not stop attacking, swinging his dagger again, but Thatcher's fist glowed with a silver hue, blocking the attack. This Aiden's cultivation was high, far surpassing ordinary cultivators, but his strength was equivalent only to the transformation realm. In Thatcher's eyes, he was as fragile as a child. Unexpectedly, Thatcher's fist was so strong that the blade cracked. The Aiden hurriedly released his grip, his wrist shattered, bleeding profusely, and his right arm was crippled. Enraged, the Aiden's form suddenly grew several times larger, his fists smashing toward Thatcher with a whistling sound. Get lost. Thatcher spat out coldly. A silver glow enveloped him as a giant golden dragon emerged from his body, roaring loudly and heading straight for the Aiden. The golden dragon stretched over 100 meters long, thick like a barrel, its head radiating intense regality, opening its enormous jaws to spew scorching flames. The Aiden's fist clashed with the golden dragon's flames. What was he trying to do? Was he planning to destroy the altar? No, it probably wasn't him. If he intended to destroy the altar, he would have done so directly without all this fuss. Was he attempting to revive someone or something? Such actions could invoke heavenly retribution. Who exactly was he, and why did he want to revive someone here, creating such a large spectacle? In a flash, Thatcher escaped the Aiden's grasp, delivering a punch to the Aiden's chest, sending him flying several meters away. Thatcher didn't chase after him because he knew it was pointless. Though injured, the Aiden's wounds would heal quickly due to his higher cultivation. The damned ant, just wait. One day, I will personally slay you, you despicable human. The Aiden cursed viciously. You truly are a mad dog, but you'd better stop barking, lest you scare others off. After all, we are not on the same side, Thatcher taunted. You're courting death. The Aiden roared again, rushing towards Thatcher with incredible speed. In an instant, he was in front of Thatcher, punching at his face. Thatcher knew this would be a fight to the death. Die. I will tear you limb from limb, the Aiden bellowed furiously. A lamb from limb? Thatcher sneered. How laughable. You think you can tear me apart? As he spoke, Thatcher's eyes shone brilliantly, illuminating half the sky in an instant. A powerful aura radiated from him, sweeping across the entire area. The Aiden's dark energy was instantly forced out, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes squinting involuntarily. A wave of intense fear surged within the Aiden, as if being targeted by a prehistoric beast. His entire body bristled with goosebumps, a chill crawling up his spine. You, who are you? How can anyone possess such vast and boundless dark energy? Himph! You dare call yourself an evil cultivator? You disgrace those words. Thatcher sneered, I am the immaculate Dao body. Upon hearing these words, the Aiden's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning pale. He finally understood. This Nicholas was not only human but also possessed the rare immaculate Dao body, capable of absorbing both spiritual and dark energies. No wonder the Evan was so confident and arrogant. He had cultivated evil techniques to the level of the immaculate Dao body. Very few in the world could achieve such a realm. The immaculate Dao body was the most feared by evil cultivators because it could absorb dark energy, making them even more powerful. However, many evil cultivators perished while trying to cultivate the immaculate Dao body, leading it to be considered one of the most taboo practices among them, one they never wanted revealed. Although the Aiden himself was an evil cultivator, he too feared it because cultivating evil techniques could rob him of his sanity and even drive him mad. Thatcher gave the Aiden a cold look. Speak. Who are you? Why revive someone? Do you want to know? The Aiden grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Thatcher raised an eyebrow. Of course. If you tell me why, I might spare your life. The Aiden laughed coldly. Why should I tell you? Weren't you planning to kill me? If you refuse to talk, prepare to die. This altar is my Nina's offering. Since you intend to revive my Nina, step over my corpse first, and see if you have the qualifications. Thatcher said calmly. The immaculate Dao body was the most terrifying among all known Dao bodies. When cultivated to perfection, it could absorb both celestial and dark energies. What made the immaculate Dao body particularly terrifying was their profound understanding of Heavenly Dao, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. The comprehension of Heavenly Dao by those with the immaculate Dao body was unparalleled among human cultivators. ####Chapter 23, Unpredictable Changes. I will kill you, the Aiden roared with a hoarse, furious voice. Haha, that depends on whether you're qualified enough. Your fists are strong, but you haven't perfected them to their utmost level. You can never be my match. I'll extract your divine soul bit by bit, condemning you to an eternal cycle of rebirth. The Aiden's voice turned dark, his face contorting into a grotesque snarl. Heh, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Thatcher sneered and activated the 9 Revolution's golden body technique. A faint golden glow spread across his skin, and a golden pill slowly ascended, hovering above his head. This golden pill was twice as large as the ones Thatcher had consumed previously. Thatcher's aura surged relentlessly, quickly reaching the peak of the Martial King realm. His presence became unprecedentedly powerful, like a towering mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Your physical body is incredibly strong. It seems I underestimated you. Your physical strength is astonishing, able to contain such vast amounts of spirit energy. At this rate, your realm will continue to rise, possibly even breaking through to the soul transformation realm, the Aiden remarked. The Aiden knew Thatcher had practiced dark arts to achieve such formidable physical prowess. He didn't know, however, that Thatcher had cultivated both the heaven and earth cauldron and the mystical turtle scripture. Yes, so now I want to test my limits. What do you think? Thatcher said coolly. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, suffocating the Aiden. You want to kill me? The Aiden stared at Thatcher. Yes, because you've discovered my existence. Thatcher's eyes were icy cold, brimming with murderous intent. The Aiden's expression changed drastically. You've got some skill. Let me show you what true disparity means. With a cold shout, the Aiden struck out with his hands, black mist swirling around them. 2 demonic spirits coiled around his palms. This was his life-bound treasure, the black tiger seal. One strike sent a black tiger charging out from the black tiger seal, pouncing towards Thatcher. 2 enormous forces collided, resulting in an explosion. Both attacks were blocked by Thatcher using chaotic chi. Not bad. You indeed have some tricks up your sleeve, but your physical body still can't match my black tiger seal. The Aiden sneered, then leaped into the air with a sudden push from his legs, turning into a meteor hurtling straight for Thatcher's head. His fingers and palms were identical, covered in black hair and razor-sharp black nails, radiating a chilling, piercing cold. Your life-bound treasure is quite interesting. Thatcher's lips curled into an amused smile. He sidestepped, evading the Aiden's attack. The Aiden's feet left 2 streaks in the air, striking Thatcher's back, smashing through the solid rock wall and leaving a deep hole. Thatcher's body wavered in midair before coming to a stop. You're wrong. To me, you're just an ant. I could crush you with one slap. You dare to belittle an evil cultivator? Today, let me show you the power of an evil cultivator. The Aiden roared. Boom. His aura suddenly peaked, and he launched a punch. A massive black hole erupted from his fist, transforming into a huge black claw speeding towards Thatcher like lightning. Thatcher also unleashed a punch, his boxing force colliding fiercely with the black claw. A dull thud echoed, and Thatcher's boxing force was shredded apart by the black claw. The shockwave pushed him back dozens of meters before he stabilized himself. A sweet taste rose in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh red blood. The Aiden was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he stared incredulously at Thatcher. How could you defeat me? Blackish miasma swirled around him, while Heavenly Firebird spat a massive flame at the Aiden, scorching his clothes. My physical body is incredibly strong, and you don't know my cultivation technique. My technique surpasses your wildest imagination. You don't know what I practice. Thatcher looked coldly at the Aiden, his gaze full of contempt. Enraged, the Aiden shouted, "You're indeed formidable, but killing you is as easy as turning over my hand." As he spoke, his body expanded to hundreds of feet tall. His hands clapped together, forming a vast, pitch-black palm that emitted a suffocatingly dangerous aura. Die! The Aiden leaped up, black gas billowing from his body, coalescing into roaring demonic spirits that pounced on Thatcher as if to devour him. Thatcher's eyes flickered, a glint of killing intent flashing within them. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Thatcher sneered, a fearsome and overwhelming aura erupting from him. A jet of black flames erupted from Heavenly Firebird. This black flame stood 30 to 40 meters high, burning fiercely, its scorching heat nearly drying out the surrounding air. The Aiden hurriedly dodged. Where the flame landed, the ground collapsed into a huge crater. Thatcher looked at the Aiden and smirked disdainfully. "My physical body may bear a heavy burden, but I also have my trump cards. No matter how strong your body is, it cannot withstand my flames." His aura grew stronger and more violent, emitting a terrifying, incomparable presence. The Aiden felt enveloped by it, as if being watched by a ferocious beast. You actually have a unique divine soul as a cultivator. That's impossible." The Aiden screamed in horror. He couldn't believe Thatcher had broken through to the soul transformation realm in such a short time. Unheard of. Thatcher's strength surpassed him. The Aiden's expression turned bizarre as he stuffed healing pills into his mouth frantically, looking at Thatcher in disbelief. "Why has your strength grown so fast?" His eyes darted around, trying to figure out how to escape. He must flee no matter what. Otherwise, if caught by Thatcher, he would meet only death. "Why not? Do you think a martial king is great?" Thatcher laughed mockingly. "Your physical body is indeed powerful, and I admit that. But don't forget, I am an Ephraim of the evil sect. Dark cultivation techniques are our foundation. My technique is far stronger than yours. Even though your cultivation method is powerful, it still can't match mine. So today, you are doomed to perish here," the Aiden said arrogantly. Chapter 24. The golden cicada shedding its shell. Thatcher sneered coldly, and a streak of golden sword light erupted from within him, piercing into the void. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of golden sword light tore through the void, stabbing toward the Aiden priest at an astonishing speed, like meteors falling, with a formidable presence. The Aiden priest hurriedly dodged using his agility techniques. However, these beams of sword light were formed from Thatcher's essence, energy, and spirit, leaving no blind spots, making it difficult even for the Aiden's agility to evade. A scream of agony rang out as an arm was severed. The Aiden retreated several hundred meters, blood gushing forth. Thatcher's golden sword light contained his powerful internal energy and immense physical strength, making it impossible for the Aiden to withstand. Blood spurted from the Aiden's severed arm as he gritted his teeth and glared at Thatcher. "Who are you?" Thatcher ignored him, his eyes turning pitch black, pupils glowing eerily. He suddenly moved, lunging at the Aiden like a cheetah. "Die!" The Aiden roared in defiance, palms thrusting forward. Black claws emerged from behind him, meeting Thatcher's body. Thatcher slashed at the massive black claw with his blade. Crack! The black claw shattered, dissipating into wisps of smoke. "Even if your cultivation method is extraordinary, how can you possibly contend with our devil sect?" The Aiden ground his teeth and scoffed. "Even without reaching the level of Battle Emperor, my brute strength alone is enough to crush you," Thatcher said proudly. "Is that so? Unfortunately, you're destined to fall today." The Aiden laughed mockingly, continuously swallowing pills. He couldn't accept that even though his combat power was stronger than Thatcher's, Thatcher could still suppress him. This seemed too unfair to him. His cultivation method was inferior to Thatcher's, and despite having practiced for 1,000 years, he still couldn't match up. This frustration and anger would be washed away by Thatcher's blood. "You have no idea when to quit." Thatcher sneered coldly, his aura surging again, the sound of dragon roars echoing through the sky. His form transformed into a golden dragon, fangs bared and claws extended, rushing towards the Aiden. The fist strength of Thatcher and the Aiden collided fiercely. The impact of Thatcher's fist colliding with the black claws released a terrifying shockwave, sweeping all around, causing nearby trees to sway violently, leaves flying everywhere. Thatcher's punch shattered the black claws, then slammed into the Aiden's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the Aiden's ribs fractured. His body shot backward like a cannonball, sliding hundreds of meters on the ground, smashing through an ancient tree and ultimately embedding into a mountain peak. Cracks spread from the ancient tree, gradually revealing the Aiden's figure atop the mountain. "You!" The Aiden clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at Thatcher. "How can you be so strong? Your power has suddenly become so overwhelming. This is impossible." Thatcher looked at the Aiden indifferently and replied, "Nothing is impossible." "I don't believe it." The Aiden shook his head. Thatcher's aura rose again, and in an instant, he had returned to the level of Battle Emperor. During this time, he realized he could absorb more power from the Heavenly Fire Ring. "You were hiding your true cultivation level." The Aiden sneered. "No wonder you're so strong. Your cultivation has already reached the Battle Emperor level. Damn you, I will kill you." The Aiden roared, forming seals with his hands, his aura climbing once more. His body transformed into a dense cloud of black mist, instantly enveloping him. His speed increased, leaving behind only a shadow as he lunged toward Thatcher, swinging his long staff toward Thatcher's head. The staff missed its target. The Aiden screamed in pain, his body convulsing, face ashen, and mouth spewing black blood. His physical body severely injured. Your physical body isn't anything special either, Thatcher mocked. The Aiden clenched his teeth, legs pounding the ground, rapidly retreating while pushing his internal energy to the limit to heal his wounds. Thatcher didn't stop him. His goal was to drive the Aiden away and buy himself time to escape. Indeed, the Aiden's agility was very strange. Every time Thatcher caught up, the Aiden had already escaped, rendering Thatcher's attacks ineffective, whether it was punches or golden swords. Another loud boom resounded. The Aiden vanished from sight. Thatcher's vision went blank, and there was no trace of the Aiden, as if he had suddenly disappeared. Thatcher frowned. His senses were extremely acute, making it impossible for the Aiden to escape undetected. He actually managed to escape. Could it be because I didn't use my sword skills? Thatcher muttered, but didn't believe the Aiden could escape, right under his nose. Moreover, he still had Heavenly Firebird on standby beside him. Heavenly Firebird flapped its wings, its body shrinking considerably but still standing several dozen feet tall. Thatcher turned and looked at the circling fire crow, whose body constantly changed, now small, now large, displaying endless transformations. Flames burned intensely on its body. Thatcher narrowed his eyes, sizing it up. Could you also have an escape technique? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Heavenly Firebird screeched incessantly, seemingly confirming Thatcher's question. Heavenly Firebird's eyes narrowed, sensing danger. It locked its gaze on the Aiden, ready to pounce at any moment. Although the Aiden had fled quickly, he hadn't yet reached the realm of Battle Emperor. Heavenly Firebird, not reaching the Battle Emperor realm either, possessed innate abilities surpassing those of a Battle Emperor level warrior as a magical beast. The Aiden ran over 2,000 miles before stopping, breathing heavily, his face pale, and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This guy actually forced me this far. Wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes blazed with boundless rage, firmly locking onto Thatcher. His aura continued to climb. He wanted Thatcher to know that his strength far surpassed Thatcher's, and given enough time, he could eliminate him. I will make you understand the insurmountable gap between you and a Battle Emperor, the Aiden growled menacingly. Boom. A wild surge of power erupted from him, his clothes fluttering in the fierce wind, his skin turning dark. ####Chapter 25, Spoils of War. The small Firebird was incredibly fast, and the gap between them wasn't insignificant. The chances of escaping were virtually non-existent. A strong wave of sword intent rose sharply, and the small Firebird came into Thatcher's line of sight. Caden, your time has come. The small Firebird dove down, opening its beak to spew a searing fireball. The Firebird's fireballs were true fire-based magical treasures with extremely high temperatures. Even a realm-level powerhouse would have to avoid them. The Firebird's fireballs rained down on Thatcher in waves. He did not dare to be overconfident and quickly tossed the Aiden onto the small Firebird's back. Small Firebird, give it everything you've got, Thatcher commanded in a grave tone. The sound of the Firebird entered his ears as it flapped its wings, rising abruptly with a stouter body. Its feathers hardened like steel, and each flap of its wings sent hurricane-force fireballs roaring towards him. The fireballs collided forcefully with those unleashed by the small Firebird. Waves of scorching heat spread out, destroying everything within several dozen yards. Plants turned to ashes, soil flew up, and rocks cracked apart. However, the small Firebird's strength was also terrifying. Its body became even larger, its feathers turning pitch black as if made of countless sharp blades combined. Continuously spitting fiery balls, one hit Thatcher's shoulder, immediately charring it black with smoke curling from his scorched collarbone, causing him pain that made his face turn pale and his brows furrow. Humph, while your physical body is strong, your soul is too weak. I have fire, which is your nemesis. Even with your Dao body, you can't withstand my attacks, the Aiden sneered. Is that so? You won't regret until you see the coffin, Thatcher retorted with a cold laugh. Purple-black thunder arcs surged from his body, crackling like lightning snakes. Get lost. He struck his chest, sending tremors through his internal chi-si, causing his aura to surge wildly. Golden talismans appeared in his chi-si, radiating brilliant light one after another. These talisman projections contained immense power. Even Thatcher suffered some damage and had to quickly channel his divine technique to generate protective force against the burning heat wave. The small Firebird also screamed in agony, its body smoking, feathers charred, looking utterly miserable. Seeing this, Thatcher hurriedly summoned a golden sword and swung it. Clangs echoed as the Firebird's feathers exploded into sparks flying across the sky, avoiding the attack. The Firebird let out defiant cries, its body bursting into intense flames once more, now forming smaller fireballs aimed at the Aiden. The fire's power was far greater than before, and Thatcher's defenses held firm without being breached. Humph, I don't believe I can't deal with you, Thatcher muttered, condensing several sword auras to thrust toward the Aiden. The Aiden's body shuddered, flames intensifying around him. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a huge fireball that soared upwards, colliding head-on with Thatcher's sword auras. The fire's power was formidable, capable of burning immortals and annihilating entire worlds. Although the small Firebird had only just gained intelligence, its innate talent and potential were no less than that of humans, or it wouldn't have become a fire attribute monster. It spat out more flames, transforming into arrows piercing the air, converging together as they shot toward Thatcher. His pupils constricted as he hurriedly blocked the flaming arrows with his arms, involuntarily leaping backward, his clothes catching fire. He promptly used his inner true chi to extinguish the flames. He unleashed the second form of 10,000 swords returning to their origin, emitting countless sword beams. The collision of their magical treasures produced violent energy fluctuations, and the air filled with a burnt odor. Thatcher and the small firebird's powers harmonized, unleashing a devastating blow against the Aiden. The Aiden's face paled, spewing blood as he was thrown back like a kite with its string cut, landing in a cliffside. Thatcher appeared instantly before him, kicking out with his right leg like a cannonball, striking the Aiden squarely in the chest and propelling him down the cliff. Mountains swayed, and a large tree toppled. A near-imperial level powerhouse being kicked into a cliff by Thatcher would shock many. Even passing monsters looked stunned, unable to fathom this scene. Yet, this Nicholas treated the imperial powerhouse like an ant, stomping him into the ground. He flashed away, appearing where the Aiden had been. The Aiden had fallen into the abyss below, his lifeless body tumbling into the depths. Old Fuzz die. Thatcher felt an immense sense of relief and vindication upon seeing the Aiden dead beneath his feet. Haha, I finally beat this old guy. He laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. He knew this victory came easily for him. The accumulated pressure from these past times was finally exploding today. A notification sounded in his mind. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Congratulations on defeating the evil cultivator. Positive fate plus 50, intimidation plus 50. Although Thatcher didn't kill the Aiden outright, he could feel the Aiden's aura fade. He realized the Aiden had indeed perished. Regret flickered in his eyes, and he sighed, too bad. Turning away, he glanced at the abyss where the Aiden had fallen, then withdrew his gaze and dashed toward the valley exit. As Thatcher left the cliff, the Aiden's figure suddenly reappeared, staring at him with hateful, ghostly eyes. This dead body retained partial consciousness due to being a puppet crafted by the Aiden, a perfect escape through shedding the golden cicada shell. Chapter 26, A Flickering Flame. He had inhabited this body for centuries, completely merging with its instincts. Thatcher was unaware of this, and he didn't need to know such details. At the moment, his only concern was the safety of the small firebird, whom he had come to regard as his younger brother. Thatcher retrieved his storage bag and opened it, revealing numerous pills and spiritual artifacts. A greedy glint appeared in his eyes as he swiftly scavenged through the Aiden's belongings. Soon, a pile of storage rings lay thickly around him. All these are my spoils, Thatcher thought gleefully. The combined value of these items was substantial. Even a dueling king would find it hard to possess so many treasures. Haha, I've struck it rich. This time I've really made a fortune. I'll return and ask my birdie to help me refine better pills so I can truly break through to the dueling emperor realm sooner. Thatcher shouted excitedly. All he needed were a few precious immortal herbs to reach the dueling emperor level. Hey! Thatcher suddenly squinted his eyes. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the valley below the cliff. We should go. There must be many treasures hidden in these mountains. We need to hurry and search for them, Thatcher told the small firebird. The small firebird nodded hurriedly and followed Thatcher deeper into the valley. Boom! Where the Aiden fell, the ground shattered violently. Countless boulders tumbled down, crushing a large group of wild boars. One enormous rock rolled straight toward Thatcher. The small firebird flailed its claws and shattered the boulder, but the immense force sent it retreating dozens of meters, narrowly avoiding injury. Seeing the small firebird hit by the rock, Thatcher rushed over and helped it up. Are you all right, little firebird? The small firebird shook its head. Thatcher glanced at the deep cave beneath, sensing that it likely held some incredible secret. Let's investigate inside first. Leading the small firebird, Thatcher landed before the mountain wall. He carefully examined the patterns on the wall, noting its remarkable hardness and ancient appearance, as if crafted by some great power. Around these murals were mysterious runes, shimmering with an enigmatic light, adding to their mystique. This mountain wall was no ordinary artifact. Thinking of this, Thatcher grew more excited. Let's go down and see. Calling out to the small firebird, Thatcher leaped down, landing near the edge of the wall. Stabilizing himself, he slapped his left palm against the wall. A booming sound echoed, jarring his hand slightly, but it remained unblemished by blood. Thatcher's eyes gleamed brilliantly as he directed his mental energy along the rune patterns on the wall, carefully contemplating each symbol. Every line on the stone seemed to contain a profound truth. Practicing here was equivalent to comprehending these truths. Another loud crash resounded as a huge boulder crashed onto Thatcher's back, sending him flying. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and 3 long scratches marred his face. This is an ancient restriction. It attracts powerful practitioners from various factions seeking opportunities, but also prevents cultivators from entering. We must break this restriction to explore the treasures within. However, this restriction is complex and bizarre. Even I can't resolve it quickly. Thatcher muttered to himself. Through the intricate, winding patterns on the wall, he tried to deduce the secrets hidden deeper within the valley. From outside, Thatcher couldn't discern much, but once inside, he saw strange patterns carved on the valley walls, each seemingly brimming with immense energy. There must be a significant opportunity hidden here, Thatcher thought, his eyes filled with intense desire. He resolved to uncover the secret. At that moment, a dull rumbling sounded from the mountain's core, causing the entire valley to tremble. Thatcher frowned. What is awakening? He knew something immensely powerful must be stirring from its slumber. Not daring to delay, he performed an earth-shortening technique, instantly moving far away to a safe crevice surrounded by rocks and dead branches. It should be safe here now, Thatcher thought. Sitting cross-legged, he began meditating to recover his expended true chi while continuing to monitor changes in the valley. Thatcher wasn't worried about ambushes. He feared missing the opportunity if they encountered danger and fled. Time slipped away unnoticed during his cultivation, and soon night fell. Still recuperating, though his injuries had improved somewhat, Thatcher opened his eyes. The valley was pitch black, lit only by the moon peeking through the clouds. Rising, he walked towards the cave, finding a storage bag at the entrance. Retrieving it, he discovered numerous pills and spirit stones, all extremely valuable. Putting away the treasures, he pushed open the cave door and entered. As he stepped inside, a strong wind blew out. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from deep within the mountain, suggesting a massive creature was waking. The sensation was bone-chilling. If indeed something horrifying awoke, they could hardly imagine the consequences. The cave wasn't very deep. Thatcher speculated there must be a door somewhere inside, which would lead them further into the mountain. It was very dark, and he hesitated to act rashly given the unknown dangers. Halamiting a firefly, he illuminated the area, though it was still dim, and a faint sulfur smell hung in the air. Thatcher sniffed, frowning. Why is it so strong? Is there perhaps a large sulfur monster buried in this cave? This might be a special metal mineral that has aged into a sulfur monster, he speculated, continuing to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a faint flickering flame, which brightened his eyes considerably. Chapter 27. Expelling Toxins. I've finally discovered the secret here. Thatcher hurried toward the flame. Under the glow of the fire, he could clearly see a skeleton lying beneath the flame. He turned and rushed into the cave. As he reached the entrance, he saw that the cave's door was open, revealing its interior. Hiss! A massive beast emerged from the cave, opening its mouth to reveal a set of razor-sharp fangs. Its crimson eyes locked onto Thatcher, radiating an ominous aura that chilled him to the bone. Yao Clan? Thatcher drew in a sharp breath. This creature was called the Tooth-Fire Beast. A great enemy of the cultivation world, these beasts were inherently bloodthirsty and excelled in group battles, making them one of the most formidable enemies for cultivators. The Tooth-Fire Beast was enormous, covered in scales, with a pair of blood-red pupils that emitted terrifying ferocity. It was roughly twice the size of Thatcher, sprawled on the ground, occupying nearly all of the cave. Its tail hung down, swaying gently within the cave as it remained vigilant. A sharp horn protruded from its forehead, glowing with an eerie green light like a night pearl. This was the Tooth-Fire Beast's eye, granting it night vision. It observed for a moment before letting out a low growl. The growl seemed like a signal, as nearby Tooth-Fire beasts began to gather at this spot. Thatcher heard many footsteps amidst their calls. Trouble. Thatcher's heart sank. They're all moving toward me, he thought, quickly turning to flee. The Tooth-Fire beasts pursued. These creatures were incredibly fast, and even with Thatcher using the spell, shrinking earth to inches, he still couldn't match their speed. Before long, he was cornered near a cliff by the Tooth-Fire beasts. He had been forced against a precipice, a sheer cliff face plunging into an abyss. This was a sheer drop of at least 5 to 6 meters. Falling would surely result in a gruesome death. It looks like I'll have to use my sword. Thatcher drew his purple-green sword, gripping it tightly while watching the Tooth-Fire beast with intense concentration. The beast began exhaling, expelling scorching hot lava. Thatcher swiftly retreated back into the cave, securing the entrance. This Tooth-Fire beast must have reached the peak of the Battling King realm. It has already awakened some degree of wisdom, likely having cultivated to this level inside the cave and then awakened, feeding on the minerals within. Thatcher pondered. Thankfully I arrived just in time to wake it up, otherwise, I would have been eaten. The thought of nearly being devoured sent shivers down Thatcher's spine. What kind of fortune lies within? I must obtain it, he murmured, filled with intense desire. This longing stemmed from his eagerness for whatever fortuitous discovery awaited inside, driven by a strong sense of greed. Thatcher refused to give up so easily. Leaving now would be humiliating, so he decided to try. Though powerful, the Tooth-Fire beast wasn't insurmountably strong. Thatcher believed he could defeat it, harvest the spirit stones from its body, and explore the cave further. He readied his flying sword for flight into the cave. No, the depths of the cave may harbor untold dangers. My cultivation isn't enough yet. If I get surrounded by those beasts, it will be trouble. The Tooth-Fire beast's hide was thick and highly defensive, comparable to that of a typical soul formation stage expert, and its teeth were impervious to attacks. Behind its back were 6 wings, allowing it incredible speed. With a leap, it pounced towards Thatcher. Thatcher dodged rapidly, evading the Tooth-Fire beast's attack. However, its speed and strength were immense, and it swung its sharp claws aggressively, aiming for Thatcher. With a loud explosion, the Tooth-Fire beast's claws tore through Thatcher's protective chi shield, piercing into his shoulder. Blood splattered as Thatcher suffered a deep, bone-deep wound. He let out a stifled grunt and immediately began circulating the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon to expel the toxins from his wounds. The venom from the Tooth-Fire beast's claws was incredibly potent, able to easily penetrate his protective barrier and spread throughout his body. Such a potent toxin. Thatcher felt alarmed. This Yao beast's claws were astonishingly powerful, effortlessly piercing through his defenses, and the poison was extremely toxic. He immediately used the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon to cleanse the surface toxins. However, this was only temporary. As the wound healed, the toxins would spread. He needed to defeat the Tooth-Fire beast quickly, or this lethal poison would severely damage him. Thatcher performed the heaven-grade martial technique, the 9 palace steps. This footwork allowed him to nimbly dodge and evade various deadly attacks while enhancing his reaction speed. Behind Thatcher, a series of afterimages appeared. They were illusory but real enough to confuse the attacker. As Thatcher utilized this footwork, his figure darted rapidly around the cave, evading the Tooth-Fire beast's relentless pursuit. The Tooth-Fire beast grew faster, catching up to Thatcher in no time. It opened its mouth, spewing a fiery tongue like a blazing pillar straight at Thatcher. Thatcher dodged swiftly. Although he avoided it, the tongue of fire missed him and struck the rock wall, burning it black and revealing white bones underneath. What an incredibly powerful tongue. Thatcher's heart raced. This Tooth-Fire beast was terrifyingly fast, and the power behind its tongue was immense. Even without much force, it could destroy a mountain or collapse solid rock. These creatures were perilous indeed. Your footwork is quite impressive. The Tooth-Fire beast grinned, as if conveying this thought. Thatcher said nothing, knowing the beast was targeting his neck. His feet moved in intricate steps, instantly covering several yards. The tooth-fire beast lunged again, but Thatcher unleashed a sword technique, evading the attack just as the beast was about to catch him. After an intense fight, Thatcher was now covered in more injuries. His lips turned pale. Looking at the tooth-fire beast, Thatcher thought, "It seems I can only use the Heaven and Earth 8 trigram sword technique." The sword technique combined both offense and defense, synthesizing all his sword skills into an overwhelmingly powerful form. While fighting the tooth-fire beast, he had memorized every move it made, ready to counterattack once he needed it. Now, he would use the Heaven and Earth 8 trigram sword technique to neutralize every move of the tooth-fire beast. Thatcher pressed his palm against the crimson flame sword, pouring his spiritual energy into it, causing it to emit a brilliant azure light. Chapter 28. The Ultimate Weapon. Thatcher bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood that dripped onto the red-green sword. Instantly, the runes on the sword lit up. A soft resonance sounded as the red flame sword began to vibrate. The runes on the blade flickered, emitting a piercing sword chi. Biting down hard on his teeth, Thatcher's spiritual energy surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. He swiftly spun his wrist, and with a sudden slash of the red flame sword, the spiritual energy churned violently. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly reappearing behind the tooth-fire beast, brandishing the red flame sword and striking fiercely downward. Clang! A spray of blood erupted as the tooth-fire beast's back was cut open by a 3-foot-long gash. Roaring in pain, it swiftly turned around. Thatcher moved with lightning speed, dodging the second wave of attacks from the tooth-fire beast. Flipping his wrist, he swung the purple-green sword through the air, slicing toward the beast's head with a cold and formidable sword chi. Screech! A burst of sparks flew as Thatcher's red flame sword was knocked away. Using the rebound force, he retreated 100 paces away. Roaring again, the tooth-fire beast charged at him once more. It didn't use any other mystic abilities. It relied purely on instinctual attacks, which were astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to Thatcher, its sharp claws tearing through the air with a whistling sound. The red flame sword clashed with the tooth-fire beast's claws, causing Thatcher's body to stagger, forcing him to retreat dozens of steps. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tiny blood vessels appeared on his face, writhing like worms across his body. Roaring furiously, the tooth-fire beast continued its attack. Its speed was too fast. At the last possible moment, his spirit pet, Helantal Firebird, spat out a large clump of flames to protect Thatcher. The heat from this flame was immense, resembling a colossal furnace, emitting terrifying waves of heat. White smoke enveloped Thatcher, making him appear as if he'd just emerged from a steamer. Phew, that was some intense heat. Thatcher breathed out deeply, nearly being burned alive. Roar! The tooth-fire beast roared angrily, flapping its wings once more. A whirlwind of fire swept toward him, engulfing Thatcher completely. What tyrannical flames! Thatcher's brows knitted together. The white smoke surrounding him dissipated, and he once again channeled the sword technique, unleashing sword light that slashed across the tooth-fire beast's wings, leaving horrifying wounds that spurted blood and caused it to screech in agony. I don't believe I can't sever your scales. Grinding his teeth, Thatcher swung his sword again. The sword light intensified, slashing like a streak of lightning, leaving long cuts on the tooth-fire beast each time. Blood flowed copiously. Though the tooth-fire beast had thick skin, it could not withstand Thatcher's relentless sword strikes. Howl! The tooth-fire beast let out a sorrowful roar. Its scales had been cleaved in half by Thatcher. Your scales are really tough, Thatcher muttered under his breath. Helantal Firebird's flames, while cold in temperature, had extremely corrosive properties, rapidly corroding the tooth-fire beast's claws. The flames spread, destroying the claws entirely, causing excruciating pain to the tooth-fire beast. Taking advantage of the situation, Thatcher used wind escape technique to quickly flee. The tooth-fire beast roared in anger, its claws bursting into blazing flames, incinerating the massive block of flames into ashes. It roared again, sweeping its tail with burning winds, creating an overwhelming force that resembled a small mountain crashing down. Thatcher's figure mysteriously vanished. Huh. The tooth-fire beast was taken aback, not expecting Thatcher to have a concealing skill. This was unprecedented. But if this was the case, he couldn't hope to escape alive. The tooth-fire beast continued its attack, wildly flapping its enormous wings, sending a furious whirlwind sweeping around the area. Thatcher felt like he was in the midst of a windstorm, continuously dodging the assault. However, the tooth-fire beast, being a mid-stage spirit aperture beast, moved too fast for him to find a place to hide. Ultimately, he was caught by the tooth-fire beast, who threw him forcefully, slamming him into an ancient tree. The ancient tree snapped in half, its trunk collapsing, leaves rustling down. The tooth-fire beast opened its massive mouth, letting out a hoarse roar. Inside its throat, there was a small pearl hidden. This pearl emitted a foul stench that made one gag. The tooth-fire beast tossed the pearl down Thatcher's throat, causing his stomach to convulse as he nearly vomited. Hastily suppressing his breathing, he swallowed the pearl. What is this? It almost scorched his insides. Definitely some kind of poison. Thatcher forced the poisonous pearl out using his inner energy, then consumed 2 healing pills. His wounds healed rapidly, and his sword chi within his body restored itself. However, his body remained weak and sore, unable to stand even. He knew he was severely injured and would not be able to fight for some time. Thatcher finally understood why these beasts were so powerful. Not only did they possess formidable strength, but also robust physical bodies. Their corporeal forms far surpassed those of demon cultivators of the same level, and these beasts possessed wisdom surpassing ordinary demonic races. Looking at the tooth-fire beast, Thatcher pondered, if I could subdue this tooth-fire beast and refine it into a demonic weapon or a demonic pet, it would indeed be a formidable weapon for me. I wonder if I could refine it into a spirit-grade weapon. Just as he was about to make another strike, Thatcher's body soared from the ground and fell into the Tooth-Fire Beast's mouth. The Tooth-Fire Beast opened its jaws, intending to bite off Thatcher's head. Suddenly, Thatcher's figure became blurry, and the next moment, he appeared on the Tooth-Fire Beast's back. Holding tightly onto the Tooth-Fire Beast's back, he condensed a purple sword light in his hand, thrusting it into the beast. The purple sword light pierced through the Tooth-Fire Beast's fur, the blade cutting deep into the bone, causing blood to spray out. The Tooth-Fire Beast shrieked pitifully, writhing and struggling to free itself from Thatcher's grip. Yet its strength and agility proved too terrifying, preventing it from escaping Thatcher. Stabbing the red flame sword into the Tooth-Fire Beast's back, he shook it, causing the sword handle to emerge from the beast's abdomen. Throwing the red flame sword aside, Thatcher clenched his hands into seals, hovering above the Tooth-Fire Beast. His body began to swell, transforming into a giant several meters tall. This giant exuded explosive power, covered in flames like the blazing sun. The Tooth-Fire Beast let out a mournful cry, twisting its body in a futile attempt to escape. Thatcher's body expanded even further, becoming several times larger. With renewed vigor, it lunged forward, its sharp teeth gleaming menacingly. Thatcher was grabbed by the Tooth-Fire Beast, its claws clutching his legs. Chapter 29 Infinite Summoning. The Toothed Flame Beast's claws grabbed Thatcher, and it began to struggle frantically, trying to shake him off. Thatcher's eyes blazed with brilliant crimson flames as a sword beam surged from his mind, transforming into a large red sword that pierced into the Toothed Flame Beast's body. Rip! The Toothed Flame Beast let out a sharp and tragic cry. Its body trembled, and its claws loosened. Thatcher seized the opportunity to break free, dashing under the beast's belly while holding the crimson fire sword, slashing several bloody gashes across its stomach. The beast howled in pain as blood spurted out wildly, thrashing its body fiercely to fling Thatcher away. Thatcher swiftly cast the 10,000 Swords Return technique, condensing strands of sword chi into sharp long swords around his body that stabbed into the Toothed Flame Beast's abdomen. Pierced and torn, the beast wailed in agony, its wings furiously flapping to send Thatcher flying through the air, leaving deep sword marks on the void. Thatcher's body spasmed. Being thrown like that disoriented him, and even his internal organs felt rattled, but he managed to stabilize himself quickly. Meanwhile, the Toothed Flame Beast was now swaying, crashing to the ground with a thud. His pet little Firebird fluttered over, pried open the Toothed Flame Beast's carcass, and swallowed the monster core inside. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh aloud. You greedy bird. You stay far away when fighting, yet you're first to loot the corpse. But Thatcher looked at his pet with affectionate eyes, clearly not upset at all. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating a higher-ranked monster. Authority plus 50, Charm plus 50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new card named Infinite Summoning Token. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's eyes widened. He immediately checked his backpack and found over 300 new cards, indicating a substantial boost in power. Holy crap, there are actually over 300 new cards. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Although these cards could be used to exchange for items, they were practically useless unless employed. Currently, 3 Infinite Summoning Tokens stored in Thatcher's backpack could fetch up to 40 to 50,000 points. Thatcher opened his backpack and discovered each card was annotated with details. As he read through them, he also inspected the attributes of the cards. Card name, Infinite Summoning Token, Level 1. Type, Consumable Item. Level, 1 out of 100. Attributes, Strength 20, Agility 20, Durability 40%, Magic 20, Intelligence 30, Luck 10, Perception 20, Willpower 15, Charm 16. Skill, Infinite Summoning Token, Level 1 when activated. It can transport characters from within the card to this plane or transfer them directly to an external space. Limited to up to 1,000 people. Requires points. Status, Unactivated. Description, cards are highly rare consumables. Any card inside a card deck is consumable, yet each contains immense power, making them the finest weapons. Cards can fuse with individuals, granting corresponding skills. Example, Infinite Summoning Token allows sending people into another world for combat, where time flows differently than in the real world. People inside the card can return to their original positions instantly, and vice versa. Consumption, Infinite Summoning Token, Level 2 cannot be used. Status, Unactivated. Summary, eliminating enemies can grant abilities within the cards. Fusing with the host transforms the card into a weapon. Host fusion with card owner enhances attack and defense by 20%. Infinite Summoning Token? Thatcher mumbled, feeling exceptionally excited, never expecting the system to offer such a powerful card. This card seemed to encompass escape, summoning, teleportation, and enhanced vision all in one. While Thatcher marveled at his luck, he and the little Firebird had already walked subconsciously towards the altar of the sinister Aiden, who had been defeated, along with the guardian beasts surrounding it. Now, they aimed to explore the mysteries hidden within the cave behind the altar. The mysterious opportunities lay undoubtedly within the cave. Thatcher and the little Firebird eagerly approached the altar. The Firebird, having just devoured the beast core, radiated intense heat, driving away the malevolent energy around it. Thatcher looked at it. I'll go in first. The little Firebird nodded but didn't leave. Instead, it crouched at the entrance, blocking the cave's entrance with its body to prevent any ambush. Pushing aside the stone door, Thatcher entered the cave, his figure instantly vanishing inside. After ensuring no one was about to ambush it, the little Firebird also hopped into the cave. Inside the cave, Thatcher stood on a raised stone slab, observing its texture and the surrounding rock formations meticulously. He noticed a faint seam at the bottom of the slab, almost imperceptible if not for his keen eyes. It suggested a hidden door. To find the hidden door, he would need to somehow damage it to gain entry. He squatted and carefully examined the hidden door, searching for weaknesses. Finally, after an unspecified period, Thatcher spotted a flaw. Just as he was about to push the altar, the little firebird stopped him, seemingly warning, "Birdie, wait. This altar seems complicated. Don't rush. Let's wait until the mechanism opens on its own before entering." All right, Thatcher agreed, knowing his pet sensed something beyond his understanding since he hadn't fully needed his supernatural powers. Meanwhile, the little firebird had ventured further into the cave. Thatcher smiled as it disappeared into the depths, thinking, "Halantal firebird, you're always so cautious." Standing still, he waited for the little firebird to return. Time slowly passed. Thatcher waited quietly beside the altar, eyes scanning the surroundings. There was no sign of any monstrous activity or even lower-grade wild beasts. He wondered if the little firebird had sensed incorrectly. Yet, the place felt oddly eerie regardless. His gaze fell upon a massive black coffin lying nearby. Made from some peculiar material resembling metal, it emitted a faint emerald glow. That green glow was incredibly alluring. Chapter 30. Chilling aura. Something's wrong here, Thatcher thought to himself. His gaze shifted away from the black stone coffin and moved to other objects in the room. He examined the moss-covered marble slab, the antiques hanging on the walls, the long stone bed, and finally, his eyes landed on a blue brick next to the altar. This blue brick was a crucial part of the entire altar, yet it appeared old and had turned yellow. Thatcher took a few steps closer and reached out to touch it. It felt cold and hard, and an icy chill emanated from it, sending a shiver down Thatcher's spine. What's going on here? Why would such a heavy and chilling aura exist in this place? How can there be such a strong chilling aura here? Thatcher wondered. His eyes returned to the dark wooden chair on the stone table. It seemed ordinary at first glance, but as his gaze fell upon it, he suddenly stiffened, eyes wide open, and his face turned pale. This is... Thatcher stared intently at the wooden chair, eyes wide and breath heavy. There's something strange about this coffin, he murmured, turning his gaze back to the stone coffin. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up. There seems to be something inside this coffin. Reaching out, he grabbed the lid of the stone coffin and forced it open with all his strength. Crack. The lid slid off, revealing an ancient, indistinct pattern within. The design was too vague, merely an outline that could not be identified clearly. What is this? Confused, Thatcher stared at the pattern inside the coffin but didn't immediately investigate what lay within. Instead, he sat down beside the table, placed his hand on his brow, and a flame emerged from his forehead, burning through the stone table and vanishing into the air. A smile crept onto Thatcher's lips. It seems this stone coffin does indeed contain something valuable. With his right hand, he tapped the table rhythmically with his index and middle fingers, the sound echoing through the room like a heartbeat. His eyes half closed, a serious expression crossed his face. What could be inside this stone coffin? Swallowing hard, he pondered. What in the world is this thing? Although he was eager to know what was inside, Thatcher hesitated to touch the coffin directly. He sensed a terrifying force contained within, ready to unleash if he made any sudden movements. The world was far too mysterious now. Without absolute confidence to deal with whatever power lay inside, Thatcher decided it was best to keep his distance. He stepped back, sat cross-legged on the stone slab, and closed his eyes, determined to thoroughly study the stone coffin. Time passed slowly, and the little firebird finally returned, moving at incredible speed and leaving several afterimages in its wake. It stopped in front of Thatcher, hovering for a moment before landing on the stone table. Eyeing the stone bowl of wine, it tilted its head, then spat into the bowl, turning it pitch black and emitting a foul odor. Watching this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. This creature was amusing yet limited in intelligence. After observing its antics, Thatcher picked up a piece of chicken with chopsticks, chewed it, and swallowed, repeating the process methodically, one piece at a time, until he paused at the seventh piece. Looking at the chicken in his hand, his eyes reflected shock. What kind of thing is this? Why did it look like a pill just now, but now it's just chicken? He stared at the chicken, which had transformed from dark brown to bright red. A peculiar change, as if it had been filtered. The little firebird hesitated, unsure whether to approach further or retrieve the contents of the coffin. After a short while, it flew to Thatcher and transformed into a golden light, disappearing into his forehead. What's happening? Thatcher wondered. Immediately, a sharp pain shot through his brow, followed by a memory flashing in his mind. Messages from the little firebird. There's a stone coffin here, sealing a terrifying fierce beast. The beast is incredibly powerful, easily overpowering you. Be very cautious. Don't risk touching it. If you die, there will be no way to revive you. It's currently sealed in the coffin, weakened. You can probe it with your spiritual energy. It's very vulnerable inside, so attacking it might injure it, but it's still a formidable entity, so don't worry about killing it outright. You can use your spiritual energy to investigate, but remember, you only have one life. Don't risk provoking it unnecessarily. After hearing the firebird's warning, Thatcher fell silent. Can't take risks, but I really am curious about what's inside, he murmured. Despite his curiosity, he decided against investigating further, focusing instead on more pressing matters. He looked up at the stone coffin, raising an eyebrow. Whatever was inside the coffin must be extremely powerful to seal that mysterious corpse. But what exactly is it? Thatcher thought hard, but he had no clue what lay within the stone coffin. There were no records or clues about its contents. Could it be a treasure? Chapter 31. The Giant Buddha Statue. He thought of a legendary supreme treasure, the pinnacle of divine weapons, said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even deities could not withstand its edge. If this stone coffin contained such a supreme treasure, its threat would indeed be significant. Thatcher pondered and placed all the materials he had just collected around the stone coffin. He wanted to try communicating with it using his mental energy, to see if he could activate any mechanisms within the coffin. However, he discovered that his mental power couldn't penetrate the coffin at all. This stone coffin is no ordinary one. It has a shield against mental energy, Thatcher concluded inwardly. If it's a treasure, wouldn't it be too powerful? But if it's dangerous? Thatcher frowned deeply. Kate seemed to read his thoughts and said, if it's a treasure, it's certainly extraordinary. You can store it away for now, and open it when you have the opportunity later. Or if you want to know what's inside, you can open it yourself. Thatcher thought for a moment. This was the only viable option. In that case, let's leave first. Chirp. Kate let out a chirp and flapped its wings, lifting Thatcher into the air. Sitting on its back, Thatcher rose up, hovering directly above the stone chamber. As Kate soared high, flames burst forth from its wings, and its form shrank rapidly until it became a tiny yet graceful little firebird, retaining the essence of its original appearance despite the reduction in size. This was the second time Kate had transformed into its smaller state. Thatcher carefully observed its form. It emitted a scorching aura, unique and not ordinary spirit energy, nor purely spiritual chi, but rather an ancient, intense force akin to a boiling volcano. After consuming the beast core of a monster, Kate had advanced to become a true divine bird, now possessing a trace of the ancient sacred beast's bloodline, elevating it to the status of a holy level spirit bird. It had grown both more powerful and physically larger. Examining Kate's feathers, Thatcher noticed they were purple. Kate was actually the legendary vermilion bird. No wonder its wings transformed into vermilion bird wings. It had the lineage of the vermilion bird, a true vermilion bird. The vermilion bird is a divine bird, an extremely rare divine creature. I've never seen a true vermilion bird, but Birdie once mentioned that before the Age of Chaos, there existed a powerful divine bird called Phoenix, renowned for its terrifying power. When it used its divine skill, it could burn the heavens and the sky, Thatcher mused. But this divine creature disappeared long ago, rarely appearing in the human world, and no one knows where it went. Who would have thought it would show up here? Thatcher speculated about the amount of spirit crystals needed for its evolution. Chirp. Kate chirped again. What's the matter? Birdie, put me down. I've grown up and can fly. Kate chattered excitedly. Now Thatcher could communicate telepathically with it, though of course, others wouldn't understand the bird language. Oh, all right. Thatcher dismounted from Kate's back. Birdie, look over there, Kate suddenly called out. Following its gaze, Thatcher saw a statue at the end of the cave. The statue resembled the one he'd previously encountered, standing about 30 zhang tall, intricately carved with complex patterns. It struck him as a giant Buddha statue. This statue feels familiar, Thatcher frowned, sensing a connection between it and the Buddha statues he had seen before, yet unable to identify which Nina it belonged to. Is this statue of a monk? Thatcher asked. Yes, this statue depicts a high-ranking monk named Quentin, a monk who cultivated Buddhist teachings, Kate explained. A monk who cultivated Buddhist teachings? Thatcher's expression turned peculiar. This place was getting increasingly bizarre. He was now within the territory of demons. After dealing with evil cultivators, he now faced a statue of a high-ranking monk? I know what you're thinking. Kate said, I have similar doubts, but don't worry too much. I'm just speculating because the evil cultivator you fought earlier was also called Quentin. I suspect this statue might be that same person and likely has a close relationship with a high-ranking monk from Buddhism. I see. Thatcher nodded, growing wary of this Buddha statue. These demonic entities were not to be underestimated. Could there be members of the Buddhist order hidden among the demon race? Thatcher wondered. That's impossible. There are no longer any Ephraims of Buddhism in this world. The Buddhist order has long been extinct. Even if there were some left, they wouldn't appear in demon territory. Shaking his head, Thatcher felt somewhat gloomy. His recent fortune seemed almost miraculous, securing a vast wealth of resources, but the challenges he faced were beyond words. However, wealth wasn't his primary goal now. His aim was to quickly find the demon clan's secret base and acquire a dragon egg. The dragon egg was his objective. Smiling faintly, Thatcher sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breathing to restore his spiritual energy. His reserves were depleted after this ordeal, and he needed time to recover. Kate led Thatcher to a stone bed, upon which lay a blood-red jade tablet. The tablet was palm-sized, translucent, and pitch black. It depicted a grand image of a majestic dragon coiled around a large tree, its horns prominent and eyes piercing, gazing down with overwhelming might. Beside the dragon stood a young Shoshana, draped in a golden robe, exuding an ethereal Suki that took one's breath away. Her eyes held deep emotion as she stared at the statue. 9 ancient swords were sculpted around the statue, their forms unpowered, their significance unknown. Moreover, this statue bore resemblance to the previous one, but was distinctly a Buddha statue of a high-ranking monk who practiced Buddhism. What was the connection between them? Hashtag Chapter 32, The Odd Bead. All of this filled Thatcher with questions, leaving him at a loss. Birdie, I sense a familiar energy. It makes me feel very comfortable, Becky suddenly said. Familiar energy? What do you sense? Thatcher asked urgently. Beside that statue, there is a bead, Becky replied. Thatcher followed the direction and his gaze landed at the base of the statue. There lay a crimson crystal ball containing 3 fist-sized, round, and translucent crystals inside, each with a red flame within. This is, Thatcher frowned, sensing an ominous energy fluctuation from the crimson crystal ball. It felt like it contained boundless power, incredibly formidable. This was a terrifying treasure. Thatcher's heart trembled. Birdie, this bead seems to enhance your strength, Becky excitedly stated. Let's try, Thatcher agreed. He placed Becky down and approached, reaching out to grab the bead. Undershirt crackle. As soon as he touched it, the bead emitted a clear, pleasant sound. Instantly, Thatcher felt a force envelop his body, and the bead transformed into a streak of light, entering his body. The crystal ball shattered, releasing a flame that fell onto Thatcher's palm, filling his hand with intense heat. A wave of warmth surged up his wrist into his body, spreading rapidly. This sensation was bizarre. Thatcher even felt as if his flesh and bones were melting and fusing together. How could this be? Thatcher was startled. He quickly focused on the bead now in his hand. The bead was half an inch in size, pale green, shimmering with a jade-like glow as if made of crystal. When Thatcher looked at it, its surface seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, emitting a thick, almost solid stream of energy that wriggled around it. With a thought, Thatcher decided to test the bead's effect. He closed his eyes and activated the mental technique of the 9-turn mystical art, immersing himself in it. Gradually, the energy from the bead gathered within him, coursing through his limbs and organs, circulating along his meridians. Thatcher's body trembled slightly. As the crimson bead entered his body, it lodged into his dantian. It behaved as though it had consciousness, darting around inside his dantian, searching for a new place to settle. It sought a home within Thatcher's body. This bead was a magical artifact with its own consciousness and unique thoughts. It was searching for a suitable host body to incubate and form anew. A fleeting thought crossed Thatcher's mind. Is this bead some sort of immature sentient entity? Such small awareness yet possessing consciousness. Thatcher was shocked. The bead gave off an odd feeling, like an infant playing, yet its consciousness was calm and untroubled, resembling an innocent child. It moved wildly within Thatcher's mind, searching for a fitting corporeal form. It has quite high sentience, Thatcher mused inwardly. Suddenly, the bead cracked open, and a drop of liquid emerged, flowing into Thatcher's hand. Looking down, Thatcher saw that the liquid was a vibrant drop of blood, exuding a strong metallic smell. Shocked, he wondered aloud, blood? The bead was a drop of blood. How could this be? Thatcher stared intently at the blood droplet. Though still moist, it had lost its warmth. Birdie, absorb it quickly. This blood contains infinite power and can help heal your injuries, Becky urged. Taking a deep breath, Thatcher swallowed the blood droplet. It melted into his abdomen, vanishing without a trace. Inside his body, a mysterious force stirred, giving him a ravenous feeling. His stomach growled. Immediately, Thatcher absorbed the spiritual energy stored in his dantian and continued ingesting the blood droplet into his abdomen. After several more attempts, the blood droplet was finally depleted. Not only did Thatcher's body recover to peak condition, but it also became far more robust. He could feel that his body had grown stronger and tougher than before. His muscles had become thicker, and his bones more resilient. Moreover, a layer of pale green fur covered his skin and limbs, acting like a protective film, enhancing both resilience and defense. His senses sharpened too. Hearing had become incredibly acute, allowing him to catch every whisper of wind or rustle of grass. Even the sound of wind blowing through the valley registered clearly in his ears. I can hear the wind, capture its essence, and sense its presence. I am now a super wind elemental being. This is my new ability. Thatcher was elated. This is fantastic. He retained the blood droplet inside, realizing its immense power and mysterious consciousness control. It allowed him to command every strand of divine awareness within him, a capability beyond ordinary objects. Thatcher was thrilled, harboring potent energy within, perhaps imbued with evolutionary power as Becky suggested. Additionally, his skin had become more elastic, and scales faintly emerged, forming a protective armor. Thatcher felt that his current physique rivaled and even surpassed innate martial experts. Excellent. Thatcher rejoiced. A thought crossed his mind, and he released a crystal ball from within his body. With his left hand, he held the extremely hard crystal ball. Even his steel-imbued right arm couldn't compare to its hardness. Chapter 33. A dual-natured artifact. This crystal orb was made of an extremely precious material, and the blood it contained was also rare. Such a treasure was scarce outside, a rarity that cultivators dreamed of obtaining. This crystal orb was filled with a large amount of pure energy, greatly benefiting cultivators. However, Thatcher did not use this crystal orb to enhance his realm. The pure energy within the crystal orb was too vast for him at his current low-level cultivation stage. Its value could not be fully utilized. Instead, it might cause unpredictable internal changes in his body, so Thatcher decided not to think about enhancing his cultivation for now, but instead seal and preserve the crystal orb. Thatcher could clearly hear the popping sound of his muscles as they grew stronger, making him feel like an Iron Man brimming with explosive power. What's happening? Thatcher opened his eyes in shock. His body had become even more powerful. His skin grew harder, and his entire body became incredibly strong. His bones were tougher than steel, which left him amazed. The energy in this orb is too strong, Heavenly Firebird explained. It contains overwhelming power and possesses a potent intelligence. It's trying to devour your soul, turning you into its puppet. You must leave this cave soon, or once you're completely under its control, your soul will forever be its puppet, never waking up again. Even your body will be taken over, leaving both your soul and flesh in eternal slumber. Thatcher inhaled sharply. This orb was indeed vicious. This orb was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure rarely seen. Thatcher looked at Heavenly Firebird. Heavenly Firebird, is this truly a treasure? This thing seemed to have both positive and negative attributes. Yes, it's a very powerful treasure, Heavenly Firebird nodded. But you can't use it. It won't benefit you much. Thatcher sighed inwardly. If only we could use it to forge weapons, that would be perfect. Heavenly Firebird sneered. Stop daydreaming. Forging weapons, even immortal-grade ones, requires countless materials. Your forging skills are far too poor to handle such tasks. Moreover, this orb has already been depleted by 70% of its energy, leaving only 30%. Its remaining power isn't enough to forge an immortal-grade weapon. Besides, it continues to consume your energy, amplifying it. Once you break through to the next level, you can forge a true immortal-grade weapon. But for now, your cultivation is stagnant. My cultivation speed is really slow, Thatcher shook his head. Your talent is already heaven-defying. If you were any faster, would you still be human? You're right, Thatcher chuckled bitterly. My talent is heaven-defying, which is why I've obtained so many opportunities. Heavenly Firebird thought for a moment, then shook its head. This orb can only be used for attacks. Its function is limited to devouring souls, but it won't take over your body since you already possess consciousness and won't fall into someone else's control. That's all I can tell you. But I can warn you that it's indeed dangerous. You should avoid it for now and needn't worry about it because it would consume both your soul and body, making you its puppet. Thatcher raised an eyebrow. Can you tell me what this orb can do? I don't know, but treat it with care. Halanthal Firebird shook its head. You're right. It's a treasure, though I can't determine exactly what kind of treasure yet. I can only sense its immense power. I don't know how to use it. Right now, it's only effective for simple attacks and defense. I understand, Thatcher nodded. He knew this orb was not an ordinary treasure and possessed mysterious abilities, capable of absorbing the essence of all things for its own use. We should leave this valley now, Thatcher said. Just as he spoke, he sensed a dangerous presence approaching. He immediately stood up, observing his surroundings cautiously. Not far from Thatcher, a giant python with a long tongue stared at him with blood-red eyes. The python was 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, long, covered in scales, and its mouth was several meters wide. Its sharp, blade-like scales reflected a chilling glow. Beside the python, a man in green clothing sat on a tree branch. His posture was graceful, his expression calm, and his gaze deep like stars, giving off a mysterious aura. Halanthal Firebird shrieked. That man in green is a demon race member. He has already transformed, at least at the peak Do Huang level. You can't defeat him. Thatcher's heart raced, surprised to find a Do Huang level demon cultivator in the valley. Halanthal Firebird, do you recognize him? Thatcher asked. No, Halanthal Firebird replied. I've been here for countless years, mostly in hibernation. Oh, that explains it, Thatcher sighed in relief. Fortunately, I didn't rashly approach that snake. If he wanted to kill me, there probably wouldn't be anything left of me. A surge of intense fighting spirit welled up inside him, something he had long suppressed. Now, finally, he found an outlet for it, causing his whole body to pulse with excitement. The man in green suddenly let out a roar like a dragon, shaking the entire cave. An overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped Thatcher and Halanthal Firebird. This was an extremely terrifying force. Thatcher felt his blood boil, his heart pounding as if it might leap out of his throat. Who is that man in green? Thatcher hurriedly asked. Don't know him, never heard of him, but he's definitely from the demon race. His demonic core contains traces of divine beast aura, albeit faint, just barely reaching the demon king level. So he can't unleash his full demon power, but even so, his combat strength is enough to sweep across the entire ancient demon ridge. Lexi? Thatcher felt a wave of fear. Although he knew he had advanced to the late stage Do Wang and had significantly increased combat strength, compared to a true Lexi, he still fell short. After all, his realm and cultivation dictated that a Lexi was comparable to a fearsome initial stage Do Zun. ##### Chapter 34, Lexi. This was someone even stronger than himself. The minor demons they encountered on the way were all combat kings, and they were already formidable. So how strong would this Lexi be? Thatcher didn't dare to imagine further. He hadn't even reached the combat emperor realm yet. No matter how powerful he became, what could he do? This guy has been tracking me for a while, probably because he has his eye on the treasures I possess, Thatcher guessed inwardly. The man in blue had power far beyond Thatcher's expectations. As long as Thatcher recovered his health, dealing with the Gervais wouldn't be an issue. Thatcher's gaze swept over the Gervais, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The Gervais noticed Thatcher, and his eyes sparkled strangely. I didn't expect that in this desolate wilderness, another young talent with astonishing abilities would appear. Truly incredible. He also turned his gaze towards Thatcher, his eyes narrowing slightly when he saw the little firebird perched on Thatcher's shoulder. You are Halanthal Phoenix. His eyes fixed intently on the small firebird. Is the firebird your pet? Certainly, it is my pet, Thatcher said calmly. Taking a deep breath, Thatcher suppressed his surging rage and stared coldly at the Gervais. I don't want trouble. Don't push me too far. Ha ha. The Gervais let out a strange laugh. Young brother, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of targeting you. I merely wish to use your flying sword to help these two leave the ancient demon ridge. I'm not intentionally picking on you, so rest assured, I won't lay a finger on you. We're comrades in arms. Why hurt each other's friendship? You're right, we are comrades, Thatcher replied with a smile. So, how exactly do you plan to borrow my flying sword and have me take both of you away? Thatcher knew the man was lying through his teeth, but continued to play along, teasing him a bit more. The Gervais's eyebrows shot up at Thatcher's words. He stared at Thatcher and slowly spoke. The flying sword is on you. If you take your pet and friend away from the ancient demon ridge, you will naturally need to return that flying sword. Of course, if you have better magical treasures, you can give them to me. Sure, you can have my flying sword, but you mustn't harm anyone. Otherwise, I don't mind gifting it to my friends. Thatcher looked coldly at the Gervais. I'm a very petty person. The Gervais's brow furrowed with surprise. For someone so young, you have remarkable cultivation and strength, indeed rare. But remember, this wilderness is full of endless dangers. If you don't protect your pet and friend properly, you'll eventually die. I just want to be friends with you. Sorry, not interested, Thatcher replied coolly. Let's keep our waters separate, and we'll go our separate ways. The Gervais laughed warmly. By refusing me like this, aren't you afraid of angering me? If I lose my temper, the consequences will be too much for you to bear. Thatcher's eyes turned icy. You wouldn't dare. Otherwise, I won't let you off. The Gervais burst into laughter. Good. You've got guts and courage. I admire you. How about I give you 2 spirit stones? No need. Let's keep our waters separate. I don't enjoy causing trouble, Thatcher replied. Ha ha, little brother. You seem uninterested despite my polite negotiation. Do you know who I despise most? The Gervais asked, pointing at Thatcher. People who don't appreciate what they have. His tone grew harsher. You are one who doesn't know when to appreciate kindness. Thatcher snorted coldly. It's you who doesn't appreciate kindness. If you know what's good for you, I can pretend I never heard this. Otherwise, you'd better watch out. Don't think I don't know what you're after. Ha 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 ha. I love people like you, young and full of arrogance. Your backbone is commendable, but I don't mind giving you a lesson. As he spoke, his figure flickered and he continued, I have no intention of targeting you. We are peers, and your talent and potential are exceptional. If you were to join under my tutelage, I guarantee your future would be limitless, possibly even reaching the combat saint realm. Pausing, he added, you should understand that many wish to enter this valley, but few come out alive. You're only the second person to do so, and you were personally invited by me as a distinguished guest. Why would I harm you? I love making friends. Do you want me to follow you? Thatcher asked. Smart, the Gervais nodded. We can travel together, look out for each other. What do you think? Thatcher frowned, feeling increasingly agitated. This man was incredibly self-important, considering himself something important. No need. I can manage on my own, Thatcher said gravely. Ha, you can't leave. The Gervais shook his head. This valley is sealed by the Lexi. Only those at my level can enter or exit. You're a combat king, so you won't get through. Moreover, this is a forbidden zone full of danger. Even if you clear the first hurdle, what then? You can't stay here forever. Thatcher's brows furrowed, his mind racing. Strange energy currents permeated the valley, forming an immense maze. Though unsure if the maze was real, Thatcher felt profoundly uncomfortable here. Intuitively, he sensed that this valley might be connected to his past. We have common enemies along the way. I hope you'll follow me to clear these hurdles together. This way, we can grow rapidly and become renowned experts in the ancient demon realm. Then, I can lead you all out of this hellhole. Thatcher responded coldly, no need. I have my reasons. The Gervais's eyebrows twitched, his eyes becoming piercingly sharp. Your reason is simply that you don't want to follow me? Not that I don't want to follow you. It's that I don't need your help. I can rely on my own strength to navigate this valley. And, Thatcher glanced at the Gervais. I dislike being controlled by others. I prefer independence. Caden, this is your last chance. Have you considered it thoroughly? The Gervais's eyes flashed with anger. Your words are going too far. Chapter 35. Creatures as tiny as ants. The Nicholas's aura radiated outward, the pressure of a demon king washing over like surging waves. Thatcher, however, remained calm-faced. I don't know you or who you are, but if you can enter this valley, you must be one of the natives of this area. However, you've also seen that besides you, I have encountered others. They all come from the ancient demon realm. Either way, you can step aside and we won't cross each other. Ha 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 ha. Richard, you're truly arrogant to speak to me like this. I am a demon king, did you know? In front of me, you're nothing but a creature as tiny as an ant. Do you really think you're a demon king? Thatcher slightly curled his lips, revealing disdain. It doesn't matter to me whether you're a demon king or not. Nor does it matter if you've cultivated into a demon king. If you wish to kill me, I cannot resist at all. You just need to flick your fingers to crush me, right? Why don't you try? Upon hearing Thatcher's words, the Nicholas was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, you Nicholas. You sure have guts, sparking my admiration for talent. After laughing, the Nicholas returned to being icy cold. Because your previous words sounded pleasant, I will give you 3 seconds to consider. Thatcher shook his head and said indifferently, not necessary, 3 seconds is quite long enough. The Nicholas's imposing aura enveloped the entire world. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been terrified out of his wits. Even Thatcher was taken aback. He had never encountered such a powerful demon race before. Indeed, demons lived up to their name in strength far surpassing common beings. This Nicholas's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit consolidation stage. Only one step away from reaching the nascent soul realm. Thatcher, though strong, wasn't yet a match for him. However, Thatcher still possessed the ability to protect himself. If he could perfect the dragon elephant demon suppressing fist, even a nascent soul expert wouldn't intimidate him. Grinding his teeth, Thatcher summoned the dragon elephant war soul. He obtained this soul from the treasure hall of the 10,000 Demons Alliance. At that time, he got 2 incomplete maps, one located by the South Frontier Coast, the other by the East Sea Coast. Thatcher chose the South Frontier map, while leaving the remaining North Coast map in the Alliance. As soon as the dragon elephant war soul appeared, it released terrifying pressure, shaking trees with a rustling sound, almost ready to snap. The war soul's momentum grew denser, nearly materializing. The Nicholas's pupils contracted as he stared intently at the war soul. This was the battle flag possessed by its predecessor, which could resist this pressure. The Nicholas wanted to pressurize Thatcher. Thatcher smirked coldly. If this is your full strength, then yes, I underestimated you. But using this method to oppress me is impossible. Inside this valley, you cannot possibly be my match. Arrogant. A look of anger and embarrassment crossed the Nicholas's face. His body emitted several black beams, transforming into several ferocious black eagles that charged towards Thatcher. Humph! Thatcher scoffed, stepping across the air, increasing his speed several times over. The black eagles couldn't catch Thatcher's movements. He weaved through them, evading these attacks. You can't escape. Just using my clone can toy with you. The Nicholas smiled wickedly, releasing a powerful force from within, forming a gigantic black tiger. The tiger roared, lunging at Thatcher with its mouth wide open. Thatcher stepped back, dodging the attack, his figure abruptly rising. Swoosh, swoosh. The Nicholas kicked off the rocks with both legs, leaping high into the air. His arms stretched out, becoming multiple black claw shadows, slicing through the air and grabbing towards Thatcher. Thatcher let out a cold snort, stomping the ground hard with a loud roar. In an instant, Thatcher vanished from where he stood and reappeared next to the black eagle, delivering a heavy punch to its chest. The black eagle extended both claws, blocking Thatcher's punch. Crack! The black eagle was sent flying away, crashing into the mountain, causing intense tremors. Rocks tumbled down, and dust billowed up. The black eagle spewed blood mist, eyes burning with resentment. You dared to injure me, you're courting death. The black eagle clone shouted, stomping the ground forcefully. A terrifying force spread from his body, causing earth-shaking tremors. His body shot forward like a cannonball, his claws turning into black blades aimed at Thatcher's neck. Thatcher barely avoided the claw strike, his fists glowing with golden light, filled with immense power, colliding with the black eagle's claws. The impact caused the black eagle to scream in pain. His 5 fingers shattered instantly, spurting blood, bones breaking apart. His claws turned to fragments, torn to powder by Thatcher's fist energy. Thatcher swung his right fist, smashing into the black tiger's spine. Thud. A dull sound echoed, the black tiger trembling violently. He hadn't anticipated Thatcher's move. He hadn't thought Thatcher could be so fast. But it wasn't surprising. After all, his strength here was not fully unleashed, needing to utilize his complete power. However, Thatcher hadn't exerted his full strength either, conserving it, waiting for the best moment to strike the black tiger from another direction. The black tiger cried out in agony. Thatcher withdrew his fist, looking at the black tiger. Is this your best? If this is all you've got, I won't waste more time. Deciding not to tangle with the black tiger further, Thatcher knew the black tiger wasn't as formidable as he imagined. He appeared before the Nicholas and struck his face without hesitation. This was his ultimate technique, using brute fists to annihilate enemies. Bang! The punch collided with the Nicholas's sharp claws, sparks flying. The claws were shattered directly by Thatcher. Yet, the Nicholas didn't retreat, flipping his wrist, arms shifting into dozens of sharp black claws, stabbing towards Thatcher. Thatcher raised an eyebrow. This black cat had practiced some secret technique, allowing it to exhibit such bizarre skills. However, such a skill might work on others, but against Thatcher, it fell short. Chapter 36, Black Vortex. Thatcher thrust both hands forward, shattering the black eagle's talons and simultaneously striking the Nicholas with a palm. Thatcher thrust both hands forward, shattering the black eagle's talons and simultaneously striking the Nicholas with a palm. Slap. The Nicholas grunted in pain as his body flew backward like a cannonball for over 100 meters. Upon landing, his body trembled violently. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His chest caved in. Several ribs were fractured. His eyes glowed with a chilling hatred. Halamphal brat, I'll tear you into pieces. His body transformed into black smoke, rushing toward Thatcher. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Thatcher's lips. Do you really think you can kill me? The Nicholas sneered coldly. If you defy me, I will grind your bones to dust. With that said, the Nicholas suddenly vanished from Thatcher's sight. Thatcher's pupils constricted sharply. Spatial law. Information about spatial law immediately flashed through Thatcher's mind. His heart raced wildly, cursing under his breath. How could this be? Spatial law was far more profound than sword techniques, fist techniques, or palm techniques. It was one of the most advanced practices in the cultivation world, generally unseen by ordinary people. Thatcher had only heard of it before, never personally experienced it. To see it today excited him greatly. His strength had significantly increased, giving him the power to contend even against late-stage Yuaning cultivators. However, this spatial law was too advanced. Although Thatcher had comprehended it, he couldn't manipulate it as the Nicholas did. He could only activate it through mental communication. Unlike them, who could change their surroundings into various shapes like wind, lightning, water, earth, just by breathing. Fiench like Thatcher himself, who could transform into a 1,000-meter-high mountain, a 1,000-meter-wide river, a 1,000-meter-long waterfall, or a 1,000-meter-thick tree. He drew circles in the air with his hands, ripples radiating outwards, enveloping him. A powerful force surged from his hands, voraciously absorbing the surrounding elemental energies. In an instant, he became a monstrous devourer of elemental energies. Behind him, a massive mushroom cloud shot up, dyeing the sky black, blocking out the sun. Bolts of black lightning cracked above the mushroom cloud, while purple thunderbolts crisscrossed and crackled amidst the cloud, resembling divine punishment. The purple thunderbolts, like writhing silver snakes, swept towards Thatcher. Thatcher's face changed. He felt the terrifying power of these thunderbolts. A hint of caution flashed across his brows as he swiftly summoned his dragon vein energy, forming a dragon-patterned armor around him, perfectly shielding him. Boom, boom. The purple thunderbolts struck the dragon-patterned armor but dissipated like mud sliding into the sea, creating no ripples. Thatcher's scales were incredibly sturdy, unharmed even by heavenly-grade artifacts. A trace of joy spread across his face. Damn, these thunderbolts are indeed potent. The Nicholas scoffed. Based on the strength you've shown, I can easily kill you. Thatcher laughed coldly. Really? Then try, and see if you can kill me. Saying this, Thatcher moved abruptly, appearing behind the Nicholas in an instant. Thatcher's fist struck the Nicholas's back fiercely. Pong! The Nicholas's body twitched and quickly disappeared. On the contrary, Thatcher was injured, spitting more blood from his mouth. A large hole appeared in his back, black liquid oozing from the wound, emitting a foul odor. Staring at the hole, Thatcher's face was filled with shock and anger. How is this possible? How could your speed be so fast? Your strength shouldn't be this strong? The Nicholas also felt that Thatcher's strength surpassed the Fighting King realm, and his speed exceeded many birds. Thatcher's speed was extreme. Even his eye technique couldn't lock onto Thatcher's movements. He only saw Thatcher's shadow streak past in the air before feeling a punch land on him. Moreover, the Nicholas's strength was terrifying, like an immense mountain pressing down on his back, leaving him no room to resist, only able to endure the blow. Thatcher felt bitter. Would he have to use escape techniques? But he was extremely unwilling. He refused to accept it. The Nicholas attacked again, this time not using his unpredictable movement, but employing his specialized spatial law. Thatcher vanished from the spot and reappeared behind the Nicholas, punching out once more. The Nicholas dodged Thatcher's punch, his body spinning in midair, transforming into a green python that lunged at Thatcher's neck. Although the Nicholas's attack was swift, Thatcher was faster. He punched the Nicholas, sending the latter flying, clothes torn, revealing solid muscles and rugged skin, with prominent veins bulging on his arm. Clearly, Thatcher's punch put him at a significant disadvantage. However, Thatcher himself was also heavily injured, his arm throbbing with pain from the impact. What kind of monster are you, having such bizarre movements? The Nicholas stared intently at Thatcher, wishing he could burn through his clothes to thoroughly examine him. I won't tell you, but you'll understand someday. Thatcher grinned. I will find out, the Nicholas growled. Sure, let's see, Thatcher chuckled, turning to run. The Nicholas's strength was terrifyingly formidable. Thatcher dared not stay to fight, and needed to finish him off quickly to leave safely. You can't escape, the Nicholas roared, his speed skyrocketing like a black rainbow, instantly catching up to Thatcher. Screw that, I bet I can outrun you. Thatcher snorted, his body flickering in and out of view, darting through the air. Every time the Nicholas closed in, a black vortex would appear beneath Thatcher's feet. The vortex contained endless suction force, capable of pulling even early-stage xuanhuan cultivators into its depths. But the Nicholas wouldn't fall for this trick. His speed was even faster. ####Chapter 37. A single sword slash. Not only did the green-robed man avoid being pulled into the vortex, but he even had the strength to attack Thatcher. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura lurking ahead in the forest, watching him. Thatcher raised his eyes and saw 3 black shadows slowly moving in the grass. They moved at a snail's pace, yet they gave him an inexplicable sense of danger. This is zombies. Thatcher was startled. He didn't expect to encounter zombies here. This was only his second time seeing them. The first time was during the Eastern Ford dynasty when he discovered 3 corpses on a mountain peak, which were actually zombies. But at that time, Thatcher hadn't realized that these corpses' power far exceeded the battling king realm. Thatcher hadn't expected there would be 3 zombies here as well. These 3 zombies were clearly stronger than ordinary zombies. Clad in black robes, wielding steel knives and crescent sickles, their skin was dark and tough like iron. Their bodies were covered with thick iron-like plating. This unique skin resembled the zombies from the Eastern Ford era. However, the atmosphere surrounding these 3 zombies was much more cold and sinister. Their eyes were pitch black like ink, devoid of any emotion, resembling 3 blocks of black stone. These zombies' strength also far surpassed the battling king realm. The Nicholas sneered, let my 3 subordinates entertain you. As if obeying orders, the 3 zombies lunged toward Thatcher. Cold sweat trickled down Thatcher's brow, and his pupils constricted as he quickly activated the dragon elephant prajna skill, bringing his strength to its peak. He waved his hand in front of him, releasing a golden light that condensed into a golden shield blocking him. Bang! The 3 zombies' crescent sickles struck the golden shield, producing a crisp clanging sound. However, they failed to slash through it. Haha, trifling tricks, can you really block my crescent sickle? The Nicholas scoffed, bending his right arm slightly and commanding the zombies again to deliver a forceful slash. The crescent sickle traced another black arc, slicing back onto the golden shield with a whistling sound. The golden shield trembled violently, emitting crackling sounds as if it might shatter at any moment. But the defensive power of the golden shield was astonishing. It wobbled but remained firmly in place. Let's see how many times your defense can withstand. A cruel and menacing smile appeared on the Nicholas's face as he applied more force. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the golden shield could not withstand the blow and shattered. Haha! The Nicholas burst into laughter, full of mockery. The speed of the 3 zombies was too fast, outpacing Thatcher. There was no time to use shrinking earth, so he could only rely on his own speed to engage them. Seeing Thatcher's disheveled appearance, the Nicholas couldn't help but laugh. Caden, it seems you are truly at the end of your rope. How about this? Submit to me and offer up your soul and blood, and I promise not to harm you. I will allow you to leave here alive and continue cultivating. When your strength grows several times stronger, I will consider accepting you as a mount. My 3 subordinates are all at the soul transformation stage, each matching the strength of a battling king. Their combined power can slay a battling ancestor. Such strength can dominate the entire continent. If you submit to me, I can betroth my daughter to you. She will become your concubine and fulfill any wishes you have. Besides, she isn't just my daughter. She is also my future wife. I will station 2 guards around her to ensure her safety. It was clear that the green-robed man genuinely admired talent. You dream. Thatcher shouted angrily. He knew the Nicholas was using provocation to elicit his potential. The Nicholas sneered disdainfully. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know once you try. While Thatcher hesitated, the 3 zombies had already closed in on him, swinging their steel knives and crescent sickles to strike. Thatcher clenched his teeth, deciding to act without delay. He immediately deployed the spatial law and vanished instantly. Just then, a sharp steel knife cleaved down, striking heavily where Thatcher had stood. SSSCH. A deep gash, over 10 meters long, slashed into the ground. Within the gash, a fiery black flame roared, engulfing the fissure. The 3 zombies were slashed to pieces by this single stroke. However, their bodies didn't shatter into fragments. Instead, they were covered by a transparent protective membrane, allowing them to remain intact and alive. Thatcher was inwardly shocked. This Nicholas's strength was too formidable. Thinking he had dealt with the 3 zombies, Thatcher watched as they staggered back to their feet and attacked again. Thatcher's expression turned grim, and he hurriedly unleashed the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, invoking Tiger Dragon Struggle. His Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and Golden Bell Shield were both Buddhist martial arts. Although his cultivation was still low, preventing him from unleashing their full potential, it was far beyond what ordinary zombies could withstand. Even so, the enemy's power was terrifying, like 3 battling kings attacking Thatcher simultaneously. Thatcher hastily performed the third form of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Mountain Shaking Dragon Elephant. This was the fourth form of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the most powerful move. Once used, it could drastically boost one's strength, doubling the power. It was incredibly formidable. But Thatcher dared not recklessly use this move. His Dragon Elephant Prajna skill relied on pure true chi, transforming true chi into Buddhist martial arts, not using true chi as the base. His skill was still in the initial stages, unable to perfectly control true chi. Using the fourth form now would cause true chi leakage, and if detected by the zombies, he would surely die here. Thatcher did not dare take the risk. Suddenly, a white light shot from between his brows, landing on the fragmented zombie body. The Nicholas stared at Thatcher with a sinister gaze. Since you refuse kindness, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Enjoy your fate. With that, the Nicholas charged at Thatcher again. Thatcher used Shrinking Earth again to evade the Nicholas. Despite the Nicholas's incredible speed and fierce attacks, how could it compare to Thatcher's Shrinking Earth? Thatcher felt a thud in his heart. He had just used the spatial law to dodge the three zombies' sneak attack. ##### Chapter 38. The Law of Space. Their movements were too swift. He had just used the Law of Space, yet they reappeared behind him almost instantly, their speed increasing as if they vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye, ending up right behind him. What a terrifying speed. Thatcher hastily activated his Wind Thunder wings, disappearing from his spot to evade the three zombies' sneak attack. Caden, run some more. Why have you stopped? The Nicholas's voice echoed from behind. Damn, how could they be this fast? Thatcher cursed under his breath and hurriedly sped up to escape. Suddenly, he heard a series of growls, akin to the roars of enraged beasts or the snarls of tigers and leopards. Could there still be traces of tigers and leopards here? Thatcher grew cautious, his speed picking up. As he fled, he kept an eye on his surroundings, hoping to discover something useful. Soon, he saw a massive tiger with black-scaled armor charging out from the woods. This tiger was incredibly fast, moving at a speed that was over 10 times faster than the Nicholas's subordinates, while Thatcher's own speed was significantly slower. He barely managed to dodge the tiger's claw at the last moment. Thatcher felt helpless, realizing that the Nicholas had so many tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he was known as Alexei. The giant tiger relentlessly pursued him, constantly closing the distance. Thatcher felt a growing sense of panic. He knew that with his current speed, he couldn't possibly outrun the tiger. He had to devise a way to buy time, allowing those young men to reach the battlefield. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Thatcher's mind raced for ideas. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. He slightly shifted his body, came to an abrupt stop, and turned around. At that moment, the giant tiger was only about 10 centimeters away from him, poised to pounce into his arms. Just then, Thatcher suddenly reached out and grabbed the tiger's paw. The tiger let out an angry roar, opening its blood-red mouth to bite at Thatcher's throat. A thin bolt of lightning shot from Thatcher's fingertips, piercing the tiger's paw. The tiger screamed in agony, its body curling up, claws digging into the ground. Taking the opportunity, Thatcher withdrew his hand and punched the tiger's forehead. This punch contained the power of the fifth form of Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist, Mountain Shaking Impact, and its force was formidable. It struck the tiger's forehead, creating a bloody hole in its skull. Bright red blood spurted out, and the tiger let out a few mournful cries before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The attack also carried the momentum of the Infinite Summoning Talisman, which Thatcher had used for the first time. He didn't expect it to be so effective. Thatcher summoned the little firebird with a thought. As soon as the little firebird appeared, the three zombies accompanying the Nicholas dashed towards it. Thatcher urged the little firebird to chase after the Nicholas. A sudden flash of cold light emerged. It was the broken blade, slicing through the little firebird's body, nearly cutting it in half. The broken blade pierced its body. Thatcher watched in anguish, but after losing one feather to the slash, the little firebird restored itself, its body becoming even stronger and thicker. Thatcher was dumbstruck. What exactly was this thing? Was the little firebird really this powerful? He quickly took out a bottle of pills and swallowed them to replenish his true chi. Even after drinking several bottles of pills, his true chi only recovered somewhat, but a bitter smile spread across his face. He realized these pills could only sustain him for a minute, after which he would become weak again. At that moment, a dark figure raced toward him and halted less than 100 meters away. Thatcher raised his gaze and saw the Nicholas, accompanied by three zombies, standing before him. These three zombies emitted a thick, murderous aura, resembling mummies drained of blood. Humph, my name is Daniel. You should know who I am. Daniel sneered. These three zombies are my pets. They possess great strength. I sent them after you to gauge your abilities. From what I've seen, these three pets should be enough to kill you. Aren't you going to bow down and admit defeat? Huh. Thatcher gave Daniel a disdainful glance. Are you showing contempt for me? Daniel's face turned livid, his eyes blazing with fury. Not contempt. I just can't be bothered with your nonsense. With that, Thatcher lunged toward the zombie with the severed arm, his speed astonishingly fast. As Alexei, Daniel had been watching without intervening, merely directing his subordinates in hopes of subduing Thatcher. To Daniel, Thatcher's speed seemed like that of a snail. As Thatcher approached the zombie with the severed arm, the zombie suddenly let out a howl, snapping its fangs with sharp teeth that glinted menacingly. Thatcher was startled, not expecting the zombie to make sounds. This caught him off guard, slowing his steps. But it was too late to stop. The zombie bit down on his ankle. Snap. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Thatcher's ankle was nearly severed. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The zombie excitedly screeched. Damn it! Thatcher shouted in pain, quickly channeling his essence energy to fend off the zombie. However, he found that his essence energy had no effect against it. There was a protective layer of special energy within the zombie, acting as its essence energy. No matter how Thatcher attacked, it wouldn't harm the zombie, only causing superficial damage. Thatcher realized the zombie not only possessed immense strength, but was also extremely fast. It seemed Daniel had unlocked something. Thatcher's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile. Although he had expended much soul power using the xuanhuan cauldron, and felt somewhat fatigued, his strength had not diminished. He looked at Daniel and sneered, "Daniel, do you think I fear you? Let me tell you, if I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname." Ha ha ha. So arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? This audacity. Daniel laughed maniacally, transforming into a black mist as he charged fiercely at Thatcher. An intense burst of hostility erupted from him. Thatcher saw his silhouette. Behind him, the bodies of the black-clad men slowly coalesced into three zombie-like forms, identical to Daniel. Thatcher's gaze grew increasingly cold as he stared at the three zombies. Chapter 39. First use of the talisman. It seems I must use the infinite summoning talisman to barely escape. Daniel watched as Thatcher prepared to engage the severed corpse and felt a surge of joy. He quickly shouted, "Attack! Kill Thatcher for me!" The three zombies immediately charged at Thatcher, their speed astonishingly fast, like arrows leaping into action. Thatcher let out a cold laugh. He had been prepared. With a flick of his wrist, 5 copper coins appeared in his palm, from which 5 silver beams of light shot out toward the zombies. This was one of his most powerful spells, 5-element spirit needle. The three zombies crouched low, dodging Thatcher's needles. However, they didn't retreat but continued charging forward. Thatcher smiled sinisterly and blurred past them, appearing like a ghost behind the zombies. His right leg kicked out with immense force. 3 dull thuds echoed as the zombies' bodies exploded into blood mists, their internal organs spraying out. Thatcher retracted his leg calmly and continued forward, moving faster than before, almost weightlessly like a leaf. His movements were agile and graceful, blending seamlessly with the swaying leaves around him. Seeing this, Daniel's face turned pale with shock. He never expected that his 3 zombies would fail to even touch Thatcher, which made him uneasy. This guy is truly freakish. Attack! Kill him! Daniel roared. Yes, Bertie. The black-robed men answered in unison and lunged again, faster than before. Each of them released an eerie force into the air, warping and twisting as if alive, making them look like terrifying dancers. These were Daniel's 3 puppet ghost cultivators. Though their strength was only at the innate realm, their speed was incredible, rivaling that of late-stage martial artists. Their power was formidable, enough to crush an ordinary 8th-stage Battle King warrior in a single blow. Meanwhile, Daniel watched from the sidelines. He believed these 3 puppets together would definitely kill Thatcher. That little bastard really thinks he's invincible. Just then, the 3 ghost cultivator puppets attacked. From their eye sockets, streams of toxic green light shot out, and their mouths opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. These zombies have formidable defenses, Daniel muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. His gaze shifted away from Thatcher as he noticed something. Suddenly, Thatcher vanished. Daniel's pupils contracted sharply, then cleared up. His focus returned to Thatcher, noting the pale complexion. Thatcher had disintegrated one of his zombies with a single kick, leaving it dead on the spot. Thatcher had managed to eliminate all 3 zombies in an instant. Daniel's face turned ghastly pale. His brows furrowed deeply, and his gaze grew even darker as he stared at Thatcher. Such incredible speed. Daniel gritted his teeth. Thatcher's agility was beyond belief, faster than anything he could capture. Such speed rivaled his own. After all, he was Alexei. Thatcher, where did you come from? Daniel exclaimed. This is a secret of my Zhao family, Thatcher replied coldly. Daniel's pupils constricted again. Zhao family? Yes. You are a descendant of the Zhao family? Daniel's expression wavered as he sized up Thatcher. His face darkened further as he realized that the seemingly weak Thatcher was actually a scion of the Zhao family. That's right. Zhao family. I am a descendant of the Zhao family, so today you must die. Thatcher's killing intent intensified. Daniel felt a jolt of fear. What if he knew something? Though unsure, Daniel brushed it off, thinking Thatcher was just trying to intimidate him. Don't make wild assumptions. Even if your Zhao family is the Zhao royal clan, what can they do to me? Daniel sneered. Today, I will personally slay you to honor those 3 zombies. Is that so? Thatcher's lips curled slightly. Then let's see, he said coolly. What secrets does your Zhao family hide? Daniel growled. Thatcher ignored him and turned to leave. Daniel frowned, sensing a growing unease. Thatcher's intense killing intent was making him uncomfortable, as if something was slipping out of his control. This was only the second time in his life he felt this way. The first time was 10 years ago when he encountered that Otis, who also triggered this ominous premonition. Could Thatcher be a descendant of the Zhao royal clan? Daniel broke into a sweat at this thought. Hold him, Daniel commanded coldly. The 3 zombies spun rapidly, like tops, accelerating even faster, reaching Thatcher in the blink of an eye. 3 fierce gusts of wind sliced through the air toward Thatcher's head. Thatcher frowned slightly, dashing forward and punching the gusts away using golden cicada escape. His figure darted through the wind currents like a ghost. The zombies' expressions darkened further, and their speed increased dramatically. Daniel's face alternated between calm and anger, watching helplessly as Thatcher moved effortlessly through the gusts. None of his subordinates could catch him. Not even with full force could they touch a thread of his clothing. Cursed. Daniel cursed inwardly. He couldn't sit idle. He needed to capture Thatcher and force the Zhao royal clan secrets out of him. Who are you? Daniel demanded sharply. Chapter 40. Deception. You don't need to know who I am. One day, I will send you on your way, Thatcher said, his feet stepping into the void as his figure abruptly shot out. Courting death. Daniel bellowed. A short blade appeared in his hand as he lunged toward Thatcher like a ghost. The short blade cut through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Thatcher. This short blade was an innate spiritual treasure, its power extraordinary. Thatcher stared coldly at him, moving his body to dodge the blade's attack. Then he flashed forward, appearing right in front of Daniel. His fist hammered towards Daniel's chest. This punch contained Thatcher's robust essence and physical strength. If it hit, Daniel would surely be gravely injured, losing more than half his life. Furthermore, Thatcher wasn't worried about Daniel escaping. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't get away. This was Thatcher's territory, within his domain. With just Daniel and his subordinates, how could they possibly escape? However, Daniel was a demon king, several realms higher than Thatcher. He had merely been teasing him before. Thatcher's actions immediately angered Daniel, causing demonic energy to billow from his body. A thunderous boom echoed from the sky as Daniel's eyes turned blood red, and he emitted a roar. His body suddenly expanded, covered in scales, resembling a towering mountain. With a bang, Daniel's body shattered into flying fragments, none of which struck Thatcher. Only the rumbling roar could be heard as the fragments scattered wildly, transforming along with Daniel's body. The transformations were almost like a dance. Thatcher sneered, his gaze fixed on one of the fragments. At that moment, Daniel's transformation sped up drastically. The fragment flew far away while his form continued changing. Thatcher's pupils narrowed as he finally realized who Daniel was, a member of the Demon Sovereign Hall. No wonder he could transform so swiftly. It was someone from the Demon Sovereign Hall, one of their highest-ranking existences. Everyone inside the hall was from the demon race, known for their ability to transform into anything. Daniel's transformation speed was too fast, leaving only a blurry image in the void, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. Thatcher, you are indeed arrogant, but you're overconfident. With your current strength, you're no match for me. Today, I will make you experience worse than death torment. I will execute you with the cruelest method possible. As Daniel finished speaking, his eyes turned completely red, demonic energy surging around him like flames. His arms grew muscular and hard as rock, his palms strong like iron pincers. At this moment, Daniel seemed like a giant, exuding terrifying aura. Daniel, stop bluffing. You're just a demon at the transformation stage. I could exterminate you with one move, but since I'm in a good mood today, I'll spare your life. Scram. Daniel roared furiously. I'll make you regret those words today. Let you taste what pain and torment feel like. His body expanded once more, two gigantic legs sprouting unknowingly. Standing 3 meters tall, he loomed like a wall. Daniel's fist slammed towards Thatcher's face. Thatcher sidestepped slightly but still got hit. Daniel suddenly kicked at Thatcher's face. Given the force behind the kick, Thatcher couldn't block it head-on and barely managed to dodge. Just as he dodged one kick, another foot came at him. Daniel's kicks were incredibly fast, instantly reaching him and aiming straight for his stomach. If Thatcher was hit, even if he didn't lose combat ability, he would suffer significant injuries. Thatcher quickly moved to avoid it. Daniel raised his left hand, striking at Thatcher's chest with full force, intent on killing him. If this hit, Thatcher would definitely be injured. Suddenly, Daniel's body stiffened, as if struck by an immobilizing spell. He remained frozen in place. Seeing this, Thatcher smiled faintly, knowing he had won. Because Sister Everly had arrived, his support. He had been distracting Daniel all along, keeping his attention fully focused on himself. Meanwhile, he coordinated with Everly to set up an array, successfully capturing the Demon King Daniel. Though powerful, Daniel did not dare destroy the array rashly. If the array backfired, he would be seriously injured. Daniel, accept your fate. Surrender peacefully, and I might consider sparing your life, Thatcher said coldly, maintaining an air of superiority to intimidate Daniel. As expected, hearing Thatcher's words, Daniel roared, Thatcher, you think you can succeed? I am a cultivator of the Demon Sovereign Hall. Dare you kill me? Do you know the consequences of killing a cultivator from the Demon Sovereign Hall? The entire demon race will hunt you down. Haha, Demon Sovereign Hall? I doubt your hall has such immense power to command all demons. Thatcher scoffed. Daniel paused. Then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Thatcher, this is an internal matter of the Demon Sovereign Hall. None of your concern. Whoever you are, if you dare kill me, you'll become the enemy of the entire Demon Sovereign Hall. Your end will be very grim, even death. Is that so? We'll see. Thatcher smiled indifferently. I'm here to slay you today. As for the Demon Sovereign Hall, I want to see where it stands among the demons. Everly wore a white robe, holding a dust broom, ethereal and graceful. Her appearance was ordinary but exuded an extraordinary presence, as if blending with the universe, captivating everyone's gaze. Seeing her, Thatcher felt instantly uplifted, his smile brightening. Halanthal sister, I've finally seen you again. Everly nodded slightly. Are you well? She reached out and touched Thatcher's forehead gently. Chapter 41. Reunion. She had already sensed that Thatcher was unharmed, which reassured her and lifted her spirits. The anxiety of the past few days lessened as she saw Thatcher safe and sound, allowing her to finally relax. Junior sister, stop touching me. You won't find anything wrong, Thatcher said with a wry smile. More importantly, why do you always appear out of nowhere? You nearly scared me to death. Hee, sorry for making you worry. As Everly approached, Daniel's face darkened, and his eyes turned bloodshot upon seeing her. Yenran. Junior sister. Both called out simultaneously. Their relationship had always been close, and during this long period, they had searched for each other tirelessly. Naturally, this meeting led to an exchange of their longing and parting sorrows. Thatcher's plan proceeded smoothly this time, but in the next moment, he furrowed his brow. He noticed something amiss about senior sister Everly's condition. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her body swayed as if barely holding on. Senior Ferguson, I'll help you, Everly shouted. Immediately after speaking, her figure vanished without entering the array. This formation wasn't meant to deceive enemies, as it would only plunge them into illusions from which they couldn't escape. This particular formation not only entrapped enemies, but also made them struggle frantically within the illusion. Daniel, ensnared by the formation, couldn't break free, Yet he could still see Everly's deteriorating condition and trembling body, as if she were about to collapse. Thatcher witnessed this and frowned deeply. Could Everly have sustained some kind of injury? Looking at her unstable state, Thatcher asked anxiously, "Junior sister, are you injured?" Everly's body shuddered at the question, almost falling before Thatcher quickly caught her. "Junior sister, how are you?" Thatcher asked urgently, his voice gentle and filled with concern. His soft concern melted Everly's heart. Her eyes moistened, but soon, a resolute expression flashed across her eyes. She turned to Thatcher, shook her head and said, "Senior Ferguson, I'm fine. I just finished refining a precious item, which consumed much of my soul power." Her tone was light, as if discussing the weather. "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." Everly forced a smile, shaking her head. "Senior Ferguson, you must leave immediately. You're no match for him. I will handle this. Go." Thatcher's brow knitted deeply. He hadn't expected to be sending his junior sister away so soon after reuniting. But considering Everly's decision, he couldn't force her, especially since her cultivation was only slightly higher than his. In a real fight, the outcome was uncertain. Taking a deep breath, he said, "All right, I'll leave first. Be careful, don't push yourself. Remember what I said, stay alive." "Okay, don't worry, I will." With that, Everly turned to flee. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's brows furrowed again, his expression turning grave. A thought occurred to him, and a strand of pure chaotic energy surged from within him, entering his dantian. Using a hand blade gesture, he immobilized Everly. The chaotic energy instantly transformed into a mass of chaotic essence inside his dantian. Thatcher circulated his technique, causing the chaotic energy to swirl into small vortices before converging into a spherical orb hovering above his head. This was the chaotic essence, also known as the chaotic pearl. It stored true chi and soul power, and served as both a treasure and a defensive artifact. Initially, after Thatcher refined the mysterious stone tablet in the secret space of the 10,000 Deity Palace, he obtained this chaotic pearl, though its power had been weak back then. Now, Thatcher intended to use this chaotic energy to heal Everly. His previous words were merely a ruse to keep her from leaving so he could treat her injuries. He gradually infused the chaotic energy into Everly's body. Gradually, her complexion improved, but she remained unsteady. "Junior sister, don't strain yourself. Rest now, I'll treat you. This way, our chances of victory will increase," Thatcher urged. Everly shook her head. "Senior Ferguson, there's no need. You should go. I'm really fine and will leave once I recover." However, Thatcher didn't stop. The process took about a quarter of an hour. Thatcher's true chi entered Everly's body. The moment it entered, her body trembled violently. As more chaotic energy poured in, Everly's complexion regained some color. "Junior sister, you're incredible. To casually harness such powerful true chi from the chaotic energy is truly astounding," Thatcher commented. "Hee, it's thanks to my Nina. My current realm isn't low, but I can't fully Nina it yet." Everly smiled faintly. "Oh, really?" Thatcher nodded, smiling. Recalling his identity as an alchemist, he produced a pill and handed it to Everly. "Junior sister, this is a high-grade third-level pill I refined. It will greatly aid your recovery." "Thank you, Senior Ferguson." Everly accepted the pill gratefully and swallowed it. Thatcher continued to guide the pill's effects, releasing a soothing fragrance slowly. Soon, Everly felt the fragrance permeate her body. Initially stiffening, she then felt coolness under the chaotic essence enveloping her, aiding her rapid recovery. However, a brief probing revealed a hidden ailment within Everly. Thatcher faced a choice: continue or stop. Continuing meant depleting his own vital essence. Without hesitation, Thatcher acted, increasing the chaotic essence input, while simultaneously activating the second level of the xuanhuan immortal technique to remove the hidden ailment. His hands continuously formed seals, channeling the chaotic energy into her body. ##### Chapter 42. Healing. The chaotic energy transformed into threads, wrapping around Everly and continuously nourishing the remaining injuries within her body. Strands of chaotic energy entered her body, gradually making her feel more comfortable, and she even sensed that all impurities inside her were being gradually expelled. This process was excruciatingly painful, but Everly gritted her teeth and endured it. Only she knew the depth of her suffering. However, this was for the best. If she could get through this ordeal, she would recover and possibly even enhance her strength. "I must strive harder and aim to regain my peak condition soon," Everly silently resolved. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by Thatcher, who couldn't help but sigh. "It seems you've indeed suffered a lot." Everly shook her head. "This is nothing. My background is tragic, so I must train hard and reclaim everything I lost." A shadow of hatred flickered in her eyes as she spoke these last words. Her hatred was so evident that even Thatcher felt it. He helped her sit on the ground cross-legged, then extended his arms to rest them on her back, allowing his true chi to circulate within her body and expel the cold currents. Thatcher's expression grew increasingly grave. He dared not be careless, for such a severe condition was rare. Usually, cultivators had no issues within their bodies, and any hidden ailments would have long since healed. Halank human bones. Once one cultivated spiritual awareness, bone injuries could be repaired. Even broken bones could regenerate with some precious herbs and elixirs. Yet Everly's internal state was dire, as if she had endured immense torment, and her body was showing signs of decay. If left unchecked, her physical body might collapse. "Senior Ferguson, I'm not feeling well." Everly gritted her teeth, her face pale and sweaty, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Her legs were weak, barely able to stand. Without Thatcher's timely assistance, she would have collapsed. "Junior sister, I will treat you now. We can overcome our enemies together." Thatcher clenched his jaw and infused true chi into Everly's body, guiding the chaotic energy to merge with hers. Everly accepted his aid, knowing that only Thatcher could heal her hidden illness. Stopping him would mean losing the chance to heal herself, which which was an undesirable outcome. Before long, beads of sweat appeared on Thatcher's forehead. Everly's condition was too severe, and at his current strength, he could barely suppress it. Failure could result in her body collapsing, a risk he dared not take. He couldn't delay, so he infused the last bit of chaotic true essence into her body, rapidly forming seals with his hands and injecting them into her. These seals caused her true chi to surge, converging on the chaotic true essence. Thatcher felt like his head was about to explode with pain. His strength had significantly diminished, far from his former quasi-saint level. Yet, he couldn't let junior sister notice and continued persevering, treating her injury. Time passed slowly. Thatcher was drenched in sweat. His true chi nearly depleted after an hour of intense effort. Every second was torturous, even for his formidable physique. Just when Thatcher thought he couldn't hold on much longer, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He sensed a peculiar wave of energy within him, subtle and elusive, almost imperceptible. But he knew it was the chaotic energy aiding Everly's healing. Relieved, Thatcher increased the frequency of the chaotic energy flow into Everly's body. Eventually, her condition stabilized, though she remained unconscious without life-threatening danger. Thatcher breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully treated Everly's hidden ailment. However, whether she could fully recover depended on her luck. Gradually, Everly's breathing calmed, her complexion becoming rosier. Her injuries were mostly healed, and Thatcher felt reassured. Senior Ferguson, thank you. If not for you, Yinran would have been in great danger. Everly expressed her gratitude. Oh, you're too kind, junior sister. Thatcher smiled gently. I just did what I could. From what I can tell, your hidden ailment was due to toxins accumulating within your body. They can severely damage your meridians and organs over time, affecting your mind and spirit. They've also formed a dark mark in your dantian, weakening your entire system and hindering your cultivation. I had to eliminate these toxins thoroughly, or else they could jeopardize your life. I see now. At my current strength, how could I easily encounter such problems? Everly realized. Finally, it's done. Thatcher wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved. He had controlled Everly's hidden ailment and cured her completely. Though Everly's injuries were severe, damaging her meridians and acupoints to the point of near rupture, she was no longer in immediate danger. Yet Thatcher remained vigilant because her body was still fragile. Chapter 43. Ambiguity. At any moment, she might collapse, or worse, be driven into a state of madness by pain, so it was crucial to send her home immediately. Otherwise, the agony would surely claim her life. Thatcher took out a divine healing medicine and without any hesitation, fed it directly to Everly. Following that, he produced several more pills and placed them in her mouth. The medicinal pill instantly transformed into a warm current upon entering her mouth, flowing down her throat and spreading throughout her body. Everly's body moved slightly as she struggled to breathe. Soon, this warmth enveloped every corner of Everly's body, gradually expelling the chaotic true chi and residual impurities within her system while making her skin glow. This transformation left Thatcher staring intently at Everly, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Her body slowly recovered, and a gentle stream of true chi began to flow through her meridians. Placing his palm on Everly's back, Thatcher channeled an abundant flow of life energy into her body, nourishing her meridians and gently healing her wounds. This strange sensation flowed within Everly's body, causing her brows to furrow tightly as her nerves tightened. Time passed slowly. Everly's complexion gradually regained its color, and Thatcher withdrew his palm, ceasing the release of his true chi. Junior sister, how do you feel now? Everly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion lingering in them. Senior Ferguson, do you feel uncomfortable? No. She looked at Thatcher, two red clouds blooming on her cheeks, a flash of fear evident in her eyes. It's just... In the next instant, Thatcher realized their proximity was too intimate. He stepped back, and Everly also retreated a step before standing up. Do you feel any discomfort? Her gaze held a shy luster, touched by Thatcher's concern, which made her heart feel warm. Everly nodded. It's not that I'm uncomfortable, but there seems to be other forces still present inside my body. Give it some time. They will be absorbed on their own. No need to worry. Unknown to them, Everly was now emitting a faint blue glow. The bruises and contusions on her body started to vanish, and even the veins beneath her skin became invisible. Furrowing her brow, Everly said, Senior Ferguson, this sensation is getting stronger. I don't feel well. Thatcher hadn't anticipated Everly's body couldn't withstand the power of the pills. It appeared he had no choice but to assist her further. He laid his hand on her back again and transmitted his true chi into her body. After a few minutes, Thatcher stopped the flow of true chi. Done. At this moment, Everly's skin resembled that of a newborn's, soft, smooth, and almost translucent. Everly slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Thatcher's handsome face, her heart pounded wildly, her cheeks blushing deeply as she quickly turned away. Thank you, Senior Ferguson. You're welcome. Watching her, Thatcher couldn't help but smile. We should leave now. Everly's voice trembled slightly, her tone revealing a hint of panic. I'll take you back first, Thatcher smiled. All right. Everly nodded obediently, a rosy hue rising on her delicate face. Her body trembled slightly, a sign of nervousness. Junior sister, earlier when the spiritual energy surged, it caused some issues within me. Finally, Thatcher sighed with relief, seizing the opportunity to explain. He knew his cultivation had dropped significantly, something he could not hide. So, he would need Everly to cover for him. All of this happened because of him. If he hadn't been crippled in his dantian and hadn't recklessly rushed in, he wouldn't have endured these pains and injuries, and his cultivation wouldn't have been ruined, rendering him virtually useless. Kyanran felt immense guilt. Senior Ferguson, it's all because of me. If you hadn't saved me, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault. Touched by her words, Everly became visibly saddened. Thatcher laughed, saying, No worries. I just need to rest for a bit. It's just that I'll need your protection for a while. Of course. Naturally, Everly was more than willing to help. After all, her life had been saved by Thatcher. Senior Ferguson, why are you staring at me? At this moment, Everly noticed Thatcher's gaze fixed upon her. She allowed him to look, feeling bashful yet oddly comforted. Senior Ferguson, yes? Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're beautiful, Thatcher teased. Immediately, Everly's face turned crimson. How dare he say such things at a time like this? However, Thatcher closed his eyes soon after, focusing on stabilizing the spiritual energy within his body. A few minutes later, by the time Everly was nearly asleep from waiting, Thatcher opened his eyes. Senior Ferguson, how are you feeling? Thatcher nodded. I'm much better now. That's good. Senior Ferguson, it's great that you're fine. I was so worried about you earlier. Everly spoke sincerely. Next, Thatcher stood up from the ground. So, shall we leave now? Thatcher asked tentatively. Everly shook her head. Wait a moment. Close your eyes first. Thatcher was taken aback. Everly glared at him. What? Are you complaining that my injuries haven't fully healed? How could I? Thatcher chuckled awkwardly. What are you planning? Everly hesitated. Seeing her flustered state, Thatcher found it amusing. What? No, nothing. Pfft. Thatcher almost burst into laughter. Stop laughing. If you laugh again, I'll bite you. Everly warned. Seeing her thin clothes, Thatcher instantly understood what was going on. Quickly then, Thatcher smiled. Indeed, she was an innocent young Shoshana, hesitating over something so trivial. As a gentleman, Thatcher obliged. Thank you. Everly's cheeks blushed even more deeply. All done. Your injuries have stabilized, Thatcher smiled. I've expelled the internal bruising, and you should be fine now. Lifting her head, Everly asked, Really? Thank you, Senior Ferguson Zhao. No problem. Just be careful with your health during this period. I will. The story has translated maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence. Please let me know if there's anything else needed. Chapter 44. Escape. Ding. The system voice announced. Host has gained Everly's admiration. Good fortune plus 200. Protagonist good fortune minus 200. Ouch. There was one thing Thatcher had to admit. Wearing just an outer garment, Everly's figure was indeed extremely alluring. Thatcher quickly gathered his thoughts. Just as Thatcher was healing Everly and chatting with her, the array they set up earlier began to emit violent tremors. Their expressions changed drastically. After all, the Demon King Daniel was trapped inside it. This change could only mean that Daniel might be about to escape. The violent trembling grew louder and louder, indicating that Thatcher's fears were justified. Thatcher and Everly hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy into the protective barrier of the array, but it continued to tremble violently. It seemed the array couldn't hold on much longer. What should we do? Everly asked. Her eyes were already red, filled with despair. She didn't know what she had done wrong for fate to punish her so harshly. She felt it was all her fault that led her senior brother into the trap. A sharp crack sounded. What's happening? What's going on? She fretted. Everly didn't know how to respond. Her cultivation was not as advanced as Thatcher's, and she lacked his Nini over arrays. Therefore, she could offer little help. Although Thatcher was an array Nina, this was his first time setting up an array, and he had no prior knowledge in this area. At this moment, the cracks in the array's protective barrier widened. As the barrier was about to give way, Thatcher gritted his teeth and pasted a spirit talisman onto it. Immediately, the barrier flickered with light, continuously resisting the powerful forces outside. Thatcher was shocked by the immense strength. He hadn't expected Daniel to have recovered so much power, exhibiting such formidable might. No wonder this demon race king was so confident. They were truly formidable. Perhaps ordinary logic couldn't apply here, and he still wasn't strong enough? If they didn't leave soon, they might be killed. No, they couldn't stay here. Thatcher immediately turned his attention to Everly. Can you break this array now? He asked. I can? Yes. But there seemed to be no stopping the inevitable. What can we do? Thatcher asked, anxiously. Should we go in to help? Everly shook her head. She knew that demons in this place were extremely powerful. If discovered, they would be killed without a trace. Besides, this was the Demon King's lair, and any rash actions would provoke his anger. Even if they managed to escape, it wouldn't make any difference. Should we just let him continue like this? Thatcher frowned. No, Everly pondered for a moment and said, he has fallen into a mad state. We must find a way to subdue him. Subdue? Yes. Everly nodded. I once heard my Nina say that demons excel in using arrays against enemies. So, we need to find the array eye, dismantle the array, and then subdue the Demon King. Thatcher thought hard, suddenly recalling something. You mean? Thatcher pointed at Daniel. You mean to subdue the Demon King using the array? That's right. Alright, let's do as you suggest. You stay here, and don't move around. And what about you? I'll try to find a way to break the array eye. If I can't, I'll take you away from here. Everly nodded. Okay. So, Thatcher left, putting some distance between them just in case. His speed was incredibly fast, and he quickly reached the valley where Daniel was located. He looked around and noticed that the place was an extensive plain with a very peculiar array set up. There were 3 openings which meant these could be used advantageously. Thus, using just one opening would suffice to cover the entire valley, forming a giant net that would completely confine Daniel. Thatcher deliberated on which opening to use to disrupt the array and shift the balance to subdue Daniel. The space here wasn't typical of an array dimension, so the Demon King probably wasn't an array Nina. Since he wasn't an array Nina, the array eye should be somewhere within his body. I understand. Wait here. Having said that, Thatcher raced towards the Demon King's cave. Moving at great speed, he soon reached the edge of the valley, a steep cliff. Thatcher leaped onto the cliff and gazed down. Below was a bottomless dark hole, its entrance covered with array patterns emitting a faint blue glow. Moved by instinct, Thatcher summoned a streak of sword chi and slashed at the array pattern. Crack! The sword chi effortlessly pierced through the array pattern and slashed into the darkness. Yet instead of disappearing, it condensed and formed solid-like sword intent near the hole, moving within it. This was sword intent? Thatcher felt a chill. It appeared he had underestimated both the black hole and Daniel. He originally thought he and Everly could easily dismantle the array, but they encountered unexpected complications. Whoever set up this array is indeed peculiar, Thatcher sighed. Perhaps he's another member of the demon race, hiding in the shadows for some reason, Everly remarked. He had a good idea, using his expertise in arrays to create one. Yinran, follow me, Thatcher said, stepping out of the array. Everly watched Thatcher curiously for a few seconds before following him out. Standing outside the array, Thatcher closed his eyes, focusing. Streams of spiritual energy from various parts of his body surged into the array eye, forming a massive sphere. This sphere was composed of countless thin threads, each glowing faintly, as though ready to vanish at any moment. These threads were manifestations of Thatcher's soul force. He could control them to attack Daniel at will. Go! With a low command, the threads came alive, shooting toward Daniel and landing on his body. Roar! Daniel sensed the disturbance in the array and roared. These threads behaved as if they had their own will, attacking Daniel fiercely. Instinctively, Daniel retreated backward, but found himself targeted relentlessly by the threads. They attacked his physical form, causing intense pain and provoking furious roars. Chapter 45, Terrible. But they refused to give up, continuing their relentless assault. Gradually, Daniel's roar faded. Just when Thatcher and Everly were beginning to relax, another intense boom echoed out. They looked over to see an immense surge of demonic energy wildly surging within the array, while Daniel emerged with a blood-stained smile on his face, his eyes seemingly saying, "Wait for me. Once I break this formation, it will be your end." This formation is so powerful? How terrifying. This is almost the pinnacle of demon formations. Both Thatcher and Everly were taken aback. They held their breath in unison. On Daniel's chest, there was a pitch-black hole, very small, about as wide as a needle point, resembling a tunnel. Around the hole were countless threads like a giant spider web, tightly binding Daniel's body. Suddenly, Daniel's body exploded, emitting a rumbling sound. The threads snapped in the explosion. The black hole slowly shrank, finally becoming fist-sized. A terrifying wave of demonic energy gushed out, instantly engulfing the surrounding void, causing nearby peaks to collapse. Daniel reappeared. His entire body was engulfed in raging flames. With clenched fists and a slightly arched posture, he radiated destructive power, akin to a war demon god, instilling fear in everyone around him. At this moment, his body had expanded even more. Moreover, black smoke spewed from his mouth, indicating internal bleeding. His clothes were already entirely shredded. Terrible! Thatcher shouted, but it was too late. Daniel shook his body, releasing a massive wave of demonic energy that shattered all the threads. He took a step forward, stepping into the air, charging towards Thatcher. With one swipe, a large fist formed from black mist hurled toward Thatcher, carrying a devastating force like a falling meteorite, accompanied by an ominous whistling sound. This was a true high-ranking alchemy Nina's move, and not just one, but over 10 such fists pummeled Thatcher. With each punch, Thatcher's body shook, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was a full-force attack from Alexei. He couldn't defend against it. He was startled, never imagining Daniel had such a lethal move. However, Thatcher wasn't someone to be underestimated either. Twisting his body in midair, he narrowly avoided the fatal blow, then quickly pounced at Daniel, attempting to seize the opportunity to subdue him. "Himph, you dare to capture me? You're still too young. Today, I'll let you taste the might of our demon race, and see if you have the qualifications to challenge the dignity of Alexei." "He's already injured," Everly said. Thatcher, looking at the massive bloodied hole, his eyes flashed coldly. Yes, he must be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to such vicious means. But even injured, he remains beyond our ability to handle. We need to come up with a plan quickly. This place is close to the formation's core. He mentioned he didn't want to waste time, and would kill us as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we leave, he'll set up a new formation. Everly added, "He's trying to delay our escape." "Yes, so we must find a way to break this formation as soon as possible," Thatcher said with determined eyes. He recalled the array Dharma Cannon, which recorded many ways to break formations. By identifying weaknesses and key points, he could dismantle the formation. Now, Thatcher thought of another method. After pondering, he retrieved the book from his storage ring, flipping to the first page, where it detailed techniques on arrays and forging, with the most important part being the array Dharma Cannon. Thatcher turned the pages, seeing lines of text. This book contained numerous breaking techniques and crucial points for arrays, along with forging methods. But Thatcher had no interest in these details now. Capturing this guy was paramount. This wasn't a game. If he escaped, both Thatcher and Everly would be dead. Thatcher flipped to the second page. The second page boldly read, "Demon Race Array Dharma Cannon." The Demon Race Array Dharma Cannon. A thought crossed Thatcher's mind. Holding the book, he flew towards the Lexi. At this point, Daniel had completely gone mad. He no longer cared about Thatcher. He only wanted to quickly capture Thatcher and Everly. His figure flickered, moving at incredible speed. Almost instantly, he caught up to Thatcher, his right claw extending out sharply, aiming to strike him. "Die!" Daniel roared, condensing half of his demonic essence into his palm. Worry appeared on Thatcher's face, but he didn't panic. He knew panicking would make things worse and provide Daniel an opening. "I'm going to kill you," Thatcher roared, his left arm elongating into two, striking fiercely at the large beast's wrist. The two arms collided with the beast's wrist. The giant beast let out a heart-wrenching howl, retreating several hundred meters before stopping. At this moment, Thatcher was behind him. Demonic essence. He bit his tongue, spitting out a drop of pure blood, which rapidly grew into a huge demon core, exuding dense demonic energy. The demon core floated in front of Thatcher, its surface covered with a layer of pale red scales, emanating a thick aura. Purple lightning danced around it. Go! Thatcher gritted his teeth, flicking his finger lightly, sending the demon core flying toward Daniel. Daniel detected the incoming attack, his face paling as he tried to evade the demon core but found himself trapped, unable to move. He watched helplessly as the demon core smashed into his back, exploding violently. A dazzling spark erupted, making Daniel tremble as he was thrown back, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a massive crater. Ah! He screamed in agony. His shoulder was shattered, bloodied and mangled, with his demonic power rapidly fading. Thatcher's single strike gravely injured Daniel but did not stop. He soared through the air again, shaking his arms, releasing torrents of demonic essence. 9 turns of the demon dragon. Thatcher's deep and commanding voice echoed through the heavens. A loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the sky. Thatcher's left arm was restored. Chapter 46, Halamp Saving Technique. Using this force, Thatcher flew to Daniel's side. Aha! Daniel roared with fury and lunged at Thatcher again. His arms coalesced with demonic power, reaching out towards Thatcher. He was faster and stronger than before. Thatcher twisted his body to avoid the attack, then grabbed Daniel once more. Daniel struggled fiercely, but Thatcher's grip only tightened. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Daniel's body. His aura drastically weakened and kept dropping. His face grew increasingly pale, his lips terrifyingly white. What's happening? Everly asked in shock. Thatcher shook his head. His strength is waning. What do you mean? Everly's expression changed. How could Daniel's strength diminish? His demon core is damaged, having depleted all demon essence. Taking advantage of the moment, Thatcher quickly retreated over 10 meters. What formidable strength! A wave of soreness spread through Thatcher's arm, and he inwardly marveled. Indeed, Daniel deserved his title as Alexi, wielding such overwhelming demonic power. Daring not to hesitate, Thatcher rapidly adjusted himself and pounced on Daniel again. You won't stand a chance. I won't give you any opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Daniel's eyes. His arms swelled even larger, like a small mountain. Thatcher's heart skipped a beat. Twisting his body midair, he dodged Daniel's attack. In that instant, Thatcher gripped the sword hilt, slicing diagonally toward Daniel's neck. Daniel's expression changed. Retracting his massive fist, he redirected it towards Thatcher's throat. Predicting this move, Thatcher wielded his sword with his left hand, slashing horizontally and striking Daniel's left arm. A faint sound rang out as Daniel's left sleeve tore apart, revealing porcelain-like skin and muscles. Daniel's left arm was severed. Thatcher felt a surge of joy and immediately activated the formation flax. Instantly, a humming noise filled the air. Everly also acted promptly, attacking because Daniel was indeed a formidable Lexi, especially being inside a demon den. Daniel had just escaped the array set by Everly and Thatcher, radiating intense malevolence and murderous intent. As he prepared to attack again, a sudden hum restrained his movements, stopping him from advancing further. His expression darkened. He knew this predicament was due to Thatcher severing his left arm, but he couldn't figure out how Thatcher achieved this. Trying to break free with demonic power only increased his pain. Thatcher wasted no time, immediately employing the second layer of the formation, a confusion spell. This confusion spell bewildered both humans and demons within, paralyzing their actions. Thatcher, what sorcery have you used? Why am I confused by you? Daniel's expression was grim, teeth grinding with anger. I told you, this is my forte, and I have other secrets. Thatcher calmly replied, now you are no match for me, yet I don't intend to kill you outright. I'll let you die comfortably, but that's it. Killing you would be beneath me. Daniel's expression turned cold as stone. He refused to surrender. Unfortunately, this confusion was inescapable. However, his eyes turned bloodshot, signaling the summoning of lineage power. He was now utterly enraged. This Nicholas was far too arrogant to challenge him. Ah, I'll kill you. Daniel roared, dashing to Thatcher and slapping out a fierce palm. Don't overestimate yourself. Thatcher coldly snorted, swiftly evading Daniel's palm. Seeing this, Daniel increased his speed, continuously unleashing palm strikes. Powerful palm winds surrounded Thatcher. Not bad, an improvement, Thatcher observed, but still lacking. Despite Daniel's sharp attacks, they fell short of Thatcher's expectations. Thatcher, who had never fought demons or experienced life or death combat, clearly judged that Daniel was weaker. With each palm strike, numerous palm shadows enveloped Thatcher. These are minor tricks, Thatcher sneered, vanishing into thin air. He dodged most of the palm shadows, though 3 struck the ground, creating explosions. Daniel paused, puzzled. What technique is this? Thatcher smiled. It's a life-saving technique, and there's more to come. Everly arrived brandishing her sword, exuding overpowering vigor after healing. She charged at Daniel, imposing pressure upon him. Only then did Daniel notice Everly and frowned. You're a Shoshana, yet you're also a Lexi? You're a Lexi? Everly mocked. You look nothing like a true Lexi. You must be an imposter. Daniel's face turned livid. Halantal Shoshana, be wise and leave now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. So what if you aren't polite? Prove your abilities, Everly retorted fearlessly. Daniel's eye twitched. He knew engaging Everly might not guarantee victory, for she was undoubtedly a genuine Lexi with formidable combat prowess. Enough. Remain silent as death approaches. Wielding her sword, Everly lunged forward, striking towards Daniel. Daniel met her head-on, palm aimed at her forehead, emitting scorching flames resembling a blazing dragon, charging at Everly. Everly's pupils constricted, her expression changing drastically. She urgently swung her sword to deflect the deadly blow. She retaliated immediately, unleashing a flurry of sword light. Daniel dodged hastily, but Everly pursued relentlessly. Her speed was incredible, reaching him in a blink and slashing with her sword. Daniel growled, swinging his right arm to block the strike. ##### Chapter 47. Counterattack. The sword blade sliced into Daniel's arm, sparks flying in all directions. Daniel's hand went numb from the impact, his body staggered, nearly toppling to the ground. Daniel was utterly horrified. He had never imagined that he, a demon king, would be defeated by an ordinary-looking cultivator. His humiliation was profound. Just what secrets did this Thatcher hide? Come again. Thatcher rushed forward once more. Daniel felt indignant, but could only grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Break. Everly struck with another sword slash. Sword light scattered as the two clashed together. Suddenly, Thatcher frowned. Not good. What is it, Ferguson Zhao? Everly asked anxiously. Thatcher's expression turned strange as he observed the battle. This Daniel has no small cultivation, already at the peak of the initial rank Emperor stage. However, his true strength isn't very high. It's merely on par with your own. I suspect he's relying on some special treasure to last this long. At this moment, Daniel swung his massive fist toward Everly while roaring like a beast. The two terrifying demonic energies collided, creating a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Daniel's fist shadow shattered instantly, and his body flew backward, rolling several times before stopping. Vying covered his body, and blood trickled down his face and mouth. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes burned with rage. Everly looked pale and weak, her body swaying as if she might fall over at any moment. How dare you hurt me? Daniel gritted his teeth. I've already severed your arm. Do you want me to chop off another limb? Thatcher grinned. Enraged, Daniel stood up abruptly, his black fur standing on end. His eyes blazed with fierce flames, resembling a provoked lion. Fine. Let's see how much skill you really have. I'll show you my true power. With a roar, Daniel's aura soared, like an enraged lion ready to tear through the heavens. He lunged at Thatcher, aiming a palm strike at his crown. Thatcher stiffened and quickly dodged. During this time, Daniel's demonic aura continued to surge. Thatcher cursed aloud. Damn it! This demon king must have taken a stimulant drug. No wonder he's so strong. Everly hastily picked up a small lute and began playing enchanting melodies to confuse Daniel's mind. Taking advantage of this distraction, Thatcher swiftly activated multiple trapping formations to immobilize Daniel. But upon hearing the melody, Daniel seemed doused with cold water, regaining his senses instantly. Damned humans! Daniel shouted angrily. You dare to trick and bear like me? Thatcher and Everly wasted no time and directly activated their formations. Despite his anger, Daniel remained trapped in place, unable to move. Haha, you two are indeed clever, Thatcher chuckled. Do you know? Actually, I have no ulterior motives. I didn't plan to control you with formations. I just wanted you to understand something. Daniel's heart tightened. What? I want to make a deal with you, Thatcher smiled. A deal? Daniel frowned. What kind of deal? Don't worry, it won't harm you. It's about discussing cooperation. I can help heal your injuries and even boost your cultivation, but you must agree to one condition, Thatcher said. Condition? What condition? Daniel asked. Thatcher and Everly exchanged glances, both suspicious of Daniel's quick capitulation. Everly laughed and looked at Thatcher. Senior Ferguson, didn't you study the soul search technique? A soul search would reveal this guy's true thoughts. Thatcher nodded. That's reasonable. He immediately began using the soul search technique, carefully observing Daniel. Soon, he detected some inconsistencies. Indeed, this Daniel is hiding something. There's something he's concealing. Thatcher narrowed his eyes. What deal were you talking about? Daniel asked coldly. Thatcher smiled. The deal is simple. I want you to become my servant, joining my ranks. Servant? Daniel snorted. No way. I won't bow to anyone. Thatcher shook his head, sighing regretfully. Pity. Damn you. Daniel roared in fury, charging at Thatcher. Black mist enveloped his fist. Anticipating this, Thatcher lightly tapped the ground, leaping away. However, he still suffered a powerful blow from Daniel, sending him flying several meters, his chest caving inward as he coughed up blood, but clenched his teeth to endure. Do you really think I won't kill you? Daniel's eyes were bloodshot. His body swelled rapidly, cloaked in thick black mist. His skin transformed into black muscle tissue, like reinforced concrete. Humph! Daniel sneered. Do you really think these formations can control me? Is that so? Everly smirked, plucking a string on her lute. The music rang clear and sharp. Hidden within it was a pure thread of soul energy, causing Daniel to freeze mid-movement, his face contorting in pain. Thatcher squinted. This was the second level of the soul search technique. Everly's cultivation talent was exceptional, having needed the second layer of soul search. This technique was extremely domineering and required significant spirit energy to perform. These past years, Everly had been deeply studying the soul search technique. Now, her Nini of the first level had reached its pinnacle, making the technique even more formidable. Daniel's body trembled, black smoke rising from his skin, which soon decayed into foul-smelling pus, flowing onto the ground. Ah! Daniel screamed in agony. He struggled with all his might, but couldn't break free. Soon, his body reduced to a skeleton, twitching uncontrollably on the ground. Thatcher breathed a sigh of relief. The soul search technique was indeed powerful. Even a demon king couldn't withstand its corrosive effects. Then, Thatcher's mental energy enveloped Daniel, probing his consciousness. He discovered a vast well deep within Daniel's mind. A dense cloud of demonic essence sealed there. Chapter 48. Soul Search. Thatcher thought for a moment, and the bundle of demonic essence was tucked away. Daniel's eyelids twitched as he opened his eyes, staring at Thatcher. His face turned grim. Someone had forcibly erased part of his memories within his consciousness. His memories had been taken from him just like that. I warn you not to tamper with my memories, Daniel said in a deep voice. He wasn't afraid of Thatcher's formations or Everly's music. What he feared most was Thatcher's mental attacks. That feeling made him incredibly uncomfortable. I also warn you not to challenge my patience, Thatcher said calmly. Daniel's expression fluctuated between anger and frustration. He wanted to kill these two people, but was more wary of Thatcher. His strength was inferior to Thatcher, and there was no way he could kill Thatcher. He could only endure the humiliation and temporarily agree to cooperate with Thatcher. It turns out that this Lexi Daniel wasn't well regarded in the demon race either. So when Daniel saw Thatcher, he tried every possible way to subdue him and make him his subordinate. That was because Daniel's forces were weak, but his temper was volatile, making him many enemies. If Thatcher became his subordinate, he would be safe. Daniel's gaze fell on the small firebird behind Thatcher. He knew Thatcher had a contract beast, but he never expected it to be so powerful. It nearly tore him apart with one claw. All right, Daniel, since you've agreed to become my subordinate, let's sign the contract first. Thatcher retrieved the contract from his spatial ring and handed it to Daniel. Daniel scanned the contract and noticed Thatcher had already signed his name. His heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated how cunning this Nicholas was. I won't agree. Daniel gritted his teeth. Do you think you can refuse? Thatcher sneered coldly. If you don't agree, we'll have to deal with you right here. I assure you that even if my actions come to the attention of the Ion, they won't blame me. Instead, I can ask the Ion to protect you. Is this a threat? Daniel's eyes flared with hatred, wishing to immediately kill Thatcher. This isn't a threat, it's cooperation. And I won't mistreat you. As long as you help me, I will teach you the 9 suns burning heaven art and the soul search method, Thatcher explained. Daniel was already worried about his life being endangered, so he had to rely on an outsider like Thatcher to protect himself. Fine, it's a deal. Thatcher smiled and nodded. So, how are you planning to arrange things for me? Asked Daniel. Thatcher gave a faint smile and fed Daniel a pill. This is a healing pill that can remove the poison from your body. Daniel was taken aback. This pill could cure severe toxins. No wonder it was called a healing pill. But he didn't refuse, swallowing it down. He knew Thatcher must still have more up his sleeve. Daniel's face showed ecstasy. Thank you. Thatcher fed him a few more pills before stopping. Daniel, this pill can sustain 100 years of life. Once its effect wears off, you're bound to die. So you must ensure that for a century, you follow my commands. All right, I agree, Daniel answered without hesitation. At this point, he had no choice but to trust Thatcher. Thatcher smiled and placed Daniel back on the ground. Daniel immediately sat cross-legged and started recovering his injuries. Everly frowned at Thatcher. Halamthal Jr. Ferguson, isn't this too reckless? After all, this person isn't simple. Haha, it's fine, Thatcher smiled faintly. Although he's a Lexi, his cultivation is far from reaching the fighting respected stage. His consciousness is just like any ordinary demon, not something to fear. Seeing Daniel swallow the pill, a subtle curve appeared on the corner of Thatcher's mouth. Despite it being just for a moment, he clearly saw the disdain and greed in Daniel's eyes. This was a corrupt individual. His gaze filled Thatcher with disgust. Such people, Thatcher had seen plenty of them. Whether in the secular world, the cultivation realm, or even the demon world, they were the same type. They looked down upon using despicable means, but enjoyed manipulating and gaining benefits through various tricks. Daniel's recovery speed was extremely fast, restoring nearly 70% of his power within half an hour. Thatcher couldn't help but marvel. This guy's recovery speed was terrifying. Indeed, being the possessor of ancient secrets, his cultivation improvement was not easy. Thatcher inwardly thought, fortunately, my soul search method cultivates the soul, which not only controls thoughts but also minds. Otherwise, with Daniel's speed, I doubt I could succeed. Daniel's complexion returned to its normal ruddy color, and he flashed a flattering smile at Thatcher. Haha, let's continue our cooperation. All right, I'll now impart the soul search method to you. Thatcher nodded and taught Daniel the method. Daniel's mental energy had suffered serious damage, his soul significantly impaired, so he could only slowly heal with the aid of the soul search method. However, he did not rush into learning it, but asked Thatcher, Bertie, I want to ask you something. What is it? Thatcher asked. You mentioned earlier that cooperating with you would grant me the soul search method. How do I believe you? Daniel inquired. Thatcher smiled slightly. As long as you agree to help me, even getting the soul search method would be pointless. Can I hear your conditions? I have 3 conditions. First, eternal obedience to me. Second, you must do everything to help me whenever I'm in trouble. Third, you shall not harm humans anymore, Thatcher replied. Don't worry, as long as you help me recover my strength, I will honor my promise, Daniel promised. Very well, let's start. Daniel nodded, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. Moments later, Daniel opened his eyes, golden light flickering in his pupils. I've memorized the soul search method, Daniel declared. Thatcher wore a half smile. Now it's your turn. You should take us to your treasury, right? Upon hearing this, Everly's face also lit up with joy. With Daniel now bound by this servant contract, they had inserted an important pawn into the demon race. Chapter 49. The Two Demons Plot. She had long wished to enter Daniel's treasury for an investigation, but she never found the right opportunity. Upon hearing this, Daniel's expression changed. You want me to take you into my treasure vault? That's impossible. Daniel shook his head. You must know that there are many restrictions inside. Ordinary people can't even break in. That's no problem. I can use the soul search method to help you open it. Thatcher smiled slightly. Daniel was momentarily stunned, a hint of panic rising in his heart. Though he was a Lexi, the soul within his body was merely over 1,000 years old. Over these years, he had continuously searched for opportunities and adventures, hoping to achieve a higher level. Unfortunately, his talent was truly too poor. Even if he consumed countless rare treasures, breaking through to the battle-venerable realm remained impossible. His only method was to absorb some natural treasures to strengthen his physical body, making it tougher. Daniel was very eager to agree, Yet he feared Thatcher might be deceitful, so he hesitated. A wicked smile curled up at the corner of Thatcher's lips. Are you afraid? Struggle flickered in Daniel's eyes. After a brief moment, he ultimately nodded. All right, I agree. Hee, very good. A bright smile spread across Thatcher's face. I'll send you off right now. Thatcher grabbed Daniel, who tried to struggle free but was tightly restrained by Thatcher. Everly had also heard that some demon fills enjoyed collecting valuable treasures like spirit pearls or divine pills. These treasures, while perhaps worthless to Lexis, were invaluable to other cultivators. Because these treasures symbolized the authority of demon fills, they could gain privileges and loyalty from more Lexis through them. There were no eternal friends or enemies among demons. Their interests were intertwined, shared prosperity and shared adversity. Of course, just for now, we still need to find a hidden cave. I don't want too many people to know about our relationship, Daniel said with a smile. All right, then let's go to your abode. Thatcher nodded and flew towards the depths of the valley first. Daniel followed closely behind as they left the valley, heading deeper. In the center of the valley. Haha, didn't expect you to break through to the peak of chi condensation so quickly. It seems our demon cultivation methods are indeed advancing rapidly. A rough-looking man laughed loudly. Another seductive woman beside him echoed, isn't it all thanks to His Excellency Hongqi Lexi? Oh mighty Stacy Lexi, you flatter me. They were precisely R of Lexi and Hongqi Lexi. They were plotting to overpower Daniel and steal his treasury. However, Thatcher, with his swift little firebird, inadvertently overheard this plan, which caused Everly and Daniel to pale, uncertain of what would happen next. Moreover, Daniel was bound by a servant contract, unable to resist Thatcher without facing severe backlash. Let's go and see, Thatcher said. He wanted to observe what those two Lexis intended to do. Uncertain whether Daniel truly submitted to him, Thatcher needed to test further. Thus, they flew out of the valley again, heading towards Daniel's abode. Daniel's residence wasn't far from the valley. In just minutes, Thatcher arrived at the entrance, where a grand palace stood, filled with various types of spirit stones and minerals. Seeing this, Thatcher relaxed. It seemed there weren't any special restrictions as he initially suspected. You wait here. I'll get the items for you, Thatcher instructed. I'm going in too, Daniel insisted. Thatcher glanced at him coldly. Stay quiet and don't cause trouble. No. Daniel shook his head firmly. Don't listen? Thatcher raised an eyebrow. Daniel stiffened briefly, his eyes darting around before quickly changing his tone. Yes, Bertie, please proceed. With a cold humph, Thatcher strode into the abode. Daniel watched Thatcher's back with clenched teeth, cursing him in his heart. He secretly vowed to teach Thatcher a lesson once he became stronger. Daniel, Everly called him. Daniel turned his head, frowning at Everly. What is it? Your Nina has already found your abode. Just stay here and don't run around, Everly said. Daniel harumphed, giving up further resistance. Inside the abode, Thatcher and Daniel began investigating the place. Daniel noticed the intricate restrictions Thatcher set up. Even he couldn't easily break through. After circling around, his gaze landed on a massive blue glowing rock emitting a bone-chilling aura. This rock must contain Daniel's storage bag with numerous treasures. Thatcher extracted the storage bag from the rock, probing it with his divine consciousness to investigate its contents. However, his consciousness couldn't penetrate the rock. After multiple failed attempts, Thatcher frowned deeply. This rock was not ordinary and possessed defensive array enhancements. No wonder Daniel hadn't noticed the anomaly. The rock could resist divine consciousness scanning. This rock feels familiar. Where have I seen it before? Thatcher murmured. Wait, those two Lexis are coming. Let's retreat first. Quickly, Thatcher returned to Daniel and Everly, gesturing for silence. Thunderous sounds reverberated from ahead, accompanied by violent gusts of wind shaking the trees. Clearly, the two Lexis were trying to forcibly breach Daniel's abode. Chapter 50. Spiritual Deviation. Oh, they're about to attack. Daniel's expression changed, sensing that they might not be able to hold out here. Thatcher instantly sneered at him. What? You have no way to deal with this? Daniel shook his head. This is my cave residence, but I've only been in control of it for a short time. Thatcher said to Everly, then we need a solid plan. Those two demon kings will definitely try to break in. Everly nodded. Let's prepare well. We can still defend this place. However, Thatcher shook his head. No, we must strike first. With that, Thatcher circled behind the two demon kings, preparing to launch a surprise attack. You've got to be kidding me. Two demon kings. Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid he can't win? Daniel was visibly shocked. Everly gave him a disapproving glance. If everyone were like you, we'd surrender immediately. Realizing she had just surrendered to Thatcher, she felt even more disdainful. Meanwhile, Thatcher had already circled behind the two demon kings. Daniel and Everly couldn't just stand idle. They moved forward to distract the demon kings. You're a demon king too, so how about giving me a chance to kowtow and beg for mercy? The larger demon king sneered at Daniel. Daniel pointed at him and yelled back. You really think too highly of yourself? Don't think I can't finish you in one move? The demon king became furious. All right, you refuse to beg and instead talk back? Interesting. He lunged at Daniel, ready for a fierce battle. But before they could clash, Thatcher ambushed and engaged the other demon king. Nice try, attempting a sneak attack. Do you really think it'll work? The smaller demon king sneered, despising Thatcher's tactics. It doesn't matter if it's an ambush or a frontal assault. As long as I win, I'm the Nina. Thatcher didn't argue further and launched an intense attack. His powerful moves quickly forced the demon king to retreat repeatedly. On the other side, Daniel and Everly fought fiercely, driving their opponents back within moments. The demon king tried to flee, but he was no match for Daniel's speed and was blocked halfway. As for Thatcher, he had already sealed all escape routes. There was no way for the two demon kings to reunite. Thatcher wasn't someone to be underestimated. Fight alongside me, brother. We must break through or else the outcome won't be good. The large demon king roared at the smaller one, determined to fight to the death. But soon they were subdued again by Thatcher and his team. Weren't you boasting just now? Show your strength now. Thatcher beat the bound demon kings harshly. Using mind-searching technique once more, Thatcher tamed the two demon kings as his contract servants. Birdie, let me massage your back. The larger demon king, now a servant, turned submissive. Forget it. We have no time for this. Let's return to the Heavenly Dao Sect, Thatcher commanded. With a large entourage, Thatcher returned to the Heavenly Dao Sect. Upon arrival, visitors from the Qin family awaited. Let them in, Thatcher ordered. Moments later, a servant looking battered and bruised entered. Mr. Zhao, please help. Lord Qin Forge has gone mad and is on a killing spree, the servant pleaded tearfully. Hearing this, Everly asked anxiously, what happened? Why would Axel do such a thing? Has someone angered him? The servant shook his head. No, Mississippi Lord Qin Forge suffered spiritual deviation while practicing. He's lost recognition of anyone around him. Alarmed, Everly turned to Thatcher. Big Ferguson Zhao, can you come with me to save Axel? The servant hastily waved his hand fearfully. Please don't go back. Lord Qin Forge's condition is terrifying. Angry, Everly countered. Not going back? Are we supposed to let my father kill more people? Thatcher nodded. Fine, let's go and subdue him before he causes more harm. They hurried to the Qin family residence. Even from a distance, the stench of blood was evident. My God, how many have died? Such a strong smell of blood. Many lives have been lost, Thatcher remarked grimly. Entering the Qin compound, they saw scattered bodies inside the main gate, a gruesome sight. Inside, shouts and clashing weapons echoed, still in battle. Let's go to where your father is fighting. The group raced to the sound of battle, finding Qin Forge locked in combat with a Callum. Axel, what are you doing? Stop. Everly exclaimed nervously. Seeing others arrive, the skilled fighter retreated, clearly exhausted. What happened? Why did this start? How did he kill so many? Thatcher questioned urgently, noticing numerous injuries on him. The fighter sighed. Lord Qin Forge was practicing when he suddenly screamed and attacked nearby clansmen, killing several. Blinded by rage, he continued his rampage until we arrived. He's too strong now due to the deviation, over 50% stronger than usual, the fighter added. Shocked by the enhancement, Thatcher watched Everly approach her father cautiously. Axel, what are you doing? Your eyes look so frightening. Chapter 51. On the brink of danger. Everly watched her father as he suddenly lunged at her. At that moment, she realized his eyes no longer held the usual tenderness, but only hatred. Axel, have you forgotten me? I am your daughter. Everly felt a pang of heartache, unable to understand why her father had turned this way. Axel, if you are in pain, please stop. Don't kill. Perhaps I can find a way to soothe your mind. But Qin Forge seemed completely unaffected by her words, as if he hadn't heard a single thing. Yin Rand, be careful. I just asked the expert. Your father cannot recognize you right now, Thatcher warned. Though Everly knew Thatcher's words were true, emotionally she could not accept this reality. So, she repeatedly tried to awaken her father. Logically, it made sense for her to do so. However, her father's condition was clearly worse than she imagined. In an instant, Qin Forge launched a fierce attack on her. Everly felt immense internal anguish and could barely muster the strength to defend herself. With her abilities, even if she couldn't defeat her father, she should have been able to withstand dozens of moves. But now, she realized her expectations were too high. Her father didn't recognize her at all, and simply wanted to knock her down. After just 5 moves, he grabbed her by the throat. Seeing this, Thatcher could not stand idly by any longer. Otherwise, Everly might really die. Show mercy. While speaking, Thatcher quickly moved towards them. Qin Forge, lost in a haze, glanced at Thatcher and became even angrier, slapping him with all his might as if trying to crush him. Hold it. Do you really think you can beat me? Thatcher looked at Qin Forge with disdain. His hands moved continuously, binding Qin Forge with the force of subjugation. He wasn't planning to kill him, just to restrain him. These moves are indeed powerful, but they're useless against me. Thatcher sneered, launching a fierce counterattack. Under this pressure, Qin Forge naturally released Everly, who fell to the ground, coughing violently. Axel, please stop. Why are you killing so many people? If you must kill someone, then kill me. Killing so many people, committing such grave sins. It pained Everly deeply. Although it might not have been her father's intention, everything has its cause and effect. The current outcome likely stemmed from some past action of her father's. Despite her efforts to restore her father's sanity, he remained highly agitated. Kill. Qin Forge could say nothing else clearly, but the word kill was clear and instinctive. Thatcher shook his head, feeling that Qin Forge was beyond saving. At this moment, you're still talking about killing? You've truly lost it. Watch my palm wake you up. Just as he was about to strike, Everly pleaded, Big Ferguson Zhao, don't hurt my father. Thatcher hesitated. I don't want to harm him, but to bring him back to his senses, this is necessary. Everly suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. Right. Do you have any techniques or methods to help him regain his clarity? That way, he won't keep killing. Thatcher nodded. There is one, but it requires some effort. Meanwhile, Qin Forge rushed towards Thatcher again, attacking fiercely. Thatcher kept retreating until he struck Qin Forge's forehead with a palm. Seeing this, Everly covered her mouth, feeling terrified. Would Big Ferguson Zhao injure her father? His strike seemed powerful enough to cause serious damage. Although her father was currently deranged, he was still her father, and she didn't want him to endure more suffering. This move, called Hundun, required Thatcher to expend his spiritual energy to bring Qin Forge's consciousness back to normal. Though it cost him some energy, he believed it was worth it. Otherwise, letting Qin Forge continue like this would pose a significant threat. Big Ferguson Zhao, how is my father now? Since Thatcher acted, Everly noticed her father hadn't shown any signs of agitation, seeming like a different person altogether. Previously, he had been extremely violent, ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. Now, he stood still, looking grim. Don't worry. Your father is basically fine now, but he's still struggling internally. Everly breathed a sigh of relief. How did you manage to do this? I thought you might seriously injure him. Thatcher smiled wryly. Why would I do that? We wouldn't be friends if I did that. After a while, Forge gradually regained his composure, though his strength remained chaotic and his body bore many scars from the battle. Axel, do you recognize me now? Are you alright? Seeing her father stabilize, Everly quickly asked. Forge struggled to speak. What happened just now? I feel exhausted. Everly was overjoyed. Big Ferguson Zhao. You saved both our lives. I don't know how to thank you. Blushing, she approached Thatcher. How about this, Big Ferguson Zhao? In return, I'll give myself to you. What do you think? This left Thatcher speechless. Yinran, I helped you purely out of goodwill, not for repayment. Despite her repeated pleas, Thatcher ultimately refused. Yinran, please don't say things like that. Otherwise, we won't know how to face each other in the future. Kicking slightly disappointed, Everly grew even more respectful of Thatcher. Big Ferguson Zhao, now that my father has returned to normal, what should we do next? Chapter 52. Ingratitude. Thatcher thought for a moment. Let's return to the Heavenly Dao Sect first. The great competition among the 6 major sects is about to begin, and there are many things that need to be handled. Axel might not be able to manage everything. Everly nodded but, glancing at her father beside her, felt a bit of tenderness. Ferguson Zhao, you go back by yourself? I will stay with Axel for some time. Thatcher paused, then looked at Forge and shook his head. Your father has fully recovered. He doesn't need you to accompany him anymore. In the end, Everly insisted on her decision, and Thatcher did not argue further. He returned to the Heavenly Dao Sect alone. Upon his arrival, a servant informed him that his father, Elmer, wanted to see him. Thatcher hurried to his father's room, where he saw Elmer reading a book, arousing his curiosity. Seeing Thatcher, Elmer nodded. Changfeng, the great competition among the 6 major sects is approaching. I want you to oversee this competition. What do you think? Thatcher was taken aback, not expecting his father to entrust him with such an important task. Axel, although I haven't done this before, I can give it a try. The next day at noon, Thatcher, along with some Ephraims from the Heavenly Dao Sect, prepared the event in full swing. Despite the preparations being well underway, the competition had yet to start. Nonetheless, many cultivators had already arrived to prepare ahead of time. Among them were some incompetent individuals who acted as if they owned the place. A bald-headed cultivator walked up to Thatcher, seemingly mistaking him as easy prey. Hey, Ahmed, you're shouting orders around like you're someone important. Thatcher glanced at the man, but chose not to confront him. After all, he was assigned by his father to oversee the competition, and he could not let such a minor troublemaker disrupt the event. However, Thatcher's lack of reaction only fueled the man's arrogance. It seemed to him that Thatcher might indeed be weak. You didn't retaliate when I provoked you earlier, so you must really be useless, the cultivator said, shaking his head as if disappointed. In his mind, Thatcher should be enraged by now. Yet Thatcher paid no attention to him, continuing to command and organize as usual. Finally, the Bliss grew impatient and stepped forward to block Thatcher. Caden, let's have a match. Hearing this, Thatcher sneered inwardly. This fellow finally took the bait. By ignoring him earlier, Thatcher intended to lure him into a real fight during the official event. There were already many cultivators observing or participating in the competition. Engaging with this troublemaker might cause unnecessary disruptions. However, if they fought on the arena, others would merely consider it an ordinary match. Moreover, if he won, and he planned to win brilliantly, it would add luster to the competition. As for losing, that wasn't even an option. From just one glance, Thatcher could tell that this guy was mediocre. Within 20 moves, he could easily defeat him without using his full strength. Thatcher nodded. Sure, I thought you were just good at talking big. Both ascended the arena, and the crowd began to gather and cheer. More people from the 6 major sects arrived, drawn by the ongoing match. The Bliss, seeing the gathered crowd, became excited. Come on, Ahmed. Let me teach you a lesson so you'll know to behave yourself. Thatcher couldn't help but feel speechless. Was this guy delusional? It was clear who was acting arrogantly here. Maybe your words can twist reality, but my fists won't show you any mercy. Thatcher channeled his spiritual energy, and his aura changed significantly. Previously, the opponent hadn't sensed his true strength, but now Thatcher's power was palpable, making the man realize he wasn't someone to mess with. Just looks without substance. Do you think I'm easily scared? The Bliss drew a long sword and swung it at Thatcher, while channeling his cultivation technique to enhance the sword with potent spiritual energy. This move was both fierce and imposing. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Ahmed, but in the end, you'll still meet your doom in my hands. With a smirk of satisfaction, the Bliss seemed confident that this single strike would bring Thatcher down. However, the long sword only hit the ground. His supposedly decisive attack had missed. Instinctively sensing something amiss, the Bliss tried to dodge but felt a tap on his shoulder before he could move. Where are you going? Are you trying to avoid my sneak attack? Thatcher's voice echoed ominously in his ears. Die, you bastard. The Bliss lunged at Thatcher with his sword, but again, it missed. Thatcher's speed was extraordinary, rendering the man powerless to touch him. This can't be. I don't believe it. The Bliss's face was filled with disbelief. Then, he felt a sharp slap across his cheek. The sound of the slap resonated sharply, startling everyone present. Though this fellow was considered a skilled cultivator by ordinary standards, Thatcher had slapped him effortlessly, leaving him stunned. Caden, fight honorably. Don't resort to tricks. The Bliss snarled, visibly infuriated. Suddenly, he felt a powerful blow to his chest, sending him flying backward, coughing blood mid-air. Landing on the ground, Thatcher immediately followed and stepped on his chest. Caden, do you still have any spirit left? Apologize now. Under Thatcher's foot, the Bliss lost all his earlier arrogance. I was wrong. I apologize for provoking you, the Bliss conceded. Despite this, his gaze held a certain sharpness as he looked at Thatcher. Chapter 53. The Great Battle with the Demon Race. This battle served as an opening statement, and everyone looked forward to this opportunity to despise the 6 major sects. Meanwhile, news of Thatcher capturing the 3 great demon kings had already spread. After all, these were the 3 great demon kings who held significant influence within the demon race. At their gathering place, numerous demon race members were filled with righteous indignation. We can't just wait around like this. They won't release our demon kings voluntarily. We have to fight for it. Right, now that we know where that guy is hiding, we should hurry and find him. If it doesn't work, assassinate him. Giving the 3 demon kings a chance to vent their anger, one cute little demon suggested. Exactly. I recommend a member skilled at assassination. Let's send him, said a small and shifty-eyed monkey demon. But is he really capable? He looks so frail, asked a large and robust bull demon skeptically. He's here to assassinate, not engage in open combat. He just needs to strike at the right moment for a fatal blow. But saying is easier than doing. How could he achieve a fatal blow? A wolf demon stood up, still unsure about the plan. Let the monkey demonstrate his skill, the tiger demon instructed. I need a long sword, the monkey requested. The sword fell into the monkey's hands. He pointed at a distant tree and asked, how far am I from that tree? The bull demon laughed. Can't you even estimate distance? It's at least 10 zhang away. I can sever that tree instantly. With that, he leaped into the air and reached the tree in an instant, channeling powerful demonic energy into the sword. The tree was sliced cleanly in half and turned to dust. My goodness, how formidable. Even a great sage couldn't react in time. The bull demon indeed felt his prowess. At such speed, if it targeted him, he would surely be impaled, leaving no chance for survival. Agreed. Let's have him rescue the demon kings. Once he succeeds, we'll attack together and definitely locate the demon kings. The demons set off towards the Heavenly Dao Sect. They didn't go together but scattered out. Nonetheless, most arrived outside the Heavenly Dao Sect within a day and night. Although the sect was powerful, it did not overly interfere with external affairs unless provoked. At that moment, Thatcher sat on a platform meditating, recovering the spirit chi lost during his battle with Nicola. He always strived to be in peak condition. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice said, Anthony, I'll send you on your way. Though Thatcher heard the voice as somewhat high-pitched and peculiar, he dismissed it, exiting his meditation to see a well-dressed monkey approaching him. He wondered when a monkey managed to infiltrate the sect. The monkey, sensing Thatcher's awareness, immediately struck with a sword. Thatcher wasn't concerned. This was just a monkey demon, nothing more. But soon, he noticed something unusual about the monkey's technique. Though its spirit chi wasn't overwhelming, its move seemed to contain the power of time. This move must have been practiced for at least 5 years. Did he train specifically for this? Even a common move, perfected over years, could become incredibly strong. In an instant, both moved with incredible speed. Having trained this move for a decade, the monkey believed Thatcher, no matter how powerful, couldn't evade. Moreover, he knew precisely where to strike for maximum damage. Seeing his sword nearing Thatcher, a smile crept onto the wrinkled monkey's face. Not bad, that move almost got me, Thatcher's voice came from the side, making the monkey realize things weren't going well. You're tougher than I thought, but can you dodge another? Again, the monkey stabbed towards Thatcher's voice. This time, he focused solely on speed. A successful strike would mean death, no matter how powerful the target. But once again, he failed. Their battle lasted 15 minutes without the monkey hitting Thatcher once. Hearing about the battle, the 3 demon kings appeared, knowing well Thatcher's strength. A mere monkey wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, Thatcher fainted and hit the monkey from the other side, causing it to spit blood. Despite its speed, the monkey lacked true strength. Daniel rushed forward. Birdie, please show mercy. Thatcher paused, and the monkey, seeing Daniel, looked at him with admiration. Greetings, Lexi. I came to rescue you but failed. Hearing this, Daniel pleaded. Birdie, he tried to help us. Perhaps you could let him go. Thatcher agreed. Fine. I'm not hurt anyway. Tell them not to repeat this mistake. Daniel nodded and explained the situation to the monkey, who then bowed deeply, apologizing sincerely. We are sorry, Immortal Anthony. The monkey trembled in awe, realizing the demon kings acknowledged Thatcher as their Nina. Chapter 54. Creating trouble. Thatcher waved his hand. It's nothing. I'm not the type to be petty. However, I hope there won't be another time. Scram, scram. Having said that, Thatcher instructed Daniel and the other 3 demon kings to warn all demon tribes not to cause trouble again, or they wouldn't be spared. Daniel and the others naturally dared not disobey Thatcher's words. After all, their lives were still in his hands. More and more people from the 5 major sects gathered at the Heavenly Dao Sect. These sects were respectively the Golden, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth sects, each dominating a region. Each sect had its unique strengths, but the one that truly influenced most was the Heavenly Dao Sect. The title of the first among the 6 major sects wasn't given lightly. Otherwise, this contest between the 6 major sects wouldn't be held at the Heavenly Dao Sect. Seeing Thatcher handle the demons, some people from other sects were somewhat surprised, wondering how this Nicholas offended the demons. However, observing his combat prowess, it was quite strong, suggesting he held a significant position within the Heavenly Dao Sect. Though Thatcher fought impressively, such incidents were common in the cultivation world, so nobody thought it particularly unusual. The cultivators began discussing enthusiastically with their fellow Ephraims. Thatcher had no intention of staying any longer, and thus left first. Back in his cultivation chamber, Thatcher took out a pill, consumed it, and prepared to solidify his strength. Maintaining order during the competition required substantial power, without which many tasks would be difficult to manage. Though this pill might not help much, seeking last-minute assistance always offered some psychological comfort. Perhaps due to the effect of the pill, Thatcher felt his mood gradually stabilize. He finally could cultivate calmly. Given enough time, he might even achieve a slight breakthrough. As for the competition arrangements, he had subordinates monitoring everything. If any problems arose, they would report to him immediately. Meanwhile, more and more people arrived at the Heavenly Dao Sect. As the leading sect, others gave face to it, and this contest held extraordinary significance for every sect. While minor frictions occurred among the major sects, overall they were trivial matters. Yet, each wanted to establish dominance, making such contests ideal opportunities. Disciples often had grievances with each other, looking forward to settling them during the contest. During large-scale competitions, various conflicts typically erupted. Perhaps this was why Elmer entrusted Thatcher with managing the event. A group of young Ephraims in golden attire entered the Heavenly Dao Sect, looking exuberant. They were the finest of the Golden Sect's younger generation, with bright futures ahead. This time, they aimed to secure a high ranking and win generous rewards. One can't deny that the Heavenly Dao Sect is impressive. I remember during a contest at the Wood Sect, there were fewer guards at the entrance than here, said Evan in golden attire with a mocking tone. Ha ha ha, don't mention that sect. Their small-mindedness will never amount to anything, retorted the group of young Ephraims from the Golden Sect, openly ridiculing the Wood Sect. This immediately drew attention and some discontent. What did you say? Look where you're speaking. Are you tired of living? Several young cultivators in brown robes glared angrily at them. Oh, look who it is, those small-time sect members. What bad luck running into you? The Golden Sect Ephraims mocked, intentionally provoking them. You lot should watch your mouths, replied a Wood Sect Ephraim, his face turning grim. The sect lord and bears had instructed them to remain restrained except during contests. But these actions were going too far. If they remained silent now, the other side might become bolder. The Golden Sect Ephraims didn't take them seriously. Are you Wood Sect people ashamed to practice, hiding away until something happens? I bet they train in the art of pretending, excelling in feigned ignorance. Better stop talking. Otherwise they'll cry, causing you trouble. Each word stabbed deeply, continuously provoking them. Senior Ferguson, I can't stand it anymore. These guys are too arrogant. If we keep tolerating them, they'll think they can do anything. A Wood Sect Ephraim clenched his teeth. Punishment will come if we act. But it's better than enduring their insolence. Besides, we might match them in strength. Why suffer this nonsense? Just fight. See who comes out on top, the young cultivator replied sarcastically, viewing their earlier bravado as mere posturing. Fine, let's settle it now. We'd have to face off eventually anyway. Ignoring his peers' warnings, the Wood Sect Ephraim advanced resolutely. Good Ahmed, let's see what you've got. The mocking Golden Sect Ephraim stepped up confidently. He was planning to fight them, feeling excited to finally have the chance. But we need to agree up front. No matter the outcome, you bear the consequences. The Wood Sect Ephraim sneered, remember, if you die, don't blame us later. Enraged, the Golden Sect Ephraim launched an immediate attack. Meanwhile, Thatcher's informants witnessed this and quickly reported back to him. These guys sure have guts. Chapter 55. Who are you? He hadn't expected those individuals to make his job easy, but he hadn't anticipated they would stir up trouble so quickly either. Where? Take me there now. This time, Axel had entrusted him with organizing the competition, a significant show of trust. Thatcher was determined not to let his father down. To host this event perfectly, he first needed to ensure there were no disturbances among the participants. Of course, that was nearly impossible, so Thatcher had to settle for minimizing the problems as much as possible. Eliminating the troublemakers would reduce half the issues. The informant led Thatcher to the scene, where he indeed found the group exuding hostility. It appeared to be two factions, one from the Ford sect and another in brown attire, presumably from the Finn sect. Thatcher recalled the history between these sections. Their animosity stemmed from over 100 years ago. Back then, the Phils of the Ford sect and the Finn sect both fell in love with the same Lana, leading to a rift and eventually a full-blown conflict between them. Since then, their Ephraims have been at odds. However, that was their business. If it weren't during this joint trial between the 6 major sects, Thatcher wouldn't intervene. But now, he couldn't just stand by. Hold your hands. What are you guys doing? Thatcher's voice, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, immediately subdued the group. Ephraim from the Ford sect sneered when he saw Thatcher was younger than himself, clearly feeling contemptuous. Hey, where did you come from? Get lost before I teach someone a lesson. This Ephraim's arrogance infuriated Thatcher. Regardless of whether he understood the context or not, such disrespect demanded immediate action. As for the other side, he didn't pay too much attention since minor squabbles could be resolved if both sides restrained themselves. But if he didn't address the Ford sect's attitude, it would tarnish the dignity of Destined Dao Sect. I'm giving you one last chance to rephrase that. Thatcher's expression turned stern, but the Ford sect Ephraim remained obstinate. What, giving me face? Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? The Ford sect Ephraim clearly didn't take Thatcher seriously. In his mind, Thatcher might have some status, but being so young, how could he have deep connections? He likely relied on being from Destined Dao Sect to bully others, but he wouldn't tolerate such behavior. Caden, if you've got guts, challenge me. Win, and we talk. Lose, and get out with your injuries. A smile crept onto Thatcher's lips. He never thought anyone would tell him to get lost, especially in Destined Dao Sect. This was truly a first. Fine, 10 moves. If I can't render you incapacitated within 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Thatcher's bold declaration left the Ford sect Ephraim momentarily stunned. Soon enough, he realized Thatcher was mocking him for not lasting 10 moves. Who do you think you are, Caden? The Phil of Destined Dao Sect? Even the sect Phil isn't as young as you. Thatcher didn't argue. With a blood moon attack, he overwhelmed the opponent with powerful spiritual energy, leaving the Ford sect cultivator with only one escape route. Recognizing Thatcher's strength, the Ephraim fled in that direction. Though it seemed calm on the surface, Each move Thatcher made was lethal. The Ford sect Ephraim soon realized that this escape route was a trap deliberately set by Thatcher. Just as he thought he'd escaped, he tripped and fell flat on his face. How is this possible? The Ephraim couldn't fathom how fast Thatcher moved. Had he been prepared all along? Despite the shock, he couldn't give up. Activating his inner energies, he launched a furious assault. Knowing he couldn't escape, he decided to fight back instead. Thatcher stood with open arms, unguarded. Today's the day, huh? Let me show you my power. Did you really think you could meddle? Now see what happens. The Ford sect Ephraim's arrogance faltered the moment he discovered his attacks seemed ineffective against Thatcher. What's going on? Before he could ask, Thatcher's fist grew larger in front of him. With a bang, he felt dizzy and was about to fall, but Thatcher caught him, continuing to thrash him. Thatcher used brute force more for the sake of teaching this guy a lesson. After all, the Ford sect was part of the competition, and unless necessary, he wouldn't inflict serious harm. Still, the appearance had to be convincing. Though this guy suffered no internal injuries, Thatcher made him look miserable. Within moments, the Ford sect Ephraim was covered in blood, his robes torn to shreds, losing all the poise of a sect Ephraim. Such a state might even make people believe he belonged to the street gangs of the Cultivation world. Fifth Ferguson, are you alright? A fellow Ford sect Ephraim rushed to check on him once Thatcher stepped back. The beaten Ephraim, ignoring his pain, pointed at Thatcher. You're definitely not an ordinary Destined Dao Sect Ephraim. Who are you? Thatcher scoffed. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the Emil of Destined Dao Sect, Thatcher. An invisible aura of authority spread instantly, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 56, Strength Speaks. The name of Thatcher, the Arli of Destined Dao Sect, had recently become very prominent. In the past, people only knew that he held a prestigious position, but now, they were fully aware of his terrifying power. An elite Ephraim from the esteemed Ford sect, one of the 6 major sects, was unable to withstand even 10 moves from Thatcher, and in fact, lost within 1 move. Even if Lao Easton was not among the top fighters of Ford sect, this disparity was indeed too significant. Upon hearing Thatcher announce himself, the Finn sect's representatives promptly greeted him with respect. We didn't expect the Arli would grace us with your presence. Please forgive us. We only fought because they insulted our sect. Seeing the respectful demeanor of the Finn sect members, Thatcher's expression softened. Indeed, that individual is quite troublesome. The Ford sect should reign in their Ephraims. Your prowess has greatly advanced, Arli, one person noted. With you participating this time, I believe you will secure one of the top positions. Thatcher waved his hand. Enough flattery. Words alone won't earn you a rank. You must prove yourself on the arena. You should prepare yourselves. Gather at the main field in an hour for further instructions. With that, Thatcher left gracefully, avoiding any entanglements. Who would have thought the Arli of Destined Dao Sect has grown so powerful? The Finn sect members remarked in awe. Meanwhile, the Ford sect Ephraims could only voice their grievances privately. However, as this was Destined Dao Sect territory, they dared not act recklessly. Besides, Thatcher had shown no regard for them, even if they were in Ford sect territory. As the leading sect among the 6 major ones, Destined Dao Sect's strength far surpassed the rest. Angering, it could bring devastating consequences to the Ford sect. After escorting Lao Easton back to their residence and reporting the incident to their fill, the Ford sect head received the news angrily. You let the Arli bully you? How can you be such failures? One Ephraim hesitated before responding. Lord, the Arli is genuinely formidable, beyond our match. Do you really think he's that powerful? If I find your claims exaggerated. The Ford sect Phil's face darkened, disapproving of Destined Dao Sect's tyranny, yet powerless against it. Yes, Lord, it's true. We witnessed it firsthand, affirmed another Ephraim. Nodding, the Phil declared, very well. I will confront this Arli when I announce the competition rules. An hour later, the 6 sects had gathered. Thatcher instinctively glanced at the Ford sect, recalling how Ford sect's Vince was reputedly petty and overly protective of his own. He suspected resentment but wasn't concerned, believing strength spoke all. If there were intentions, they would soon surface during the contest, where he would settle matters thoroughly. Focusing on a Callum who returned his gaze, Thatcher concluded that this must be the Ford sect Phil. Sensing the hostility, Thatcher cleared his throat and began announcing the competition details, noting only minor adjustments from previous years due to changes in participant numbers. Afterward, Thatcher asked if anyone had objections before dismissing everyone. But then, the Callum interjected. Why does our team need fewer participants? We've arrived in full force, with reserves. The Ford sect Phil seemed ready to erupt, to which Thatcher replied coolly, follow orders without conditions. Your people started trouble. I considered disqualifying all of you, but our sect Phil offered you a chance to redeem yourselves. Furious, the Ford sect Phil retorted, disqualify us? Who gave you the nerve? If you doubt my authority, challenge me, Thatcher sneered. Let strength speak, or remain silent. Taken aback, the Ford sect Phil laughed loudly. Did you hear that? This Nicholas dares challenge me, acting like he matters. Others, including sect Phils and Ephraims, exchanged surprised glances. While they had heard tales of Destined Dao Sect's Arli's prowess, witnessing it firsthand would clarify matters. He truly believes he can surpass the Ford sect Phil, wondered a Shui sect Ephraim aloud. Unlikely. One is merely a Arli, while the other leads an entire sect. But this Arli hasn't lost a battle as far as I've seen, countered another Ephraim. Laughing maniacally, the Ford sect Phil stepped forward. Caden, I'll give you 3 moves. If you can defeat me, I'll follow your lead. Amused, Thatcher slapped the Ford sect Phil's cheek with minimal spirit energy, an insulting move. Shocked silence fell upon the crowd as the slap echoed, enraging the Ford sect Phil. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. While Thatcher initially avoided direct confrontation, recognizing the Ford sect Phil's capabilities, he quickly identified weaknesses. Within 30 moves, Thatcher triumphed effortlessly. None anticipated this outcome, especially not within 30 moves. Heavenly Dao Sect's influence had grown stronger with the Arlie capable of defeating a sect Phil. Heavenly Dao Sect's dominance has escalated, murmured an observer. Arlie besting a sect Phil. Chapter 57. Secret Schemes. After defeating Golden Germain, Thatcher looked down upon the crowd with an air of supreme arrogance. Does anyone still have any objections? If so, please step forward. At that moment, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter. Who dared to stand up? Golden Germain was considered one of the more powerful among the main sect Phils. He couldn't withstand 30 moves against Thatcher. Others, even if slightly stronger, wouldn't fare much better. One by one, they expressed agreement, without a hint of dissent. At this point, having other thoughts would only invite punishment. Very well, since there are no objections, we'll begin the trials officially tomorrow. Golden Germain looked utterly disheveled. When his Ephraims tried to help him, he shoved them aside. Get lost. I can walk on my own. He seemed infuriated, unable to believe his Ephraims thought he was incapacitated. Returning to his room, Golden Germain grew increasingly angry. He could not tolerate this humiliation. You insolent Ahmed, you've humiliated me in front of everyone. How can I possibly let this go? This is your own doing. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. However, he knew he couldn't face Thatcher directly and had to resort to other means. Caden, it's your fault for being too inexperienced and not knowing when to hide your light under a bushel. If you die, will the Heavenly Dao Sect suffer a major blow? At this thought, Golden Germain felt a twisted sense of satisfaction, as if his plan to undermine Thatcher was already a success. Meanwhile, Thatcher returned to his room. With nothing else to do, he took a pill and began cultivating the soul search technique. Last time, using this technique wasn't very efficient, especially when dealing with powerful beings like Lexis. To succeed, he needed assistance from someone else. Such a situation wasn't easily attainable. If he didn't enhance this skill quickly, it would remain little more than a weak technique. A powerful soul search ability could be crucial at critical moments, helping him uncover who coveted his power. With such abundant spiritual energy, I hope this helps improve my technique. Thatcher smiled. The pill he took was being absorbed rapidly. Soon, his cultivation chamber was enveloped in spiritual energy, looking quite mysterious. Next door, the three Lexis resided, protecting Thatcher. Since they were now his subordinates, they naturally had to guard him closely. Thatcher's strength was indeed high, but he couldn't always maintain peak combat readiness. Therefore, he didn't refuse their protection. As Thatcher cultivated, the powerful spiritual energy around him surprised the Lexis. Laurie, go check what's happening, Daniel said. The three Lexis opened their eyes, looking towards Thatcher's room. A slender figure darted out of the room and returned shortly after. There's nothing amiss. Birdie is just cultivating. Let's stay alert, but there's no need to worry too much. Laurie lay back on her bed and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, Golden Germain also took a pill to restore his strength. This brat has damaged my cultivation, and now I must take a pill to recover. I will make him pay double for what he's done to me. Laughing maniacally, Golden Germain felt the pill dissolve instantly. Absorbing its potency, he started cultivating immediately. An hour later, his strength was fully restored, even slightly improved. Good, my strength is back. Let's see how tough you really are, Ahmed. Golden Germain continued to cultivate, solidifying his strength while waiting for nightfall. Though he didn't leave, he sent his most trusted Ephraim to scout the location of the Heavenly Dao Sect's Chris. An hour later, the Ephraim returned with news. Upon learning the Chris's exact location, Golden Germain wore a satisfied smile. This brat was quite arrogant before. Now, I'll turn his head into a ball to kick around. Let's see how arrogant he remains then. Harboring these malevolent thoughts, he immersed himself deeper in cultivation, visualizing several opponents resembling Thatcher but varying in size and build. Defeating each one gave him some comfort. After some time, Golden Germain was roused from his cultivation. Birdie, I was asked to wake you at midnight. It's midnight now, Ephraim reported respectfully. Golden Germain regained his composure, remembering he had instructed him to wait. Fine, you've done well. Rest now. I have matters to attend to. The Ephraim visibly relaxed and left immediately. Once alone, Golden Germain's smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Picking up his battle axe, he disappeared from the room. Following the route to Thatcher's quarters, he moved swiftly. Despite guards along the way, they posed no threat to Golden Germain. The Ahmed seemed invincible in daylight. Now, sneaking up on him, he shows no reaction. Just as he prepared to push the door open, a burst of energy shot towards him. Instinctively dodging, he saw a fireball narrowly miss him. The fireball circled back, heading towards him again. Golden Germain was startled, recognizing it as a demonic creature's attack. I heard Thatcher acquired a few Lexis. Is this one of them? Panicked, he had planned a surprise attack. Not expecting Thatcher to have defenses in place, including Lexis, he felt jealous but realized the urgency. Aware that his attempt might fail, he considered retreating. However, the fireball relentlessly pursued him. Just as he tried to flee, another fireball circled around him. Who dares commit such wicked deeds? Surrender and kneel, or you shall be killed. Chapter 58. Provocation. Hearing these words, Jonas couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and enraged. Good Ahmed, you're threatening me? He scoffed coldly. As a cultivator, and the head of an entire sect, when had he ever been threatened by a beastkin? He concealed his figure within a veil of mist, not planning to leave just yet. Caden, I'm going to give you a good thrashing, so you'll know my might. Jonas sneered, reasoning that since this creature had been subdued by Thatcher, its strength must be mediocre at best. A weakling, actually daring to act so insolently in front of him. He still remembered how utterly humiliated he had been at Thatcher's hands earlier. Taking advantage of this moment, he planned to teach the other a lesson. The mist enveloping him began to expand, instantly engulfing the opponent. Daniel snorted coldly. Beyond the two fireballs, a third one appeared, this one for defense. Offense and defense complemented each other perfectly. Upon seeing the third fireball appear, Jonas's expression immediately changed. The spiritual energy in his mist was burned away completely, leaving no trace behind. Damn it, you actually neutralized all my spiritual energy. This is outrageous. He seethed with anger, but found himself powerless against it. Brat, you've pushed your luck too far, he raged. Infuriated, he realized there were no effective countermeasures against this Beast King's power, which seemed specifically designed to counter his spiritual energy. Jonas immediately considered retreating. He hadn't anticipated the enemy's strength this time, and had indeed suffered some losses. Next time, he vowed to fully understand this kid's capabilities before making another surprise attack. However, as soon as he moved, Daniel quickly intercepted his escape route, giving him no chance to flee. Well done, Ahmed. You're the first to dare fight me, old grandpa. Here's my palm, shouted the cultivator furiously. Violent spiritual energy gathered rapidly in his right hand, solidifying into shape. I didn't expect this brat to have some strength after all, Daniel nodded, watching with interest. Of course, he did not let his guard down. He wanted to see what tricks the opponent had up his sleeve while appearing unconcerned on the surface. You brat, are you mocking this Otis? Jonas was furious. He increased the amount of spiritual energy, aiming to deliver a fatal blow this time. Daniel laughed heartily, continuing to taunt. With no choice, Jonas prematurely completed the gathering of his spiritual energy and attacked. Poot! Forced to meet the attack, Jonas's spiritual energy failed to resist, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Tisk, TSK, weren't you quite powerful just now? What happened? Jonas, already injured, became even angrier at this provocation. You brat has gone too far, he grumbled, pointing at Daniel before once again preparing to attack, looking fiercely formidable. In reality, he was already contemplating his escape plan. Show me your skills then, I'll just wait here for you to hit me. Let's see what you've got, said Daniel, infuriating Jonas further. But upon careful reflection, he had no viable strategy. Eventually, he calmed down, realizing rash actions would be unwise. This brat seems intent on mischief. Could he bear a past grudge against me? Jonas shook his head, confirming he hadn't provoked any beastkin. Therefore, only one explanation remained. This kid's loyalty to Thatcher was unwavering. Was Thatcher controlling him somehow, making him this loyal? He examined the surroundings for a convenient escape route, eventually finding a narrow corridor. If he could make it there, the opponent would only be able to chase from behind. To achieve this, he needed to deceive the opponent. Thus, he fought a hard battle, enduring 2 heavy blows to find an opening, faking an attack to mislead the other. Then he quickly fled toward the corridor. Daniel, who was intensely fighting, never expected the other to directly flee. You brat, you're really something else. Weren't we having fun fighting just now? Chasing after Jonas, he initially planned to toy with the opponent, but realized he wasn't familiar with the area. It was clear the opponent had chosen this place to facilitate his escape, but surrounding and intercepting from the sides was impossible. Daniel sped up to catch up, but every time he neared Jonas, the latter blocked him back with a palm strike. It wasn't that he feared the palm strike, but engaging would allow the opponent to use his force to accelerate forward, while delaying his own progress. Never expecting such tactics, Daniel felt enlightened in a way. Within moments, Jonas jumped over a wall and vanished. Daniel considered pursuing but recalled Thatcher's advice, do not pursue a defeated enemy. So, he didn't chase and instead let the opponent go free. That guy's methods seemed oddly familiar. Fianced be an illusion. Daniel shook his head, feeling everything was surreal. Honestly, the kid had some skill but didn't get a chance to showcase it properly. Once he found a breakthrough, it would be challenging to deal with him. With this thought, Daniel became more cautious, strengthening his vigilance. Night had fallen, making it unsuitable to report to Thatcher. He decided to inform him early the next morning. Jonas circled through several places, evading inquiries, and finally returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he felt disoriented, exhausted from hiding, especially with his injuries. He had lost face in the previous encounter with Thatcher and now, unexpectedly beaten without even meeting Thatcher this time, left a bitter taste in his mouth. Swallowing this indignity was intolerable. One day, he would regain his honor. Good Ahmed, I'll remember this. One day, I will return with vengeance. His rage towards Thatcher grew. He knew his decision now. Don't fall into my hands, Ahmed, or I'll show no mercy. Thinking about confronting the kid, the image of the Beast King flashed in his mind. This kid subduing a Beast King would surely stir unrest in both the cultivation world and the Beast realm. Could he exploit this chaos to his advantage? Considering this, he summoned 2 Ephraims to receive his instructions in his room. Birdie, what do you need? Just command us. Despite being beaten today by the Chris of Heavenly Dao Sect, Jonas was still their fill, and they dared not neglect him. Hashtag Chapter 59. The Demon Race Strikes. There are indeed some matters I need you two to handle. The Emil of the Heavenly Dao Sect, Thatcher, has 3 great demon kings under his command. Have you heard of this? Upon hearing this, the 2 Ephraims exchanged glances. This information couldn't be hidden, as anything happening between the human and demon races would spread quickly. How could they not know since they had come here to participate in the battle? Grand Nina, we have known for a long time. Some people from the Heavenly Dao Sect act very arrogantly, flaunting their superiority, one of the Ephraims replied. Bertie Ford nodded. Good, knowing it is enough. What I want you to do is spread this news to the demon side, especially to the direct subordinates of the 3 great demon kings. Exaggerate their predicaments as much as possible, ideally making them so concerned that they rush to rescue immediately. The 2 Ephraims responded immediately. Understood, Grand Nina. We will depart now. They stood up, and Bertie Ford took out 2 jade talismans from his robe. These are protective charms. If you encounter danger, activate these charms. They will save your lives. Remember, your lives are most important. Take care of yourselves. The two Ephraims were deeply moved. Rest assured, Grand Nina, we will accomplish our mission. After leaving the Heavenly Dao Sect, they rushed towards the areas where the three major demon clans resided. They didn't venture into the core regions of the demons, but instead chose areas on the outskirts where lesser demons gathered. They found a few minor demons and began drinking and chatting with them. While the higher echelons of humans and demons were hostile towards each other, ordinary members from both sides got along reasonably well. Ultimately, the benefits from wars accrued to the upper echelons, while those at the bottom bore the brunt of the losses. The two Ephraims exaggerated the story of Thatcher's capture of the Demon Kings when telling it to the lesser demons over drinks. Naturally, they portrayed Thatcher as malicious and tyrannical. The demons had been having a pleasant time drinking until they heard this news, which instantly sobered them up. Although they suffered under the tyranny of higher demons, the entire demon world still revered loyalty to their kings. Despite their hard lives, these lesser demons remained fiercely loyal to their demon kings. Hearing that their kings were suffering and humiliated, they could not sit idly by. Though they were just low-ranking demons, they could pass this information up the chain. Especially concerning issues related to the demon kings, higher-ups would be particularly concerned. If they did well and even saved the demon king unintentionally, the rewards they could receive would be unimaginable. Before the drinking session was over, the news had already traveled through several layers. The thoughts of the lower demons were relatively simple because the demon environment was harsher compared to the human realm, fostering stronger solidarity among them. When a Chad, one rank below the demon kings, heard about this, he was immediately enraged. What? Those humans dare to treat our demon kings like this? Unbelievable. A Zechariah beside him asked eagerly, Chad, what should we do next? The Chad smiled. What else? We must rescue our demon kings promptly. They must have used underhanded methods. Our demon army can break them easily. The Zechariah nodded in agreement. All right, I'll assemble the troops and set off immediately. Thus, a large demon army headed towards the Heavenly Dao Sect, unbeknownst to the sect. The next morning, while Thatcher was still in cultivation, someone whispered in his ear that demons were challenging outside the mountain. Thatcher was surprised. Very few knew about his capturing the three demon kings, mostly limited to people from major sects who hadn't left the Heavenly Dao Sect yet. How could demons have come so soon? It must have been intentionally leaked. By whom? It wasn't hard to guess. But the urgent matter now was to get the demons to retreat before tensions escalated. Meanwhile, in Bertie Ford's room, he summoned the two Ephraims again. Have you heard? There are demons challenging outside, quite a few of them. The two Ephraims nodded. They had sent scouts around the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Sect and discovered this situation earlier. What are your thoughts, Grand Nina? Even they hadn't expected the demons to arrive so quickly. Bertie Ford smiled. We lured them here to cause trouble for Thatcher, and also to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate some demons. Now that the demons lack fellowship, it's a perfect time to slaughter them and pin the blame on the Heavenly Dao Sect. Hearing Bertie Ford's words, the two Ephraims shuddered. Bertie Ford was indeed cunning. This plan was flawless. Besides, the demons were already coming to challenge Thatcher, and were within the territory of the Heavenly Dao Sect. No matter how it played out, the Heavenly Dao Sect would bear some responsibility. Grand Nina, please give orders. Our people will attack immediately. Bertie Ford nodded. Send only elite high-level fighters. The chosen people swiftly headed towards the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Sect, moving at incredible speed. In the distance, they saw an ominous crowd of demons but felt no fear, only excitement. Look, these demons are daydreaming. Soon, we'll crush them completely. Just as Thatcher was about to send someone to drive away the demons, a figure like the wind entered the room. It was Stacy. Bertie, you probably already know that there are demons challenging outside the gate. Thatcher nodded. I don't intend any harm towards them. I just want someone to persuade them to leave. Stacy shook her head. Bertie, I wish to volunteer to speak with them personally. Surprised, Thatcher asked, why? Stacy smiled. Bertie might not know, but those challenging at the gate are my subordinates. Thatcher understood instantly. All right, handle it then. I won't hold you accountable for this. Stacy thanked Thatcher respectfully and floated away. Chapter 60. Righting Wrongs. At the same time, Bertie Ford's people had already arrived before the demons. Both sides exuded an intimidating presence. Though not a word was spoken, everyone could sense the formidable power radiating from each side. Danny, this guy really knows a thing or two. We mustn't fall for his tricks, said one of the Zechariahs beside the Chad, eyeing Bertie Ford warily and with some apprehension. Don't worry, do you think I don't know? Let that brat over there try anything he can. Your grandpa here will take it, the Chad replied with a sneer. Bertie Ford surveyed these lesser demons. Though they were weak in strength, their words carried much bravado. Is this ragtag bunch really planning to deal with me? Are there no stronger ones among you? Come out and stop being cowards, Bertie Ford taunted. The members of the demon clans couldn't tolerate such provocation. They immediately became enraged upon hearing those words. Would you dare to be insolent in front of us? Duke, we absolutely cannot let him go. We must eliminate him. The Chad nodded in agreement, having reached his limit with Bertie Ford. Fine, attack him, chop him up as you please. Don't be afraid. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens to this kid. Upon receiving orders, they approached Bertie Ford with ill intent on their faces. On the surface, Bertie Ford remained unperturbed, but secretly began channeling his spiritual energy. He intended to ambush them all at once so as not to leave any trouble behind. Just as both sides were about to clash, a voice came from afar. Hold! Bertie Ford's expression changed, while the demons were filled with relief. It's Queen Phyllis, she's here. The many demons present were elated. The arrival of Queen Phyllis meant that she was safe and sound. Although they had been deceived this time, seeing that nothing had happened to her filled them with joy. Why are you still here? Leave now and don't cause trouble. Phyllis's face darkened slightly as she stepped between Bertie Ford and the demon clan members, blocking them. Queen, we heard you were in danger and hurriedly came to rescue you. Are you alright? The Chad looked at Phyllis with concern, seemingly checking if she had been treated unfairly. Phyllis shook her head. What unfair treatment? It's all false rumors. It's inconvenient for you to stay here today. Leave quickly and return another day. Although the demon clan members felt uneasy, they had no choice but to leave. All right, Queen, we'll leave first, but you must return soon. Do not delay too long and inform us if anything happens. Despite finding them a bit nagging, Phyllis felt a warmth at their care. All right, hurry up and go. It's not good to stay here long. As the demons prepared to leave, Bertie Ford suddenly spoke. What's the beef between you demons and Thatcher, the holy son of Dao Sect? Why are so many of you attacking our sect gate? Are you helping Thatcher or assisting Dao Sect to wipe out our 5 great sects? This statement riled up the demon experts. Why was this guy speaking like that, asking for trouble? They were about to leave, but were now angered. Queen, this man is filthy-mouthed and talking nonsense. Let's capture him before we leave, one suggested. Seeing their reaction, Bertie Ford wore a faint triumphant smile. Noticing her underlings preparing to attack again, Phyllis quickly intervened. Leave immediately. Those who do not comply will face the severest punishment. Hearing this, they all shrank back. The severest punishment was unimaginable and too painful to recall. Thus, they left without further hesitation. With the demons dispersed, Phyllis breathed a sigh of relief. She watched as Bertie Ford returned to Dao Sect before going to report to Thatcher. However, to prevent Bertie Ford from returning and massacring her demons, she placed a lookout in a pit on the main path. The lookout was small, hidden well, and would not be detected if it concealed its aura carefully. The demons left the mountain dejectedly. The Zechariah vented to the Duke, Duke, leaving like this feels humiliating. Shouldn't we take down that arrogant guy? The Duke gave him a withering look. Do you think he's easy to deal with? Even Queen Phyllis is cautious around him. Let's not start trouble unnecessarily. Stunned, the Marquis asked, Duke, is that guy really that strong? Seeing the Duke nod, the Marquis and flatterers nearby could hardly believe it. Such a powerful existence, and they had planned to capture him. They'd be lucky to survive an encounter with him. Knowing that the Queen held supreme status among demons, anyone daring to challenge her would be foolhardy. Even beings like Phyllis dared not underestimate Bertie Ford. How could they? That's it, let's hurry and leave. I have a bad feeling about Bertie Ford, one of the smaller demons said, shivering as he addressed the Duke and Marquis. Ha ha ha, wanna leave? Can you? A voice rang out from ahead. A figure stood before them, unmistakably Bertie Ford. Duke, he has killed many behind us. His attacks are too swift for us to defend against. One demon gasped. Hearing this, the Duke's eyes widened with fury, glaring at Bertie Ford murderously. Why hate me so much? If you want to deal with me, show what you've got. Bertie Ford mocked the demon crowd, all signs of yesterday's defeat gone. This is a real battle where I can freely kill. Ha 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 ha. Bertie Ford's face gleamed with excitement, as if he'd reached the pinnacle of life. Old villain, come and kill us. Even if we're wiped out, as long as one of us survives, our queen will never forgive you, one of the demons declared firmly. Bertie Ford laughed. Your Phil is most likely that seductive demon. She's no match for me. I have nothing to fear. Hashtag chapter 61. The Heart's Judgment. Upon hearing these words, the Yale couldn't help but grow tense. Judging from the reactions of Lexi and Faxon, it wasn't entirely baseless talk. Lord Duke, issue the order. Let's swiftly eliminate this nonsense-spouting fool, who dares say our Lexi can't match him. Yeah, Lord Duke, this guy has lost his mind. The Yale shook his head. No, I promised the Lexi to bring you all back safely. If you all are killed by him, how can I face the Lexi again? Turning towards Faxon, the Yale resolutely declared, you leave first. I'll stay behind and hold this man off. Upon hearing the Yale's words, the many small demons present were torn. How could they abandon the Duke and flee? Lord Duke, no. We can't stand by watching you fight alone. Let us stay and fight with you. The small demons pleaded desperately. However, the Duke raised his right arm. If you do not leave now, you will be punished according to clan rules and forever be a disgrace to the clan. Hearing this, the demons dared not say more. Death was better than being branded as an eternal shame to the clan. Just as the demons prepared to leave, a familiar roar echoed from afar. Golden old freak, stop slaughtering my kin. The atmosphere amongst the demons instantly shifted to excitement. It's the Lexi, she's here. We're saved. Faxon sneered, good timing. I'll finish them all at once, sparing future trouble. Sierra glared at Faxon. Golden old freak, you ceased earlier. Why return? Isn't that laughable? Faxon retorted coldly. What difference does it make? My mission is to slay demons and protect virtue. Whether I return or set these demons ablaze, it's irrelevant. Sierra knew a confrontation was inevitable. You leave first. I'll hold him off. Faxon scoffed. Overconfidence. Can you really stop me? You dream. The Yale stood firm. Lexi, I will not leave. I'll fight with you until the end. I'm closest in strength to these two, so my resistance will matter. The Lexi, Sierra, barked. Did you not hear me? Any disobedience will result in clan punishment. All demons immediately withdrew, retreating further and further away. Seeing the demons depart, Sierra finally breathed easier, relieved they hadn't stayed. Now seeing them leave, you feel relaxed, don't you? Faxon's voice startled Sierra from beside her. You think you can hinder me from chasing them? Even if I die, I'll keep you occupied. Besides, I've already sent word to the Arley. Once he arrives, you gain nothing. Faxon's face twisted with rage. Why mention that coward before me? Fine, then your fate shall mirror his. Black mist enveloped Faxon as he circled behind Sierra, striking her shoulder. But the blow missed as Sierra vanished right before him. Faxon showed no surprise, and instead seized the opportunity to chase after the demons. He seemed intent on catching and annihilating the demon group. Sierra, thinking she had evaded his attack, pursued urgently. Come back, she exclaimed anxiously, yet Faxon continued unabated. Left with no choice, Sierra used her long-distance pursuit technique, which enhanced her speed by 20%, confident that this would allow her to catch up to him quickly. Just as she was about to touch him, a burning pain surged from her abdomen. Danger loomed, but it was too late. What happened? Sierra fell to the ground, thoughts racing. Faxon appeared calmly beside her. Ha ha ha, didn't see that coming? I feigned pursuit to ambush you unexpectedly. Sierra felt 2 wounds in her abdomen, seemingly pierced through. She weakly pointed at Faxon. You betrayed me. Faxon's face darkened. In matters of life and death, there's no betrayal, only winners and losers, those who live and die. Sierra nodded. Fair enough, but please, don't harm the little demons. They are innocent. Faxon shook his head. You overestimate me. Since I started, why show mercy? They must all perish. Despair washed over Sierra as she closed her eyes. Kill me then. Sierra couldn't believe her ultimate fate. Her dreams remained unfulfilled. Faxon cackled maniacally, stepping closer. What do you think Thatcher will feel when he learns all 3 demon kings are dead? Sierra opened her eyes and rolled her gaze. So what? We're merely his bonded servants. And I doubt you could defeat the other 2 anyway. Faxon seethed at the reminder of his failure. Fine, no need for you to breathe another moment. He aimed a strike at Sierra's chest. Sierra closed her eyes, awaiting death. But no pain came. Instead, she heard Faxon roar. Damn, who's ambushing me in secret? From a distance, Sierra opened her eyes to see Thatcher already engaged in battle with Faxon. Brat, you're really determined to oppose me. After the tournament, did you forget we're exterminating demons? Will you challenge me? His words cut deep into the heart of the matter. Chapter 62. Disagreement leads to conflict. If Thatcher were to stop him, it would be equivalent to opposing the human race. After all, he had raised the banner of eradicating demons for the sake of humanity. Before engaging in battle, he had already noticed that this Nicholas was accompanied by people from other sects, even some sect fills had arrived here. By framing his actions as against humanity's interest, Thatcher would have no choice but to let him go ahead with his attack on ordinary demons. However, Thatcher ignored all this and continued to beat him mercilessly. Do you not remember your lesson? Wasn't it you I thrashed last time? And now you dare to do this again? Wait until I beat you so badly that even your family wouldn't recognize you. Thatcher found more and more faults with this Ian Ford as he observed him. Someone weak yet overconfident. But within 5 moves, Ian Ford was thoroughly subdued. Yet, before everyone else, he refused to admit defeat, growing ever more arrogant. Thatcher inwardly sighed. Had this person lost it? Beaten into insanity? Emile, do you think beating me makes you impressive? However, you shouldn't possibly be aligning with demons, a move unacceptable to us ordinary cultivators, said Ian Ford, looking around at the other cultivators with confidence. He thought Thatcher wouldn't dare to act too arrogantly because of the deep-rooted conflict between humans and demons. Otherwise, the demons wouldn't have rushed to the Heavenly Dao Sect just because of his slight provocations. Some of those who heard Ian Ford's words showed disdain, while others agreed with him. Why is the Emile of the Heavenly Dao Sect consorting with demons? This is quite unusual, remarked a cultivator from the Water Sect. But I believe there must be extenuating circumstances. The Emile of the Heavenly Dao Sect wouldn't approach these demons without reason. Some cultivators commented differently. Initially, the discussions were reasonable, but soon, many demanded an explanation from Thatcher on why he seemed to be collaborating with demons. Orla and some demons felt aggrieved. What does collaborate with demons mean? What harm have we caused? Don't spout nonsense here. Can mere commoners understand the Emile's intentions? Then explain clearly, let everyone understand what's happening. Otherwise, don't expect to get past this easily. Thatcher frowned at their comments. Orla, tell them why we are together. Thatcher simply didn't bother responding to those easily swayed people. These individuals appeared intelligent, but were easily manipulated. When they heard about the binding contract among them, the cultivators were greatly shocked. What? Impossible. With your formidable strength, why would you need to sign a contract with him? This is unbelievable. Ian Ford felt very surprised but could hardly accept that they had truly signed a contract with Thatcher. While rumors existed, most couldn't be taken seriously. You don't believe it? Let me prove it. Orla activated her demonic power, revealing a distinct seal bearing Thatcher's name on her face. Seeing this, everyone's doubts vanished. Instead, they marveled at how Thatcher, as the Emile of the Heavenly Dao Sect, possessed such prowess. Representatives from the Wood Sect, Water Sect, and 2 others came forward to congratulate Thatcher. Congratulations to the Emile for acquiring the contract of this powerful demon king. The Heavenly Dao Sect grows stronger and prospers, indeed something to celebrate. Thatcher smiled. You're too kind. We are one family under different banners. The Heavenly Dao Sect's strength is your strength. The sect feels relaxed a bit, relieved that the Heavenly Dao Sect wouldn't impose significant pressure on their own sections. After all, each demon king represented not only themselves but also immense power behind them. Ian looked at Ian Ford standing awkwardly beside him and sneered. Ian Ford, can you say nothing now? The Emile isn't plotting with demons to threaten the 6 major sects, but is genuinely strengthening our forces, a reason to celebrate. Already feeling embarrassed, Ian Ford tried to escape notice. Suddenly being mentioned by Ian brought all eyes back to him. If you speak, then speak. Why drag me into it? Is your skin itching? Ian Ford immediately flared up, like a powder keg ignited by fire. Why drag you in? Because you first accused the Emile of colluding with demons, forcing him to clarify. Ian stood firm, countering directly. Fine, since you insist on mentioning me, let's settle this properly. In a flash, Ian Ford moved next to Ian, and combat erupted instantly. Neither side had a clear advantage. They often clashed due to long-standing animosity and mutual disdain. These two always start fighting upon meeting, but it's a good thing. Among the 6 major sects, the Heavenly Dao Sect reigns supreme. If the other 5 sects remain united, it will apply pressure on the Heavenly Dao Sect. Thatcher chuckled, content with the situation. Their long-standing enmity led to intense battles whenever they met. There's going to be another show. These two sect fills fight at the drop of a hat. It was only hearsay before, but today we witness it firsthand. Ephraim from the water sect watched excitedly. Such scenes are rare. Observe and learn. Water Iron grinned at his Ephraim's. Other sect fills similarly instructed their followers. At first, Thatcher found their fight interesting. However, the longer he watched, the more boring it became. He intended to stop them but noticed others were engrossed. Chapter 63, Cricket Fighting. After a moment of thought, he suddenly took out his ring and used his spirit energy to open it, drawing the two people inside. Of course, Thatcher did not contain these two people to dissuade them, but to take them back and let them fight properly. Unaware, the two people entered the ring, leaving the rest of the crowd feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Emile, why did you imprison them? Release them quickly. I love watching this. Jermaine Chouet's face showed an impatient smile, making Thatcher feel slightly uneasy. All right, I'll let you follow me. I won't put away this ring. You can watch at will. Thatcher hurriedly returned to the sect while controlling the ring, taking them along. During the journey, the space within the ring was unconfined, and the two individuals stayed in it, life-sized. But when they returned to the sect, Thatcher no longer gave them that much space. The ring began to shrink continuously, and so did the two figures inside it. However, the two figures inside kept fighting fiercely. Wow, Jermaine Ford is indeed stronger than Jermaine Finn. I bet Jermaine Ford will win in the end, do you believe it? I don't. I bet Jermaine Finn will win. Want to place a wager? Sure, how should we bet? I have a high-grade spirit pill. What do you have to bet with? Luckily, I have a jade pendant that can greatly enhance cultivation speed. The two cultivators gathered around the ring to place their bets. Although it looked ridiculous, they had no hesitation, clearly experienced gamblers. Why are you betting so early when they've barely started fighting? So what? We've seen the two Vinces fight before. This is just a chance for us to bet. The two cultivators were unconcerned. The cultivator shook his head wryly, surprised at the situation. Fine, since you're so confident, there's nothing more I can say. Just hope you win. Anyway, one is destined to win and the other to lose. The two glanced at the cultivator, muttered a curse under their breaths, then ignored him, continuing to watch the fight between the two Vinces. Soon, they were already fighting intensely, displaying their full strength. At this point, their exhibited strength had significantly increased from before. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Jermaine Ford is as powerful as ever, too strong. By now, Thatcher and company had returned to the sect, releasing the two men onto the training field to fight freely. Emile, the Vince has requested your presence in the study. Ephraim came up to Thatcher and reported. Very well, where is Axel? I'll go see him now. Thatcher was puzzled as to why his father wanted to see him, but if his father asked, there must be a reason. Could it be about the great demon kings? Without doubt, these demon kings have caused endless troubles for the world. Upon arriving at his father's study, Thatcher was surprised to see his father writing various characters on paper with his back turned. Axel, the sect Ephraim said you needed to speak with me. I don't know what it's about. Thatcher glanced at the characters on the table, guessing his father's thoughts. I want to ask your opinion on major events in the world. Thatcher was taken aback by this question from his father. Major events in the world can either lead to a top-tier powerhouse dominating the four directions, or a multitude of strong figures standing independently across various regions. Thatcher didn't think much, just saying whatever came to mind. That makes sense. Anything else? Elmer found his son's words amusing, after all, coming from his own child. He hadn't often asked about such matters before, thinking his son was still young. But now he could handle things alone. Many things should be left to him. As for himself, he needed to manage the entire sect to provide Thatcher with a good development environment. A true powerhouse is strong within, not merely on the surface through cultivation levels or combat power. To become such a true powerhouse requires significant effort. Not everyone has that kind of ambition. The six great sects appear scattered now, and the demon races aren't entirely united within themselves. Many aspects can be exploited. If used well, it could unite more powerful forces, allowing for far more achievements than any single sect could accomplish. Elmer looked curiously at his son, Thatcher, impressed by his insights. So you managed to control 3 demon kings to serve you? Thatcher didn't expect his father to bring this up so directly. Cough, Axel, persuading them wasn't my original intention. It was incidental. Their strength is formidable, and subjugating them would benefit our sect. Alright, regardless, this is your choice, and I won't interfere. By the way, I have something valuable for you. Speaking, Elmer took out a treasure wrapped in a box, its potent energy pulsating. Axel, what is this? Elmer smiled. This is the reward the winning side in the battle of the 6 sects receives. Though Elmer didn't specify exactly what it was, if it could cause the 6 sects to compete fiercely, it must be valuable. Axel, you're giving this to me? Thatcher felt somewhat excited, but remained relatively calm. His father wouldn't risk public outrage by showing favoritism. This item is to be kept with you. When the truly powerful among those who have defeated others are decided, you will give this treasure to them. Thatcher nodded, taking the treasure. This treasure shouldn't be revealed carelessly. Protect it well. Someone might try to take it. Thatcher nodded again. Rest assured, Axel, I'll protect it and won't let anyone succeed. Elmer was pleased with his son's performance. All right, you may go. Exiting his father's study, Thatcher still felt his father's expectations pressing upon him. He protected the treasure carefully on the way back, ensuring no one saw it. Chapter 64, Theft. However, many things are not as easily accomplished as one might wish. What did the Arlie of the Heavenly Way sect receive? Why does it feel like there's such a profound energy inside? A cultivator emerged from a corner and cast a glance at Elmer's study, feeling somewhat awed yet puzzled. To emit such powerful energy without any form, making everyone sense it. Could it be a treasure given by the Ion to the Arlie? I didn't seem to notice this energy on him when he entered. This cultivator pondered and found it highly likely. After all, being father and son, they would naturally exchange various treasures between them. The Ion might have specially given the Arli a treasure to consolidate his strength and status. Such treasures could make the Arli advance faster in power and better adapt to the harsh competitive environment. Especially now, with several major sects people here, ensuring the safety of the Arli becomes even more important. Axel, I will protect this treasure well, Thatcher smiled, placing the treasure into his usual hiding place for valuable items. The hidden cultivator clearly coveted the treasure in Thatcher's hand, but knew that Thatcher wouldn't be easy to deal with. This treasure won't fall into my hands easily. It's best when the Arli is away. Thinking of the Arli of the Heavenly Way sect's strength, he felt a bit timid. Though slightly afraid of Thatcher's prowess, the allure of the treasure had already clouded his judgment. After much consideration, he decided to return and report the matter to the Ion to see what decision was made. As an ordinary Ephraim, meeting the Ion was practically impossible under normal circumstances. Fortunately, they were currently in the Heavenly Way sect, and his exaggerated speech quickly caught the attention of their Ion. You mean to say that the Arli of the Heavenly Way sect obtained a treasure when he came out from seeing his father? The Ion said, excitement evident in his voice. The Ephraim nodded, yes Ion, and that treasure is absolutely a rare and extraordinary item, like? The Ion pressed impatiently, Halamk what? The Ephraim hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, Halamk are heaven and sea in unison. Clatter. The cup in the Ion's hand dropped to the ground and shattered, startling the Ephraim, who feared he might be silenced. Suddenly, his shoulders were gripped by the Ion. Well done, you've done well. This information is crucial. Go and get that treasure right now, and then you'll be the chief Hulnina of our sect, ranked first. The Ephraim was startled, feeling his shoulders almost crushed, and nodded vigorously. No wonder the Ion was so shaken. The heaven and sea in unison was their sect's supreme treasure. If something could match its sensation, it couldn't be an ordinary item. That night, taking advantage of the silence, the Ephraim sneaked into Thatcher's treasury room. He was extremely nervous. Thatcher had retired, but due to accidentally triggering a large seal, a noise was made, which Thatcher noticed. Thatcher immediately got up and looked toward the source of the sound. He soon discovered someone fumbling around, but the intruder didn't seem aware he'd been detected and continued unabated. With just a glance, Thatcher confirmed the intruder wasn't from the same sect. Huh, coming to steal from me? Are you tired of living? Thatcher's expression changed slightly, suddenly remembering the treasure his father had given him. Could these people be after that treasure? Considering this, Thatcher had a sudden urge to test the situation. He retrieved the treasure and threw it, box and all, towards the intruder. Of course, his movements were gentle to avoid damaging the treasure. The treasure and box landed in front of the person, causing surprise. What's happening? The intruder was bewildered, seeing the treasure box within reach. It can't be this easy, can it? I come looking for treasure, and it falls into my hands. Regardless of his thoughts, the treasure was now in front of him. Why not take it? The little brat, let's see if you can resist. Thatcher's expression was bizarre, knowing full well the intruder had ulterior motives but not rushing to expose him. It's really a treasure, matching the sensation perfectly. Looks like I struck gold. The cultivator approached the treasure cautiously. Finally, his hand touched it, feeling the immense energy pulsating through it. This is truly a great treasure. I love it. He felt an exhilarating surge of energy, too enjoyable to let go. Should he run off with this treasure? Despite potential retaliation from the Ion, having this treasure might make him a powerful figure. Such a treasure rivaled the heaven and sea in unison. If he needed it, wouldn't he become as strong as the Ion, no longer fearing pursuit? At that moment, he made up his mind. Ion was worth fighting. A strong ambition surged within him as he was about to flee with the treasure, but suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed him. What's going on? Already guilty, the cultivator nearly lost his soul. Thatcher chuckled coldly. Feeling guilty, thief? Hearing the voice, he calmed down slightly and realized it was the Arli of the Heavenly Way sect. Disaster. He'd been caught stealing and now faced certain punishment. Instinctively fearful of the Arli, especially considering not even Gold Ion could defeat him, how could an ordinary Ephraim stand a chance? Only the Water Sect's own Ion could match Thatcher. Speak. Who are you? Who sent you? And what's your purpose? Thatcher's rapid questions made the ordinary Ephraim's head spin. Since you won't talk, let the Heavenly Way Sect's instruments of torture speak to you. ####Chapter 65, Quibbling. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator immediately abandoned the so-called dignity he had been clinging to just moments ago. Your Excellency, I was wrong. I suddenly remembered how I offended you in a moment of confusion, causing you trouble. I sincerely apologize. Thatcher sneered upon hearing this and ignored the man. Your apology means nothing. If you want my forgiveness, you need to speak what should be spoken. The Ephraim hurriedly nodded. Your Excellency, please forgive me. I am an Ephraim of the Water Sect. This time, I was ordered by our sect Phil to come and snatch your treasures, but I didn't expect you to foresee everything. Thatcher shook his head. It's not that I foresaw everything, but rather that you all treat everyone like fools. You can temporarily stay in the darkest and filthiest place of my Heavenly Dao Sect. Tomorrow, I will ask your sect Phil to come and explain clearly. As he spoke, Thatcher casually waved his hand, knocking the man unconscious, and then carried him away. Arriving at the designated holding area of the Heavenly Dao Sect, Thatcher instructed the guarding Ephraims to ensure that the man was kept secure. The Ephraims, though unaware of the prisoner's identity, would naturally comply with the Emil's orders. Don't worry, Your Excellency. We'll take care of it without any problems, they assured him. Satisfied with their reassurances, Thatcher left. The next day, as the Vinces, Bears, and Ephraims of various sects gathered, Thatcher had the Water Sect Ephraim brought forward. Seeing the Water Sect Ephraim, the Water Sect Germain's expression darkened. He had sent this Nicholas to steal treasures yesterday, only to find him missing, and now here he was in Thatcher's hands, likely captured yesterday. Water Sect Germain, do you recognize him? Thatcher gave a cold smile towards the Water Sect Germain. Your Excellency, I don't know who he is. The Water Sect Germain feigned ignorance, refusing to acknowledge the Ephraim. After all, his intentions were impure. Acknowledging him now would be foolish. Water Sect Germain seems to have a poor memory. Let me tell you, he is from your Water Sect, and his name is Usher. Hearing this, everyone in the room looked puzzled at the cultivator named Usher, then glanced at the Water Sect Germain, unsure of what exactly had transpired. The audience was bewildered because the Water Sect Germain had denied the man being from his sect, yet the Emil claimed otherwise. That's enough, Water Sect Germain. Don't play this denial game. It's really pointless. Thatcher shook his head. This Ephraim has already confessed. What more do you have to say? The Water Sect Germain glared at the cultivator, as if wishing he could devour him alive. Naturally, he wouldn't dare do anything violent in front of everyone. Your Excellency, this Ahmed is clearly framing us. Our relationship with the Heavenly Dao Sect is too good for such provocations. Thatcher clapped his hands. Haha, very amusing indeed. You make it sound like we're extremely close. Thatcher couldn't help but admire the Water Sect Germain's composure despite the situation. Your Excellency, there's something I might say or shouldn't say. The Water Sect Germain turned to look at the Earth Sect Germain with a hint of malice. The Earth Sect Germain shuddered visibly. I must warn you, Water Sect Germain, your matters have nothing to do with me. Don't involve me. The long-standing enmity between the Earth and Water Sects surfaced once again. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would accuse each other relentlessly. You're making no sense. How can you deny involvement when this is clearly your doing, trying to frame me? The Water Sect Germain's relentless remarks drew everyone's attention. Great. It started with just one person. Now another gets dragged into it. The audience sighed in unison. Powerful. This guy is tougher than expected. The tension between the Water Sect and Earth Sect Germains exploded once more, clouding the atmosphere. Thatcher, who initially had solid evidence against the Water Sect Germain, found himself sidelined by their antics. Enough. You two have grievances? I give you a chance to resolve them. Do you dare accept? Thatcher glanced at both men, contemplating something. Your Excellency, I'm not the one causing trouble. He's trying to involve me, the Earth Sect Germain said coldly. The Water Sect Germain laughed. You act like you're innocent, yet you're the one causing trouble, accusing me of framing you. How absurd. 10 years ago, wasn't it the same with you? Now you repeat it. Thatcher was taken aback. A simple resolution had turned into a web of old grudges. All right, let's stop arguing. I have a new idea. Would you like to hear it? Both Vinces ceased their argument. Please speak, Your Excellency. Thatcher scanned the crowd. I'll place all of you inside a ring and let you battle it out. Resolve your grudges within this contest. How does that sound? Everyone agreed since they had little choice under the control of the Heavenly Dao Sect. In the ring, different rules apply. Inside, you fend for yourselves. Whoever emerges victorious wins the corresponding prize. Agreed? All accepted this proposition. Within the ring, a vast space awaited, teeming with life and challenges. 6 teams from 6 major sects entered from different directions, led by their respective Vinces except for the Heavenly Dao Sect, led by Emil Thatcher. These fellows are interesting. Their paths seem to converge, though starting from different points. Chapter 66, Beast Tide. Thatcher led the Ephraims of his Heavenly Dao Sect forward at a leisurely pace, with occasional roars from beastmen echoing around them. While the roars were not intimidating in themselves, the energy they exuded instinctively made one want to retreat. Destined, should we join forces with the other sects? The beastmen here seem powerful. We may not be a match for them. No need. The direction they're heading has even more beastmen. It'll be more fun there. Through his mind search technique, Thatcher had already sensed the presence of those powerful beastmen. These fellows were charging around aimlessly, and it was quite normal for some to die at the hands of those beastmen. Suddenly, she felt that the nearby beastmen seemed to have grown stronger, emitting a much more formidable aura than before. Be on your guard. It looks like some unexpected situation is happening. Some of the beastmen are coming this way. Thatcher's assumption was spot on. Indeed, a group of beastmen had arrived, and they were moving quickly. What's going on? The 2 bears of the Heavenly Dao Sect were also worried, unsure of what to do. Dealing with ordinary beastmen was manageable, but encountering the powerful ones could end badly in an instant. Destined, we really should change our direction. Otherwise, if we're wiped out, it would be disastrous. Then Bear stepped forward, expressing his concern. Thatcher laughed heartily. You're overthinking it. We're not in any real danger. What you call danger is just something you imagine for yourself. Do you really lack confidence in your own strength? Hearing this, the bear felt somewhat ashamed. Destined, you're right. I'm sorry. Thatcher patted him on the shoulder. All right, let's forget about this and continue forward. Smiling, Thatcher and his group pressed on despite the oppressive presence of the beastmen, moving very quickly. Of course, they wouldn't encounter any true danger since the entire realm was under Thatcher's control, and the beastmen couldn't pose a threat to him. After walking for about half an hour, they began to sense a growing bloody aura emanating from the direction of the other sect groups. Clearly, a battle had broken out, though it wasn't clear which sect it involved. Ian, they've started fighting over there. Looks like they encountered the beastmen. Who knows who will win? Thatcher smiled. Obviously, the sect members are stronger. After all, those beastmen are likely in small scattered groups, not much of a threat. However, the bear shook his head. Destined, I don't think so. I believe the sect members might be facing difficulties. Curious, Thatcher asked. You think the sect members are struggling? Why so? The bear explained. Destined, if they were small groups of beastmen, they'd definitely avoid the sect members instead of engaging. Otherwise, they'd suffer heavy casualties without gaining anything. Thatcher nodded. So, the sect members are in trouble over there. Should we go help them? Thatcher wasn't motivated by compassion, but wanted to see who was in trouble. If it were someone like Ford Zhongzhu, he'd treat it as entertainment. The bear, however, disagreed. Destined. Why involve ourselves in their affairs? They might not appreciate our help, and we could end up embarrassing ourselves. Thatcher laughed. What's there to fear? Let's just check it out. We don't have to offer help if we don't want to. The two bears had already advised him, but seeing no effect, they didn't press further. After trekking for another half hour, they could see a distant battle between a sect group and the beastmen. Destined, it's Fire Sect. They're in trouble, the chief bear exclaimed in surprise. Thatcher nodded. Indeed, it's Fire Sect. What happened? Why did they engage the beastmen? Perhaps the beastmen found some treasure or assumed they had something valuable, leading to this fight. Possibly. But shouldn't it be easy for them to escape the beastmen? We'll wait and see. There's no need for us to get involved right now. Let's just observe the fight. Thatcher had no close ties with these sect members. Their fate wasn't particularly relevant to him. Moreover, he believed they still had considerable strength and weren't too far behind. Helping them now might make things awkward. If he arrived after they defeated the beastmen, they might even suspect him of having ulterior motives. Let's find a place to cultivate peacefully or search for treasures nearby. Or perhaps we can practice among ourselves without actual combat, so we can preserve our strength for when we truly need it. Thatcher planned to wait for the other 5 sects to resolve their conflicts before engaging the strongest faction. However, circumstances often turned out unexpectedly. A figure sprinted rapidly towards them from the direction of the battle, looking utterly disheveled as if fleeing for his life. Halt! Who are you? What do you seek here? Qingmu, the hall birdie of Heavenly Dao Sect, pointed at the person coldly. I beseech Destined Thatcher to come and rescue our Fire Sect Phil. Our Germain Zhang is besieged by several powerful beastmen, and no one else can break through their defenses. Our Phil is barely holding on. Thatcher was taken aback. He hadn't expected the sect Ephraims to ask for help, but this is a sect competition. Seeking help from me means your sect admits defeat, right? Thatcher found this request somewhat questionable. Destined, our Phil promised that if you come to our aid, you will be declared the winner, and Fire Sect will support you. Though Thatcher found this hard to believe, he decided to offer assistance. All right, I'll go with you, but whether I intervene remains to be seen. The Fire Sect Ephraim was elated. Even if you come, it would be a great relief to Fire Sect. Leading Thatcher, the Ephraim rushed toward the battlefield. Even from a distance of several hundred yards, the intense spiritual energy fluctuations and clashes of the ongoing battle could be felt. Chapter 67, Rescue. From afar, Thatcher could see a figure in fiery red being surrounded by several beasts. I didn't expect the Fire Sect's Phil to be so formidable. I heard her name is Joanne, and she's quite beautiful. Thatcher rushed over at full speed. It seemed these beasts were about to overpower Joanne, with one already preparing to seize her. Roar! The beast roared maniacally, striking Joanne hard on her abdomen. This blow was grievous. Joanne spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is this happening? Ephraim from the Fire Sect nearly broke down upon witnessing the scene. He immediately pleaded with Thatcher to rescue her, but found that Thatcher had vanished. Where has the Arlie gone? Why did he disappear at such a critical moment? This Ephraim felt deeply troubled. Arlie, you promised me you would save our sect Phil. You can't just let her die. Though he hoped for Thatcher's intervention, he knew if the Arlie refused, their sect Phil might truly perish here. Unable to contain his despair, he started crying but then heard a roar echoing nearby. Thatcher had already arrived, delivering a heavy blow to the beast's mouth. The roar came right at this moment. Then, Thatcher caught Joanne, who was falling rapidly. Joanne thought she was doomed, but was incredibly relieved to find herself rescued. Seeing Thatcher, she recognized him as the Arlie of Destined Dao Sect and blushed slightly. Seeing this reaction, Thatcher was momentarily stunned. Could it be this beautiful Phil liked him? Of course, he dismissed such thoughts. He wasn't delusional enough to believe everyone liked him. Are you all right? Thatcher looked at Joanne, noting her somewhat pale complexion. Those beasts were indeed powerful, and he almost failed his mission. If he hadn't saved her, his reputation would have been tarnished. I'm fine, thank you, Arlie, replied Joanne. Suddenly, the other beasts reacted, rushing towards them, as if to engulf them both. But Thatcher wasn't going to be so foolish. He used all his skills to create a barrier between the beasts and themselves. He then fought off the remaining beasts with swift punches and kicks, sending them flying. With Joanne still in his arms, Thatcher ran away towards where others from his sect could provide protection and treat Joanne's injuries. Seeing their Phil rescued, the Fire Sect members sighed in relief. Jamal, are you all right? The Ephraims asked anxiously. I'm fine, thanks to the Arlie's help, said Joanne, blushing slightly at Thatcher beside her. We shouldn't waste time. Those beasts may catch up. Let's go, urged Thatcher. Leading the way, Thatcher and Joanne moved swiftly, leaving others far behind. Arlie, why are we moving so fast? Joanne was puzzled. They were now advancing at top speed, far ahead of the rest. There's a place within this ring only your people can open. I need to lead us there without being seen. Joanne paused, surprised by this revelation, but trusted Thatcher implicitly. Within moments, they arrived at a tumultuous area filled with more beasts and other sect members launching attacks inside. It contained immense power. The thing I mentioned is here. We'll wait until they either defeat or get eliminated by the beasts before dealing with the rest, Thatcher said coldly. Why not help them? They're innocent, questioned Joanne, pointing at the sect members. Thatcher shook his head. They shouldn't be here. Though weak, seeing what I have will provoke greed. Understanding, Joanne nodded. Thatcher must cherish it immensely. It must be a valuable treasure. All right, Arlie, I understand. Suddenly, all sect members were wiped out by an overwhelmingly powerful beast. Unbeknownst to them, Thatcher and Joanne had been watching. You have guts showing yourselves after I killed them. The beast lunged at them, but its energy dissipated mid-attack, rendering it invisible. The remaining beasts retreated, intimidated. Thatcher and Joanne continued forward. These beasts are cowardly, fleeing after seeing their companion killed. Thatcher laughed. Not cowardly, just knowing who's stronger. They reached a grand gateway adorned with yin-yang symbols, each containing a point, one symbolizing life, the other death. The white symbol, representing hope, held a black point, while the black symbol's point was white. To open these doors, you must push through the correct points, but no one knows which to choose. Now, you decide which point to push. Thatcher smiled at Xuanhuan. Me? Really? Xuanhuan was surprised. Since Thatcher led her here, shouldn't he make the choice? Yes, you decide. This choice isn't easy. Each path brings different outcomes, but we should try, right? Chapter 68, Halamf and Death Crisis. You're right. We should give it a try, but are you sure you want the result if we choose wrongly? Xuanhuan hesitated. Thatcher smiled. Just go ahead bravely. I'll be your backup. Xuanhuan nodded, then approached and glanced at each door before pressing the white on one of them. The gate hadn't opened yet, but light burst out from it, looking incredibly beautiful. Maybe I chose correctly? Xuanhuan turned to look back at Thatcher, only to see a frightened expression on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Xuanhuan was puzzled. It's ruined, isn't it? The bewitching power has been released. The last thing he heard was this sentence before he lost consciousness. Thatcher's face instantly changed when he saw Joe and seemed to have taken on a different demeanor. Then Xuanhuan lunged at him, delivering a punch to his face. Thatcher quickly dodged her fist, though his face still stung from the impact. Her nails grazed his face like a knife, slicing through. Thatcher shouted at Xuanhuan, but she didn't respond at all. And Xuanhuan kept attacking him relentlessly with all kinds of moves. What are you trying to do? Do you want to kill me? Thatcher was now panicking, realizing Xuanhuan had been affected by the bewitching aura. It was as if all the bewitching power had transferred into Xuanhuan. This Xuanhuan wasn't the same person who had joked and chatted with him earlier. He immediately activated the purifying power to help Joe and regain her senses. However, this purifying power would need at least 15 minutes to take effect. During those 15 minutes, Thatcher and Xuanhuan were engaged in constant combat. Enhanced by the bewitching power, Xuanhuan's strength was almost on par with his. I never expected your strength to reach such a level. Truly impressive. Thatcher shook his head, suddenly realizing that the current Xuanhuan had no self-awareness, so he spat in disgust. After 15 minutes, Xuanhuan gradually regained consciousness, while the bewitching power immediately spread throughout the space within the ring, turning the sky pink within moments. Emil, look, the sky is all pink. It's so beautiful. Xuanhuan pointed at the sky, marveling to Thatcher. That's just some color. What's so great about it? Do you remember what happened to you just now? Xuanhuan paused. I only remember hearing you say something, then everything after that is blank until I came to my senses and found you sparring with me. Thatcher nodded. Exactly, you fell for it. We chose the wrong door, and the bewitching power affected you, making you extremely aggressive and unable to recognize me. Now, am I okay? Xuanhuan asked Thatcher nervously. She hadn't expected that simply pushing a door could have such an effect. Yes, you're fine now. That power has dissipated into the entire space. Didn't you see the pink sky just now? That's the power at work. Xuanhuan nodded. So what do we do now? Will this power spreading across the space affect others? Thatcher shook his head. I don't know yet. Let's find the others and check their condition. Thatcher quickly headed back the way they came and soon found two Ephraims from their sects. At that moment, the Ephraims of both sects were fighting each other fiercely. Oddly, though, there was no fighting among members of the same sect. Some even formed teams of 2 or 3 to fight against other sects. Incredibly, they displayed unexpected unity at that moment. I get it. The bewitching power has spread across the world, affecting everyone. Thatcher realized that the Ephraims of other sects might have become like this as well. What do we do now? We can't just stand by and watch without helping them. Xuanhuan watched her own Ephraims battling fiercely, and no matter how much she tried to persuade them, they wouldn't stop. They didn't speak, just continued fighting. The sight of swirling spiritual energy and clashing weapons made Xuanhuan feel as if the Fire Sect and Heavenly Dao Sect truly harbored unresolvable enmity. Thatcher sighed. They had fallen prey so easily, showing their poor quality and incompetence. With this thought, he personally stepped in, using his hands to absorb the bewitching power from the air around them. If used properly, this power could be incredibly potent. But if controlled by this power, one would ultimately become a mere puppet. Now, having absorbed this energy, the people gradually regained their senses. However, after such intense combat, they needed rest and recuperation. With your current state, you still aim to vie for first place and the rewards? Ridiculous. Duke shook his head, addressing not only the Fire Sect but also his own Ephraims. Hearing this, both sides felt ashamed, knowing that their return to normalcy was due to Thatcher. Thus, they accepted his words without any objection. The Ephraims from other sects felt the same way. No one fared better. Thatcher restored their clarity equally. This battle ended without achieving its goal of distinguishing who was stronger. Even when the 6 major sects returned to the arena, they hadn't realized it was over. Standing at the front, Thatcher and Xuanhuan noticed the confusion among the fills of the other 4 sects. Emil, why did you transport us out? We haven't decided the winner yet. Miss Sect Birdie said, confused. Though you haven't decided a winner, some unexpected events occurred, and I believe each of you can sense that. Thatcher recounted what had happened to everyone. Chapter 69, Protest. Hearing Thatcher's words, the people present finally understood what had happened. They had actually fallen victim to an illusion spell, one so dominant that they were unable to resist it. So, how should we proceed with the competition? Please give us your instructions, Arlie. Earth Sect Birdie stepped forward and asked. Thatcher shook his head. I'm a bit at a loss as well. Everyone, please offer some suggestions. Thatcher was also speechless this time. It was such a rare opportunity for them to enter the ring, yet it ended up like this. Of course, he could not take responsibility for the incident. Since the Arlie doesn't know what to do, we certainly wouldn't know either. The Arlie is a person of extraordinary talent. How can we surpass him? Faxon stood out at this moment. Although his words sounded like praise, it was clearly a sarcastic jab at Thatcher. Faxon, Why are you being so snide? If you're capable, then suggest a better solution. Xuanhuan stepped forward, directly confronting Faxon in anger. Had it not been for Thatcher, she might have been devoured by that beast long ago. So now, anyone who spoke ill of Thatcher would be targeting her. Faxon's expression turned ugly. What did Xuanhuan eat today that made her cross him? He couldn't recall ever offending Xuanhuan. You little Shoshana, who are you calling sneaky? Don't talk nonsense. Wasn't it the Arlie who proposed fighting inside the ring initially? Now, everyone inexplicably came out from it, and he refuses to take responsibility. The Arlie sure has taken advantage of everything. Duke pointed at Faxon. Come here. I promise not to beat you to death. Faxon instinctively shrank back, but remembered he was in front of representatives from 6 sects, and Thatcher wouldn't dare do anything to him. Thus, he immediately grew braver. Arlie, although what I said is true, you shouldn't treat me unfairly because of this. Thatcher scoffed. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'm not dealing with you now just to avoid petty arguments. Get back to your place. Although Faxon wanted to stand his ground, he was genuinely afraid that Thatcher might embarrass him in front of everyone. Therefore, he obediently retreated. At this point, Sect Birdie interjected appropriately. Haha, Faxon. Weren't you full of bravado earlier? You dared to challenge the Arlie? Have you forgotten how he dealt with you before? Faxon's face instantly turned pale green. This bastard. Do you want another round of 300 bouts? Last time, he was ambushed by Sect Birdie in the ring and lost to him. Even now, he still felt bitter about it. Sure, let's fight, but don't cry when you lose again. I heard you sob for an entire hour after losing to me last time. Haha. Sect Birdie stood up, really preparing to fight. Thatcher waved his hand to stop them both. Alright, let's stop arguing. This mishap inside the ring is something no one wishes for. The battle will definitely happen successfully, but I ask for everyone's patience. The competition will be postponed. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect the competition to be postponed. Arlie, I cannot accept this. I protest. Faxon jumped out again. What do you want? Don't assume I won't deal with you. If I wanted to, it would only take a thought. Thatcher glared at Faxon. Arlie, don't get upset. Let's discuss this. How about we change the format? The 6 sect Ninas fight among themselves to decide the champion. What do you think? Thatcher laughed loudly. If that's the case, our Heavenly Dao Sect will undoubtedly win. That's settled. We'll decide the exact terms of the competition tomorrow. Dismissed. The Ephraims from the 6 sects dispersed. Faxon looked conflicted and unsatisfied. He desperately wanted the treasure. It might help him break through his cultivation bottleneck. After a while, unable to resist temptation, Faxon knocked on Thatcher's door. Responding to Thatcher's invitation, Faxon entered. Seeing him, Daniel glared angrily. What are you doing here? Are you trying to trouble the Arlie? Should I just resolve this with one slap? Faxon looked slightly embarrassed but didn't dare get angry, remembering his purpose. Arlie, I'm here for a reason. Could he step outside for a moment? Thatcher hesitated but refused. That's unnecessary. Tianyu and I are close friends. There's no need to exclude him. Faxon appeared troubled but finally spoke. Arlie, concerning the competition, our sect wants to win. Thatcher nodded without surprise. Isn't that obvious? Which sect doesn't want to win? Faxon urged. Arlie, please lend a helping hand. Winning would greatly benefit me. Thatcher glanced deeply at him. You would ask me to cheat for you? Do you think our relationship is that shallow? Arlie, I don't wish for this, but my situation is special. I urgently need to enhance my strength, which would open up many possibilities. If you could help me, I would be eternally grateful. By the way, Arlie, I have something good here, called Tranquil Heart Pill. Its efficacy will become apparent once used. It enhances cultivation speed permanently. Looking at the Tranquil Heart Pill, Thatcher's heart skipped a beat. The pill was indeed remarkable. Even just seeing it stirred the spiritual energy within him. It's indeed excellent and valuable, but you misjudge me. Take back your treasure. End of chapter 69. ####Chapter 70. Playing dirty. Upon hearing this, Bertie Ford was clearly infuriated and embarrassed. Caden, I'm asking you because I need something from you. Don't get too big for your britches, he snapped. Thatcher glanced at him. What makes you think you're so great? Just because you ask me doesn't mean I have to agree. Taken aback by these words, Bertie Ford's expression darkened with embarrassment and anger. He flung his sleeves and stormed out. As soon as he left the room, Bertie Ford felt a pang of regret for his impulsiveness. That Ahmed hadn't refused outright. Perhaps he was just pretending to be reluctant. If he had pushed a bit more, Thatcher might have agreed. But now that he'd soured things with Thatcher, he wouldn't try to mend fences. Still, Bertie Ford thought about Elmer. They had been on friendly terms before. If he asked Elmer sincerely, maybe he could get what he wanted. With renewed hope, he rushed to where Elmer resided. Seeing Bertie Ford enter, Elmer was genuinely surprised. He was well aware of the recent conflicts between Bertie Ford and his son, but he couldn't interfere due to his position and protective nature. Even if there were tensions between Bertie Ford and Thatcher, and most of it stemmed from Thatcher, he wouldn't rebuke Thatcher for Bertie Ford's sake. Besides, the root cause of the issue lay with Bertie Ford. Bertie Zhao, what are your thoughts on the upcoming competition? Bertie Ford inquired. Elmer smiled, shaking his head. I don't have much to say. I'm just an excited spectator. Hearing this, Bertie Ford blurted out, Bertie Zhao, let's be straightforward. Our sect needs a champion this time. Elmer nodded, eyeing him with a hint of admiration. Very well, then I'll be looking forward to your performance. Bertie Ford's face turned slightly grim, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean by that? Elmer paused, puzzled. Don't you want to win the championship through your own efforts? Bertie Ford shook his head, admitting reluctantly, I understand our sect's strength well. We might stand a chance if we try hard, but it's not guaranteed. Elmer nodded, sensing Bertie Ford's intentions. I desperately need the reward from winning the championship. It could bring me immense benefits. Bertie Zhao, I have something valuable to show you. If you like it, you can take it, said Bertie Ford as he revealed the same magical artifact he had shown to Thatcher earlier. The artifact has its merits, Elmer commented, nodding with curiosity. The energy within was powerful and could accelerate cultivation. Do you intend to give me this artifact? Elmer didn't understand why Bertie Ford needed the championship so badly if he already had such a valuable tool. Wouldn't using the artifact be better? Expressing his confusion, Bertie Ford looked embarrassed. Bertie Zhao, this artifact has brought me to my current level, but it no longer serves me. It has lost its effectiveness. Elmer nodded, unsurprised. Artifacts like this often became less effective over time, leading to a plateau in cultivation. Otherwise, a cultivator would never need to seek other artifacts or work harder. Moreover, low-level and high-level cultivators required vastly different amounts of spiritual energy to advance. Early advancement was easier, but as one progressed, it became increasingly difficult. Although Elmer found the artifact tempting, he ultimately refused. I apologize for disappointing you, Bertie Ford. I won't compromise my conscience for such an artifact. I know you may have no ill intentions, but this is a matter of principle for me. Bertie Ford nearly lost control when he heard this. He had failed with Thatcher, which was understandable given their strained relationship, but he expected Elmer, with whom he had a history, to be more cooperative. Now, even Elmer had rejected him, leaving him bewildered. Elmer, how can you be so unreasonable? Don't you understand loyalty? Though angry, Bertie Ford dared not act rashly in front of Elmer. Even Thatcher could outmaneuver him, and Elmer was far more formidable. All right, Bertie Ford, trying to bribe me won't get you anywhere. You should earn the championship through your abilities. Please leave, Elmer insisted. Bertie Ford nodded, looking helpless, and left Elmer's residence. Yet, he wasn't giving up. Instead, he became even more determined. Initially, he aimed to win the championship fairly. Now, he realized this approach was too naive. Regardless, I must secure the championship. You all must make sure I get it, he thought resolutely. A poisonous idea surfaced in his mind. He had a vial of odorless, tasteless poison that could dissolve in water. If everyone were poisoned, wouldn't he gain the upper hand? He was startled by his own thoughts. If he poisoned everyone, his Ephraims would also suffer unless he could control the dosage. He couldn't risk being caught. This championship is worth fighting for, no matter how difficult, he steeled himself. To succeed, he couldn't hesitate. He had to act at night when no one was around. Poisoning the water supply and daily food would ensure greater security. He instructed his Ephraims to reduce their intake of food and water over the next few days to minimize the impact. Those who ate less might survive or be only mildly affected, while others would suffer severely. Chapter 71. Suspicion. On the morning of the second day, many people were immediately poisoned right after eating breakfast. Everyone exhibited different symptoms. Some were more severe, while others relatively mild. However, as time passed, their conditions worsened. Almost everyone was poisoned. Those who weren't were few and far between. How do you feel now? Thatcher approached a sect Ephraim, examining her condition with some worry. This female Ephraim appeared naturally frail and looked even weaker due to the poison, her complexion turning somewhat pale. Yet she still forced a smile despite her discomfort. Emile, I'm fine. There's no great danger. Please don't worry about me. Thatcher shook his head. If it's really dangerous, worrying wouldn't help either. How do you feel? The female Ephraim shook her head. Emile, I feel a bit nauseous, and my spiritual energy doesn't flow as smoothly as before. Thatcher nodded. All right, rest first. I'll check on the others. He saw many more in similar states, with some looking on the verge of collapse. Thatcher hurriedly used the Clear Mind spell to aid them, focusing his divine sense power to prevent any from deteriorating further. If they could hold on, there would be time to find a solution. But if they couldn't, finding a solution later would be pointless. All non-poison members of the 6 great sects gather at the training ground for discussion. Having checked everyone, Thatcher found only himself, his father, and a few in seclusion were unpoisoned. The other was Bertie Ford. This immediately made Thatcher suspicious of Bertie Ford. Noticing Thatcher's gaze, Bertie Ford stared back without flinching. Emile, do you think this is my doing? Thatcher sneered. What, can't I suspect you? Bertie Ford laughed. Does it matter? Emile, if you suspect me, show some evidence. Thatcher clenched his fists. He knew this guy wouldn't confess easily. Evidence? Everyone else is poisoned but not you. Clearly, neither I nor the secluding bears could have done it, so suspicion falls on you. Bertie Ford smirked. Emile, jumping to conclusions is a bit unfair. My lack of poisoning might be due to my constitution. Thatcher hesitated, then scrutinized Bertie Ford. What's your constitution? Can it resist poison? Bertie Ford laughed, nodding. Exactly. My constitution resists any poison. Convenient that just when others are poisoned, you suddenly gain this ability. Never heard of this before, Thatcher mocked, though he felt helpless against Bertie Ford. Ha ha ha, accusing someone needs proof. Why should I publicize my abilities? It's better to protect myself this way. Right, Emile? Remember our competition can't be delayed further. It damages the reputation of Heavenly Dao Sect. Thatcher sneered. No need for your reminders, we know what's at stake. Bertie Ford left triumphantly, leaving Thatcher deep in thought. Just then, Daniel entered. Lord, remember Juliet mentioned a doctor in the Chen family who might cure everyone? Thatcher perked up. True, we should visit the Chen family. And I miss seeing Juliet. We should go now. Time is critical. Thatcher set off with Daniel, informing his father to keep the masses calm. Upon reaching the Chen residence, Thatcher saw Enrique seemingly recovered and asked curiously, Enrique, how did you recover so well? Juliet nodded. Thanks to our clan's Clayton. Hearing this, Thatcher felt hopeful. How powerful is this healer? Juliet rolled her eyes. He's our Clayton. Of course, he's powerful. Thatcher nodded. Wasn't Enrique previously harmed by spirit deviation? Juliet's expression dimmed. He was out treating patients and returned only after hearing about it. Oh, what's the purpose of your visit? Do I need a reason to come? Thatcher feigned anger. Juliet blushed, shaking her head. Of course not, you know what I mean. Thatcher became serious. You know about the competition among the 6 great sects at Heavenly Dao Sect. Most participants are now poisoned. Juliet tensed. Poisoned? Are they okay? What's their condition? Thatcher sighed. Many look pale and weak. Some are unconscious. It's dire and requires immediate medical attention. Juliet nodded. Let's see the healer immediately. He'll surely agree to help. Grateful, Thatcher said. Thank you in advance. Juliet blushed, shaking her head. No problem. You've helped me too. Meeting the healer, he readily agreed. Thatcher didn't expect it to be so smooth. Shall we leave now? We've wasted enough time. The healer nodded. I'll prepare now. Let's leave in an hour. 3 hours later, they reached Heavenly Dao Sect. From afar, the healer looked amazed at the sight of Heavenly Dao Sect. Chapter 72, Cure for the Illness. These energies are truly formidable, Thatcher said, glancing around the sect premises with a puzzled look on his face. What energy? Divine Doctor, why can't I see anything? Jarrett smiled and explained. Of course you cannot see it. As someone who heals the sick, I naturally have some unique abilities. Every illness or poison has its own kind of energy signature. When many similar energies gather together, the sight is indeed spectacular. Thatcher was pleasantly surprised. Since you can tell they share the same energy signature, please go ahead and help them. Jarrett nodded, smiling at Thatcher. Rest assured, young birdie, they all still have a chance. Hearing this, Thatcher felt reassured. Upon entering the sect, Jarrett immediately began working. He swiftly examined several of the poisoned individuals and wrote out prescriptions. Hurry and get the ingredients. I will personally prepare the medicine, and we need a huge cauldron ready. Thatcher quickly relayed the orders, and everyone sprang into action, coordinating around Jarrett. Within half an hour, everything was ready. When he heard that Thatcher had brought in Jarrett, Ford Zhengzhu was quite anxious. After all, he had used poison to secure his chances of winning. If this Otis cured everyone, his efforts would be in vain, and he might even leave a trace. If Thatcher found concrete evidence implicating him, Ford's sect would become a target for everyone. He decided to eliminate Jarrett quickly, but failed due to Thatcher's heavy security around him. Acting openly against Jarrett now would likely result in immediate capture by Tian Dao Sect. Ford Zhengzhu stood alone, knowing he couldn't act rashly. The poisoning had only affected 1/3 of Tian Dao Sect's members, leaving most unharmed. Thatcher promptly restricted the rest from eating within the sect after the incident, keeping them safe. Meanwhile, Ford Zhengzhu was the sole survivor in Ford's sect. Realizing he couldn't act against Thatcher just yet, Ford Zhengzhu could only hope those poisoned wouldn't recover under Jarrett's hands. Unaware of Ford Zhengzhu's thoughts, Jarrett prepared the antidote over the next few hours. Each poisoned individual then consumed it and began absorbing the medicine through their qi circulation. Soon, those unconscious cultivators woke up. This was a major relief. Now that you're awake, the toxins haven't fully cleared yet. I must cleanse the poison from each of you, Jarrett sighed. Although I have accumulated considerable qi, most of it comes from treating patients. Spending it all now is unfortunate. Thatcher was curious. How do you plan to restore your qi? Can we help in any way? Jarrett responded quickly. Of course. Collect more of the herbs I prescribed and bring them to me. The rest I can handle myself. Thatcher nodded. We'll get right on it. Don't worry, Dorian. Jarrett began cleansing each patient, while Thatcher's subordinates searched for more herbs. Some Ephraims from the 6 major sects contributed what they had, though it barely scratched the surface. True to his reputation as a divine doctor, Jarrett managed to remove all toxins within an hour, except for one person, Joanne, the fire sect Phil. Why don't you let Jarrett cleanse you? Thatcher asked Joanne, puzzled. Though Joanne was also poisoned, she needed treatment, otherwise it would affect her cultivation. Her face showed reluctance, but her resolve was firm. No, I don't want strangers touching me. Joanne blushed slightly, but clearly resisted inwardly. Is there really no other way? Thatcher asked. She shook her head firmly. The thought of it gave her goosebumps. If so, let me find someone else to help you. Thatcher pondered if a female Ephraim could assist. Then Joanne pointed at Thatcher. What if you help me? Surprised, Thatcher looked at Jarrett for approval. Can I treat her, doctor? Jarrett nodded. Certainly, although it might take a bit longer. It's fine, as long as it works, Joanne replied nonchalantly. Following Jarrett's guidance, Thatcher started circulating his qi to cleanse Joanne. This little rascal, having skin contact with another person. Juliana watched from the side, unable to accept it, but she feared interfering might harm Thatcher, so she held back. After the procedure, Juliana's gaze turned sharp, but she took no action. Thatcher, finishing his qi circulation, met Juliana's intense gaze, feeling a bit awkward. Juliana casually asked Joanne, why did you insist on Thatcher cleansing you? I could have helped too. Pleased, Joanne replied, thank you, but Thatcher saved me before when we faced danger in the ring, so I trust him. Chapter 73, Soul-Searching Technique. Upon hearing Joanne's words, Juliana realized she had misunderstood the situation. Joanne had not intentionally asked Thatcher to cleanse her of toxins. They had prior interactions. Juliana couldn't help feeling somewhat regretful about her previous actions. Since that's the case, now that the toxins have been removed from your body, let me take care of you next, she said with a smile to Joanne. Joanne didn't overthink it and nodded. All right, thank you very much, Miss Jin. Thatcher was somewhat surprised, unsure why Juliana had changed her attitude and was now offering to care for Joanne. Just as he was about to ask, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Ford Zhengzhu. Oh, it's Jermaine Ford. How coincidental to meet you here. Thatcher remarked sarcastically. Ford Zhengzhu initially thought Thatcher was being polite and was about to respond insincerely, but then realized Thatcher was mocking him. You little brat, Ford stammered. Thatcher's remark clearly meant encountering him wasn't exactly convenient. This is disrespectful. What do you want? Speak up quickly, Thatcher demanded, visibly annoyed by Ford Zhengzhu's presence. Actually, it's quite simple. I've heard everyone has recovered. Shouldn't we hurry up with the competition? Our sect wants to win first place, Ford Zhengzhu replied, clearly eager to obtain the treasure. But Thatcher scrutinized him carefully, as if searching for clues on his face. If you want the reward, remember, even if we start the competition, the true culprit must be found first, Thatcher retorted. Hearing this, Ford Zhongzhu's expressions turned grim. Your Holiness, our sect also suffered from poisoning. Now that everyone is recovered, shouldn't we prioritize starting the competition? The sooner we finish the competition, the less likely we will be poisoned again, Ford added. Thatcher shook his head. That's impossible. Until we find the true culprit, we won't start the competition. This individual represents the greatest provocation to our Heavenly Dao Sect. Hearing this, Ford Zhongzhu felt Thatcher was being unreasonable and left angrily. Even Xuanhuan was confused. Why isn't the Arlie hosting the competition? Can't finding the real culprit and hosting the competition happen simultaneously? Thatcher shook his head with a smile. Hosting the competition would only benefit Ford Zhongzhu. Beside him, Juliana asked in confusion, why is that? It's simple. I suspect he might be the one who poisoned us. He can poison the Ephraims and promptly cleanse them too. So while others are still recovering, his Ephraims would be at their peak. Xuanhuan and Juliana were both impressed by Thatcher's sharp insight. Thatcher, did you think all this through yourself? It sounds convincing, Xuanhuan commented. Thatcher chuckled bitterly. Whether it's true or not isn't the point. The question is whether Ford Zhongzhu actually poisoned everyone. For an entire day and night, people from Heavenly Dao Sect and other interested parties helped investigate. They detested the poisoner and sought revenge. However, they weren't professional detectives and found no significant clues. Time was slipping away, and it seemed they would never catch the culprit. Suddenly, someone knelt before Thatcher. Seeing this, Thatcher was taken aback. Who are you? Why are you kneeling to me? This person appeared nervous. Arlie, I admit to poisoning everyone due to personal grudges. Conscience-stricken, I've come to confess. Hearing this, Thatcher was even more puzzled. You poisoned everyone? Tell me how. As he spoke, he ordered his subordinates to bind the man. The man, now tied up, explained. I placed the poison in everyone's food and drink out of personal grievances. Thatcher was skeptical. Although Chinla Shenai had mentioned the poison was administered through food, Thatcher didn't believe this man was the real culprit. The timing was suspiciously convenient. Was Ford Zhongzhu framing someone to hasten the competition? If so, this is absurd, Thatcher muttered coldly. If it were true, there was no evidence against Ford Zhongzhu. Thatcher, however, possessed the soul-searching technique. Binding the man prevented him from escaping. Whether or not he was the actual poisoner, he definitely had connections to the real culprit. Thatcher couldn't let this opportunity slip. Using the soul-searching technique, Thatcher quickly learned the truth. So, it really was Ford Zhongzhu. This fool chose to frame himself, Thatcher smirked. Bring everyone from the 6 major sects to the training ground within half an hour. Half an hour later, everyone gathered. Ford Zhongzhu watched smugly as his Ephraim was bound by Thatcher. He assumed they would start the competition after this scapegoat took the blame. But his confidence vanished when his Ephraim began spilling the truth without restraint. Chapter 74, Perfect Elimination. Now, Jonas was feeling extremely uncomfortable. This Nicholas was simply causing him endless trouble. Why are you framing me? I have no grudge or feud with you. Whose Ephraim are you? You must be a mole. Hearing Jonas's words, Thatcher burst into laughter. He felt this guy must have lost his mind. Jonas, are you confused from anger? If he were an Ephraim of another sect, he wouldn't be of your Ford sect. How could you say he's a mole? Thatcher's words immediately made Jonas feel furious, but couldn't find any excuses to refute him. However, after some thought, Jonas came up with an idea. Emil, that was just a slip of the tongue. I have nothing to do with this person, and I don't know why he would tarnish my reputation. At this point, he couldn't help but question the person. Richard, what are you trying to achieve by doing this? The Ephraim looked at Jonas with an innocent face. Birdie, I am a member of the Ford sect, alive or dead. My loyalty is always to the Ford sect. My respect for Birdie can be attested by heaven and earth. Hearing these words, Jonas wanted to strangle this guy. You bastard, how dare you disgrace our Ford sect? Do you really think I won't get rid of you? He was incredibly angry. When selecting this person previously, Jonas had gone through a long screening process, finding this guy to be very resilient and unlikely to betray. But now, he was betraying him in front of everyone. Jonas secretly glanced around to see if others were paying attention to his actions. Finding no one watching, he had an idea. This kid is so hateful, he cannot be tolerated. He must be killed. Thinking of this, he subtly channeled his spirit energy and suddenly rushed towards the guy. Just as he was about to touch the guy's body, knowing that once contact was made, this guy would be dead. However, suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Who is it? Get out of the way. I want to kill this insolent little punk who slandered our sect. Hearing this, the person in front laughed coldly. Jonas, can you not be so shameless? We all have eyes. Recognizing the voice, Jonas's eyes narrowed as he looked at the person. It was indeed Thatcher. Emil, are you going to stand by and watch someone defame our Ford sect? Jonas said with apparent righteousness. Thatcher laughed coldly. I don't think this is defamation. Why doesn't he defame others, but only your Ford sect? Besides, from what I heard, it's not defamation but the truth. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted among the people of the other major sects. I never imagined it would be the Ford sect committing such acts, truly a disgrace to the cultivation world. I think he should be eliminated. This is clearly aimed at wiping out our 6 major sections. Fortunately, the Emil invited experts who could cure us. Otherwise, we can't imagine what might happen. Yes, this matter is too strange. We were definitely poisoned by someone. I heard Jonas is immune to all poisons. Is that possible? Clearly, he took the antidote beforehand. Yes, I also think this guy shouldn't continue participating in the competition. Who knows what he might do to win first place? Public opinion strongly called for kicking Jonas out. Although it was unclear whether he would be punished, participating in the sect battle was almost impossible. All sects would not give him this chance. Why did he insist on doing something so morally corrupt? Though his excuses were good, no one would believe them. I also think this guy is too vicious and needs severe punishment. To punish him, we need evidence. Unless that Ford sect Ephraim can provide it. Thatcher looked at everyone with disdain for Jonas. Even though you can evade responsibility, do you really think everyone here is a fool? Clearly, everyone's anger speaks volumes. You cannot participate in this competition and must leave the mountain immediately. Hearing this, Jonas glared at him. You're good, Emil. Using indirect methods, you've kicked me out. Thatcher rolled his eyes. Do you think I wanted to kick you out? That's laughable. Based on my strength alone, do you think you have a chance to compete for the championship? Jonas was speechless, deeply staring at Thatcher. Fine, Emil. Let's see what happens next. Saying this, he walked away grandly. Although he didn't get the championship, or even participate in the competition, he believed he still had a place here. Thatcher, that scoundrel, he had to be gotten rid of. However, before he could walk far, he felt a heavy blow to his back and fell to the ground like a dog. He widened his eyes, looking back at Thatcher. Emil, you. Jonas was almost exploding with anger. In front of so many people, this Emil humiliated him. Thatcher laughed coldly. Although there's no evidence, I attack you personally, you have no words to say. If you want to attack me, come on. I'm right here waiting. Jonas felt intensely furious, wanting to attack Thatcher. But remembering Thatcher's terrifying skills, he backed off. A wise man does not fight a losing battle. This time, he'd let it slide, but the next time wouldn't be as easy. Jonas left with his Ephraim's quickly. Despite walking away, he clearly wouldn't let this go. As he reached the foot of the mountain, Jonas turned to look at the Destined Dao Sect, laughing coldly. Wait, Destined Dao Sect. I will make you pay. With that, he strode forward, his spirit energy more arrogant than before. He decided to visit the demon races, turning to his close Ephraims. I have business elsewhere. You return to the sect first. Yes, Nina. The Ford sect Ephraims quickly left, while Jonas headed toward the lair of the 7 beauties. Why are you framing me? I have no grudge or enmity with you. Whose Ephraim are you? You must be a spy. Hearing Chief Golden's words, Thatcher burst into laughter. He felt this guy must have lost his mind. Note: for a more natural flow in English, we could slightly adjust to, hearing Chief Golden's words, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed to him that this man had truly lost his mind. Chief Golden, are you not thinking clearly? If you ask if he is from which sect, then he wouldn't be from your Golden sect. How can you accuse him of being a spy? Thatcher's words immediately infuriated Jonas, but he could not find any valid reason to counter Thatcher. Note: I have made a slight correction to the name Chief Goldenzong, which seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. It should likely be Jonas. But then, Jonas's eyes flickered as an idea popped into his mind. Note: Goldenzong seems to be a mix of English and untranslated Chinese characters. I corrected it to Ford for consistency and fluency in English. Emil, that was just a slip of the tongue. I have no connection with this person. I don't know why he would tarnish my reputation. At this point, he couldn't help but question the other person. Richard, what do you have in mind? What do you want to achieve? The Ephraim looked at Chief Golden innocently. Chief, I am loyal to the Golden sect, both in life and death. Note: the term Goldenzong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. I have corrected it to Golden for fluency and consistency in English. If Goldenzong is a specific name or title that should be kept, please clarify. My admiration for you is witnessed by heaven and earth. Hearing this, Jonas wished he could strangle the guy. Note: Chief Goldenzong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. It should be consistently translated as Jonas in English. You bastard, since you dare to defame our Golden sect, do you really think I won't eliminate you? He was livid. When choosing this Ephraim, Chief Golden had undergone a lengthy selection process, finding this person to be very steadfast and loyal. But now, he betrayed him in front of everyone. Note: Goldenzong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. I assume Golden is the intended name, so I removed the Chinese character Zong. If Goldenzong is a specific title or name that should remain as such, please let me know. Chief Goldenzong 偷偷瞥了在场的其他众人一眼，发现别人没有盯着自己的一举一动，因此心里便有了想法。To ensure the translation reads naturally in English, here is the revised version. Chief Goldenzong secretly glanced around at the others present and noticed they weren't paying attention to his actions. This gave him an idea. This guy is too despicable. He absolutely cannot be tolerated. He must die. Thinking this, Jonas discreetly gathered his spiritual energy and suddenly lunged towards the man. Note: Goldenzong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. I replaced it with Ford for consistency and fluency in English. Just when it seemed like he was about to touch the man's body, ensuring certain death, a figure blocked his path. Whoever you are, step aside. I will kill this disrespectful brat who has insulted our sect, he shouted. In response, the man before him sneered, Chief Golden, don't you think it's quite shameless? We're not all blind here. Note: Goldenzong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. Golden is likely intended to be part of a name or title, but Zhong should be translated fully into English for consistency. Assuming Golden refers to Jean, I have used Golden as part of the character's name/title. Recognizing the voice, Chief Golden's eyes narrowed, and he saw it was indeed Thatcher. Note: I removed the unnecessary Zhong, which is a Chinese character not fitting in an English translation, ensuring the text reads naturally while maintaining accuracy. Emil, can you just stand by and watch someone slander our Golden sect? Jonas said with a feigned look of righteousness. Thatcher smirked. I don't see this as slander. Why single out the Golden sect for such treatment? From what he says, it sounds like facts rather than slander. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the other major sects attendees. Who would have thought Jonasong would be behind such despicable acts, truly the scum of the cultivation world? This correction ensures the name is consistently translated as Fordzong and sounds more natural in English. I believe he should be eliminated. He nearly exterminated our 6 great sections. Fortunately, Emil brought experts who could cure us. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Yeah, this whole situation feels so bizarre. Someone must have poisoned us. I've heard that Chief Golden is supposedly immune to all poisons. That's impossible unless he took an antidote beforehand, making himself allegedly immune. This adjustment maintains the original meaning while ensuring it reads more naturally in English and uses consistent terminology. Yeah, I agree. This guy shouldn't participate in the competition anymore. Who knows what he might do to win first place? The crowd unanimously agreed that Chief Golden should be ousted. While it was uncertain if he would face punishment, participating in the sect battles was now highly unlikely. Note: I made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally and fluently in English while preserving the original meaning. I also maintain consistency by referring to him as Chief Golden, rather than mixing Chinese characters with English. No one would give him that chance. After all, he chose this path of wickedness. Although his excuses were good, no one would actually believe them. I also feel he's too cruel and must be punished. To punish him without evidence would be hard. Unless the Golden Sect's Ephraim finds proof. Thatcher glanced at the crowd, a mocking smile on his face. You can evade responsibility, but do you really think everyone is a fool? Their anger clearly shows their stance. You can't participate in the battle and must leave immediately. Chief Golden glared at him fiercely. Fine, Emil, you really played me, using indirect methods to get rid of me. Note: for a more natural flow in English and maintaining the context, Goldenzong has been translated as golden. The term, using me as a pawn, is adjusted to using indirect methods to better fit the scenario described and sound more natural in English. Thatcher rolled his eyes. Do you think I wanted to kick you out? It's a joke. Even on my own, would you have stood a chance for the championship? Chief Goldenzong was speechless, glaring fiercely at Thatcher. Fine, Emil, we'll see how this plays out. To enhance the translation, Chief Golden was speechless, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Thatcher. Fine, Emil, we'll see how this plays out. With those words, he began to leave grandly, though he didn't win or even compete this time. Yet he believed this wasn't over. He had plans for Thatcher, who must be eradicated. However, just as he hadn't walked far, he felt a heavy blow to his back, and like a dog, he fell onto the ground. His eyes widened as he looked back at Thatcher. Emil, you. Jonas was fuming, utterly humiliated in front of everyone. Note: I changed Goldenzong to Ford, as Goldenzong seems to be a partially translated name which would disrupt the fluency and natural reading flow in English. For further context, it seems that Zhong is likely part of a title or name that should remain consistent throughout the text but be readable in English. Using Ford keeps with typical practices of Romanizing Chinese names while maintaining readability for English speakers. If this doesn't align with previous terminology used in your document, please adjust accordingly. Thatcher sneered, though there's no evidence, I can still personally handle you. Got anything to say? If you want to attack me, come on, I welcome you. Furious, Chief Goldenzong wanted to retaliate, but remembering Thatcher's formidable skills, he held back. Note: Goldenzong seems to be a direct transliteration and isn't fully translated. If you can provide more context or the proper name for this character, I could refine it further. For consistency and fluency, Chief Goldenzong should have a proper English name or title. Could you confirm the correct translation for his name? A wise man doesn't seek immediate confrontation. For now, he'd endure. Chief Golden swiftly left with his Ephraims. Although he departed, it was clear he wouldn't let this humiliation go easily. Note: I've made a few adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English and maintains the tone of the original text. Stopping by the foot of the mountain, he glanced back at the Heavenly Way Sect headquarters and sneered, Wait, Heavenly Way Sect, you'll see my power soon. With that, he strode forward, his aura more arrogant than ever. Deciding to visit the demon clans, he instructed his closest Ephraim, I need to part ways with you all. Return to the sect. Yes, Birdie. The Golden Sect Ephraims quickly left, while Chief Golden Germain headed towards Seven Temptress's lair. Note: for consistency, if Golden Germain is used earlier for Jinzongdu, it should be used here as well. If Chief Goldenzong was a typo or mistranslation, I've adjusted it to Chief Golden Germain for correctness and consistency. Chapter 75, Sowing Discord. The last time he defeated Sierra, he remembered her and had his Ephraims from the Ford sect investigate. He discovered that Sierra's stronghold was not far from here. Although he couldn't directly confront the Destined Dao Sect, he could easily incite others to take action. As long as it yielded results, it would be the same. Soon, he arrived at the location of Sierra's stronghold. There were clearly many more demonic beings here. Despite being outnumbered, his formidable combat prowess made him unafraid. Even the Lexi here wasn't a match for him. Furthermore, since Sierra wasn't around, he felt completely unrestricted. From a distance, several lesser demons saw him approaching and became alert. Although these lesser demons might not have been able to discern his strength, they instinctively knew this person wasn't someone to trifle with unless absolutely necessary. Who are you? Where are you from? Don't you know this is our demonic base? When the Phil of the Ford sect approached one of the lesser demons, though the demon quaked in fear, out of duty, it didn't leave its post. Who are you? Stop immediately and don't come any closer. Upon hearing this, the Ford sect Phil indeed halted, relieving some of the tension on the demon's face. The Ford sect Phil chuckled, I can stop, but if I delay something important for your kind, don't blame me. Hearing this, the demon widened its eyes. What did you say? What important matter concerning the demons? As soon as it heard about demonic affairs, the demon instantly became attentive. Of course, it's about your Lexi Sierra. Quickly report back and don't delay the message. The demon seemed doubtful but decided to play it safe and rushed inside to report to its superiors. Before leaving, however, it still asked, what exactly is the news? Tell me otherwise, our Phils might dismiss it as unimportant. The Ford sect Phil nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. Your Lexi Sierra has been captured by the Emil of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Moreover, the Emil is cruel towards your kind. Can you endure this? The demon was shocked upon hearing this. Are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me. This seemed too bizarre to the demon. A cultivator warning it about a righteous sect's saint wanting to kill their king. The forged sect Phil coldly snorted, releasing spiritual energy that instantly enveloped him. Even another demon standing 2 zhang away felt the intense pressure. Startled, the demons realized just how terrifying this person was. Do you think someone of my caliber would deceive a minor demon like you? The demon was somewhat enraged yet paused, thinking there was logic in the words. All right, I'll report it now. You, Halanthal Ferguson, watch him. The demon quickly instructed another nearby demon before rushing off to report. About a quarter of an hour later, it returned and shouted from afar, "Respected sir, please enter. Our superior invites you in." With a sneer, the forged sect Phil followed the demon inside. Upon meeting its superior, this demon continued leading the forged sect Phil forward. Sorry, we need to report through the chain of command, which takes time. But once we do, it will go smoothly, explained the demon. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the forged sect Phil met the strongest individual present beside Sierra. This demon was equivalent to Endorian rank. Certainly, such beings were no longer referred to as mere demons. I understand you doubt my arrival, but I must say, you must urgently save your Lexi. She is in great danger. The demon bear grew anxious upon hearing this. Did you see with your own eyes that our Lexi was captured and mistreated? The forged sect Phil paused, recalling he hadn't mentioned mistreatment initially. It must have been added by the demons during reporting. He nodded and smiled. Yes, I saw it myself. He also captured other demons and slaughtered them mercilessly, abusing many. Enraged, the demon bear exclaimed, "To think there are such cultivators. What a disgrace." The demon bear furiously circulated spiritual energy, emitting power so intense that even the forged sect Phil was wary. This fellow seemed stronger than Sierra. Why had Sierra been chosen as the Lexi? He pondered this incomprehensibly. Meanwhile, events at the Heavenly Dao Sect continued without delay. Now that the forged sect Phil has left, we can act freely. I propose that to win the championship and the final treasure, one must participate in the sect competition, which will be held here. Thatcher pointed at the large square underfoot, ideal for the event. I agree. The Phil of the Fin sect was the first to support, feeling immensely relieved at driving away the forged sect Phil. Others quickly joined in, passing the proposal swiftly. Among the Ephraims of major sects, there were both exceptional and ordinary individuals. This sect competition wouldn't be random battles among all sect members. Each sect had to line up its fighters based on strength, battling accordingly. This would expedite the ranking process, ensuring each sect understood its participants well. Naturally, Thatcher wouldn't participate. His strength was unrivaled, making the competition less exciting for others. To keep participation high, he opted out. Among the major sects, the Phils were undoubtedly the strongest, making the ultimate contest between them inevitable. The Ephraim competitions, however, promised excitement too. Chapter 76, Claiming Victory. After the battles among the Ephraims concluded, the various sects had a better understanding of each other's strengths. I never would have thought that the power of each sect has grown to such an extent. Our strength has significantly increased compared to before. Yeah, with our current strength, even if we were to attack the demon tribes, it would probably be more than enough. Some of the sect's Ephraims were now brimming with confidence, believing they were no longer considered weak. However, Thatcher felt somewhat helpless when he saw this situation. I initially thought their poor performance in the ring was just a temporary mistake, but I guess it wasn't entirely unjustified. Thatcher shook his head. These guys' combat prowess was indeed rather weak. However, at least through this battle, they should have gained some awareness. Perhaps they will be able to improve themselves after returning. Following the battles, the rankings of each sect were determined. Although the battles ended without any severe consequences, each party had evaluated their combat abilities. The final battle was a chaotic free-for-all among the Vinces of the major sects. Even though it was a competition between only 3 major sects, there was no alliance among them. Anyone could be an enemy, and even if they did not attack each other immediately, only one person would emerge victorious. Before the battle began, Joanne couldn't help but look at Thatcher, seemingly seeking some encouragement from him. But Thatcher didn't seem to understand her intention. Begin the battle. Thatcher stood aside and simply declared the start of the battle. Immediately, the 3 Vinces plunged into chaos. Though Joanne was a woman, she was as brave as any man, and her combat power was by no means inferior to the others. In fact, it was slightly superior. Why aren't you using your full strength? Why aren't you putting in more effort? I think you must be holding back, right? Joanne was puzzled. She felt that if these 2 fought against her simultaneously, they might not win. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, those 2 were struggling. While they believed that with their strength, defeating Joanne should be easy, she had seemingly grown stronger, with her spiritual energy becoming increasingly formidable. They didn't want to believe it, but they had no choice but to accept it. For a whole hour, it seemed like only Joanne was displaying her skills. How could this be? 2 Vinces being suppressed by one person? Even after these 2 Vinces lost, they still felt that it wasn't quite real. I won. Joanne felt her strength increasing within her body and gradually accepted the outcome. Thatcher walked over to Joanne and said with a smile, "Yes, you really did win. Everyone didn't expect it, but with your current combat ability, you truly deserve the victory." Joanne stuck out her tongue, her face slightly flushed. "I wonder what the reward is. I can't wait to see." Thatcher laughed and fetched a treasure from his room, placing it in Joanne's hands. Joanne became instantly excited. The powerful energy emanating from the treasure accelerated the circulation of her spiritual energy. "This is such a great treasure. Can I open it now?" Joanne asked cautiously. Thatcher chuckled. "Since you won the competition, this treasure belongs to you. You can do as you please." The 2 Vinces nearby envied her, unable to believe how young Joanne was to receive such valuable treasures. The other Ephraims were even more envious. Why didn't they have such talent as Joanne? Hearing Thatcher's words, Joanne couldn't resist and immediately opened the treasure box. The moment it opened, Joanne felt her spiritual energy circulating faster. However, she didn't notice someone lurking in the crowd of cultivators, preparing to make a move. Thatcher had already seen the treasure earlier and found nothing special about it, so he prepared to leave. But just as he took a few steps, he heard a cry behind him and turned around, unsure what had happened. He saw that the treasure in Joanne's hand had vanished. It's Jermaine Ford. This guy actually came back. When did he sneak into the crowd? Joanne was stunned but watched helplessly as Jermaine Ford left. Jermaine Ford's speed was faster than hers, something she clearly understood. Moreover, she hadn't reacted quickly enough and was left standing there. By the time she regained her senses, Jermaine Ford was long gone. Seeing this, Sierra immediately came to comfort Joanne and said to Thatcher, "Arlie, since it's that bastard Ford Jermaine, let me handle it. I also need revenge." Thatcher glanced at her worriedly. "Last time you got injured because of him. Are you really ready now?" Sierra nodded confidently. "Arlie, rest assured, I'm prepared. And after fighting him once, I know his tactics. I believe I can defeat him this time." Thatcher thought for a moment and agreed. "Very well. Since you're willing to seek revenge, go ahead. I want to see you triumph." Sierra was elated and dashed off in the direction Jermaine Ford fled. Thatcher and the others followed behind. Although they had some confidence in Sierra, Jermaine Ford was cunning, so Thatcher wasn't completely reassured. After stealing the treasure, Jermaine Ford was ecstatic. Initially, he hadn't been sure he could succeed, but by taking advantage of the chaos, he managed to win unexpectedly, believing it was heaven's favor. He vowed to use this hard-earned treasure wisely to successfully break through his current limitations. He would astonish everyone. "Thatcher, you're quite capable, aren't you? Wait and see. I'll show you what a true expert is." Continuing on, he envisioned a glorious future, then suddenly noticed a figure up ahead. "Who are you?" An alarm went off in Jermaine Ford's mind. This person certainly didn't come here with good intentions. Could it be another trying to steal the treasure? Realizing this, he quickly hid the treasure to prevent it from being taken. Chapter 77. Injured. "Ha, old villain, you want the treasure, don't you? Kill me and you'll get it. Come on." With that, Sierra charged at him. Upon hearing this voice, Jonas was instantly relieved. It was just that same defeated subordinate from before. Ha, I didn't expect it to be you. You think you can defeat me with that little strength? Tell you what, don't even dream about it." Jonas sneered and shook his head. Sierra's strength was indeed considerably weaker than his. The last time they fought, both had exerted all their efforts, yet Sierra had never been a match for him. After these 2 days, while he hadn't improved, it was unlikely Sierra had made significant progress either. So her appearance here could only delay things. Realizing this, Jonas was taken aback. "What a clever guy. Thatcher truly has an ingenious plan," he muttered admiringly, though he couldn't figure out how Thatcher's mind worked. However, he quickly devised a response. If he thoroughly beat Sierra and captured her, he would gain control of the situation. He had already noticed that Thatcher cared deeply for Sierra. By threatening her, Thatcher would surely submit. Almost instantly, Jonas made up his mind, proving his decisiveness. "Palanthal demon, come on. I'll let you take the first move. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you." Jonas laughed coldly, his expression turning more and more arrogant. "What, do you really think you're strong? Let me tell you, I lost to you last time just because I slipped up." Sierra retorted fiercely, feeling disrespected by Jonas. "Huh, do you really think you have the skills? Then show me. Don't just shout here." Jonas kept provoking Sierra to make her lose her composure. "Don't you have some scheme? Is there a trap?" Sierra wasn't foolish and quickly noticed something odd about Jonas's demeanor. "What scheme could I have? My plan is simple, to defeat you as quickly as possible." As he spoke, Jonas suddenly attacked with lightning speed, contrasting sharply with his previous slow movements. It left Sierra barely able to react, and in a flash, she was subdued. By the time Sierra realized what happened, Jonas had already fully controlled her. Recognizing that she'd fallen for his trick, Sierra nearly broke down. "You bastard! Using underhanded tactics." Sierra felt humiliated and enraged. Jonas's actions were insulting her. "You despicable thing, why don't you just kill me?" Jonas sneered again and slapped Sierra's back hard. This didn't kill her but severely weakened her, preventing her from unleashing her full power for a while. "I need you as a shield now, but I can't let you stay powerful." With a satisfied smile, Jonas continued. Ha, you must hate me so much right now. I love seeing your frustration but your inability to do anything." Within a few breaths, Jonas kept provoking Sierra, pushing her anger further until he nearly laughed uncontrollably. "Are you done laughing?" A cold voice suddenly echoed in Jonas's ear, causing his hair to stand on end. Turning, he saw it was Thatcher, and he immediately sobered up, realizing how close he had come to disaster. "Oh, the Arlie, I've been waiting for you." Holding Sierra tightly, Jonas smirked at Thatcher. "I know you want the treasure. Take it and leave her behind. Don't try any tricks, like hitting her again and escaping. I'll make sure you die immediately if you do." Thatcher's words sent a shiver through Jonas. Had Thatcher not said that, he might have considered doing exactly that. Jonas sneered again and then darted away. "The Arlie keeps his word. I respect that. We'll meet again." Watching Jonas flee into the distance, Thatcher snorted coldly and turned to release Sierra from the spiritual constraints. But Sierra suddenly dashed off in another direction. What's going on? Thatcher had a bad feeling. Did Sierra have something devious in mind? Sure enough, Sierra soon turned back, looking ashamed. "Arlie, it's my fault. Blame me for stepping forward and giving away such a precious item. I will commit suicide to atone for my mistake." Hearing this, Thatcher shook his head with a bitter smile. "Stop. He appeared beside Sierra almost instantly and stopped her hand from committing suicide. Are you stupid? I used the treasure to save you, and now you want to kill yourself? Humiliated, and we can find an opportunity to reclaim it together. Moved by his words, Sierra felt genuine gratitude. The Arlie didn't blame her for losing the treasure but still saved her life. Rest assured, Arlie, I will do my best to help you reclaim the treasure. Together, they returned to the sect. Seeing Joanne, Thatcher shrugged. I couldn't catch him, but rest assured, I will get it back for you. Joanne nodded, not blaming Thatcher since the treasure had originally been in her possession. Arlie, when you go after the treasure, take me with you, Joanne insisted with determination. Thatcher smiled and nodded. All right, I will. Noticing others from the sect hadn't left yet, Thatcher prepared to dismiss them. However, a gatekeeper Ephraim rushed over. What's happening? The Arlie, a large group of demon tribespeople, are knocking on our mountain gate. They look like the ones who came before, probably the same bunch, the gatekeeper Ephraim reported anxiously. Hearing this, Sierra's face changed. Why are they back? Arlie, let me persuade them to leave. They will listen to me. Thatcher nodded. Dealing with the demon tribe was something he and others shouldn't directly interfere with, lest it give people cause to criticize them. Seeing Sierra leave, 2 other demon kings appeared. Arlie, let's go check it out. Chapter 78, Deception. Thatcher nodded and instructed the 2 to follow Sierra. It was best for them to handle this matter. Thatcher did not wish to engage with those minor demons. From the previous encounter, these minor demons still understood human speech. If that were the case, it wasn't necessary to fight them. I hope you can persuade those minor demons to leave this time. Otherwise, they will be the ones who truly suffer. For our sect, there would be little harm. Sierra took the lead to the gate of the mountain, where she saw her subordinates, and a smile appeared on her face. Why have you come here? I did not ask you to come. Go back quickly. This is no place for you to linger. Sierra's expression turned stern as she pretended to be angry. Hearing this, a bear from the demon race stepped forward and said with a smile, Lexi, we heard that you were trapped in the Heavenly Dao Sect, so we came to save you. Nonsense, how could I be trapped here? I am merely a guest. Yes, we all know the birdie treats guests here. The bear laughed and nodded without any intention of quarreling with her. Seeing this scene, Sierra felt rather puzzled. Since you understand, go back immediately and don't provoke my anger. Sierra sighed in relief, seeing the other party willing to communicate. After all, they were her subordinates, and it was better not to anger them unnecessarily. The Lexi has been deceived. We must first subdue her, and then discuss what to do next. The bear suddenly changed his tone when he returned to the demons. Originally, they were uncomfortable with Sierra entering the Heavenly Dao Sect. Cultivators and demons were inherently opposing forces. The fact that Sierra entered the holy land of cultivators irked them even more. Now, although they came here influenced by Fort Zhongzhu, it didn't necessarily mean it wasn't their true intentions. Upon hearing the bear, the other demons became tense. So what are we waiting for? Let's move fast while the Lexi hasn't been harmed yet, and take her away. Other bears, deputy bears, and hall fills gave orders one after another. Everyone seemed excited, finally having found a reason to act. Lexi, we really don't want to attack you. It's a situation we can't avoid. You should cooperate and come with us. The bear's attitude changed abruptly, as if the Lexi should obey him unquestioningly. Fine. It seems you're not here to save me but to force me into a corner, aren't you? Sierra coldly laughed, knowing from her swirling inner spirit energy that this couldn't be settled without a fight. The senior members of the demon race surrounded her, blocking all escape routes. Lexi, don't blame us for attacking you. It's because you've gone too far. Within a short time, dozens of high-ranking demons stood up. They would never allow a Lexi to consort with cultivators. In an instant, both sides erupted into battle. Though the individual strength of the demons wasn't particularly strong, once roused, each could unleash energy at least twice as powerful as before. Combined with their numbers, Sierra was genuinely outmatched. She immediately fell into a disadvantage. You are forcing me into a dead end. Sierra was visibly displeased, feeling that these people had crossed the line. If you wanted to attack me, why didn't you say so earlier? Why create this situation? Sierra shook her head, never imagining her loyal subordinates would resort to such tactics. Pardon us, Lexi. What you're saying now is all due to being deceived. We'll consider it as if you didn't speak. Several bears spoke simultaneously. As a member of the demon race, how could you associate with these cultivators? This is absolutely forbidden. Sierra nodded. She knew they would think like this. You won't listen to me because you believe I'm deceived. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I tell you that I haven't been deceived. Your reasons are merely excuses, and you know this isn't the truth. Sierra no longer wanted to explain further. Many things were matters of personal opinion. Trying to convince each of them individually would only plunge her into endless trouble. It appears the Lexi is greatly deceived. As her subordinates, we can't ignore this, right? The bear wore a pained expression, while the other bears and hall fills looked helpless and bitter. How did the Lexi become like this? Strike when the time comes. Nothing else to say. Bring the Lexi back and wait until the deception is lifted before letting her understand. Every demon present was indignant, moving forward to attack Sierra. Even Sierra could hardly counterattack under their combined assault. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, even if I have to fight alone. Sierra declared resolutely. You're not alone. We're here for you. 2 voices sounded from behind her. Turning around, Sierra saw Daniel and 2 other Lexis approaching. Why did you come? If these guys target me, you'll get involved. The 2 Lexis laughed heartily. If we feared involvement, we wouldn't be here. We 3 Lexis stand united. Let's see who can defeat us. Daniel glared at the minor demons, his expression growing increasingly dark. All right, since that's the case, let's deal with this together. No matter who faces this situation, we will show no fear. Sierra nodded, knowing it was time to settle this with force. Those people wouldn't change otherwise. Never thought these guys would be so stubborn. But perhaps it's better this way. It will show them that the person I admire isn't someone who uses deception. He has real strength and can inspire others through virtue. The battle erupted instantly between the two sides. Although Sierra's side only had 3 people, their combat prowess was formidable. Within just 15 minutes of the battle starting, they pushed the demon forces into a steady retreat. Hold your ground, don't panic, there's still a chance. Chapter 79. Relentless Pressure. The bear, seeing this situation, was rather displeased. Who would have thought that the Demon King, who seemed to have no strength left to retaliate earlier, would suddenly gain 2 allies? Their carefully laid plans were now in disarray. We absolutely cannot give in easily. Otherwise, our combat power will lose its deterrent effect. Let's hold on for another 15 minutes. I don't believe they can maintain such a powerful fighting force. This bear still wanted to encourage everyone, but the outcome was harsh. These few Demon Kings easily dispatched them, forcing them to flee in disarray, directly out of the Heavenly Dao Sect's territory. Watching the fleeing demon descendants, the Demon Kings felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do. Let's return. We need to report back to the Nina, Daniel said with a smile. Let's go. The Nina might be getting impatient. If we don't return soon, he'll come here himself. Back at the sect, Thatcher was already waiting for them. Seeing them return calmly, a smile appeared on his face. What happened? Did you solve it? Monica nodded. Although the solution wasn't perfect, at least they've retreated and shouldn't attack the sect again in the short term. Thatcher nodded. Very good. Since they're gone, we should retrieve the treasure. Joanne is waiting. Joanne blushed slightly. I'm not like that. I know in my heart that the treasure will definitely come back. Thatcher laughed heartily, and everyone immediately prepared to set off. On the demon side, after being repelled, they regrouped nearby and then returned to the demon stronghold, looking dispirited. Shouldn't we feel a bit ashamed returning like this? Apollon said, looking grim. Although it's a bit embarrassing, we couldn't fight 3 demon kings, could we? Yes, we did pretty well to get this far. The small demons returned dejectedly, looking like wilted eggplants. Why are you all so down? You look like you've lost all spirit. A graceful Nicholas in white emerged from the demon stronghold. Finerfy, we failed this time, and utterly so. The first Dorian looked helpless. How could you fail? You had so many attacking one person, and your overall strength was an advantage. Did she break through again? Finerfy was surprised and a bit anxious. He had been the one to incite the attack this time. If Monica's strength had improved, and she came back to settle accounts, wouldn't he be in trouble? The great Dorian didn't notice anything unusual about Finerfy. It's simple. Monica has 2 more demon kings with her. The 3 demon kings attacked together, and we couldn't handle it. Hearing this, the great Dorian's expression turned grim. He had agreed wholeheartedly to attack Monica at first, but now things had turned out like this. They hadn't captured the demon king, and instead, they themselves suffered. I have something to say, and I hope you won't blame me if I'm wrong. Hearing the reason for their failure, Finerfy breathed a slight sigh of relief. Finerfy, speak up. We can't afford to be without a fill for even a day. Since Monica has been swayed and restrained, we should quickly establish our own demon king. Otherwise, our clan will remain scattered and unable to unite. Several bears exchanged glances, immediately understanding his meaning. Of course, whoever we choose must have the corresponding strength. We cannot appoint someone randomly, or it will damage our clan's prestige. Finerfy watched the bears with increasing confidence. That's right. We should choose a strong demon king now. I think Finerfy is very suitable. In just a short while, the influential figures present agreed. After all, besides Monica, Finerfy was the strongest in their clan. Then it's decided. Let Finerfy be the new demon king. Such significant changes in the demon world were unexpected by anyone. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Dao Sect, Thatcher had already decided to lead the Fire Sect members to challenge the Gold Sect. I think if the Gold Sect Germain wants to snatch our treasure, he won't hand it over easily. There will likely be another fierce battle. Joanne shook her head, seemingly seeing through people like the Gold Sect Germain. Regardless, the 6 major sects share a common origin. It's best not to engage in battles to avoid hurting feelings. Good point. We should aim for harmony, but if the Gold Sect Germain doesn't cooperate, we won't hesitate. Besides the Heavenly Dao Sect and the Fire Sect, the Wood Sect Germain also joined. How could he miss a confrontation with the Gold Sect? Germain, let me deal with him next time. This old guy needs a beating to learn. Golden Sect Germain eagerly suggested this to Thatcher. Thatcher sighed, smiling wryly. Wood Sect Germain, your feuds are quite amusing, but I support your idea. While Golden Sect Germain needed some discipline, Thatcher would never personally deal with it. He preferred to stay behind the scenes and watch others handle such matters. For dealing with such individuals, one must never show leniency. Only relentless pressure would suffice. Such persistent pressure might guide them back to righteousness. Otherwise, they would truly be beyond redemption. Traveling day and night, they finally arrived at the Gold Sect's mountain gate early the next morning. Just as they were about to enter, a Ephraim walked out from behind the gate. Who are you? The Ephraim's voice resonated, showing courage despite appearing humble. The presence of Thatcher and the other Vinces was too overwhelming for an ordinary Ephraim. We are from the Heavenly Dao Sect, Fire Sect, and Wood Sect. We have business with your Gold Sect Germain. Let him come out to greet us. Hearing this, the Ephraim's face showed a bit of displeasure. Just because you're here, our Vince must come to greet you? Wait here. The Ephraim retreated without saying anything infuriating, but Wood Sect Germain was visibly upset. Stellar son, this guy is really irritating, doing it deliberately. Wood Sect Germain grumbled angrily. Chapter 80, Breaking the Array. Thatcher shook his head with a wry smile. Sec Bertie Finn, please calm down. Sec Bertie Ford must have something up his sleeve. You should be mentally prepared for him to manipulate us. Upon hearing this, Sec Bertie Finn angrily swore a few times, but didn't say anything more. This guy is just asking for trouble. I need to give him a good lesson. Sec Bertie Finn looked towards the sect gate. Once Sect Bertie Ford came out, he would see how the other man would explain himself. "Oh, isn't this Sect Bertie Finn and Emil Hallam? How did you both come to our golden sect?" "What a rare visit," said Sect Bertie Ford's voice from inside, which instantly made Sect Bertie Finn furious. "Caden, on what grounds do you claim the fire sect's Joanne's treasure? She obtained it by her prowess. You didn't even participate in the battle. What right do you have?" Upon hearing this, Sect Bertie Ford sneered, his face turning somewhat unpleasant. "What qualifications do I have? Do you feel qualified to ask such a question?" Sect Bertie Ford's face became extremely difficult to look at, dropping all pretense now. But Sect Bertie Finn laughed aloud. "Fine. If you think I'm not qualified, let's have a fight. If you win, you can certainly say I'm unqualified. Otherwise, hand over the treasure." This instantly infuriated Sect Bertie Ford, who almost stepped out to confront Sect Bertie Finn. However, after a moment of thought, he came up with an idea. Just now, he had been too enraged to consider agreeing to a fight. "You want to fight me? I don't think you're fit for that. If you want to fight me, break through our mountain protection array first. If you can't do it, then go home." Upon hearing this, Sect Bertie Finn's face changed, and he was about to scold when Thatcher stopped him. "Emil, this Ahmed won't deactivate the protective array. There's nothing we can do. This protective array was set up by Golden Sect's ancestors, and it's incredibly powerful. Trying to force our way in might lead to, well, you know." Sect Bertie Finn didn't finish speaking, but anyone with intelligence could guess what he meant. "Alright, since that's the case, let's see if we can resolve this." Originally, Thatcher didn't plan on entangling with someone like Sect Bertie Ford. After all, while this fellow hides within the sect and never comes out, they can always find ways to get him once he steps out. With the information about the protective array, Thatcher became intrigued. Since this place is so formidable, he wanted to challenge it to showcase their power. Moreover, he detested Sect Bertie Ford immensely. If they were to act against him, the fiercer the better. Ideally, overturn his entire sect and make it easy to deal with him. What kind of capabilities does this kid possess to control a sect? Thatcher recalled Sect Bertie Ford's past impressions and shook his head, finding nothing particularly commendable about him. If Sect Bertie Ford knew this, he'd probably bleed from embarrassment. Although his strength wasn't top-notch, it wasn't as pitiful as Thatcher imagined. "I am the true Phil, no matter what." Sect Bertie Ford would definitely think this way. "If you guys have the guts, then go ahead. I want to accompany you. We'll chat again once you've breached the mountain protection." After saying this, Sect Bertie Ford returned into the sect to practice cultivation calmly. Although he claimed not to worry, he still prepared for any contingencies. "Emil, attacking the protective array might be dangerous, but we have to do it." Joanne looked at Thatcher resolutely. Thatcher nodded. "Since you've decided, there's no need to inform me further." Sect Bertie Finn suddenly laughed loudly. "If you need help breaking the array, count me in." This greatly touched Joanne. Thatcher smiled. "You all hold the front. I will protect your safety." Hearing this, Joanne felt much more reassured. They had full trust in Thatcher's abilities. "Thank you, Emil. If we can indeed breach the array, Ming Ming will be eternally grateful." Saying this, Joanne turned and charged toward the large formation. Though it might be challenging for her, she believed there was a chance to break it. The key was identifying the core and determining if it could be destroyed. Meanwhile, Sect Bertie Ford felt a subtle sense of unease. Can those fellows really break the Who Mountain array? Impossible, they definitely can't. He kept reassuring himself, but still decided to add another layer of security. "That's right, we have the Guardian Beast. Let it wait outside. If they break the array, let them taste the Guardian Beast, not the other way around." Thinking of the Guardian Beast's power, Sect Bertie Ford couldn't help but smile proudly. Ardent Beast had been tamed by the ancestors of Golden Sect and had lived for centuries. It protected the entire sect, showing its immense power. No matter what, those people with ill intentions can't break free from the Guardian Beast. Sect Bertie Ford immediately went to where the Guardian Beast rested, opened the door, and communicated uniquely with it to let it out. Instantly, the Guardian Beast walked out from behind the door, without roaring or making any movements, but it exuded immense power and intimidation. "Leland Beast, this depends on you. Our sect faces a crisis. If we can survive this, our sect will overcome danger, and I'll use the treasures to grow strong quickly. At that time, our sect will have hope. But if we can't get through this, many things will become very difficult." Thinking of Thatcher, he clenched his teeth with rage. "Don't worry, I'll protect the entire Golden Sect. No one will step into the mountain gate." Ardent Beast spoke. Hearing this, Sect Bertie Ford was shocked. "Leland Beast, you can speak?" Chapter 81, Breaking the Formation with Force. Ever since this divine beast suffered a severe injury hundreds of years ago, it could no longer speak. Though its injuries eventually healed and its strength even increased further, it was still unable to speak. A fact that could not help but be a regret for the Ford sect Phil. "Actually, I regained the ability to speak 10 years ago. I just didn't come out." This divine beast's words greatly delighted the Phil of the Ford sect. "That means your injuries were fully recovered 10 years ago, which is excellent news. Although my injuries have healed, our protective mountain formation seems somewhat off, showing signs of decay," the guardian divine beast growled. "The forefathers of the Ford sect established it perfectly in the beginning, but time has eroded it without proper maintenance, causing cracks," said the divine beast. Upon hearing this, the Ford sect Phil was instantly startled. "Divine beast, if there are cracks in this protective formation, will it pose any problem? Could those people exploit it to break in?" The divine beast shook its head with a cold laugh. "They lack the ability to do so. At most, they might slightly exacerbate the cracks, accelerating their spread. After this battle, you need to mend these cracks. However, to achieve this, you must first enhance your cultivation to reach the minimum required level." Hearing this, the Ford sect Phil's face lit up with excitement. "Great! My strength is already close to breaking through. Once everything here is resolved, I'll immediately prepare to break through. By then, I'll reinforce the mountain formation, making sure no one can get in. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan and the Eastern Sect Phil had already begun their assault, but failed to truly breach it. Have we not found the right approach? Why does it feel like we're struggling to break through? Xuanhuan sighed, feeling lost. Indeed, part of the formation's power is extremely resistant, yet we have no choice but to persist. These defenses are indeed tough to overcome, the Eastern Sect Phil added, revealing his frustration. Despite this, he felt a surge of energy, refusing to give up. We must break through this formation and retrieve the treasure. He recalled how quickly the Ford Sect Phil had been advancing during their previous battle. If he didn't keep up, he would fall behind. Therefore, he had to stall the Ford Sect Phil's progress. Bang! Bang bang! The Eastern Sect Phil's plan sounded reasonable, but implementing it proved problematic. They hadn't made significant headway before realizing they were restrained by some force, making it difficult to resist or escape. Destined, why do we feel as if an immense power is binding us, preventing escape? Xuanhuan looked distressed, having thought she could break the formation on her own, but now finding herself restrained. She felt humiliated in front of the Destined and blamed Ford Sect Phil deeply. Thatcher frowned. The formation had adhesive properties, adding another layer of complexity. However, he found the formation intriguing. I must admit, the ancestor of the Ford Sect did a decent job with this formation, albeit with some flaws. Thatcher sneered, thinking Ford Sect Phil relied too heavily on this formation as if it were a magic cure-all. He hadn't considered how expensive such benefits were. Hearing Thatcher's words, Xuanhuan and the Eastern Sect Phil's faces lit up with hope. Destined, can it really be solved? What should we do? Xuanhuan asked urgently. Under current circumstances, they could only endure silently, struggling against the attacks. Even though it was incredibly difficult, they had to persevere. However, Thatcher seemed to have a solution, which left them impressed, almost revering him as their savior. There are vulnerabilities in this formation. If we can exploit them properly, solving this won't be an issue. Hearing this, both Xuanhuan and the Eastern Sect Phil were surprised. They saw no weaknesses in the formation, only immense power that appeared impregnable. Then, Destined, what are you waiting for? We can barely hold on, the Eastern Sect Phil said through gritted teeth. Thatcher observed the Eastern Sect Phil, noticing the strain he was under. This battle was taxing him. Don't worry, Eastern Sect Phil. It's challenging now, but if you can hold on, there's a chance for resistance. Try resisting. A slight smirk played on Thatcher's lips. Anyone familiar with him would guess he was planning something devious. The Eastern Sect Phil hesitated, but soon realized it might not be wise. Destined, I feel this formation tightens the more I resist. Thatcher's smile faltered. You're supposed to resist. Quickly, don't delay. Despite feeling uneasy about Thatcher's criticism, the Eastern Sect Phil dared not defy him. Alright, I'm resisting. He channeled his spirit energy, attempting to push back against the formation. However, soon enough, he discovered it was tightening around him, restricting his movements. Destined, it's no use. I'm restrained and cannot retaliate. If this continues, I'll be crushed. The formation continuously squeezed the space for cultivators, reducing their ability to act. Fully prepared, Thatcher smiled at the Eastern Sect Phil. Okay, I'll help you now. He wasn't trying to trick the Eastern Sect Phil. To break the formation, it needed to reach a taut state. Their resistance from within would cause the formation to reach saturation, allowing for an easier breach. Though easy for Thatcher, it nearly cost the Eastern Sect Phil his life. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan, who did not strongly resist, avoided the worst of the pressure. Break the formation now. I've tolerated you long enough. Chapter 82, Breaking the Array. Thatcher finally seized the opportunity. It was a chance hard fought by Birdie Wood at the cost of half his life force. Infusing his own spirit energy into it, he gradually tore open this breach. A muffled sound echoed as all the energy seemed to dissipate into thin air. The so-called array was breached under his relentless attack. Birdie Gold, situated within the cultivation chamber, felt the intense tremors. This completely stunned him. What's happening? Could the array be broken? How is that possible? To him, breaking this array would require divine powers. No matter how powerful Thatcher was, it should not have been this easy. My Garfield beast! Birdie Gold hurriedly shouted, summoning the beast to guard him. Roar! A massive, colorful divine beast appeared around him, looking mighty and formidable. Birdie, I am here. The beast spoke in a deep, resonant voice, audible even outside the mountain gate to Thatcher and others. What's that monster inside making such a deafening noise? Thatcher wondered. Xuanhuan and the other two had escaped the array's bind, feeling elated. Arlie, that must be their Garfield beast. Birdie Gold probably fears losing control over the sect, and used the beast to intercept us. Thatcher nodded, sneering, no matter what kind of divine beast comes today, it will suffer the same fate. He led the duo and some Ephraims of Fire Sect forward. Soon, they heard furious roars ahead. Who are you, young whippersnapper? Leave immediately, or you'll lose your lives. Thatcher laughed. Sure thing, let's see you try. Your protective array is already broken. How can one spiritual beast make a difference? Get down and kowtow, maybe I'll spare your life. The beast, enraged by Thatcher's words, roared, impudent brat. You won't leave but want me to kowtow? You're doomed. It quickly launched an assault, slow yet relentless. Being the Garfield, it had superior combat power due to long-standing faith and support. Caden, you've picked the wrong opponent. Since you don't have eyes, I'll teach you a lesson. The tiger-like mountain deity attacked fiercely, with Xuanhuan, Birdie Wood, and others rushing to confront it. However, they were instantly knocked back by its powerful aura. The power gap was too vast, rendering any real combat impossible. How could this be? His strength is so overwhelming we can't even land a blow, Birdie Wood exclaimed, originally thinking they could hold out for 100 rounds together. But now everything feels unreal. Two of us can't even stand against one move. Incredible. Arlie, it seems we aren't a match. Now it's up to you, said Bertie Wood, shocked and ashamed. Thatcher smiled, patting his shoulder. Bertie Wood, don't lose heart. His spirit energy has unique means that you can't surpass. Don't worry too much about it. I'll show you how to handle this and vent your anger. Approaching, Thatcher utilized the reconstitution technique to manipulate the beast's spirit energy, harmonizing yin and yang. As a result, the energy started suppressing itself. How is this possible? Too amazing. Few imagine such transformations in spirit energy. Arlie, not only is his strength astounding, but his combat skills far surpass ours. And at such a young age, his future is boundless. Bertie Wood marveled. Thatcher shouted at the beast, creature, surrender now, or do you want punishment? Being called a creature was unprecedented for the divine beast. You insolent Ahmed, I intended just to drive you away, but your dirty mouth needs teaching. I'll give you a lesson on speaking wisely. Do you choose to die dignifiedly being swallowed or trampled into meat paste? Choose. Clearly infuriated, the beast's chaotic energy surged even more wildly. Ha, I choose to subdue you and make you my mount. Unfazed by the beast's rage, Thatcher identified its weakness. Though it looked powerful and its spirit energy wild, its combat style lacked finesse. It easily lost control under provocation. Perhaps he isn't showing it now, but once pushed, he'll truly become a mindless force. Thatcher sized up the beast confidently, as if it were already his mount. This made the beast angrier. You really think you can make me your mount? Die. In one move, it unleashed a tidal wave of spirit energy towards Thatcher. Heavens, that spirit energy looks like an overwhelming deluge. Who can resist such an assault? It seemed fate had set up this ultimate showdown between Thatcher and the beast. Came at the right time. Thatcher effortlessly deflected the energy, though they both knew the ferocity involved. Wow, he actually held it off, truly a divine being. Yes, just imagining that scene sends shivers down the spine. The thought of those overwhelming waves crashing upon oneself induces fear, unconsciously affecting everyone's nerves. Now is the time to reveal everything, unleashing all energy for the final battle. Chapter 83, A Fine Mount. Bertie Finn and Xuanhuan were both eagerly anticipating Thatcher's battle. Although they knew he was strong, they still didn't have a clear idea of just how formidable he truly was. However, this brief yet ferocious assault made them realize that Thatcher was far stronger than they had imagined. Die. The Garfield spirit beast compressed its powerful spiritual energy into a single point and then released it, like a beam of death aimed straight at Thatcher's heart. The spirit beast gave Thatcher no chance to dodge. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, this deadly beam would follow him until it struck its target. Well, you really want to hit me? Do you have a thing for me? Thatcher joked as he propelled himself faster to evade the attack. Brat, today you must die. Otherwise, my dignity as a protective divine beast will not be upheld. The spirit beast roared furiously. Its previous roar from a distance had been thunderous, but now, with their proximity, Thatcher felt as though the sound echoed like thunder in his ears. Stop roaring so terribly. If I were you, I'd rather bash my head against a wall and die, Thatcher replied sarcastically while simultaneously searching for a solution. Hearing this, the spirit beast roared in anger. Halamtal brat, daring to mock me? Let's see if you have what it takes. You have only 2 breaths left to live. The divine beast had essentially issued a death ultimatum. Thatcher was startled. Did this mean he would self-destruct within 2 breaths if Thatcher couldn't find a solution? He shook his head, believing the threat exaggerated, but knowing he needed a backup plan. Fine, let me absorb your spiritual energy and see if you can handle that. A black hole struck the death-infused spiritual energy, and despite there being no massive clash of energies, the black hole began absorbing the lethal energy as if devouring it whole. The spirit beast immediately sensed its spiritual energy disappearing as if it vanished into nothingness. How is this possible? Truly bizarre. Who could have thought something like this would happen? No one understood what exactly was happening. Not even Bertie Finn or Xuanhuan. No one could fathom how Thatcher accomplished this. Arlie, you absorbed its spiritual energy? That's incredible. However, Thatcher's face turned slightly blue and purple. Though he had absorbed the spirit beast's energy, it was chaotic and violent. The fight had just begun. This energy was temporarily stored in one of his meridians, which he had sealed off at both ends, but the energy was still impacting his channels. Prolonged exposure would inevitably damage the meridian. Already absorbed by me and still causing trouble? Merge with me now. Thatcher urged more spiritual energy, using 10 times the force, to rapidly dissolve the chaotic energy within the meridian. While this method would slightly harm his own energy, the gains outweighed the losses. You little brat, you actually dissolved my spiritual energy. The Garfield spirit beast looked stunned, followed quickly by rage. Do you really think my spiritual energy is so easy to dissolve? Ha ha ha, you'll regret it. The spirit beast rushed towards Thatcher with unmatched speed. Despite appearing to have the upper hand against the beast, Thatcher's internal energy was being restrained by the beast's influence, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Is Arlie alright? Shouldn't we protect him, so he can focus on his internal condition? Bertie Finn asked nervously. Xuanhuan shook her head. No, Arlie is still in control. Besides, the gap between us and this beast is too great. Don't blindly risk our lives. Hearing this, Bertie Finn was displeased. What do you mean, blindly risk? Are our skills really that poor? Bertie Finn was annoyed. He had fought evenly against Ford Zhongzhu, so why did he feel like an insignificant tag-along now? Xuanhuan shook her head again. It depends on who we're compared to. Look at these two. They are on another level. Can we compare? Bertie Finn nodded hesitantly, realizing his comment sounded self-deprecating. Brat, I'll crush you thoroughly now, but I won't kill you. I will torment you slowly to show you my power. Thatcher felt a powerful burst of spiritual energy enveloping him like a cotton coat, which was intensely corrosive, igniting a small portion of his energy. He quickly retracted his energy and used the remnants as bait to lure the enemy's energy into a trap, corroding it with his own energy. I never expected your spiritual energy to be so violent. What's going on here? The spirit beast looked bewildered, trying to break through but finding no direction. Submit to me. Thatcher's calm and composed demeanor frightened the spirit beast. Brat, stop, halt. The spirit beast felt a fear deep in its soul, suddenly realizing that Thatcher wasn't exaggerating when he said he wanted to turn it into a mount. Hmph, if you had agreed earlier, perhaps I might have shown some mercy. But now, submit to my brute dominance. This brute dominance involved forcefully assimilating the spirit beast into his guard, making it obey him but also inflicting immense pain. Normal cultivators would use gentler methods to keep the relationship harmonious. However, Thatcher used overwhelming force to subdue the beast, leaving it with no choice due to its own faults. Brat, you suppressed me. I'll fight to the end. The spirit beast tried to resist with its remaining willpower. Chapter 84, Escape. But he was quickly subdued completely. After all, the spiritual chi of Thatcher was not to be taken lightly by him. How can such powerful spiritual chi have such astonishing tenacity? This spiritual beast still couldn't believe it had been subdued so quickly. You must have cheated. I don't believe you could subdue me so easily. He knew there was still some inconsistency in the end, but he also knew that what has been decided cannot be forced. I never thought you would actually achieve this level. However, you can only get my body, not my heart. The spiritual beast roared angrily. Thatcher laughed loudly. Getting your body is enough for me. Why would I need your heart? It's not like I can stir-fry it. With that, Thatcher shook his head and immediately began imprinting his mark on the other, using his spiritual chi. In a short while, the creature became his contracted spiritual beast, absolutely incapable of betraying him in any way. Otherwise, Thatcher could destroy it at any time, turning it into a truly harmless pet spirit beast. He rode on the back of this spiritual beast, strutting about proudly, while the beast could do nothing. Meanwhile, Jermaine Ford watched from afar. He didn't expect Thatcher to be this powerful. All is lost. Now even the sect's guardian spirit beast has been subdued by him. What fun is there left? Jermaine Ford had already decided to run away with the treasures. Similarly, Jermaine, Finn, and Joanne were also astonished. Never did we think the strength of the Arlie had reached such a level. This is truly an unparalleled limit for ordinary people. Both were horrified. They felt that every time they thought they had overestimated Thatcher, reality proved they had underestimated him. Even the Ephraims of Fire Sect were stunned by Thatcher's immense power. To know that such a powerful divine beast could beat their Vince effortlessly, yet now it was obediently submitting to the Arlie Thatcher. Quickly lead us to Jermaine Ford, and make him hand over the treasure. Thatcher patted the beast, showing a peculiar expression. Yes, Arlie. The beast had accepted its fate, changing its address to him. However, Thatcher slapped it again. Call me Nina, not Arlie. The beast grudgingly called him Nina and chased after Jermaine Ford under Thatcher's command. After a brief chase, they arrived outside the gate. Thatcher saw the figure of Jermaine Ford far away, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Jermaine Ford, I've come to see you. Leave the treasure behind quickly. Perhaps I might spare your life out of respect for the unity of the 6 great sections. Hearing this, Jermaine Ford's face showed disdain. Arlie, I know you are strong, but don't treat me as a fool. Do you really expect me to believe your words? Thatcher laughed. Whether you believe it or not, I already do. Leave the treasure behind, or else you might die. Hearing this, Jermaine Ford snorted coldly. If you dare, come and take it. As long as I don't die, I won't give you the treasure. Immediately, Thatcher spurred the beast and charged at him. In just a few breaths, he caught up with the opponent. Arlie, let me deal with him. I can handle him well. Joanne volunteered immediately to challenge Jermaine Ford. Thatcher thought about it. Since her treasure was taken by Jermaine Ford, she must be full of resentment. If she could personally seek revenge, it might help alleviate her anger. Thinking of this, he nodded in agreement, letting Joanne handle it herself. Joanne thanked Thatcher and quickly charged at Jermaine Ford. As the Phil of Fire Sect, she had countless techniques, and fire surged from all directions towards Ford, seemingly engulfing him in an instant. Fire overcomes metal. Joanne's spiritual chi naturally had an advantage over Jermaine Ford. Moreover, her current strength had greatly increased, making her adept at handling Ford. This was also why Thatcher was confident Joe and could deal with Ford. Moreover, Ford had no intention of fighting, only wishing to escape. Escaping would be considered victory for him. Otherwise, if it came to actual combat, he wouldn't stand a chance against Thatcher, Joanne, or even the spiritual beast. Jermaine Ford fought Joanne, while slowly moving towards the distance. Seizing the opportunity when the enemy was overpowering, he pretended to retreat hastily, making everyone lose their guard. When only Joanne remained nearby and Thatcher, Jermaine Finn, and others were further away, escaping became a matter of moments. Seeing others weren't paying much attention to him, Jermaine Ford faked an attack on Joanne, tricking her into defense before escaping. By the time Joanne realized, he was already 10 paces away. She rushed to chase him, but Thatcher shouted from afar, telling her to stop. Why aren't we chasing after him? We definitely won't lose track of this guy. She asked anxiously. Thatcher shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, this guy can't escape. I've sent someone to track him. We'll find where he fled to later. Joanne nodded, agreeing since Thatcher said so. Back at the sect headquarters, they waited quietly for news. After about 2 hours, news arrived that the fellow had fled to the demon race under Chimi's command. Let me find him and make him apologize before you, Joanne requested. Thatcher thought for a moment and smiled. Fine, I agree, go ahead. Chimi set off immediately towards the demon territory. Daniel asked Thatcher doubtfully, Arlie, won't it be dangerous for her to go alone? Chapter 85, Allegiance. As for Ian Ford, after he fled into the territory of the demon clans, he was immediately seized and brought before their new Lexi. This outcome had been well within his expectations. He had long wanted to meet the true ruler here, having heard that a new Lexi had emerged. If someone could protect him, then he would be able to secure his safety. So you're the so-called Iron Ford? Dodge, seated on the high dais, relished the status and dignity his new identity bestowed upon him. Yes, I'm wondering how I should address you, Your Majesty? Iron Ford smiled, attempting to get closer to the other party, but it was clear this new Lexi did not appreciate such overtures. Hallamston up, you've tried the wrong person with your tricks. I don't buy them. Get him out and kill him. Thatcher sneered and ordered his subordinates to push him down and execute him right away. Iron Ford became visibly nervous, but he also knew the other party might just be trying to intimidate him. Your Majesty, if you spare me, I can assist you in conquering several major sections. With one sentence, Iron Ford demonstrated both his abilities and methods, which impressed the new Lexi Dodge. You think you can help me conquer major sects? Do you expect me to believe that? The newly appointed Lexi shook his head. He didn't think the man truly had such capabilities. Your Majesty, whether or not I can do this isn't a matter of mere words, but rather of strength. With enough strength, turning things around is always possible, said Iron Ford confidently. All right, based on this confidence alone, I believe you. If those pursuers really do come, I'll protect you. But I want to see what kind of abilities you have to back up this claim, Dodge responded. He had a keen interest in waging war against the major sects, and thus was persuaded by Ford's pitch. As the new Lexi, the best way to consolidate power and authority was through external conquests, and the primary targets would naturally be the major sects. Your Majesty, look at it this way. I'm from one of the 6 great sections. If I defect to you, all my subordinates will become yours. Moreover, I am very familiar with the capabilities and temperaments of those sect fills. If Your Majesty wishes to deal with them, my input would be invaluable. These words deeply impressed the Lexi. Fine, well spoken. I'll reluctantly accept you, knowing that accepting you means going against all the heroes under heaven. It's no easy task. Dodge liked to give people a slap and then offer them a sweet reward. This statement made Iron Ford realize the price of his alliance. Thank you, Your Majesty. The new sect Phil sighed. To survive, he now had to rely on the demon clans. A bitter irony considering he had previously been one of their fiercest opponents. A day later, news spread throughout the demon clan territories. The former Lexi was making an attack. Naturally, the former Lexi Brantley did not engage with lesser demons, but headed straight for the demon throne hall. Coming back here brings up a lot of memories, Sierra remarked, her face reflecting nostalgia and longing. Well, isn't this the former Lexi? What wind blew you here? Dodge sized up Sierra, his face unreadable. What do you mean by former? I am still the reigning Lexi, Sierra coldly retorted, feeling Dodge's insolence. Ha ha ha, looks like you haven't quite grasped the situation yet. Ask the little demons passing by who the real Lexi is, Dodge taunted, raising Sierra's suspicions. Was he really the Lexi? Alright, if you're so confident, let's see what you've got. Come, fight me. Sierra wanted to confront Dodge properly. While she sensed his ambitions, he had always treated her respectfully. She thought he only aspired to be in bear. Now, she realized her mistake. He aimed for the throne. Savages are the ones who jump into battles. Our powers are actually quite evenly matched, Dodge explained. Now stop wasting time. Is Iron Ford hiding here? I want to take him. Sierra lost patience speaking with Dodge. Dodge, however, laughed coldly and shook his head. Do you think this is any ordinary place? This is demon territory. Do you think you can demand anyone you want here? If you don't leave now, next year today will be your death anniversary. Sierra scoffed, looking around the deserted throne hall. Why are there so few demons here? Just you? Dodge clapped his hands, and senior members of the demon clan emerged one by one. Do you really think I'm foolish? They've been listening to every word you've said. Stop imagining. You allied with the Arlie of Destined Dao Sect and betrayed our entire race. Do you think you're still the Lexi? Let me tell you, you aren't. You're now just another demon among us. Do you agree with me, everyone? Dodge turned to the demon clan bears, signaling them to attack. Right, the Lexi speaks the truth. How can we tolerate traitors boasting in our ranks? It won't be tolerated. Several demons immediately stood up, unwilling to allow such actions. Shouldn't we capture the former Lexi as an example? Some demons even suggested this idea spontaneously. I think it's better not to, since she was once our king. Capturing her would not reflect well on us. Most refused, though some supported the idea, actively encouraging it. We must not let her escape. Otherwise, wouldn't it damage our reputation? We couldn't even capture a traitor. Just then, Dodge suddenly attacked Sierra, striking her in the back with a burst of spiritual energy. The attack caught everyone off guard. No one expected him to launch a sneak attack. Sierra spat blood and quickly retreated, wary of further assaults. She glared at the crowd in resentment before fleeing swiftly. Meanwhile, Iron Ford appeared from the shadows. Your Majesty, that move was incredible. I'm truly impressed. Ford gave a thumbs up, admiring Dodge's decisive action and powerful aura. Dodge's strength was on par with Sierra, perhaps even surpassing her in decisiveness and ruthlessness. Chapter 86, Betrayal. No problem, helping you is just a matter of lifting a finger, but you did promise that when I drive back the sect and Phyllis, I'll need your support to deal with them. Braden looked at Director Ford, his gaze sharp. Director Ford immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, Lord Lexi Braden, with your great talent and strategy, I will definitely lend you my full support. Director Ford's words pleased Braden greatly. After all, he was the first head of a sect to show sufficient respect for his status as a demon king. After being struck by Braden, Phyllis's internal energy became somewhat chaotic, causing her to stumble back to the Destined Dao Sect. During this time, some sect Ephraims who didn't recognize Phyllis mistook her for a demonic invasion and were about to subdue her. However, one of her peers quickly held him back. Are you crazy? She's a powerful demon under the Arlie, very formidable. While they were discussing, Phyllis had already hurriedly returned to her room. This scene was seen by Daniel, who then called Carter. Together, they went to check on her. Phyllis, are you alright? You don't seem to be in good shape. Daniel knocked loudly on the window of Phyllis's room and shouted. Phyllis hurriedly replied, "No, I'm fine. I've never been better." She did not want anyone to see her in such an embarrassing state. But Daniel and the other Demon King persisted. "Impossible, Phyllis. We clearly saw blood on you. Wait here, we're coming in." As they spoke, the two Demon Kings walked into Phyllis's room, looking very concerned. To persuade them to leave, Phyllis pretended to be startled, but Daniel and the other remained unmoved and immediately came to her bedside. "All right, Phyllis, you still say you're fine? Look at all the blood on you. Come, go see the Arlie with me." Saying this, Daniel grabbed Phyllis's arm and led her out. The other Demon King immediately followed, while Thatcher was sitting quietly in his room. Hearing the argument outside, Thatcher was somewhat surprised. What's happening? Why are they making such a fuss? He was usually uninterested in the trivial matters of the sect and would let Elmer handle any disputes within the sect. "Arlie, Phyllis has returned, injured. Shouldn't we do something?" Daniel shouted from outside. Thatcher paused, not expecting Phyllis to be seriously injured. When the three entered, seeing the bloodstains on her body confirmed it wasn't a false alarm. Who did this? Thatcher's face darkened. He would not forgive whoever harmed Phyllis, no matter how powerful or influential they were. Since they dared to provoke his people, they were as good as dead. Phyllis hesitated for a moment. "It was our new Demon King. He ambushed me, so I was caught off guard and got hurt. I saw Director Ford, but that guy hid, unwilling to be found." Hearing this, Daniel immediately bowed to Thatcher. "Arlie, we can't wait any longer or we'll miss our chance." The other Demon King also nodded. "Arlie, we should attack now. If that guy stays with the demons, and both sides collude, it could harm us significantly. Yes, I think we should destroy Ford Sect. At least, we should control their high-ranking members first. Otherwise, if we act against Ford Sect and they have plans, it would be very disadvantageous for us." Daniel made a sound argument. As the Phil of Ford Sect, Director Ford had resources and connections far beyond ordinary people's imagination. If Ford Sect collaborated with the demons, even Heavenly Dao Sect might not stand idly by. Thatcher nodded. "You both make valid points, but relying solely on the two of you may not guarantee success. Director Ford and that Demon King are tough opponents, not to mention the minor demons. Calm down. This involves both the Demon Clan and Sect people. They won't sit idle." Daniel thought for a moment, realizing something. "Arlie, you mean someone from the sect will take action?" Thatcher smiled. "Do you think it's impossible? After all, the 6 major sects aren't united. They often quarrel among themselves. This time, those with grievances against Director Ford will seize the opportunity." Both Demon Kings nodded. If so, waiting would make it easier and more beneficial for them. Every day, senior members of the 6 major sects gathered to discuss matters. Today's discussion was about to begin, and Thatcher brought Phyllis and the 2 Demon Kings along. Something unprecedented. Sect discussions often involved issues concerning demons, which might upset demon visitors, making it awkward. Once all the major sects arrived, Thatcher began. "I've brought the Demon Kings here today because there's something important to discuss." The Phils present exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, and waited for Thatcher to speak. Thatcher smiled and laid out his thoughts. "In the recent competition, Director Ford took the championship prize. I sent Demon King Phyllis to retrieve it, but she was repelled by the new Demon King who vowed to protect Director Ford. What do you think we should do?" None of them expected this turn of events. "Arlie, this is too outrageous. Director Ford must be taught a severe lesson or he'll get carried away." Director Finn wore a look of deep hatred as if Ford had committed a terrible crime against him. Directors Hua, Tu, and Shui all agreed. Yes, he must pay the price for betraying the 6 major sections. Chapter 87. Ambition. Yes, it's a betrayal. As fellow cultivator sects sharing the same roots, how could the Germain of the Ford sect ally with the entire demon race? He's making things difficult for all of us cultivators. Whether he is making things hard for us, I do not know, but since he is aiding the demons, it means he is opposing us. What you said is correct. We cannot tolerate his arrogance. Everyone present spoke passionately, but if they were really to take action, they might not actually step forward. Thatcher smiled and nodded. "I think everyone's points are excellent. However, I wonder if anyone here wants to step forward, for example, to represent everyone in dealing with Germain Ford." Thatcher's words left everyone momentarily stunned. After all, they had only been talking in theory, but taking action would involve too many interests. Moreover, everyone knew there was deep-seated animosity between the Wood Sect Germain and the Ford Sect Germain. At this moment, the downfall of the Ford Sect Germain would mean rejoicing for the Wood Sect Germain. If they acted, the one who would ultimately benefit would be the Wood Sect Germain. Thus, everyone remained silent as the Wood Sect Germain stepped forward at the right moment. "He, venerated son, all Germains, I believe this is precisely the time for our Wood Sect to step forward. It is only natural. So, I boldly speak up now." Everyone nodded, seemingly acknowledging that the Ford Sect Germain understood the situation well. No one else would come to his aid, allowing him to reap the benefits without effort. The Wood Sect Germain paused in thought before saying, "Ferguson's, this matter is quite straightforward. We all know clearly that keeping such a person like Germain Ford around is detrimental to our 6 major sects, even for the Ford Sect itself. Given this, we should capture Germain Ford sooner rather than later. And I am willing to act without wasting resources from everyone." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces betraying their joy. Seeing this, the Wood Sect Germain knew it was time to say what came next. "But, I believe the resources that Germain Ford originally controlled shouldn't go to waste. Since our Wood Sect is contributing manpower and effort this time, when we capture Germain Ford, his resources and people should be taken over by our Wood Sect." Hearing this, the other sect Phils present couldn't help but widen their eyes. They hadn't expected the Wood Sect Germain to have these intentions. "I say, Wood Sect Germain, isn't your appetite a bit too big? Do you think the Ford Sect can be easily dismantled just because it lost its fill?" Water Sect Germain sneered. The Wood Sect Germain laughed loudly in response. "Water Sect Germain, there's no need to worry. I have ways to deal with them and will ensure they unite with other sects as one force. After all, Germain Ford's personal actions shouldn't be blamed on the entire Ford sect. Seeing the Wood sect Germain's confident demeanor, Thatcher couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This guy was putting on a great act. He just wanted to expand his own power. No one among the other sects dared to look down on each other. They all had similar thoughts but often couldn't vocalize them. This time, through dealing with Germain Ford, the Wood sect Germain gained an advantage. If the Wood sect Germain had announced receiving the Ford sect first, the other sects likely wouldn't allow him to act so recklessly. Alright, the matter of Germain Ford must be resolved, but sending only Ford sect members won't be easy. The 3 Lexis under my command will also participate. This is partly for vengeance. Upon hearing that the Lexis would join, the Wood sect Germain felt hesitant internally, but found no reason to object. If several Lexis are willing to join, that is best. Our chances of victory increase. At this point, the Earth sect Germain could no longer hold back. I have no objections to the Lexis joining, but I disagree with the Wood sect Germain's intention to take over the Ford sect's forces. Eliminating Germain Ford happened with everyone's support for your Wood sect. Without such backing, how could you possibly achieve this? Therefore, if we gain human and material resources from the Ford sect, they should be shared among all, not monopolized by any one individual. Everyone nodded in agreement. This logic was widely supported. Who wouldn't want a share of the benefits? Even if they couldn't get it themselves, weakening the Wood sect Germain's power was also desirable. The Wood sect Germain sneered in response. You said nothing when it was time to act, but now you fuss over distributing benefits. Are you really that smart? Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat embarrassed. But to gain benefits, they wouldn't mind such minor details. Wood sect Germain, don't talk like that. We didn't say we wouldn't act. We were just beaten to the punch. Our water sect plans to send some Ephraims to deal with demons. Indeed. The Earth sect will also act, but I myself must remain in the sect to prevent demon infiltration. You know how repulsive demons can be, right? Exactly. My fire sect also lost something, and will send people to retaliate, Joan said last. Hearing everyone's words, the Wood sect Germain couldn't help feeling somewhat awkward, not expecting such strong opposition at this moment. You guys are truly despicable. Why didn't you speak up earlier? Now, you're thinking about benefits and suddenly want to act. Realizing this, the Wood sect Germain couldn't help turning to Thatcher. Venerated son, please make the decision. Our Wood sect contributed the most, so we certainly deserve more benefits. Thatcher raised an eyebrow, revealing a slightly surprised expression. He hadn't expected the Wood sect Germain to pass this responsibility to him. What the Wood sect Germain considered a clever move turned out to be nothing. Since Wood sect Germain has asked me to decide, I'll boldly offer my thoughts. I believe everyone's points are valid, and Germain Ford did act a bit arbitrarily. Since everyone participated, benefits should be shared, especially since our Heavenly Dao Sect has several Lexis involved. We can't be left out either. Chapter 88, Gratitude. Hearing this, the representatives of the other major sects on the scene looked very excited. However, Sect Birdie Finn seemed rather uncomfortable. He hadn't expected Thatcher to not stand by him this time. It all came down to self-interest after all. Thatcher was also representing the interests of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Thinking about this, he almost couldn't resist slapping himself a few times. Alright, since the Lucius has said so, we'll proceed as planned. But with nothing accomplished yet, there's no need for further discussion now. We'll decide how to distribute everything after our success. Sect Birdie Finn naturally didn't dare confront Thatcher openly. The power of Thatcher had always been a source of fear for him. Unless he was truly foolish, he wouldn't dare challenge Thatcher now. Alright, since we've decided to act, let's all prepare today and set out tomorrow. After saying this, Thatcher dismissed everyone. Ephraim of the Heavenly Dao Sect then approached Thatcher. Lucius, the Sect Birdie wishes to see you. It's an urgent matter. What is it? Thatcher was puzzled. Nothing significant had happened recently, so why was his father seeking him out? Lucius, you should go and see the Sect Birdie yourself. The Ephraim turned and left, leaving Thatcher bewildered. With questions swirling in his mind, Thatcher walked toward his father's meditation room. He saw his father looking slightly pale and dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Axel, a fellow Ephraim told me you wanted to see me? Jalmer pointed to a map beside him and said, sit down first, I was just thinking. Thatcher nodded, remaining silent as he waited quietly for his father. After a moment, Jalmer came back to his senses and looked at Thatcher. Shinyu, I heard you plan to deal with Sect Birdie Ford? Thatcher paused but then nodded. Yes, Axel. This man has done many wicked things. We do indeed intend to take action against him, and we're setting out tomorrow. Jalmer sighed. Shinyu, did you know that Sect Birdie Ford once bestowed kindness upon our Heavenly Dao Sect? Thatcher was taken aback. Axel, don't say that. What does it mean for him to have shown us kindness? Whatever he may have done before, it has long since dissipated. The poison he administered harmed so many of our Ephraims, which is enough to nullify any past favors. Thatcher's expression turned grim. He harbored no goodwill towards Sect Birdie Ford. Though his father's words were simple, Thatcher knew well the impact of Ford's actions. That was why his father specifically brought up this matter, perhaps hoping to spare Ford. However, this affair involved so many sects, it wasn't something he could easily influence or change. Shinyu, I understand he did unforgivable things, but we still owe him from the past. Could you capture him alive this time without killing him? At least let us repay this favor, and what happens afterward will be up to you. Jalmer sighed again. He knew it might be too much to ask his son, given how far Ford had gone this time. Even the Ephraims of the Heavenly Dao Sect had suffered greatly, with at least half of them poisoned. As the Sect Birdie of Heavenly Dao, it felt inappropriate for him to plead for mercy for someone like Ford. Yet, if he didn't bring it up, he would likely carry this regret forever. Thatcher nodded. Axel, I'll try my best to negotiate and have them capture Ford alive. Hearing Thatcher's promise, Jalmer breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a heavy weight lift from his shoulders. Back in his quarters, Thatcher considered his options. He summoned the two demon kings, excluding Sierra, to the meeting hall and explained his father's request. Daniel immediately expressed concern. Lucius, this man is detested by both gods and humans. How can we let him off? If we spare him, we might all suffer in the end. The other demon king nodded. Indeed, Sect Bertie Ford is a cancerous existence harmful to cultivators and demons alike. Thatcher could only smile bitterly. I understand this, but Axel doesn't. He wants to repay the favor. What can I do? For now, let's follow this plan. Perhaps Axel will change his mind later. Daniel suddenly asked, do you think Axel intends us to intentionally save him? Thatcher shook his head. Not exactly. He just wants us to capture him alive. I trust no one else with this task. You two are the best suited. After some contemplation, Daniel and the other demon king agreed. Don't worry, Lucius. We can make sure he stays alive, though we can't guarantee he'll be unharmed. As they say, death penalty may be spared, but suffering cannot be avoided. Thatcher laughed humorlessly. All right, don't joke around. Prepare quickly and don't let them get the upper hand. You might lose the right to forgive them. Daniel and the other demon king took their leave to enhance their strength. Despite being demon kings, they never acted arrogantly, especially in front of Thatcher, who often made them feel somewhat inferior. The next day, the major sects gathered their forces and marched toward the demon race territory. They had already sent an invitation letter the previous day to ensure fair engagement. Proposed by Daniel and the other demon king, the invitation aimed for a just battle. Ideally, if the demons could capture Sect Bertie Ford and hand him over, matters would be settled amicably. Yet, there was no response from the demons, leading to today's aggressive mobilization. Braden, having received the invitation, was worried. He had just become the king of the demons, with an unstable reign. Losing a battle now would undermine his authority, especially facing other demon kings and powerful sect members where defeat seemed likely. Translation completed. Please confirm if any adjustments are needed. Chapter 89. Cunning. Bertie Ford naturally received the news. Someone came over to discuss with Guillermo. King Guillermo, did you hear that those sects and two other kings have sent you battle invitations? Guillermo nodded, passing the challenge letter to Bertie Ford. Yes, their forces are strong, and it won't be easy for us to deal with them. The joy from being newly crowned as a king was completely washed away by the pressure Guillermo felt this time. Bertie Ford chuckled. King Guillermo, this is truly an opportunity given by heaven. Hearing this, King Guillermo couldn't help but pause. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity is this? Bertie Ford laughed heartily. Think about it. You've been a king for less than 2 days. Now is the time to establish your authority. How can you avoid a fight? So for you, this battle is necessary, and you will surely win. After all, they're far from home and unfamiliar with everything here. When it's all over, they'll leave in disgrace. And your position as king will be fully established. At that point, who would dare disrespect you? That would be suicide. Hearing these flattering words, King Guillermo felt immensely confident. Indeed, he was now the king of the demon race. Who would he fear? Those two kings might be famous, but he was also a king now. The outcome of the fight between them was uncertain. As for the sect fills, he didn't even put them in his eyes. They were no more powerful than Bertie Ford, and his current servile attitude towards him wasn't sincere at all. All right, what you say makes sense. I'll protect you this time. I want to see what these sect members are really made of. As for those two former kings, I'll crush you underfoot. These words were spoken with great vigor and morale. Seeing the spirited look on King Guillermo's face, Bertie Ford's expression improved greatly. Although his look towards King Guillermo seemed very respectful, in reality, he sneered inwardly at King Guillermo. Currently, he only used King Guillermo's territory to protect himself. He had no loyalty or respect for him. At the first sign of trouble for the demons, he would immediately betray. Even if there was no place for him in the sects, he had already found other ways to handle any situation. The next day, the sect people and two demon kings attacked simultaneously. The demon race had already prepared for a big battle. Before the battle, the two demon kings addressed the demon race. They urged the demons to stand down, saying they only came to capture Bertie Ford and not interfere with the demon race, warning against unnecessary sacrifice. But the demon members ignored this, viewing anyone who attacked them as enemies, who couldn't be trusted unless proven otherwise. You two so-called demon kings, how can you assist the sects while being part of the demon race? What ulterior motives do you have? Guillermo approached the demons, personally overseeing the battle. Don't listen to them. They have betrayed the demon race and become pawns for the sect Ephraims. There's no psychological burden in fighting them. In just a few sentences, the tide was turned. Guillermo looked confidently at the two demon kings. Since you wish to confront our demon race, stop the talk. Start the battle. If you win, everything you say will be right. But if you lose, don't blame us for being merciless. Encouraged by Guillermo's words, the demon race charged fiercely towards the two demon kings, seemingly confident in their ability to match the kings. I tell you, you idiots really think we'll be intimidated by you? It's laughable, Daniel said as he fought off small demons approaching him while fending off the experts. These fools have delusions of grandeur. They follow Guillermo's foolish dreams, recognizing him as king after Lori left, even harboring Bertie Ford. They must be desperate for death. Daniel spoke with disdain. They've lost all dignity before outsiders, especially before the sect Ephraims. If not for the Emil's order to capture Bertie Ford alive, I'd rather just kill him. Actually, even now capturing him isn't impossible, just slightly more difficult. This guy hides among the demon race, never showing his face, likely determined to keep hiding. Unless we catch him off guard, attacking the entire demon race is out of the question. So, let others deal with ordinary demons. Our job is to capture Bertie Ford. Perfect. Daniel felt his plan was flawless. The other demon king shook his head. With the demon race blocking the way, Bertie Ford has many options and never risks getting caught. This old fox must have countless escape plans. Despite continuously attacking and defeating the demons, the distance to Bertie Ford remained vast. Clearly, Bertie Ford was intentionally keeping his distance. Though anxious, the two kings could do little about it. This old fox is quite cunning. We may not outwit him. Daniel shook his head. Their strength might surpass him, but he wouldn't play fair, opting for a war of attrition. Seeing Birdie Ford so close, Finzone couldn't resist shouting, "Old bastard, come and fight me to the death." Finzone's face flushed red with anger, wanting to tear Birdie Ford apart. Evidently, he wanted to infuriate them. However, no matter how cunning Birdie Ford was, his absolute strength was inferior. His skills weren't much stronger than the sect Phil's, and there were only two super strong individuals, himself and King Guillermo. Chapter 90. Consuming Strength. Moreover, this time it was a collaboration between the powerful figures of the demon race and the sect powers, combining forces. The advantage for the demons was significant on any front. Clearly, they had no intention of leaving him any chance of survival. Under such overwhelming advantage, the sect side was overwhelmingly brutalized by the demon race's strength. However, due to the sheer numbers of the demon race, despite the massacre, it lasted half an hour without breaking down. But Lexi Braden saw clearly that the demon race couldn't possibly defeat the sect's experts. He needed to make plans early. Braden turned his head towards Ford Zhongzhu not far away and said in a grave tone, "Birdie Ford, please follow me." Upon hearing this, Ford Zhongzhu could not help but feel somewhat reluctant. Those who managed to reach him were all fairly strong Ephraims of the sects, making them easy targets, almost enjoyable to kill. If they were weaker, he would have felt disdainful about killing them. But these sect Ephraims were the future forces of their respective sections. Killing them weakened the manpower of those sections. Then, his Ford sect could dominate. However, he still relied on Braden at present. Thus, when Lexi Braden called for him, he could not ignore it. "King Demon, what do you need from me? I was enjoying slaughtering those sect Ephraims. Returning now might weaken our combat strength." Lexi Braden glanced at him, sighed, and shook his head, saying, "Birdie Ford, I don't think we can win this time. Their numbers are significantly more than ours." Ford Zhongzhu was stunned. "Then what do you propose, King Demon?" He had a vague suspicion. Did Lexi Braden plan to betray him? "This matter is simple. Their purpose here is actually to deal with you. If you leave, our pressure will be much less," Braden said. "Actually, this was just a test, checking if this guy had other ideas. In fact, he already had different plans. If he could capture Ford Zhongzhu, he might reach a truce with the people outside. After all, both sides were formidable. Even if they managed to subdue everyone completely, the sect members would definitely incur losses. Moreover, two of the outsiders were of the demon race. Handing over Ford Zhongzhu would prevent those two demon clansmen from attacking. However, what he didn't notice was the hint of anger in Ford Zhongzhu's eyes. He had realized that Lexi Braden likely intended to betray him. But he kept smiling. "So, King Demon Braden has prepared my escape route for me. Then I won't hesitate." "Fine, I'll leave now to avoid bringing trouble to your place," Ford Zhongzhu replied. Hearing Ford Zhongzhu be so understanding, Braden was somewhat surprised but also relieved. Just as he was about to say some words of retention, he suddenly felt a sharp force piercing toward his waist from behind. He immediately realized he might be under attack. "You!" Lexi Braden was about to scold him, but wave after wave of powerful spiritual energy nearly made him faint. "Hee, King Demon Braden, were you trying to get rid of me? But I acted first." He wore an expression of satisfaction. Successfully turning against Braden was partly by chance. He noticed something unusual from Braden when asked to leave. Otherwise, given their equal strength, it would have been hard to tell. Relatively, he was slightly stronger than Braden. However, if Braden allied with other demons, he would surely fail. But now, those demons couldn't aid Braden because they were battling outside with the sect people. Hence, this was his best chance to deal with Lexi Braden. What benefit could you possibly gain from sneaking up on me? You'd get nothing, Braden wondered. Given their current cooperative state, even if Ford Zhongzhu injured or captured him, it wouldn't bring any tangible benefit and might even make both the sects and demons enemies. King Demon Braden, though you know I am a sect member, you don't know about my unique skill, absorbing others' spiritual energy to strengthen myself. Saying this, he began practicing his technique, continuously drawing the spiritual energy from Lexi Braden into himself. "Ha ha ha, your spiritual energy is truly outstanding, perfect for enhancing me." Ford Zhongzhu nodded, feeling this power pushing him near breakthrough. Indeed, very potent. "How could you possibly possess such an evil external martial art? It's enough to disrupt the entire continent," Braden exclaimed. Such a method was extremely powerful. Even if someone were 1 or 2 realms stronger, surpassing them would be incredibly easy with absorbed energy. Disrupting the entire continent? Why would I attack anyone unless they posed a threat to me? Ford Zhongzhu smirked, looking at Braden like he was foolish. "You are indeed strong, but not enough to handle me. The flattery at first was only for protection here. Didn't you believe it?" Ford Zhongzhu mocked, shaking his head in disdain. Too overbearing, screamed Braden's heart internally while outwardly being powerless against Ford Zhongzhu. Since Ford Zhongzhu had absorbed most of his spiritual energy, Braden had become like a common person, vulnerable to anyone. Leaving Braden with a little residual spiritual energy, Ford Zhongzhu released him. "Why leave me this tiny bit of energy? Why not just finish me off?" Braden asked angrily. "Ha ha ha, if I killed you easily, wouldn't that be a relief for you?" laughed Ford Zhongzhu. Chapter 91. Rampage. "I'll leave you with just enough spiritual energy to keep you from dying of exhaustion. Isn't it more interesting for you to remain as a powerless little demon forever?" Upon hearing this, Guillermo flew into a violent rage and lunged directly at Director Ford, intent on fighting to the death. He hadn't anticipated that becoming the Lexi would merely serve as a stepping stone for Director Ford. "Damn it, why do you treat me like this? I will kill you." Guillermo's face was filled with fury. Even if he had to risk his life today, he would never allow Director Ford to succeed. Director Ford, however, sneered and showed utter contempt. "You really chose the wrong option. I've left you a small shred of life, yet you still want to defy me. It seems you'll only feel comfortable after I break your limbs and make you a cripple. Hearing this, Guillermo shuddered all over. The thought of having his limbs broken and becoming a cripple made him shake inwardly with fear. Seeing that Guillermo didn't continue attacking, Director Ford spat at him and said, "Trash?" With that, he laughed coldly and rushed out. He wanted to punish those who had disrespected him and stood against him, making them understand that he was back. Stepping out of the Lexi Hall, Director Ford saw the two Lexis and the Hagen fiercely attacking members of the demon race. Seeing Director Ford come out, they intensified their attacks, as they were here precisely to eliminate Director Ford, so his emergence saved them the trouble of storming in to grab him. "Good Ahmed, you dare to come out? You have committed countless atrocities. Today is your doom," Hagen said, pointing at Ford with a sneer. Director Ford laughed loudly, appearing extremely audacious. "If you can do it, come at me. Let's see if you have what it takes. Today, I proclaim here and now, I will use your heads as offerings, declaring to the world that the Ford sect will rise." Upon hearing this, both the Hagen and the two Lexis couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. This guy's bravado was incredible, but they wouldn't be intimidated easily. "Director Ford, do you think we will be scared by your big talk? On the contrary, we only want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Do you really think we will give you any leeway?" As the director spoke, he killed another two minor demons. "Charge! Rescue our director!" Suddenly, another wave of people appeared outside the attacking force, seemingly sect members, but they attacked the Ephraims of the same sect instead. "These are Ford sect members. Hold them off. We cannot let these fellows join up with Director Ford, or things will get difficult," the Wood sect director said coldly. "What is going on? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Director Ford roared angrily, but seeing his subordinates being besieged and in peril, he couldn't afford to be angry. He sped over there, twice as fast as normal. Before he realized it, he reached the Ephraims' front lines. With two casual moves, he easily scattered those attacking the Ford sect Ephraims. "Director, your power has grown immensely, tens of thousands of times stronger than before." A Ford sect Ephraim immediately started flattering him. They all knew Director Ford enjoyed such flattery. "That's enough. Now isn't the time for compliments. Didn't I tell you not to come? Why did you insist?" Director Ford asked grimly. "Director, we didn't choose to come, but we heard that many experts from various sects were coming to attack you, so we came along to assist," the Ephraims replied. Hearing this, Director Ford nodded with a smile, saying, "So that's how it is. Gather together, protect yourselves, and watch me show you my strength," ensuring an impressive spectacle. Then, Director Ford charged towards the other sects Ephraims. In mere moments, those sects Ephraims suffered heavy casualties. The Hagen and the other sects experts were furious. They launched a frenzied assault on Director Ford, but he kept targeting their Ephraims, inflicting heavy losses. When the Wood sect and others tried to retaliate against the Ford sect Ephraims, they found them very well defended. Moreover, whenever they tried, Director Ford interfered, preventing them from successfully harming his Ephraims. Within moments, most of the various sects Ephraims lay dead or wounded. "No good. We must stop this Otis, or our Ephraims might be slaughtered." The Hagen looked grim, originally planning to eliminate Director Ford and annex the Ford sect Ephraims, but now realizing how tenacious Ford was. The two Lexis also grew determined. The three of them attacked Director Ford simultaneously from different angles, finally managing to surround him. "Director Ford, you wanted to run? Try again." Director Ford laughed coldly and launched an aggressive attack. In a flash, he reached the Hagen, causing his hairs to stand on end, trembling in fear. "How can this be? Your power, how could it have increased so much?" As Director Ford approached him, the Wood sect director realized that Ford was no longer the same person he used to be. "Wilson, if I hadn't improved, do you think I'd fight you? That'd be suicidal." Upon hearing this, the Wood sect director narrowed his eyes. What he heard implied that this mission might well be their suicide. He retreated immediately, telling the two Lexis, "Not good, Director Ford has become too powerful. We should not engage in a direct fight. Retreat quickly." Just as the director finished speaking, the two demon beasts received sudden, heavy blows. Thanks to the timely warning, they avoided colliding forces with Director Ford and pulled back their strength. This prevented injury but left the two Lexis astonished. This guy's strength has reached such heights, almost unbelievable. Yes, too powerful, awe-inspiring. Who would have thought he could achieve this? Everyone was stunned, but the Wood sect director gave them no time to think, suddenly striking out and appearing before him. With one move, he injured the Wood sect director, but thanks to agile movements, he narrowly avoided the blow. Nice footwork. Chapter 92, Forbidden Zone Beast. Jermaine Ford's eyes glinted with a cold light. "However, no matter how good your movement techniques are, you can only have one outcome, which is to be defeated by me easily." Jermaine Ford sneered coldly. Suddenly, a roar sounded from afar, the noise so deafening it was shocking to the world. Jermaine Ford's eyes suddenly lit up. He had heard Guillermo mention before that there were so-called forbidden zones among the demon races, where the beasts inside were exceptionally ferocious. If they could be unleashed, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc everywhere. His thoughts raced quickly, and then he ran to his Ephraim's side. "You retreat first. I'm about to unleash a massive weapon, and I don't want to hurt any of you." Upon hearing their Vince's words, everyone was somewhat puzzled, but did not know what this massive weapon referred to. But thinking about it, whatever could make the Vince so anxious must not be an ordinary power, so they obediently retreated promptly. However, those Ephraims from other sects and the demons did not plan on letting them off so easily, chasing them relentlessly. But soon they discovered two gigantic demonic beasts had appeared behind them at some point. "Oh no, those are the beasts from the Forbidden Zone. How did they get released?" A lesser demon said in shock. "Our Forbidden Zone beasts, once released, will certainly wreak havoc and even kill members of our own demon race, with a bloodthirsty nature. Could it be that our Demon King released them? Impossible. The Demon King previously said these mad beasts cannot be released, or they would bring great harm to us as well." Another lesser demon had an incredulous look on its face, but recognized the beast clearly as one from the Forbidden Zone. It must be that Ford Germain who released them. Yes, it has to be him. To deal with those people, he'll spare nothing, even against us. Kill that guy. The lesser demons wanted to kill Germain Ford in anger, but found they couldn't even approach him. Germain Ford himself was much stronger than they were, not to mention his astonishing combat prowess. You mustn't act rashly. Protect yourselves, Daniel said to the demons under Sierra's command. That Forbidden Zone beast was slaughtering everything in sight like a madman, terrifying even the lesser demons. Yet, they still paid great attention to Daniel's words because this person was renowned alongside their demon king, possibly even more powerful. Lexi, what should we do next? This guy is really difficult to handle. Several lesser demons came to Daniel's side, anxiously asking. Daniel also couldn't think of a good plan at this moment, so he only comforted the demons, saying, engage in skirmishes with him for now. If there's no better solution, I'll go to the Heavenly Dao Sect and ask the Arlie for help. Thinking of Thatcher's strength, Daniel felt inexplicably confident. Even if Germain Ford's strength had surged, Thatcher would definitely be able to defeat him. What? Call for someone from the Heavenly Dao Sect? Do we have no one among our demon race? These lesser demons expressed despair. Daniel smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't worry. Our demon clans under the 3 demon kings are now allies with the Heavenly Dao Sect. You've been misled by Guillermo and Ford Germain. The Heavenly Dao Sect's Arlie is powerful and won't abandon you. Hearing this, the lesser demons reluctantly nodded. They didn't understand these matters anyway. As long as they could eliminate Ford Germain, they would believe. Daniel approached Carter and Germain Finn. We need to work together to subdue Ford Germain. As for that Forbidden Zone beast, we'll figure out something else. Both nodded and attacked Ford Germain together. However, within just a dozen moves, Ford Germain managed to defeat Daniel, and the injuries weren't minor. Tianyu, are you okay? Asked Carter anxiously. I'm fine. Be cautious. We might lose. Neither Ford Germain nor that Forbidden Zone beast can be dealt with. Upon hearing this, both Germain Finn and the other demon king's faces darkened. What should we do? Shall we just sit here and wait to die? Germain Finn's face was full of reluctance. They had finally tracked down this guy, only to end up being defeated. You hold out here. My agility is quite good. I'll return to inform the Arlie and let him find a solution. After some thought, Germain Finn and the other demon king nodded. Okay, go ahead. We'll protect everyone. Daniel immediately set off while Germain Finn and the other demon king led the demons and sect Ephraims to besiege the Forbidden Zone beast and Ford Germain. Despite their large numbers, they were completely helpless against Ford Germain and suffered passively. Meanwhile, Daniel sped towards the Heavenly Dao Sect. Upon discovering him, the sect Ephraims immediately checked and realized he was a demon king under the Arlie's command, quickly allowing him passage. Daniel swiftly arrived at the Arlie's location. Arlie, things are dire. Ford Zone's strength has surged dramatically. None of us can stand against him, said Daniel with a grim expression. You've become so weak that you can't even beat Ford Zone anymore? Didn't you defeat him before? Thatcher asked, puzzled. Daniel shook his head. Arlie, this fellow has become different now. His strength greatly increased. Moreover, he has released the Forbidden Zone beast, which our people can't withstand at all. Hearing this, Thatcher's expression became heavy. A Forbidden Zone beast wasn't an ordinary beast. It was incredibly powerful. Such an existence, if truly provoked, would indeed be a troublesome matter. Of course, that was for ordinary people. Thatcher naturally wasn't afraid of such things. Alright, since it's like this, our Heavenly Dao Sect can't stand idly by either. Otherwise, the release of this Forbidden Zone beast would greatly affect peace. Thatcher brought Daniel to his father Elmer's residence and walked in without waiting for the Ephraims to report. Axel, Ford Germain has gone to the demon race and released the Forbidden Zone beast. I must deal with him now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Elmer was shocked. That was the demon race's Forbidden Zone beast, incomparable to any ordinary beast. To actually do such a thing, he's too outrageous. Elmer's face turned pale with rage, his clenched fists creaking. Well, lead the demon race and some of our sect's top Ephraims to capture Ford Germain. Kill him if necessary. Thatcher nodded. Yes, Axel. Chapter 93, Kill on Sight Order. Thatcher was about to leave when Elmer called him back again. Axel, is there anything else you need to instruct? Thatcher paused, asking with some confusion. Well, in order to ensure that this incident is brought under control, all of you must be on high alert. I hereby issue a kill on sight order. Anyone who encounters Jonas can immediately strike them down. Of course, if they have lost the ability to resist, you can seize the opportunity to protect and capture them, then bring them back. Thatcher nodded in understanding. Yes, Axel, I understand. Thatcher left with the order, taking along Daniel and some powerful Ephraims from the Heavenly Dao Sect. Meanwhile, in the heartland of the demonic races under the 7 Enchantresses' command, chaos and despair had descended. Not only were the sect Ephraims suffering, but the demonic race members were also in dire straits. Jonas and the Forbidden Beast were wreaking havoc indiscriminately. At first, the demons thought Jonas was an ally. However, as time passed, news of the Demon King's death spread, shifting their anger towards Jonas. By this time, Jonas had activated a mysterious technique, allowing him to absorb not just single foes but many more demons easily. The sheer number of demons around made the absorption process even easier. These guys are unexpectedly fierce. I like it. The spirit energy absorbed makes me stronger, he said, his veins and dantian filled with powerful energy, fueling his growing madness. He killed both cultivators and demons without distinction, each attack eliminating countless lives. Our chief has gone mad, hasn't he? Why is he so cruel? Those are some of our sex Ephraims. Should we also kill them? Kill them, if that's what the chief wants, we can't lag behind. A Hall Nina charged from the outside toward the beasts and sect Ephraims, tearing open a gap in the circle surrounding Jonas. Heaven help us, the Golden Sect is attacking from behind. Everyone, Be careful and avoid their attacks. Some managed to dodge in time, but many others fell victim to the sudden onslaught. Ha ha, well done, my warriors. Your killing speed surpasses even mine. Jonas felt proud of his followers' savagery. They gathered around him, making his power even greater. Warriors, help me capture the little demons. I need to absorb their demonic essence for my strength enhancement. With that, Jonas's face darkened, and he lunged at the crowd. His combat power kept increasing, even as his spirit energy drained. But his spirit energy continued to rise, though part of it remained unrefined. Soon, however, it would be completely fused through his powerful integration technique. Jonas, we are old enemies. Come, let's fight to the death. Alex sidestepped the Golden Sect Ephraims and launched a furious assault on Jonas. Instead of dodging, Jonas tried to absorb the other's spirit energy. How is this possible? You're trying to absorb my spirit energy? Indeed, Jonas boldly taunted. I'm trying to absorb your spirit energy. Why keep it for yourself when it could benefit me? Rest assured, I'll give you a proper resting place as compensation. Jonas ridiculed Alec shamelessly, but Alec was no pushover. He quickly withdrew his spirit energy, preventing Jonas from absorbing it. However, this limited his offensive capabilities, as whenever he gathered spirit energy for an attack, Jonas absorbed it. Ha, Ahmed, you can't escape. Your spirit energy will eventually belong to me. Jonas relentlessly attacked Alec, overwhelming him with every move. I won't believe you can do much to me. Alec struck back whenever Jonas wasn't absorbing, but it had minimal effect. His current strength was inferior to Jonas, and any opportunity was fleeting. Every time he attacked, Jonas switched to absorption mode. As time went on, Jonas's dominance over Alec grew. Die. Jonas had been toying with Alec, but when he finally acted, everything changed. Alec was thrown into the air like a ragdoll, his internal spirit energy running amok. However, an external force intervened before Jonas could fully absorb his energy. What? You stole my spirit energy? Jonas glared at the suddenly appearing Thatcher. If not for him, Jonas would have crippled Alec. He hadn't intended to kill Alec outright, but preferred to play with him slowly. You've done too much evil. Your end has come. Thatcher coldly sniffed and activated his powerful search soul technique, scanning every inch of Jonas's body. In an instant, he understood Jonas's abnormality. You're quite bold, Thatcher observed, amazed. Jonas had altered the speed of spirit energy absorption in one acupuncture point, transforming it into a bottomless pit where various energies poured in uncontrollably. Fortunately, Thatcher's brief engagement prevented him from being partially absorbed. Arlie, did you think that in just a few days, I could threaten your existence and inevitably replace you as the true sect Phil? Hashtag Chapter 94, Confrontation. Thatcher sneered. You really think that you can act recklessly after using despicable means to enhance your strength? Let me tell you, I won't give you the chance. You'll die a miserable death. Destined, will such threats work? Save your breath. Thatcher retorted with another sneer. You've already given it your all, but I haven't even begun. Upon hearing this, Faxon felt slightly provoked but quickly responded with a cold laugh. Destined, aren't you boasting too much? Be careful not to hurt your own tongue. Thatcher nodded, however. I also know that without giving it my all, it might not be easy to defeat you. To ensure victory, let's enter the ring and have an all-out battle. Faxon glanced around, shook his head mockingly. I didn't expect the Destined to show mercy. Why don't we just kill these trash now? Thatcher nodded, finding some sense in his words. You're right. Since that's the case, I'll start by killing your Ephraims first, then we can fight. Faxon froze at these words, hurriedly trying to dissuade him. Destined, no need. I understand. Let's enter the ring now. Faxon suddenly realized how foolish he had been. Why did he bring those Ephraims who were now just hindrances? The two of them simultaneously entered the ring for their fierce battle. After they vanished, the external fighting continued, with the forbidden beast also being transported into the ring. Ha, Destined, weren't you careless? If we fought alone, you might have stood a chance. But at a forbidden beast, and winning is nothing more than a dream. I don't believe I'm dreaming. However, you seem lost in one. It's not too late to turn back. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Just surrender now. Maybe I won't blame you, and perhaps your golden sect can continue existing. Thatcher said coldly. Since he decided to include the spirit beast, his aim was to thoroughly fight. Even with Faxon's significantly enhanced strength, defeating Thatcher remained wishful thinking. Even with the addition of the forbidden beast, there was still a vast gap. Fighting two formidable forces would only sustain him for half an hour before he was thoroughly defeated. At the start of the battle, however, Faxon exuded immense confidence, displaying combat power far above normal levels, posing a significant threat to Thatcher. Thatcher avoided Faxon's attacks and instead focused on the forbidden beast. Soon, the beast could no longer withstand the pressure, retaliating frantically to no avail. Roar! The beast spat tongues of fire in anger, each one depleting its fire element spirit energy. After a few attempts, it collapsed from the massive energy drain. Why don't you get up and at least maintain some dignity as a forbidden beast? Faxon grew increasingly frantic, pushing his own spirit energy furiously to aid the beast, thus facing greater pressure himself. I told you, give it some strength. I can't hold on for long without being overwhelmed. Faxon growled fiercely at the spirit beast. Hearing this, Thatcher sneered. So weak. Why don't you just surrender and save us the trouble? Why not this way? If you surrender, I might spare you and only kill him. My father mentioned that you've done him a favor, so he planned to let you live, just without explicitly stating it. Faxon's expression changed as he looked at the beast, clearly conflicted. The forbidden beast refused adamantly. Sure, you released me, but you're thinking of selling me out? Not a chance. Don't talk nonsense. How can I possibly surrender to him? Watch as I kill this Ahmed. He will die by my hand. With that, Faxon charged at Thatcher again, his inner spirit energy surging at least 30% more than before. Caden, I will conquer the world. No cultivator stands a chance against me. No matter how strong you are, you'll end up as my subordinate. Surrender now while you can. At least you have some courage. Without that, working together would be unthinkable. The forbidden spirit beast finally felt a bit of respect for Faxon. How can you suddenly boost your strength so dramatically? Thatcher couldn't help but feel taken aback. The situation was unexpected. What exactly was happening? Even he found it hard to comprehend. He was originally confident in subduing both the old villain and the beast, but this new variable threw everything off. Aren't you scared? It's not too late to surrender. Come on. Faxon was exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding the possibility of losing. I know that even geniuses have their limits. After all, you've cultivated far less time than I have. You're too inexperienced. If you understood the gap between us, you might have a chance to change greatly. But you won't have that opportunity, nor will I let you counterattack. Continue to be confused. After speaking, Faxon fused his spirit energy into a massive ball of fire intertwined with water, flashy yet practical. Heavenly Dao Sect Ephraim worriedly commented, Faxon is so fierce, Destined might be in danger. Nonsense. Destined is surely testing his abilities. He won't be harmed so easily. That's right. We all know Destined's strength. Even if Faxon becomes stronger, he can't match Destined. These moves are for probing. With the enhanced Faxon still unable to gain any advantage over Destined, it's evident Destined will win. Yeah, with his increased strength, Faxon can only match Destined, which shows their extraordinary power. I think Faxon will lose soon. Dreaming of ruling all cultivators, what arrogance. This time, we must eliminate Golden Sect completely, giving no room for comeback. Chapter 95, Abolishment. Yes, that's what we all think, but we don't know what the Arlie is thinking. Everyone was watching Thatcher's actions, knowing he would definitely give them a satisfactory response. Even though they might think this way, Thatcher, as the Arlie, could act differently from their expectations. How long can your enhanced combat power last? A quarter at most? Let's see how you continue dreaming after that. Thatcher stared calmly at the Evan, believing the final judgment lies in the hands of the victor. I don't believe you. You're joking. I can definitely defeat you. Even with less than a quarter to go, I'll make you understand what true strength means, and you will be the one who has to step aside for the stronger. At that moment, the Germain Ford's eyes seemed almost deranged, radiating immense energy, though he himself was unaware. Uh-oh, this guy's gone mad. He doesn't even know his own strength. Does he think his power is increasing when it's actually waning? Yes, maybe he's already lost his senses, not caring about reality, only thinking of killing. But I hope the Arlie can subdue him, or else something truly strange will happen. Indeed, this is too terrifying. That guy seems to have gone berserk, actually attacking the air. Unimaginable. Why would this happen? Could he really be completely deranged? Not quite. This might be his final madness, trying to harness his spirit energy with his last effort. But even for him, successfully controlling this much spirit energy is unlikely. Unless he finds a perfect way to suppress the turbulence of his spirit energy, he's bound to meet his end. Meanwhile, the Germain Ford felt the unusual behavior of the spirit energy within him, yet he didn't take it seriously. I can disable you anytime. If you surrender now, I can spare your life and preserve your strength. Do you believe me? Thatcher restrained his impulse to incapacitate the other man, aware that despite causing chaos, the other was still an elite of the sect. Removing him could lead to unforeseen consequences, allowing demon forces to rise, something Thatcher absolutely did not want to see. Richard, are you speaking nonsense? With your current strength, do you really think you can defeat me? You must be dreaming. I'll also give you a chance. Surrender within 10 minutes, or you will be killed on sight. Germain Ford's words were direct. The spirit energy circulating within him couldn't afford any delay. His final move was to swiftly eliminate Thatcher, removing the obstacle to his dominance. Finally, after countless efforts, he found some solace in accumulating spirit energy. Richard, having gathered enough spirit energy against you, it's time to strike. Germain Ford sneered, looking at Thatcher as if he were already defeated. Thatcher tensed up, feeling the massive force concentrated by the other man. How is this possible? It's a joke. You can't control this energy. Thatcher shook his head, realizing the Evan had been gambling, saving up spirit energy during each attack. Though it might have cost him slightly each time, he didn't mind. If he could deliver the fatal blow, he would come out on top. And now, after numerous attacks, he's finally found the opportunity. Richard, don't say I didn't give you a chance. This move will surely subdue you. Believe me? Thatcher's expression darkened. He also circulated his spirit energy, gathering a large amount for defense. However, due to the urgency, he could only form a purely defensive stance. The amount of spirit energy the opponent possessed was absurdly large, leaving Thatcher no choice but to brace for impact. Yes, this spirit energy is indeed prepared for you. Let's see if you can withstand it. Germain Ford's raging spirit energy surged toward Thatcher. Just as it was about to hit, a thin, nearly invisible film appeared before Thatcher, blocking the onslaught. Why? How can there be such powerful spirit energy here? Unimaginable. Despite its thinness, it exerts incomparable force, stopping Germain Ford's spirit energy. Yes, it seems the Arlie was well prepared. We worried for nothing. The observers outside breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a catastrophe. Look, that barrier is breaking. Can the Arlie resist? One cultivator, visibly startled, said to others. This certainly frightened many. Impossible. The Arlie is so strong. Since he chose to fight, how could he let the opponent have this chance? There must be some mistake. Yes, rest assured, the Arlie can turn things around. Some cultivators were fervently supportive of Thatcher, while others harbored doubts. In just a few breaths, the barrier before Thatcher broke several times but quickly reformed. After these exchanges, Germain Ford's spirit energy was completely dissipated, even shocking him. Chapter 96, Return to the Sect. How is this possible? You must have used some strange and unusual method. Tell me, how did you manage to do it? Golden Germain's face was one of astonishment, feeling as if he had missed something but could not put his finger on it. This is absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. How dare you target my spiritual energy? I won't let you die easily. Did you absorb my spiritual energy? The quantity inside me is now very scarce. Golden Germain's expression was filled with panic. This situation was hard for him to accept. Once spiritual energy disappears, it would only take a step to complete failure. He was truly terrified now. How did it turn out like this? I don't believe it. I'm going to take a risk. I will convert all your spiritual energy into mine. Golden Germain had a move called the Spiritual Energy Conversion Secret Technique that might consume 500 years of a cultivator's lifespan. Even though he didn't have those years left, he could overdraw from his future potential. This meant that after overdrawing these 500 years, he would lose the chance to break through to higher realms in the future, thus reducing his lifespan. Without hesitation, he overdrew these powers, converting them into powerful spiritual energy. He wanted to settle everything in one move and reclaim what belonged to him. If he could defeat Thatcher, everything he overdrew would return without any loss. But if he failed, death awaited him. Even if not killed directly, overdrawing would exhaust his remaining lifespan, leading to his demise. For a sect filled with great potential, this was an immense injury and pain. Caden, you made me lose so much. I'll get it all back from you. This time, Golden Germain intended to settle both old and new grievances with Thatcher. Thatcher felt no psychological burden. He was righteous while Golden Germain was like a pest disrupting the world. Would he fear the curses and anger of such a pest? Nonetheless, he sensed a dangerous aura from Golden Germain's spiritual energy. To prevent any accidents, he formed a protective shield of strong spiritual energy around himself. Although this shield was thin, it connected all parts. If one part was attacked, the others would immediately respond. Thus, this move could prevent sudden attacks, a crucial precaution for a cultivator. Sure enough, just as his shield was cast, he felt a significant surge of spiritual energy from behind him. This move posed a fatal threat, and he couldn't react in time. Sensing a huge wave of spiritual energy, his internal energy was greatly disturbed. It was definitely a killing blow. Without the barrier, he might have been caught off guard. However, he managed to block most of the attack with his shield. Even at this moment, Golden Germain's face remained full of laughter, oblivious to the fact that Thatcher had blocked his move. Why did Golden Germain sneak attack? Despicable. But it seems the Arlie isn't hurt. What happened? The crowd was surprised by the unexpected development. Obviously, the Arlie had prepared in advance. He already gave Golden Germain a chance to surrender, but instead, he became more arrogant. Now, it's his own fault. A cultivator who detested Golden Germain sneered. At this moment, Golden Germain realized the situation. What's happening? How did you block my move? Impossible. I knew you'd try to sneak attack, so I prepared in advance. What's wrong with that? Thatcher looked at Golden Germain sarcastically. Having lost all morals, he no longer deserved to be a sect fill. I'll remove your title as a sect fill. All of Ford's sect will be disbanded except for your loyalists. But they won't be killed. Golden Germain's face showed fury and helplessness upon hearing this. Just as he tried to resist, Thatcher disabled all his cultivation skills in one move. Even Golden Germain couldn't imagine Thatcher's strength. Quiet until now, yet decisive when acting. Truly formidable. Golden Germain only realized Thatcher's terror after being defeated. You're quite the skilled expert. Astonishing. Didn't expect to lose to you this time, but it can be a good story. Alright, now I've lost. Do whatever you want, whether it's killing or punishing me, I won't flinch. Golden Germain suddenly became defiant. He knew resistance was futile and submission was long overdue. I won't kill you. As I said before, my father remembers your past favors and ordered me to bring you back for judgment. Speaking, Thatcher bound Golden Germain tightly with spiritual energy and led him out of the ring. The Arlie is indeed powerful. Defeating Golden Germain ends our calamity. Yes, we avoided a catastrophe. Golden Germain even threatened to bury us all alive if he won. Some cultivators and demons were visibly shaken. Thatcher surveyed the surroundings and told everyone, let's leave. This place belongs to the demons, but their king is under my command. Please show respect. Hearing this, the cultivators, who planned to cause destruction, refrained from further actions. Arlie, there's no need to worry. We wouldn't do such things. If there are grudges, we'll resolve them on the battlefield. That's right. We are honorable people and wouldn't stoop so low. Everyone followed Thatcher, avoiding any conflict with the demons. Upon returning to the sect, Thatcher imprisoned Golden Germain immediately. Along the way, 2 Ephraims escorted the unconscious Golden Germain, whose strength had been completely stripped. Chapter 97. Weak Spirit Chi. Let me go. I am the head of the Ford clan, not a prisoner. You can't treat me like this. Do you know who you are dealing with? This is absurd. Bertie Ford's face was filled with fury, but he was now just an ordinary prisoner stripped of his spirit chi. At this moment, he had no power to resist anyone. You young whelps are truly despicable and utterly infuriating. How dare you treat me like this, disregarding my authority? That makes sense, but you're just an ordinary person now, with not a trace of spirit chi left. Why should we be afraid of you? Upon hearing these words, Bertie Ford felt uncomfortable all over. He glared at the younger generation, feeling they were intentionally mocking him. You unreasonable brats, I'll make you regret this. Fueled by rage, Bertie Ford lunged at the cultivators. Though the young cultivators weren't particularly afraid of him, they couldn't afford to underestimate him either. However, Bertie Ford did not act according to expectations. He quickly retreated after making a feint, clearly not intending to launch a real attack. With a determined look on his face, he pulled out a short sword and aimed it at his own neck. Seeing this scene, everyone present was taken aback. What's going on? Is Bertie Ford really trying to take his own life? Is this for real or just for show? Everyone was confused and misunderstood. Even if he was indeed affected, suicide seemed far too extreme. Though there were doubts, no one dared to stop him. Finally, Thatcher stepped in. I never thought it would come to this. Thatcher moved forward to save Bertie Ford, though he wasn't truly concerned about protecting him. It's frustrating to see you reduced to this state. You aren't that old, so why have you come to this point? Thatcher shook his head. The man was too preoccupied with reputation. If he were more mature, he would realize that life outweighs reputation. Now, the only thing that matters is changing. Everything else is irrelevant. Do you feel ashamed to face the people of Jiangdong? Actually, there's no need for that. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are common in military affairs. Even though you lost to me this time, if you reflect deeply, you might rise again in the future, as long as you do good deeds. These words took the fight out of him. You think you're someone important, lecturing me, a mere bear? Let me tell you, I will never submit to you. No matter how fierce you seem, I will beat you. Bertie Ford's expression grew even more ferocious, but his actions were helpless. You're quite something, daring to think such things. You're nothing more than an ordinary person now, Ephraim remarked. Bertie Ford still struggled to accept his new status as an ordinary person, growing increasingly enraged. I understand that accepting becoming ordinary is not easy at any time, but this is your own doing. Thatcher exchanged a few more words with him, not out of pity but to emphasize reality. Finished speaking, Thatcher ignored Bertie Ford and forcibly escorted him back. The whole way, Bertie Ford appeared disheartened. Although his bindings were removed, he abandoned thoughts of suicide. Thatcher led him back to the sect, while other Ephraims returned to their respective areas to rest. Thatcher brought 2 Ephraims along to escort Bertie Ford to Elmer. Axel, I've brought him here. After bringing Bertie Ford in, Thatcher prepared to leave, but Elmer stopped him. Wait here. I want to speak with him for a moment before you take him away. Elmer sighed. Bertie Ford, I never imagined we would meet under such circumstances. With the victor as king and the loser as bandit. Now that your son has captured me, you must feel very triumphant and smug, Bertie Ford sneered. How could I feel that way? I've always been grateful to you, with no other intentions. Elmer laughed bitterly, shaking his head, disappointed in Bertie Ford's misinterpretation. Don't be hypocritical. Aren't you just trying to repay past favors? Bertie Ford thought he saw through everything, imagining many scenarios based on his conjectures. I spared your life to repay your past kindness. Regardless of how significant those favors were, I've repaid them now. Elmer seemed relieved. All right, formalities are done. Take me away now. Wherever you choose is fine. Bertie Ford understood and appeared calm, perhaps having gained clarity after his attempted suicide. Recognizing further words were pointless, Elmer waved his hand. All right, take him down. Thatcher escorted Bertie Ford to the dungeon, where various prisoners were held. Some still retained strength, but their spirit chi was very weak. Others barely had any strength left. How can I be among these riffraff? I'm the powerful head of the Ford clan. To be with them is disgraceful. Bertie Ford struggled to leave, but was blocked by Thatcher's subordinates. Stop dreaming, Bertie Ford. Now that you're here, there's no reason to let you go. You'll spend your days here. Thatcher coldly laughed, then waved his hand. 2 Ephraims locked the dungeon and left. After handling the situation, Thatcher ordered guards to watch over the place, preventing the Ford clan from rescuing Bertie Ford. While Bertie Ford was now merely a titular head with no real influence, the Ford clan might try using him to cause trouble, which would be problematic despite Thatcher's strength. Chapter 98. Nonsense. After imprisoning Germain Ford, Thatcher paid no further attention to him. After all, the representatives from various major sects had gathered to denounce Germain Ford, and many issues remained unresolved. Those sects wanted nothing more than to execute Germain Ford. If the Heavenly Dao Sect couldn't give them a satisfactory explanation, it would likely lead to disunity among the 6 major sections. This included the Ford sect as well. At this moment, the Ford sect had hastily appointed a new sect Phil, although his strength couldn't compare to the previous Phil of the Ford sect. The Ford sect no longer sought solidarity with its former Phil. Instead, they demanded an immediate execution of the ex-sect Phil. Other sects did not express such urgent demands. However, Elmer suppressed these matters, his reasons straightforward and righteous. He openly stated that Germain Ford once had shown him kindness, and he was now returning the favor by using the power of the entire Heavenly Dao Sect to protect Germain Ford. With this explanation, other sects could hardly say anything more. Yet the Heavenly Dao Sect had inadvertently taken a stance opposing the other sects due to Germain Ford. A few days later, Thatcher couldn't help but find Elmer to discuss the matter of Germain Ford. Axel, if the other 5 major sects so desperately want Germain Ford dead, why don't we just fulfill their wishes? Thatcher said helplessly. But Elmer shook his head. No, the firmer they stand, the more steadfast we must be. Otherwise, what does it say about the Heavenly Dao Sect's word? As Thatcher was about to continue speaking, Ephraim's voice suddenly came from outside. Arlie Ian, Germain Ford has been harmed. Hearing this news, both were startled. Though Thatcher had wanted to take action against Germain Ford, he hadn't anticipated such a mysterious killing. Since Axel currently disagreed with executing Germain Ford, it appeared someone else might have done it. Really? Let's go see, Elmer said, and led Thatcher to where Germain Ford was held. Indeed, they found Germain Ford killed, eyes wide open, with an expression of immense reluctance. It was unclear what happened before his death to result in this appearance. After all, recently, Germain Ford agreed with the course of action. He had lost his cultivation powers. For someone who once possessed formidable combat strength, death might indeed seem like a relief. Yet even in this state, he looked visibly afraid of the one who killed him, suggesting he must have faced something terrifying. Axel, there's a demonic aura here, Thatcher pointed out to his father. Elmer examined the area and indeed found strong traces of demonic chi, which felt quite abnormal. Why is there demonic chi? Either some demons were present, or perhaps someone very skilled in concealing their presence acted, or possibly someone provided inside information, Elmer concluded logically. He looked at Thatcher. Son, you should question your demonic underlings. Did they do this to Germain Ford? If so, that would be troublesome. Thatcher nodded and immediately summoned several demon kings under his command to ask about Germain Ford. All 3 denied any involvement. Arlie, why would we do this? It provides us no benefit, Stacy denied, clearly perplexed. Thatcher turned to Daniel and Carter, both of whom also denied it. Arlie, we did not commit this act. If we had, we would acknowledge it immediately, never hiding. Thatcher nodded, maintaining trust in them. I know you probably didn't do anything, but since this has happened, someone will need to take responsibility. Daniel and others exchanged glances and nodded, understanding the implications. Arlie, you shouldn't overly protect us. It may not be good for you. If pressured, you can place the blame on us. Daniel immediately understood that discovering demonic traces could implicate them. Thatcher smiled. That situation hasn't arisen yet, but I hope you're prepared. Stacy and the three Demon Kings solemnly nodded. They knew their position within the sect complicated things, and dealing with the sect's Ephraims would be challenging. However, following Thatcher meant they weren't afraid of these issues. Sure enough, the news of Jermaine Ford's death spread quickly. Although the Heavenly Dao Sect did not officially announce it, rumors were rife. Did you hear? Jermaine Ford has been killed, a Water Sect member told a Wood Sect member with a laugh. Really? Impossible. Didn't the Heavenly Dao Sect Phil say he wouldn't kill Jermaine Ford because of past kindness? But you don't know. It wasn't done by the Heavenly Dao Sect but by a demon that infiltrated and killed him. The cultivator's face showed excitement, sensing a potential significant event. Seriously? That's explosive. The Ford Sect and demons will surely clash. At that time, even the Arlie of the Heavenly Dao Sect might be affected. They laughed silently, wary of speaking loudly about such sensitive matters related to the Heavenly Dao Sect. What are you talking about? A thunderous voice interrupted them, startling both. It's just a Ford Sect lackey, one cultivator jeered, mocking. You. Nonsense. The Ford Sect member retorted, infuriated. Chapter 99. The Greatest Suspect. The Golden Sect Ephraim immediately became agitated, and wanted to confront the two of them. If you dare to speak nonsense one more time, do you believe that my long sword will immediately send both your heads rolling? Upon hearing this, the person who had just spoken suddenly looked somewhat displeased. Your sect's Grandnina has already been eliminated. Why are you still acting so smug? Upon hearing this, the Golden Sect Ephraim was instantly startled, drawing in a sharp breath. What did you say? What happened to our Grandnina? For most Ephraims of the Golden Sect, their true Grandnina was naturally only one person, the former Grandnina who had been locked away in the cellar all along. Even with the new Grandnina now chosen, they could not forget the former Grandnina. Only the former Grandnina had truly elevated the Golden Sect to its highest position, almost reaching its peak. Thus, even if the former Grandnina had failed, they still regarded him as their fill. Your Grandnina is dead, killed by the Beast Clan. Satisfied? The Water Sect Ephraim sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, the Golden Sect Ephraim appeared utterly astonished, not expecting such sudden tragic news. How is that possible? You're lying. Our Grandnina can't be so weak. He can't leave us Ephraims like this. To this Ephraim, the Grandnina of the Golden Sect represented his hope. He would never allow the Grandnina to die so unjustly. You're all bullying us of the Golden Sect, trying to trample us into the mud. We refuse to let this happen. We'll make you give us an explanation for this. After saying this, the Golden Sect Ephraim immediately vanished into the distance. He intended to inform the other Golden Sect Ephraims about this matter, so they could respond promptly. The Golden Sect Ephraims were instantly thrown into turmoil. They had originally planned when they might plead with the Heavenly Dao Sect to release their Grandnina. But then this happened. How could the Heavenly Dao Sect be so irresponsible, not protecting our Grandnina? What should we do now? Many members of the Golden Sect were at a loss. Even the nominal current Grandnina of the Golden Sect was somewhat flustered. He knew well that the person who truly held everyone together was the former Grandnina. Under different circumstances, he could merely sit on top as a figurehead. Now that the Grandnina was dead, wouldn't this mean he could play a little role? He couldn't help but feel a bit excited, but he also knew he mustn't show it. Otherwise, others might turn on him in anger and eliminate him. Now, aligning with everyone's sentiments meant demanding an explanation from the Heavenly Dao Sect according to their wishes. Anyway, since the former Golden Sect Grandnina was dead, seeking justice wouldn't bring him back to threaten his position. Moreover, doing this would gain him more support among the people. Let me say something. Shouldn't we find the Heavenly Dao Sect and hold them accountable for giving an explanation for our former Grandnina? The current Grandnina of the Golden Sect said coldly. Everyone present responded positively. Grandnina speaks wisely. We should seek an explanation. Yes, at this moment, we should demand justice for our former Grandnina, or many things won't add up. But the Heavenly Dao Sect is powerful. Isn't it unwise to confront them directly? What does confronting mean? Shouldn't it be the Heavenly Dao Sect's responsibility to protect someone they've taken captive? That's right. We should insist on discussing this properly. Never give up, no matter what happens. Alright, then we should send a few people to meet with Phils from other sects to see the head of the Heavenly Dao Sect together. With pressure from other sects, I believe the Heavenly Dao Sect head will give us an answer. Yes, in this situation, they can't deny it. If our Grandnina was openly killed by the Heavenly Dao Sect, that's one thing. But if he was secretly murdered, that's another. Golden Sect Ephraim stood up one after another in indignation, demanding an explanation from the Heavenly Dao Sect. Other sects quickly learned about the matter, and were somewhat delighted at their misfortune, curious to see how the Heavenly Dao Sect would handle it. Arriving at the location of the Heavenly Dao Sect, a servant went inside to report, and soon came out with news that everyone should gather at the council hall. Quickly, Heavenly Dao Sect Ephraims led everyone there. All gathered, waiting for the Emil and Grandnina of the Heavenly Dao Sect. A short while later, the Emil and Grandnina arrived together. Everyone rose respectfully, showing at least the minimal respect to their host. Please take your seats, don't be too formal. Let's discuss this matter thoroughly. Elmer smiled as he spoke to everyone. This matter involved much confusing evidence and clues. Elmer didn't want to rush too hastily, lest they take the wrong path. However, many seemed very eager to resolve the matter immediately, feeling every moment wasted was crucial. The Heavenly Dao Sect head, this matter must be investigated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the harder it will be to find any answers. Yes, with so many of us here, how can we back down over such a small issue? It's said that the Beast Clan is responsible. In my opinion, investigating them first is best. A water sect Ephraim stood up and said. As he spoke, he glanced at Daniel and others beside Thatcher. Feeling the glance, Daniel exploded. What's your look for? Do you want a beating? Though Daniel felt depressed about the situation, he wasn't someone anyone could easily offend. Why are you so arrogant? Although I suspect the Beast Clan, it's not aimed at you. The water sect Ephraim replied coldly. Then he turned to Elmer and said, Heavenly Dao Sect head, please arbitrate. Am I correct? Elmer hesitated for a moment before replying, this matter is complicated, but I think there's some logic to it. The Beast Clan does have significant suspicion this time, and you, Daniel, and the rest being in the Heavenly Dao Sect, have the greatest suspicion. Elmer had already decided that since they were suspicious, the investigation should start with them. Even if it proved later that they were wrongly accused, it didn't matter. This was the principle of truth becoming clearer through debate. Exactly, Grandnina. You speak wisely. Chapter 100, Setting Out Together. At this moment, Daniel knew that his silence would only lead to worse outcomes and not change the situation favorably. He decided to confront the conspiracy head-on. Grandnina, we hope to prove ourselves. I intend to return to our gathering place of the demon race to find answers, he declared. If it is truly the work of our demon race, we will not cover up or protect anyone. At this point, he looked at the Water Clan representative. If we did not do this, we must reclaim our reputation and honor. We will not tolerate any slander against us. Well said. We will never allow such things to happen. Sierra and another Lexi stood up to support Daniel. In truth, their demon race was united, just divided into various tribes. Under external pressure, they immediately became a cohesive force. This unity was the reason the demon race had flourished over so many years without decline. Jalmer nodded in agreement, satisfied with the response. However, he knew it was best to consult others for their opinions. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Please do not hesitate. A productive discussion will benefit everyone here. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The Water Clan immediately supported the idea. Our Water Clan supports this wholeheartedly. But if they are indeed guilty, we expect the Heavenly Dao Sect not to stand in our way as we eliminate the threat, the Water Clan representative said assertively, trying not to offend the Heavenly Dao Sect. Jalmer smiled and nodded. Naturally. As I've said before, there will be no cover-ups. Other sects also voiced no objections and joined in support. Good. Since everyone agrees, let him investigate immediately, with a 10-day deadline. Immediately after Jalmer's words, Daniel left the Heavenly Dao Sect conference hall to begin his investigation swiftly. Their demon race's integrity must not be defamed. On his way down the mountain towards the demon territory, although he had been away for a long time, all demon clansmen would heed his call, and any involved in this matter would face punishment. Prince Saint, since you have accepted us under your command, we naturally won't embarrass you. Those who watch our misfortune, they'll not succeed easily, Daniel mused with a cold smile. Originally needing a day to reach demon territory, he arrived in just half a day. Yet, the closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. Why were there no demons in sight? Even a few guard demons would be better than this. Like the entire nest was empty, not a single small demon in view. Feeling something amiss, Daniel considered reporting back to Thatcher, but ultimately decided against it. Let me search here first. Maybe I can find other demons to chat with and learn more about the situation. Daniel shouted out into the distance. Demon clansmen, quickly come out and greet your Lexi. Using powerful demonic energy, his voice spread throughout the entire territory, but no demon responded. Silence reigned over the demon land. Too quiet. It's eerie. Could the demon race have been utterly eradicated? Who in this world possesses such power? After about 15 minutes, finding no response, Daniel started searching for clues around the area but found nothing useful. Concerned, he felt it necessary to report this to Thatcher. You're saying you saw not a single demon in the demon territory? That is truly strange, Thatcher remarked, intrigued. Indeed, Prince Saint, I wanted to gather evidence, but without anyone to interrogate, I returned to discuss this matter with you, Daniel explained. Jalmer nodded, agreeing that returning was the right move. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. Daniel felt relieved. Thank you, Prince Saint. It's very kind of you to come along. Preparations took about 15 minutes. Jalmer, Sierra, another Lexi, and Daniel set off together. Half a day later, they arrived at Daniel's demon territory, which was eerily devoid of life. The demonic aura here has weakened, indicating they left some time ago, Jalmer noted. Daniel was stunned. Could they have faced some trouble after we left the mountain? This is quite unusual. Worried, Daniel feared the worst for the small demons. Jalmer glanced at him and chuckled. Don't worry too much. Their absence isn't necessarily bad. Perhaps they were dealing with urgent matters. And if they encountered danger, so many small demons might have evacuated voluntarily. Even if captured by enemies, they likely wouldn't all be eliminated. There'd be no point. Daniel felt slightly reassured. You're right, Prince Saint. Let's thoroughly check the surroundings. We might find clues. Sierra added. Maybe nearby populated areas could provide clues we're missing. Daniel smacked his forehead. Right. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Thus, they decided to expand their search. ##### Chapter 101. Absorption of Demon Power. The four immediately began searching nearby for clues, each in the same area, planning to meet back at a designated location. After a day, they reconvened, and it turned out that each had found clues pointing to Baying City. What is this Baying City? So many clues lead there, said Stacy, feeling uneasy. She sensed that something massive was hidden behind this. If we want to uncover the secrets, we must investigate Baying City, one of them responded. Perhaps you'll find members of your demon clan there. If that's true, you'll have ways to deal with it. Alright, Lucius, let's go now. My intuition tells me we will definitely find something there, Daniel said excitedly and impatiently. The four immediately set off for Baying City. They happened upon an open-air tea house on the roadside. Daniel smiled, finding it interesting. Lucius, why don't we drink some tea first before investigating? Thatcher thought about it and nodded. The four sat at a table, watching passers-by. The owner came over to fill their teacups. At that moment, a storyteller began narrating fervently. Do you know? In our Baying City, there exists a great adept who can refine demons into elixirs. The power of such adepts spans heaven and earth. Even powerful demons fear them. I speak freely here because these adepts safeguard our Baying City. This caught Thatcher and the others' attention. Halmston to what he's saying about demons. It might be related to our mission, Thatcher said. Several demon clan members listened intently. To tell you all, there are 3 demon kings who each command vast territories, holding formidable power. But even powerful demons have their moments of weakness. They were captured by the immortals of Heavenly Dao Sects and became subordinates, leaving the other demons filless and vulnerable. Initially, it was manageable, but over time, as the demon kings didn't return, hidden hands grew bolder. Daniel and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected this reason for the demon's plight. It seems this storyteller knows the inside story. While he adds dramatization, the core truth is clear. Daniel clenched his fists, confirming the culprits were in Baying City. Their power was formidable. It might be a tough match for them. Excellent. We'll make sure they regret this, Daniel said, his spiritual energy rippling slightly. Thatcher gave him a stern look, and he quickly suppressed his energy. How foolish of me to release any aura here. Fortunately, no one paid much attention. His eyes remained fixed on the storyteller. Our adepts can refine demons into elixirs. No matter how many demons come, they'll only end up as potions. Isn't that amazing? Everyone applauded, calling it remarkable. Where do these adepts reside? I wish to pay homage. They likely hide among ordinary people, not revealing their identities easily. These adepts are indeed powerful, subduing and refining demons into elixirs. If I could do that, I'd be flying high already. Who could possess such divine abilities? It's hard to imagine such beings exist. Nonsense they do, just not like you. Afterwards, the storyteller continued chatting with listeners. From this, Daniel and the others learned that some cultivators were capturing demons under the guise of punishment for nefarious deeds. Indeed, demons are being targeted. But we don't know which faction is responsible, Thatcher sighed, finding the matter complex. Lucius, leave this investigation to us. We'll uncover everything. Absolutely, such heinous acts against our clan are despicable. Stacy and Carter agreed. Agreed. Let's split up and reconvene here in half a day, Thatcher ordered. Immediately, they dispersed, vanishing without a trace. Each felt the strong spiritual energy, but some carried traces of demon energy, making them prime suspects. Daniel soon discovered a family specializing in absorbing demon power to enhance their cultivation. These aren't typical cultivators. They're rogue practitioners, Daniel thought, widening his eyes. He quickly returned to discuss his findings with Thatcher. Can cultivators absorb demon energy to enhance their cultivation? Thatcher was also puzzled, impressed by the ingenuity. That must be the place. We should infiltrate with both insiders and external support. Daniel was pleased. Exactly my thought. I'll serve as the insider since I can make capturing easier for them. Lucius, you'll track us covertly, maintaining contact once we find their location. They finalized the plan and began acting accordingly. Daniel approached the gathering spot where cultivators purportedly boosted their power through spiritual energy. He provoked a cultivator, exposing his demon energy. Chapter 102. Lexi. Kid, are you a demon? The cultivator who was confronted not only showed no fear, but actually appeared overjoyed. Daniel's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. To this cultivator, Daniel was an existence that could crush him. No one could possibly take such an entity lightly. Even to avoid intimidating cultivators, Daniel had already suppressed his spirit energy to the minimum. Still, his power was undeniably astonishing. That's right, I am a demon. I utterly despise you human cultivators. Are you upset? Got any guts to practice with me? Daniel said, his face showing excitement. The human cultivator didn't appear angry at all. Instead, he directly took out an unidentified object and started blowing into it. Woo! A low, resonant sound echoed far away. Soon, a large wave of powerful energy fluctuations approached from not far off. These energy waves, though seemingly not overwhelming, were all very peculiar, containing both the spirit energies of common cultivators and many demons. They seemed to be incredibly eager because the tone of the sound indicated they had caught a big fish. Without delay, from the moment the sound was blown until these people surrounded Daniel, it took merely a few breaths of time. This guy is indeed a big fish. We hit the jackpot this time, a cultivator exclaimed joyfully. Yes, but his strength isn't weak. Everyone be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Anyone capable of wandering here really can't be just a regular little demon. These cultivators hesitantly attacked, thinking it would cost them greatly to subdue Daniel. However, within mere moments, after resisting dozens of moves, Daniel was quickly taken down. Ferguson's, am I dreaming? How could we run into such luck? This is a genuine wild catch. Whether wild or domesticated, as long as it provides us with enough demonic beast energy to absorb, that's what matters. I think this guy will definitely produce plenty of demonic beast energy for us. Yeah, I agree. It's not easy getting to this point. We never thought about this before. Just seeing him tall and imposing, we assumed he must be powerful. Now it seems like we scared ourselves unnecessarily. The group of cultivators were utterly bewildered, feeling like a heaven-sent opportunity. This is indeed great, but everyone should not let it cloud our judgment. What if this guy has some ulterior motive in approaching us? Despite appearing slightly frenzied, a few of these cultivators were more composed. No matter his purpose, now that we have restrained his entire spirit energy and bound him immovably, he can only be at our mercy. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yeah, well done. Let's report back immediately. Catching such a big fish this time will surely suffice. After thoroughly restraining Daniel, they immediately returned to their lair with him. A smirk played on the corners of Daniel's lips. Nearby, Thatcher stealthily followed. Even Thatcher hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly. These guys were indeed overconfident, but they still haven't figured out which faction they belonged to, so he couldn't risk alarming them. He skillfully followed them while occasionally concealing himself. They were also cautious, frequently looking back to ensure no one was tracking them. However, they wouldn't expect that Thatcher was ahead of them. After approximately 3 hours, Thatcher watched as these people entered a mansion through a back door and then remained inside. Seeing Daniel being dragged in, Thatcher began to wander around. He soon saw an barely woman passing by and quickly asked her, "Excuse me, ma'am, may I ask whose residence this is?" Thatcher looked like an ordinary handsome Nicholas, so the barely woman didn't give it much thought. "Son, this is the Luo family estate, wealthy and influential," she replied. Hearing this, Thatcher smiled and said, "The Luo family? How grand are they? Seems pretty average to me." The barely woman laughed heartily and responded, "Richard, you clearly don't understand. Halmston up. The Luo family has many powerful cultivators, each extremely strong. And they have connections with the 6 great sects, making them practically celestial beings." Thatcher couldn't help but show astonishment on his face. "Richard, convinced now? The name of the 6 great sects alone can strike fear into anyone's heart, let alone if they really act. I tell you, be very careful. If you meet someone from the Luo family, don't shout loudly, or they'll cause trouble for you." With that, the barely woman waved goodbye. "Richard, I've told you enough. Be cautious. I'm off now." After bidding farewell to the barely woman, Thatcher stared at the back gate and high walls of the Luo family estate, contemplating how to enter. Meanwhile, Daniel was already brought to the Luo family's dungeon. Unbelievably vast, it hinted at how many innocent people were confined within. As soon as he entered, Daniel sensed the thick demonic aura. The demonic aura here is indeed formidable. Looks like many of my demon kin are imprisoned. Daniel clenched his teeth, but, for the greater good, he endured. Any trouble here might affect the Emil's plan. Walking a short distance and turning a corner, Daniel saw numerous demon kin densely packed behind iron bars, locked in with a huge brass lock. Seeing Daniel come in, they became agitated. "Lexi, you have come? Lexi, are you here to save us?" Upon hearing this, the cultivators holding Daniel grew wary. Previously, they had heard rumors of his extraordinary strength and needed to be extra cautious. Could this guy really be the Lexi? ##### Chapter 103, Leaking Secrets. Are you the legendary Lexi? An adept looked at the Lexi with a tense expression and asked. Daniel smirked coldly, nodding his head. "Yes, I'm the Lexi, but now it's like a tiger in the plain being bullied by dogs." Hearing this, the adept slightly relaxed. "Well then, since you're a toothless and clawless tiger, I'm not afraid of you anymore." He sneered. After turning off the cage's power, the adept's expression changed. "I need to report this matter to the clan Vince immediately. They need to make a decision. There's a Lexi here, which is probably not good news. Either we take care of this Lexi first, or quickly drive him away." The adept's thoughts were quite reasonable. He quickly reported it, but the Vince was not around. He anxiously paced back and forth in front of the Vince's residence, hoping the Vince would return soon so he could report the incident. However, what he didn't know was that the Vince was still busy. Upon hearing that the Arli of the Heavenly Dao Sect had arrived, he certainly couldn't remain indifferent. After all, while the Luo clan appeared arrogant and overbearing in this generation, they were eager to curry favor with powerful entities like the Heavenly Dao Sect. Despite having a method to absorb demon beast powers to become stronger, they still needed to show utmost respect and behave properly until they surpassed the major sects to ensure their continued existence. "These guys really went all out as soon as they found out my identity," Thatcher chuckled coldly as he waited outside Andoni's gate. In less than a few minutes, a commotion arose inside, followed by a group of people emerging. They were all dressed lavishly, exuding an aura of authority. However, the aura within them was a mix of cultivator spirit energy and demon beast energy, making them both powerful and eerie. "You are the Arli of the Heavenly Dao Sect. My apologies for not welcoming you far enough. Please forgive me," said the most splendidly dressed Callum who approached Thatcher, his demeanor extremely respectful. But Thatcher could sense the strong fluctuation of cultivator spirit energy mixed with demon beast energy within him. Clearly, the other party was still wary of him, as someone unknown suddenly claiming to be the Arli of the Heavenly Dao Sect, even if he looked genuine, warranted caution. Your Luo clan has quite a prosperous population and vast influence. You can even be found dozens of miles away. Impressive indeed," Thatcher smiled and commented casually. This immediately caused a change in the adept's expression. "Arli, I wonder what your intent is regarding this matter. Indeed, our people venture far to obtain better treasures and strengthen ourselves. I believe the Heavenly Dao Sect is no different," the Luo clan Vince laughed, finding Thatcher's question somewhat peculiar and unfocused. But the more unfocused he seemed, the more mysterious Thatcher felt, making him hesitant to offend him easily. "Yes, you're right. That's why I say you're exceptional, showing remarkable ambition." With this single sentence, Thatcher pointed out the Vince's ambitions, implying he might have various ulterior motives. The Vince did not deny it. Marley, your observations are indeed accurate. But such ambitions are only natural, wouldn't you agree?" Everything remained unsaid, yet the atmosphere became slightly tense. Thatcher, however, controlled the situation. "Jermaine Luo, I've heard there's a presence of demon beast aura within your Luo clan. Is this true or false?" This sentence startled the Luo clan Vince, making him widen his eyes in shock, unsure who had leaked this secret. "Arli, this is baseless slander and rumors. We absolutely do not harbor any demon beasts, and whenever we encounter one, we immediately destroy it," the Vince said nervously. For cultivation sects, this was a significant matter. After all, cultivators and demon beasts had deep enmity and rarely interacted. and if they did, it was often lethal. Using demon beast spirit energy to grow stronger was also practiced secretly by some, but not everyone had the means, making it a guarded secret. Do you realize how serious it is if you truly harbor demon beasts? Any cultivation sect with a vendetta against demon beasts will seek revenge on you, Thatcher sternly warned. This was indeed severe, as those with grudges would likely target the demon beasts, but the Luo clan could also be implicated. Arlie, even without you saying so, we understand. But this must be malicious gossip. I trust you won't heed it, right? The Vince spoke diplomatically, almost forcing admiration from Thatcher. But no amount of eloquence could override facts. As Thatcher engaged in idle chat with the Vince, he knew Daniel was already acting. Soon, he would burst into action, exposing the Luo clan's secrets. Meanwhile, the adept guarding Daniel was pacing frantically, realizing he couldn't wait any longer and needed to eliminate Daniel immediately. But at that moment, Daniel had already freed several demon subordinates, who were now charging at the adepts. Within a few breaths, these defenders were thoroughly overwhelmed. If not for their despicable method of temporarily suppressing our demon beast spirit energy, they wouldn't stand a chance against us, a subordinate bitterly told Daniel. Lexi, at least 10% of our demon offspring have been absorbed by Luo clan cultivators. Please avenge them. Daniel nodded solemnly. Rest assured. ####Chapter 104, The Underground Entrance. Thatcher spent some time engaging with old birdie Luo, then immediately followed the Luo family members to the guest quarters. Axel, what do you think this Chris intends by coming here? Benton said with a somewhat sinister expression. He had always felt that Thatcher might have some ulterior motives, but he could not find any evidence. This guy must have uncovered some clues and wants to take action against the demon race. However, as a cultivator, he surely wouldn't come to save the demons. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look puzzled, unable to fathom their intentions. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him. Clan Jamal, those guys are rebelling. All our guards in the dungeon have been killed. A bloodied cultivator knelt before the Clan Jamal, his face full of distress as he spoke. What? A rebellion? Who gave them the nerve? Weren't they all bound by their spiritual energy? Old birdie Luo was astonished. He never expected such an event to occur. Could it be the work of that Heavenly Dao Sect's Chris? Did he get close to the dungeon where the demons are held? Upon hearing this, the cultivator shook his head and replied, no cultivators approach the dungeon, but the newly imprisoned demon seems very powerful. According to the lesser demons, it's the Lexi. Upon hearing this, old birdie Luo stomped his foot, his face showing frustration. How did we not know about this major event? Alexi infiltrated us. Thankfully, there is a great suppressing demon formation in the dungeon, otherwise, we would have truly lost. Old birdie Luo pointed outward and said to Benton, let's go see what happened in the dungeon together. We absolutely cannot let this so-called Lexi take the lesser demons away. Otherwise, the Luo family will be utterly ruined. One must understand that dealing with demons was a matter of righteousness, but keeping them captive and absorbing their powers seemed rather inhumane. Axel, once we see if this so-called Lexi stirs up trouble, if the commotion gets too big, I think we should turn him and his subordinates into ashes. Benton's eyes grew more fierce. He had never shown any kindness to the demons. Still, absorbing their spiritual energy was very satisfying to him. You're right, they need to pay the price. Though these lesser demons are numerous, without a fill, they're just worms. But if Alexi is involved, they become a dragon, a force not to be underestimated. The Luo father and son arrived at the dungeon. Seeing demonic energy swirling but locked inside the suppressing demon formation, they were slightly relieved. Great, you, the so-called Lexi, coming to my Luo family to show off your power. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Benton pointed at Daniel, his expression growing colder. What's so good about your so-called Luo family? You merely rely on power to bully others. Do you think our demon race has no one to stand up for it? When I wasn't present, you captured so many demons. If you tried again after releasing them, you'd see the true strength of our race, Daniel said coldly, his gaze hardening. If he had arrived any later, who knows what would have happened. For a so-called Lexi, to say such things, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Why should we give you time to prepare before fighting you? Do you really think the world revolves around you, that it can't function without you? Hearing this, Daniel's expression grew even colder. Dispel this formation, let's fight fairly, or else you aren't even worthy of being called men. The Luo father and son replied smugly, this formation is our best weapon against you. Why should we dispel it? Are you going to disperse your demonic aura on your own? Realizing that verbal provocation wouldn't make them lift the formation, Daniel understood he couldn't just watch as the demonic energy of his followers was drained away. Benton said to old birdie Luo, Axel, why don't we absorb all the demon's spiritual energy? That way, the Chris won't detect any demon energy. What do you think? After a moment's thought, old birdie Luo nodded, then let's drain all their energy. It will make us stronger, and when the Heavenly Dao Sect's Chris tries to deal with us, we'll be prepared. In just a few words, they decided the fate of these demons. Your power may be strong, but it will soon belong to us, Benton sneered triumphantly at Daniel. An invisible force began extracting the demonic energy from the demons, slowly killing them. Stop. What right do you have to take our energy? Stop now, or our demon army will raze this place to the ground. A small demon cried out in anguish. This time, hopelessness loomed over them. They had just met their Lexi and were now facing certain doom. Meanwhile, Sierra was tirelessly searching for Daniel. The demon kings had divided their efforts. Thatcher attacked openly, Daniel played the role of a soft target, while Sierra attempted to rescue everyone through the guise of helping the soft target. The plan was solid, but they hadn't considered the suppressing demon formation. Sierra moved swiftly within the Luo family compound. She gradually heard faint cries for help from her kin. Although weak, these cries were unmistakable. Initially thinking she had misheard, moments later, she sensed strange fluctuations of spiritual energy. This is demon energy. There must be demons nearby. Sierra became alert. Sensing subtle changes in the energy, she quickly found a breakthrough, a passage leading underground. From this entrance, not only did demon energy pulses emerge, but also a faint scent of blood, whether from demons or the Luo family. Hopefully, it's not the demons who are suffering. ##### Chapter 105, Variables. Following the underground passage, Sierra walked deeper in, feeling the demonic aura growing stronger with each step. She couldn't help but feel tense. Could this be where the demon clansmen were imprisoned? No wonder she couldn't find them above ground. They had been brought here. Demon clan compatriots, I've come to rescue you. A look of excitement flashed across her face as she quickly dashed forward. However, her attempt was thwarted. There's a barrier blocking me, but how can such a thin layer of spiritual energy stop me? The barrier before her was clearly just a thin layer of spiritual energy that could temporarily halt her, but would not stop her indefinitely. Break. With a casual gesture, Sierra shattered the barrier and continued forward. At the same time, Benton and Steve, who were preparing to absorb all the demon clan's spiritual energy, abruptly halted their preparations. Axel, what's wrong? I sensed an unusual fluctuation in your spiritual energy, Benton said, eyes wide in astonishment. It's nothing. Someone has arrived. Be cautious. Don't let them catch us off guard. The Luo father and son watched as Sierra broke through the barrier and rushed toward them without any hindrance. Aren't you Luo family people too tyrannical? You want to imprison all our demon clansmen? Do you think we are lambs for the slaughter? Sierra felt an intense pain seeing the injured demons. Moreover, these demons were still being continuously drained of spiritual energy. You're doing very well. I want to see when this will end. Sierra noticed Daniel and immediately asked, what's going on? Why is your spiritual energy also being drained? Daniel glanced up at the invisible demon suppressing array and warned, there's an invisible formation above. Don't enter it, or you'll be suppressed as well. Hearing this, Sierra exclaimed angrily, no way. I have to save you from this array. She channeled her powerful demonic spiritual energy and prepared to break through the formation barrier. However, formations were formidable constructs created by ancient cultivators. Breaking them wouldn't be easy. Benton and the barely Steve were somewhat surprised, realizing Sierra's strength wasn't bad. Why don't we capture her as well? Her spiritual energy doesn't seem much different from that of the so-called Lexi. If we can absorb her, we might gain significant power. Benton looked at Sierra, greed flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, Daniel was alarmed. Sierra was the key variable in their chance to escape. They couldn't let her fall into the hands of these two men. Sierra, you must go now. Don't get entangled with them. Find the Danny quickly. At this moment, Daniel wasn't sure if Thatcher's identity had been exposed, so he simply referred to him as the Danny. No, I need to save you first. How can I leave without rescuing you? Sierra shook her head, firmly rejecting the idea. Daniel stomped his foot in frustration, seeing Benton and Steve approaching Sierra, ready to seize the opportunity to capture her. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Any delay could harm Sierra and everyone else. Daniel furiously channeled his demonic power, wrapping it around himself like a spear tip, then lunged forward. This kid really thinks he can break the formation? How overconfident, Benton sneered, shaking his head. To him, Anton was deluding himself. If it were that easy to break through the formation, it wouldn't be worth much and could be discarded. However, his eyes widened in shock when he saw the formation crack under Daniel's assault. Realizing the urgency, Luo Dorian and Benton hurriedly tried to maintain the formation, but Daniel took the initiative, keeping the crack open. Hurry, spread the word and let the Danny know to come save us, Daniel told Sierra. Thinking about Thatcher nearby, who could certainly rescue them, Sierra nodded and prepared to swiftly escape from the dungeon. Seeing this, Luo Dorian and Benton did not dare delay and abandon Daniel for the moment. Though they didn't know how powerful Daniel's so-called Danny was, they didn't want to risk it. If the Danny really came, it would introduce new variables. As for the cracked formation, they were confident they could suppress Daniel, especially since a demon of his level could only break free by burning his own origin essence blood. They underestimated Daniel's resolve, however. He tried countless methods to widen the crack, but found none effective until he sensed a slight fluctuation in his origin essence blood. Realizing something, he used his origin essence blood to boost his spiritual energy. To be safe, he burned only 2 drops of origin essence blood. His spiritual energy surged threefold and easily broke through the formation. The formation crumbled and dissipated into nothingness. Daniel finally relaxed slightly, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Your Majesty, are you alright? Wake up, Your Majesty. These were the last words Daniel heard before losing consciousness. Escaping from the dungeon, Sierra immediately tried to locate Thatcher using her connection with the Lucius. However, within the Luo family compound, some form of restriction seemed to be placed on the demons, making her connection to Thatcher only a vague direction or feeling. Desperate, she shouted aloud from above the Luo family compound. Lucius Birdie, where are you? I have urgent news to report. Her cry did not bring Thatcher, but it did attract Benton and Steve. Good heavens, no wonder the Heavenly Dao Sect's Lucius was so interested in the demonic aura here. He's allied with the demons? Benton was surprised but soon figured it out. It seems the Heavenly Dao Sect is just like us, wanting to absorb the demon's spiritual energy and eat alone. Chapter 106, Powerful Moves. Having figured out the crux of the matter, Dorian Luo said to Benton, hurry and gather your forces for a preemptive strike. Surround and kill the Arlie of the Heavenly Way Sect. Do not let him leave here. Upon hearing this, Benton froze for a moment but quickly realized they had no other choice. Yes, father. I'll go right away. Benton hadn't taken 2 steps when a figure darted out from the courtyard. Are you planning to deal with me? Isn't it too late now? You haven't prepared your people. Do you plan on giving up? Hearing this, Benton and Dorian Luo became furious. The Arlie of the Heavenly Way Sect is actually siding with the demonic races, pretending that there's an excess of demonic aura here. Ridiculous. Son, Activate the formation and capture this fake Arlie, ordered the Vince immediately, realizing what was happening. He urged his son to act without giving the Nicholas any chance. Indeed, age brings wisdom rang true in this situation. You always overestimate yourself, Otis. Do you think you can control everything, especially here in your territory? Thatcher sneered with mockery. He didn't take the Luo family seriously at all. Though their individual powers seemed strong, they lacked coordination. Moreover, they couldn't leverage each other's strengths. Thus, during battles, they couldn't unite their forces. Even if someone was relatively powerful, they were merely a pack of wolves compared to a fierce tiger. Benton attempted to suppress Thatcher using the town's laws. However, this move proved ineffective. Thatcher effortlessly dodged this attack. Such speed would normally be impossible under ordinary circumstances. Yet, no one realized how such immense energy could suddenly transform. What's going on? Why did my formation fail to restrict him? Benton was baffled. He thought he had done enough, but it had no effect on Thatcher. True, this kid is full of weaknesses, but his speed makes those weaknesses irrelevant, remarked the Vince as he advised Benton. Understood, father. I'll beat him till he surrenders, replied Benton, revealing his relentless offensive tactics. After all, as the new pillar of the Luo family, he possessed considerable strength. Still, compared to the Arlie of the Heavenly Dao Sect, he fell short and posed no threat to Thatcher. Do you really think these tricks can handle me? It seems like wishful thinking. Thatcher shook his head, finding the Nicholas disappointingly weak. Don't look down on us, kid. Any move of mine could sever your head. Benton gritted his teeth and turned to his father. Axel, give me power and have others in our clan empower me. I will tear this Achmed apart. Son, if you unleash that technique, it will be detrimental to you. Are you sure? The Vince was caught between a rock and a hard place, uncertain whether he should agree to his son's request. Axel, we're running out of time. Our top priority is eliminating this kid. As for the so-called costs, we shouldn't dwell on them. Benton was quite aware. He knew that Thatcher was the greatest threat to their entire clan. Eliminating him was crucial for their future survival. Ultimately, the Vince nodded in agreement. All right, all Luo clan members, Bears, and Halninus, channel your power into Benton. Let him unleash his most formidable move. With a single word from the Vince, various energies converged towards Benton, eliminating his concerns. Before, I lost to you because my energy was inferior to yours. Now that I've bolstered my own energy, you are no match for me in moves. Prepare to die. This prodigy of the Luo clan appeared arrogant, imagining Thatcher's defeat, bowing at his feet, pleading for mercy. You really overestimate yourself? Thatcher shattered Benton's aura with a single palm strike, preventing it from gathering again. Earlier, Thatcher anticipated this, hence his fearless action. How is this possible? How can you destroy my aura so easily? Benton felt utterly disheartened, having lost his main advantage. What else could he rely on? All the Luo clan members began spitting blood. Though their aura focused on Benton Mountain, they were the ones truly injured. Thatcher's simple move thoroughly disrupted their auras, causing everyone's aura to mix chaotically within others. Even though they belonged to the same sect, they couldn't control each other's auras. Thus, various auras surged within others, inflicting fatal wounds. Even if Thatcher spared them, the internal chaos would be lethal. Kid, you've weakened the Luo clan to its core. We won't forgive you. Benton pointed at Thatcher, his voice filled with hostility. At this point, you're still trying to threaten me? Afraid I might kill you on the spot? As Thatcher approached Benton step by step, every step intensified the pressure on Benton and the Luo clan members. Arlie, please, we surrender. Spare us. The Vince prostrated first, realizing resistance was futile given their enormous gap in strength. Thatcher sneered, pointing at Benton. Since you've channeled your energy into Benton, let him face my wrath. I will cripple his aura. Any objections? Silence descended upon everyone except the Vince since he was Benton's father. Note asterisk please review to ensure character names, like Benton, remain consistent and correctly pinionized as requested. Chapter 107. Unable to awaken. Saint, please, no. My son is the last hope for our Luo family. If he is ruined, our Luo clan will never rise again. Luo clan's Germain continuously kowtowed before Thatcher, begging him to spare Benton. His forehead was soon covered in blood from the repeated strikes against the ground. Benton, however, remained defiant. Axel, don't beg him. What's there to plead? At worst, he kills me. What does it matter? Enraged, the Germain slapped Benton hard across the face. You know nothing. Once a man is dead, he loses everything. Only by living can one possess and enjoy everything. Thatcher nodded involuntarily at the Germain's words, acknowledging their truth. Meanwhile, Daniel had eliminated all the cultivators guarding the dungeon. By this point, his injuries had worsened. Your Majesty, are you alright? You were hurt by the array earlier and have been fighting for so long. Your body can't hold up much longer, said a young demon with genuine concern. I'm fine, I can hold on. I am your king, after all. If I can't endure such adversity, how could I be a king? Daniel's words greatly uplifted the spirits of the small demons. King, please return with us. Don't go with that saint of the Heavenly Dao Sect, many of the demons urged. Their pleas were sincere and heartfelt. You should leave first. I still have things to take care of here. I can't simply withdraw whenever I want. Daniel shook his head, rejecting their pleas. Is that saint threatening you? What is he threatening you with? We can remove any threat, they insisted. No, don't speculate. The saint isn't threatening me. Everything is fine. I'll return when I can. Leave now. Daniel waved them off. The small demons realized they couldn't persuade him easily and reluctantly departed. After ensuring the safety of the small demons, Daniel sensed Thatcher's direction and rushed over. Saint, what's happening here? Daniel was stunned to see members of the Luo clan prostrate on the ground, clearly terrified. What else could it be? They're scared. How are you just now? Thatcher sized up Daniel, finding something odd. The guy wasn't weak, yet he appeared injured. Daniel laughed bitterly. It's embarrassing to say, but the Luo clan has committed unspeakable atrocities. They imprisoned many of my demon kin in the dungeons and absorbed their demonic power. If we hadn't arrived in time, my demon kin would have suffered a terrible fate. Thatcher nodded, not expecting this turn of events. We can explain this, Saint. We can compensate with the Luo clan's treasures for the demonic power we absorbed. By now, the Luo clan Germain was terrified out of his wits. Treasures? If I drained you dry and made you a waste of life, then compensated with material things, would you agree? Thatcher coldly kicked the Germain aside and turned to speak to Daniel, only to find him collapsing unconscious on the ground. What's wrong with you? Thatcher hurriedly checked Daniel's condition, even transferring his own spiritual energy into him to wake him up. But Daniel showed no signs of waking. What happened to him? Did something go wrong? Thatcher shook his head, realizing he needed help urgently, and decided to seek out the Dorian Qilong. The old fellow was an enigma but had cured every single person who sought his help. Although treatment would come at a cost, Daniel had become a valuable ally and a friend. I'll settle with you another day. Hang on until then. With that, Thatcher swiftly left, heading towards where Dorian Qilong resided. Dorian Qilong, are you there? This is the saint of the Heavenly Dao Sect. I have urgent matters to discuss. Please appear. Standing at the mountain peak where Dorian Qilong cultivated, Thatcher called out loudly. Qilong was a powerful figure whose location was generally unpredictable, but he usually stayed atop this mountain. Shouting loudly would prompt him to appear if he wished. No response initially came, but after Thatcher shouted a few more times, movement appeared. A shadowy figure raced toward him. Within moments, the figure stood before Thatcher. Who dares shout so loudly near my cultivation site? The bear sized up Thatcher and the unconscious Daniel, his eyes narrowing sharply. You bring a demon beast here? What do you intend? The bear seemed surprised and perhaps even hateful toward the demon. Thatcher hesitated, then explained, please don't misunderstand. I need your help. My friend here fell into a coma and can't be awakened. You want me to save someone? The bear's expression darkened further. Yes, if you could help, I would be eternally grateful. Thatcher looked almost desperate. I cannot treat demon beasts. The bear's tone was firm. Chapter 108. Trading with treasures. Hearing these words, Thatcher was taken aback for a moment. He glanced at the unconscious Daniel, gritted his teeth, and said, if you can help, I will be eternally grateful. Suddenly, Daniel regained consciousness, but he looked extremely dejected. Your Holiness, in my days, I seem to hear you pleading for help to save me. Please don't do that. Daniel spoke with difficulty. Thatcher shot him an angry glare and snapped. What do you know? Do you really think I'm saving you just for your sake? I simply can't afford to lose such a capable assistant. After speaking, Thatcher turned his gaze back to the red-scaled bear. Esteemed Dorian, saving a life is a great virtue, even greater than building a 7-story pagoda. Please act quickly. Thatcher pleaded again to the Otis. I can help if you wish, but there is a condition. If you agree, I'll assist you. Otherwise, no matter how much you plead, I won't change my mind. These words instantly enraged Daniel. To still bargain with your Holiness, who do you think you are? It's absolutely ridiculous. Your Holiness, please don't agree. Even if I die, I must uphold your Holiness' dignity. Daniel said through gritted teeth. How absurd. You're almost dead, yet you're still talking like this? The Otis continued to mock Daniel, further infuriating him. My condition is simple. Help me retrieve the Dizong flower. If you can do that, I will certainly heal him. Thatcher, agree to your terms. Just tell me where this Dizong flower is, and I'll fetch it for you. Thatcher immediately decided to take action, knowing that the Otis was a man of his word and wouldn't deceive him. Your Holiness, we don't even know where this flower is. Even if we did, there might be layers of protection around it. How can we do this? Isn't it a death sentence? Daniel still had concerns. That's enough. Stop interfering. I've already made up my mind. Thatcher insisted, bowing respectfully to the Otis. Dorian, I will now go and get the Dizong flower for you. I just hope you will keep your promise. The red-scaled bear chuckled coldly. Though I despise beasts immensely, since you can bring me the Dizong flower, I cannot refuse to help you. Thatcher nodded, agreeing to meet the red-scaled bear at the same place next time, before swiftly departing. Ariv, Carter, and Thatcher together headed towards the Dizong mansion. Each of them possessed formidable strength when considered individually, but Thatcher still felt uncertain about venturing into this so-called Dizong mansion. We need to act cautiously once we're inside. There might be various traps and mechanisms, Thatcher warned Ariv and the other Demon King as they proceeded. The two others nodded in agreement, aware of the gravity of the situation. The Dizong mansion was situated in a low-lying area surrounded by towering peaks, and even more peculiarly, it was in a sunken area. Despite frequent rains around, a strange force kept water and sewage from entering the mansion, making them circle around it. Thatcher and his companions crossed the roughly 10-meter-high water barrier with great effort before entering. Of course, this unusual water formation was intentionally designed. Any disturbance in the water would alert those inside, allowing for a rapid response. This was part of their dominance over the area. Not good. Intruders have breached the perimeter. Quickly, let's intercept them. A group of Dizong mansion forces rushed out instinctively, assuming Thatcher was forcing entry. No visitors would typically trigger the water alarm, but would use a designated passage instead. Thus, their reaction was quite normal. Upon arriving at the outer perimeter of the Dizong mansion, Thatcher and his team saw a group of Dizong mansion Ephraims ready to confront them. Well, looks like they were waiting for us. How did they find out? Thatcher eyed the flowing water, puzzled. Could it be that the water alerted them? Truly remarkable. No wonder there were endless streams around the Dizong mansion. It served this purpose. Richard, where are you from? What do you want? Leave now, or the Dizong mansion will detain you. Despite encountering Thatcher and his group, these individuals still tried to negotiate, though their sincerity was questionable. Friends, we are here to retrieve an item. If your Phil agrees, we can trade treasures. Hearing this, the Dezong Mansion Ephraim's were stunned. Well, trying to rob us openly, are you? The Ephraim's clearly misunderstood, thinking Thatcher wanted to plunder their treasures. Ferguson's, please don't misunderstand. I truly am not here to steal. I can trade or offer assistance if needed. Thatcher didn't want a confrontation without understanding the depth of the Dezong Mansion's defenses. Cut the crap. We all know what you're thinking. Trust you? We'd be out of business then. A few Dezong Mansion Ephraim sneered and launched a frenzied attack on Thatcher and his companions. Thatcher shouted, "Protect yourselves, I'll handle the negotiations." While fighting, Thatcher identified the Phil among them. Capturing this person would allow for rational conversation. These Ephraims were no match for Thatcher's group and fell after just a couple of moves. Thatcher managed to subdue the supposed Phil. "What's your name?" The captured Phil, startled, realized he had narrowly escaped death. "My name is Chester. Who are you?" The Phil hesitated briefly before answering quickly. "I told you already, my name is Thatcher. Everything I said is true. I genuinely want to trade with your Phil. I have valuable items to offer." Thatcher was growing increasingly frustrated. Chapter 109. Nonsense. Do you believe me now? Thatcher felt somewhat at a loss with this person. Now that you have me hostage, even if I wanted to say I don't believe you, I can't. Fine. Send someone immediately to inform your pavilion birdie that the Lucius of the Heavenly Dao Sect has come to seek the Dezong flower. I hope for an audience. Upon hearing this, Chester hurriedly nodded and pointed at one of his subordinates. "You, go quickly and report this to the pavilion birdie." Thatcher and the others waited at the entrance of the Dezong mansion. Moments later, the Ephraim rushed back. "The pavilion birdie will be here shortly to welcome you, Lucius. Please wait a moment." Hearing this, Thatcher nodded, and his expression eased slightly. "Not bad, but it's surprising that your pavilion birdie is quite sensible and knows to come personally. If he hadn't, I might have had to force my way in." Upon hearing this, Chester and the others couldn't help but feel humiliated and angry, but they had no way to retaliate against Thatcher. After all, strength speaks, and their power didn't even compare to Thatcher's. "Lucius of the Heavenly Dao Sect, we are truly honored by your visit." A somewhat cold voice echoed from inside the Dezong mansion. Thatcher turned to see a figure gracefully emerging, indeed carrying an air of authority. "Are you the pavilion birdie of the Dezong mansion?" Thatcher was curious. He hadn't expected the pavilion birdie to be a woman. "Yes, Aline." Thatcher nodded and smiled. "Pleased to meet you. This time, I came on behalf of a friend to seek the Dezong flower. I hope the pavilion birdie can give us a chance." Upon hearing this, Aline's expression grew serious. "Dezong flower? It is very important to our sect and cannot be given easily. May I know which friend asked you to come?" While inviting Thatcher and the others into the mansion, Aline continued to ask. Thatcher smiled. "Pavilion birdie, could I perhaps see the Dezong flower first? To be honest, I'm a bit worried you might refuse me. If I could see it, even if I'm refused, at least I'll know for sure that you do have it here." Aline nodded and led Thatcher and the others to the rear courtyard, where the Dezong flowers were planted. The name, Dezong Mansion, comes from these flowers. They help accelerate cultivation and can cure many issues related to mental disturbances. Aline explained with a smile. "So that's why I felt so refreshed since arriving here. It can even cure mental disturbances," Thatcher mused. Aline added, "By the way, Lucius, who did you come on behalf of to get the Dezong flower?" Thatcher nodded and replied, "Dorian Errol." Upon hearing this, Aline's smiling face instantly changed. "What? You're sent by Dorian Errol? Don't you know about my history with him?" Thatcher was taken aback. "Pavilion birdie, I truly don't know. Could you tell me more?" Aline responded coldly, "Forget it, just old grudges. However, because you're asking for the Dezong flower for him, I cannot give it to you." Hearing this, Thatcher was puzzled. "Can't you reconsider? I only need 2 flowers. If you want any treasure or magical artifacts, I can find them for you." Aline sneered, "That's unlikely. Because it's him, even if you offer me a treasure vault, I won't give it to you." Thatcher was frustrated. He couldn't possibly destroy a sect just to get the Dezong flower. But if not, obtaining it seemed like a pipe dream. "Pavilion birdie, I really need the Dezong flower. My friend needs it to save his life. Can you at least tell me why?" Aline laughed mockingly. "Just because of my unresolved feelings with Dorian Errol. That's all past now. Finst I explain every detail to the Lucius?" Thatcher was stunned. It seemed like old love turned sour. Such matters were indeed difficult to resolve. "All right, since it's like this, I won't stay any longer. Farewell." As Thatcher turned to leave, Monica hesitated. "Lucius, are we just leaving? We can't give up if we want to save tea on you." Monica was anxious. Daniel's life hung in the balance, and they couldn't just walk away. Thatcher looked at her helplessly. "What else can we do?" Monica wasn't willing to give up. After walking a short distance with Thatcher, she had an idea. "Lucius, you go ahead. I plan to talk to the pavilion birdie, hoping to change her mind." Thatcher was hesitant. He knew how much Monica cared about saving Daniel, but Aline had been firm. Could they really turn things around? "All right, try your best. Even if she refuses, don't lose heart. We might find other ways." Thatcher stayed put as Monica walked back into the Dezong mansion. Since Monica had just entered the mansion before, the ordinary Ephraims didn't pay much attention to her movements. She quickly made her way to the garden where the Dezong flowers were grown. Though the Ephraims didn't stop her, someone reported her actions to Aline. The news reached Aline, causing her surprise. "You mean she came alone?" Aline asked the Ephraim. "Yes, pavilion birdie. She came alone, and nobody paid much attention. No one knew what she wanted." Aline slammed her hand on the table. "Where is she now?" "She's already in the rear garden, seemingly admiring the flowers. It looks like she shares the pavilion birdie's appreciation for such scenery." The Ephraim hesitated, not knowing the relationship between Aline and Thatcher. "Nonsense." Note, the original Chinese text ended abruptly with nonsense, hence the translation reflects that. Chapter 110. Anomalous changes. She was clearly sneaking into the back garden to steal flowers. Someone, come with me and help me catch this thief in the back garden. Aline led many of her subordinates and Ephraims rushing to the back garden, surrounding Sierra. At this moment, Sierra was in the back garden, helplessly watching the Dizong flowers but unable to pick them. Because there were several fierce guardian spirit beasts around those Dizong flowers. These guardian spirit beasts were, of course, placed here by Aline. I don't believe that you ferocious beasts can stop me, Sierra declared, releasing her Demon King aura, trying to suppress these fierce beasts to easily obtain the Dizong flowers. If they can't hold you, what about me? Aline suddenly appeared before Sierra, blocking her released pressure and effortlessly shattering it. Your people from the Heavenly Way sect can't get what they want, so they just steal. How shameless. For a renowned sect, I must say. Aline's face was filled with disdain as she scrutinized Sierra from head to toe, and then shook her head. No wonder. So it's a demon beast. Sierra retorted angrily. What's wrong with being a demon beast? Demon beasts are stronger than human cultivators. Because of some personal grudges, you care nothing for others' lives. You call yourself a pavilion birdie? I think your character doesn't match. Meanwhile, Thatcher noticed frequent movements among the Dizong mansion Ephraims, and a group had been dispatched near his location for strict surveillance. What happened? Could it be that Sierra has caused some trouble inside? Anxious, Thatcher approached one of the Dizong mansion Ephraims to ask. You still have the nerve to ask? Your people came to our mansion to steal, and you have the gall? Our pavilion birdie even intended to treat you all as honored guests and receive you personally. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's eyes widened. Although he did not command this action, he could not escape involvement. He rushed directly towards the Dizong mansion to save Sierra. Given Aline's previous attitude, obtaining the Dizong flower seemed unlikely, and now that Sierra had created such a commotion, this issue wouldn't end smoothly. Arriving at the back garden of Dizong mansion, Sierra and Aline were already fighting. Although Sierra might not be a match for Aline, neither could win quickly. Seeing Thatcher enter, Aline mocked, Arlie, did you come to help since your accomplice couldn't succeed? Your plan failed. I never intended to give it to you, and certainly won't do so now. Sierra immediately rebutted. This has nothing to do with Arlie. The idea to steal the Dizong flower was mine alone. I took the risk to save someone. Please don't implicate Arlie. Aline, however, laughed coldly, disbelieving Sierra. As her subordinate, of course, you take responsibility. Why would you put the blame on him? Thatcher shook his head helplessly. Pavilion birdie, let's drop this matter. Give us Heavenly Way sect some face and don't pursue it further. We came asking for the Dizong flower, and if you refused, it was fine. But holding one of us prisoner is a bit too harsh, isn't it? Aline responded contemptuously. Is it cruel of me, Arlie? Clearly, you've made mistakes yet accuse me. Seems you're looking for punishment. So what will it take for you to settle this? Thatcher's expression darkened. It's simple. Kill this demon king, and my anger will fade, settling the matter. Aline said it lightly, cutting off Thatcher's options. Isn't that a bit excessive? Thatcher was angered. Initially, he wanted to negotiate sincerely. But seeing her attitude, she showed no sincerity. Whether it's excessive or not, Arlie, you should know. If thefts against us go unpunished, why keep the Dizong mansion? Fine. Since you refuse, let's settle this with combat. Thatcher smirked. Powerful spiritual energy surged around him, enveloping his body. Despite being on their territory, the ambient spiritual energy boosted him. Thatcher was certain this wasn't a mere illusion. Caden, causing trouble in my Dizong mansion, today you'll know what regret feels like. Thatcher confidently replied, I've never regretted battle. I hope Pavilion Birdie gives me this chance. Both were at their peak, showing no mercy in their attacks. Thatcher was furious due to the lack of respect, and she defended her sect's dignity. Right and wrong were hard to determine. In moments, they had fought over 100 rounds, evenly matched. But Thatcher grew stronger, while she began lagging. Unknown to Thatcher, Aline was experiencing internal changes. Can't give up. This Ahmed can't last longer than 15 minutes. Once I defeat him and imprison him, I can recuperate and recover. Aline kept fighting fiercely, each move aiming to break him down. However, she found Thatcher growing stronger. Originally, her transformation was supposed to occur later, but due to Thatcher, it happened earlier. Suddenly, Thatcher struck a seemingly ordinary palm. Yet, it hit her. How could this happen? Completely unexpected. Thatcher watched as Aline flew away, hesitated briefly, then pursued. The spiritual energy around Aline became increasingly abnormal. This spiritual energy is interesting. Looks like she's succumbing to demonic influence. Didn't expect this transformation during battle. Otherwise, distinguishing the winner would have been much harder. Thatcher looked at Aline, undecided on his next move. Dizong Mansion Ephraims rushed to protect their Pavilion Birdie but were held back by Sierra. ####Chapter 111. Until we meet again. What do you think you are, daring to meddle in matters between the Great Ones? Sierra gave a cold laugh and blocked their path, radiating an imposing aura that suggested if they dared to act, she would make them all disappear. The Ephraims of Dizong weren't easily frightened by Sierra. They quickly acted, immediately surrounding her. Want to touch our Pavilion Birdie? You'll have to step over our dead bodies first. This statement momentarily stunned Sierra, but soon after, her face was filled with disdain. You think you can compete with me? How deluded. Sierra was about to launch a powerful attack to teach these people a harsh lesson. Stop. Don't escalate this conflict any further. This matter should be resolved quickly. Thatcher said coldly. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, Sierra felt a chill run through her body. She immediately ceased her actions, but continued to lock her gaze on the Dizong Ephraims. Don't take another step forward. However, rest assured, I will not harm your Pavilion Birdie. She is now a useless person, likely dying soon. Hearing this, the crowd immediately turned furious. Damn it, insulting our Pavilion Birdie repeatedly. Ferguson's, kill her. Soon enough, Some Dijon Ephraims wanted to take action to eliminate her, but Thatcher shouted again, "I've said it, stop the fighting. I will try to awaken your pavilion birdie." Even though this time the pavilion birdie attacked them, his intentions were not evil. Thatcher could still discern right from wrong. Although the Dijon Ephraims were somewhat worried, they did not dare argue at this moment. She has fallen into a coma now. While I can heal her, it requires consuming some of my spiritual energy. And her current state is very strange, indescribable, but changing it is quite difficult. She is indeed in a condition of internal energy chaos, but she forcefully sealed off the chaotic energy within her. If she could dissolve this chaotic energy, she would naturally wake up. But she clearly lacks this ability, so I must intervene. After saying this, Thatcher looked at the subordinates, finding them rather interesting. His words had indeed convinced them. These people did not react angrily, but instead watched as he took action. Relieved, Thatcher channeled a thread of his spiritual energy into her meridians and dantian. Immediately, he sensed all signs of injuries and battle traces dissipate as if never there. However, the strand of chaotic energy lingered stubbornly within one of her meridians, gradually consuming her energy. If she could endure, she might improve. But given the situation, it was unlikely. Continuous consumption would only weaken her further. No, this cannot continue. A suitable method must be found. Perhaps by having my spiritual energy combat the chaotic energy, I can save her. Thatcher thought through many solutions, ultimately deciding this approach was most fitting. Yes, this plan cannot change. He infused his spiritual energy, constantly contending with the chaotic energy. At first, the chaotic energy focused on depleting Aline's spiritual energy. However, realizing Thatcher's strength was increasing, it grew uncertain. Though the chaotic energy wasn't a true cultivator, it originated from Aline's own energies and carried a hint of her attributes. Its emergence stemmed from Thatcher overcoming Aline. Despite being almost evenly matched earlier, if Aline were truly on par with Thatcher, this chaotic energy wouldn't have formed. Thus, the chaotic energy harbored a fundamental fear of Thatcher. Just a little effort from Thatcher's spiritual energy could thoroughly dispel it. While relatively strong, it was unaware of its own vulnerability. At this moment, Aline's consciousness began to retaliate. With Thatcher and Aline's spirit simultaneously attacking, the chaotic energy was swiftly eradicated. Once the chaotic energy was gone, Aline woke up instantly. Seeing her return to normal, the Dijon Ephraims finally breathed a sigh of relief. They neither wished nor dared to fight Thatcher. "You saved me just now?" Aline seemed incredulous. After all, she intended to execute Sierra, yet Thatcher returned good for evil and rescued her. If Thatcher had done nothing, he could have let Aline succumb to her internal chaos, and her Ephraims wouldn't stand a chance against him. Then obtaining the Dijon flower would be like taking candy from a baby. Thatcher nodded, no longer aspiring for the Dijon flower since he could treat Daniel through other means. "Fine, since you saved me, I can't forget my gratitude. Here are the Dijon flowers, 20 of them, which should suffice for you." 20 Dijon flowers flew towards Thatcher. "Is it really this easy to achieve?" Thatcher nodded, recognizing the pavilion birdie's rationality. "All right, until we meet again then." Thatcher and Sierra left Dijon Palace, retracing their steps. By the time they returned to the residence of the red-scaled Dorian, Daniel's condition had worsened. "Old sir, here are the Dijon flowers, 20 of them, enough for you." The red-scaled Dorian was elated. Such potent underworld spiritual energy, it must be the legendary Dijon flower. "All right, I will treat your friend immediately." Chapter 112, The Three Great Lexis. Dorian Bryce scrutinized Daniel from head to toe and found the cause of his unconsciousness. He took out a silver needle from his robe and pricked a vital spot on Daniel's head. Daniel shuddered all over, but within a few breaths, the trembling ceased. Dorian Bryce then removed the needle, and Daniel regained consciousness. "What happened to me?" Daniel was dazed, not sure where he was, but seeing Thatcher still in front of him eased his tension. "Emile, what happened to me? I've lost a long period of memory. What exactly occurred?" Thatcher shook his head. "Don't worry too much. You should be back to normal now. You were severely injured before." Daniel nodded. Thatcher pointed to Dorian Bryce and said, "You owe Dorian Bryce a thank you for your recovery." Daniel hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Dorian Bryce. However, Dorian Bryce declined the thanks because he knew what he should do next. "Do you know what Dijon flowers can do? It's said they can awaken sleeping people and guide them back to the right path. My wife has been asleep for far too long. It's time she wakes up." With that, Dorian Bryce picked up 2 Dijon flowers, channeled spiritual energy, and guided their essence into his wife's body. Visible was the absorption of this energy by the sleeping woman, yet even after using 20 Dijon flowers, she remained unresponsive. "What's going on? Why hasn't my wife woken up?" Dorian Bryce looked like a raging lion ready to bite anyone who crossed his path. "This is impossible. Aline said these were Dijon flowers. How could they not be?" Thatcher felt bewildered. He hadn't lied to Dorian Bryce, of that he was certain, but had Aline had other intentions? Logically, it shouldn't be so. Once a word is given, it cannot be taken back. If she promised to give Dijon flowers as repayment, she wouldn't be stupid enough to lie about it. Raising his hand, Thatcher said, "Anthony, please don't be anxious. There might be other methods. Let's search for solutions." But Dorian Bryce angrily retorted, waving his hand, "Stop deceiving me. You just wanted me to treat your friend's illness. Your heart is truly evil." The burly man looked 10 years older in his rage. "Anthony, I understand your feelings, but we must face the facts. I can help find other ways, but you cannot insult me by accusing me of deceit." Hearing this, Dorian Bryce calmed slightly. "Emile, I'm truly sorry. I was impulsive. I apologize, hoping you'll forgive me." Amidst various thoughts swirling in his mind, Dorian Bryce decided on his next steps. "Emile, did you know? My wife and I grew up together, like children sharing secrets. Later, we entered the cultivation world with dreams of great achievements. At first, everything went smoothly, and many tasks were easily accomplished. But one accident left her injured and in a coma. Though I defeated our enemy, I couldn't wake her. After 80 long years, I finally found a way to revive her, using Dizang flowers to awaken her consciousness. However, the flowers proved ineffective. Dorian Bryce didn't know where to turn next. Don't worry. Perhaps the solution lies with the person or sect responsible for her condition. Thatcher's words startled the bear. Yes, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? All strength vanished from his frame, leaving only remorse. Why didn't I think of this earlier? So foolish to waste half a lifetime. He clenched his teeth, reluctant to admit defeat, but accepting reality. Well, Emile, I know what to do. Please leave quickly with your followers. Although Thatcher intended to wait until his wife woke, since Dorian Bryce didn't wish to retain them, they respectfully left. Even miles away, Sierra remained saddened by Dorian Bryce's story. Emile, isn't this Otis pitiable? He's truly heartbroken. If he hadn't urged us to leave, I would have comforted him. Thatcher looked at Sierra as if he didn't recognize her. I didn't realize you were such a saintly type. Don't claim to be my subordinate outside. Thatcher stared at Sierra with disdain. How does his situation affect us? We should focus on our own lives. Let's return to the Heavenly Dao Sect. We've been out long enough. It's time to go back. Despite Thatcher's reluctance to leave, he led the Demon Kings away. Wonder what the 6 major sects are up to. Has anything noteworthy happened? While pondering, they rested at a tea house. Over tea, they overheard talk of demon beasts near Xuanhuan town. Sierra and Daniel perked up. Really? I also heard rumors. Should we check it out? A young cultivator suggested. Sure, let's see what the fuss is about. This continent has been quiet for a while. Another cultivator shrugged, feeling bored. As cultivators, their daily lives often felt monotonous. They occasionally needed excitement. Just don't blame me if you get killed by a demon beast. Hashtag chapter 113. Investigation. Of course not. Why would I blame you? That would be strange, wouldn't it? We still have to go fight those demon beasts together. Another cultivator seemed completely unaware of the murderous intent in the other's words. Thatcher sneered. This fellow had no sense at all and was probably going to be eliminated soon. All right, nothing worth listening to anymore. Let's continue on our journey. Thatcher said with a smile to Ariv and the others. The group set off again, and this time they could feel that many powerful cultivators were traveling along the same path as them. These people seemed to be heading for the demon beasts in Xuanhuan town. It was unclear how they got their information, and whether these cultivators were actually interested in the demon beasts. Xuanhuan town was far from the Heavenly Dao Sect but on their route from Dizang Sect. Who would have thought we'd need to retrace our steps? Thatcher said with a bitter laugh, shaking his head. The 4 of them traveled tirelessly, taking some detours, but finally got back on the right path. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they came across an inn. Emile, after walking for so long, everyone must be hungry. How about we eat something before continuing? Daniel clutched his stomach and smiled at everyone. Fine, let's rest here for a while, but be cautious. We're close to Xuanhuan town, and there might be intense battles between cultivators and spirit beasts happening. Thatcher couldn't help but remind everyone. Don't worry, Emile, we understand. It's almost impossible to start trouble here. There are so many cultivators, and if they discover we're demon beasts, they might attack us in a mob. We'll definitely keep a low profile. Our goal is to gather information. With their assurances, Thatcher felt relieved. After all, this mission involved demon beasts, and any impulsive actions could lead to serious trouble. The 4 entered the inn. At this time, there weren't many diners, but various kinds of people were present. Thatcher scanned the area and sensed that everyone seemed to have hidden motives. Wow, so many people here. What's going on? Is there really something mysterious up ahead? Thatcher looked forward, filled with curiosity. He even sensed a daunting energy coming from that direction. Such immense energy should lead to something significant. You just wait. I will meet you there soon. You? Who do you think you are? Sitting in my usual spot? Do you want to die? A bulky figure appeared outside the inn, glaring at Thatcher and company. His words were clearly directed at them and delivered in a domineering tone, even intimidating Thatcher momentarily. Wow, where did this expert come from? So arrogant. Ariv glanced at the newcomer, unfazed by his stare. Hey, this Shoshana is quite pretty, and I like her. Why don't you hand her over? You men get lost. Don't interfere with me talking to Asuki. However, an invisible force nullified this action. Huh, did you just perform a magic trick? I thought I pushed you but you slipped away. Yet, you stayed in place the whole time? Ariv and the others nearly burst out laughing. This guy obviously didn't realize he was facing an ordinary person who mistook Thatcher for someone else. Emile, shall I deal with him? This guy is annoying. Ariv shook her head, feeling like her head was about to explode. No need, ignore him. Let's eat. Thatcher pointed to the food being served by a waiter and smiled at the 3. Seeing Thatcher ignore him, the bulky man became even angrier. Caden, it looks like you prefer punishment over kindness. Get down and apologize, and maybe I'll forgive you. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just beating you up. As he spoke, he glanced at Ariv, trying to show off his strength. Thatcher shook his head, finding the situation ridiculous. Beside him, the 3rd Lexi couldn't contain himself any longer. I've been putting up with you for a while now. I've wanted to beat you up since earlier, but our Nina held us back. Got it? He stepped in front of the man, flashing his fist. Huh, that sandbag punch looks strong, but can it actually hit? The bulky man clenched his fist and clashed with the 3rd Lexi. Surprisingly, the 3rd Lexi felt some pain. He has no spiritual chi, and yet he managed to hurt me. What a disgrace. Daniel covered his face, feeling embarrassed. Though he wasn't the one hit, as a demon beast, he felt disrespected. The 3rd Lexi roared loudly, the sheer force of his voice sending the bulky man flying. Originally confident, the man fell to his knees and crawled towards the 3rd Lexi. My lord, I'm sorry. I offended you. No, all of you. I didn't know you were such formidable cultivators. My apologies. Allow me to pay for your meal as compensation. Hearing this, Thatcher waved his hand. Enough nonsense. Leave us alone. We don't need your meal. With that, Thatcher laughed coldly, his voice carrying a powerful force that sent the man flying once more. Aya! A miserable scream echoed through the sky. Finally, they had peace. Alright, this guy ruined the mood. Let's stay here for half a day to rest, then continue on. The four spent half a day at the inn before leaving. Guests, please come again. The innkeeper bid them farewell. Thatcher and company split into 4 groups to investigate the town. The town was neither large nor small. Note: some minor adjustments were made to improve readability and fluency while maintaining the original meaning and structure. Chapter 114. Split into 4. If they all crowded together, the efficiency would decrease significantly. Spreading them out would be more beneficial for gathering accurate information. After all, as the saying goes, listening to multiple sources leads to clarity. Relying on a single account might lead to nothing useful. Thatcher chose the widest road and began seeking out cultivators along the way. However, from these cultivators, he gleaned little valuable information. These individuals seemed to offer nothing but empty words that amounted to little practical use. Recognizing this, Thatcher changed his approach. He decided to ask ordinary people, believing they might provide useful information. But soon he realized this method also faced challenges. The air of authority he unintentionally exuded made it hard for him to blend in with these commoners. Why do you guys always lift me up, but never let me land safely? Thatcher muttered in frustration, but he understood he couldn't force people to be friendly with him. Suddenly, Thatcher remembered a precious gem he possessed that could suppress his strength. This gem was passed down by his father to ensure he wouldn't reveal any weakness before other cultivators. Since the beginning of his cultivation, this gem had accompanied him. Now, after making significant progress in his cultivation, the gem had been forgotten and rarely needed as he seldom had to hide his true power. However, now was the time to put it to use. To truly mingle with ordinary people, one must not appear powerful. As he held the gem, Thatcher felt its effects on himself. I didn't expect this gem to still be so potent after all this time. At that moment, even Thatcher felt like just an ordinary person, except for the spiritual energy still circulating in his meridians and dantian. Very good. If this is what can be achieved, then it's excellent. Thatcher took a deep breath and stepped outside, starting his search once more. Soon, he reached the door of a house and knocked. Who's there? No one's home. A young voice replied, causing Thatcher to chuckle. You've already answered, so how can there be no one? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask you a few questions. Hearing this, the figure behind the door hesitantly stepped forward. What do you want? I don't know anything. What's the point of asking me? The child appeared very young and innocent, which made Thatcher both amused and sympathetic. Why are you locked inside alone? Aren't your parents worried about you? Thatcher gently patted the child's head and smiled. There's nothing to worry about. I've gotten used to being alone. Besides, this town has many dangerous things. My parents say it's safer if I stay locked up. Thatcher nodded. The child's reasoning made sense. Alright, if that's the case, do you know what dangers are in this town? If you answer correctly, I'll give you a treasure. Thatcher rummaged through his belongings and found a suitable item for the child, an enlightenment gem. This gem could help the child realize his potential for cultivation, awakening his latent abilities. Despite being of an appropriate age, the child showed no signs of having such potential, which Thatcher found regrettable. No matter what, hurry up. Maybe only this way can we achieve the best results. Even if you can't answer, I will still give it to you. Thatcher thought with a smile. In this town, there are monsters that often catch children. They make terrifying sounds that scare everyone, the child said, scratching his head in confusion. You said something valuable. Quickly give me the treasure. Otherwise, you're deceiving a child, the child insisted. Thatcher was taken aback. Fine, I'll play along, he thought. Parents, where are you? This big man is bullying me, promising me a treasure and then not giving it. Thatcher's face turned red with embarrassment. He hadn't expected the child to start crying. Alright, I was just teasing you. Here's your treasure, take it quickly. With that, Thatcher handed the enlightenment gem to the child and pointed towards the door. I have to go now. Go back inside and lock the door. Don't come out unless it's your parents calling you. The child stood there, confused by Thatcher's sudden departure. Seeing the child not moving, Thatcher pretended to be stern. If you don't go back, I'll take you away. I'm going back. The child rushed inside and closed the door. Thatcher chuckled and continued his search. By evening, he and the 3 demon kings returned to an inn, discussing their findings. What did you find out? Thatcher asked Sierra and the others with a smile. Sierra shook her head. We only found many cultivators and beast demons, nothing else. Thatcher turned to the other 2. And you? The other 2 demon kings also shook their heads. Nothing much, similar to Sierra. Thatcher nodded. I knew you wouldn't find much. Now, each of us will hold a piece of the gem, and we'll explore again outside. You'll understand. Thatcher divided the gem's power into 4 parts. Although the effect might be weaker, it was still effective. Once the demon kings held the gems, they immediately sensed the change. Arlie, my aura seems to have disappeared, Sierra said in surprise. The other 2 nodded in agreement. It was their first time experiencing such complete suppression of their powers. Yes, your powers indeed seem gone, but it's only a surface effect. We need to mask our powers to avoid frightening others, Thatcher explained. Immediately, the demon kings understood. Moments later, Thatcher found a beggar and tossed some silver coins at him. Chapter 114. Split into 4. If everyone were to crowd together, efficiency would drop significantly. Spreading them out would be more effective for uncovering the truth. After all, as the saying goes, listening to multiple sides will lead to clarity. Relying on just one source of information might leave you knowing nothing at all. Thatcher walked along the widest road, seeking out cultivators. But from those he spoke with, he gleaned little useful information. These individuals only talked a lot without much substance. Realizing this, Thatcher changed his approach. He decided to ask ordinary people instead, believing they might provide some valuable insights. However, he quickly found that this method also had its challenges. The aura of superiority he inadvertently exuded kept him from connecting with them. Why do you always elevate me but refuse to let me land smoothly? Thatcher sighed, realizing he couldn't force others to connect with him. Suddenly, he remembered a gemstone his father had given him to suppress his strength, ensuring he wouldn't reveal any vulnerabilities in front of other cultivators. This gemstone had accompanied him since the start of his cultivation journey. Now, after achieving some success, it was finally time to use it. Though long forgotten and rarely needed, he now required its power. Holding the gemstone, Thatcher felt his own changes. I didn't expect this gemstone to still be so powerful after all these years. He felt like an ordinary person now, except for the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians and dantian remaining unchanged. Excellent, achieving this effect is already very good, Thatcher said to himself, took a deep breath, and stepped outside to continue his inquiries. Soon, he arrived at a household and knocked on the door. Who is it? No one's home, a young voice answered. Thatcher couldn't help but chuckle. You've already answered me. How can there be no one? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask you a few questions. The young figure inside hesitantly came out. Sorry, what do you want? I don't know anything. What's the point of asking me? The child appeared very young and naive, which made Thatcher both amused and helpless. Why are you alone at home? Aren't your parents worried? Thatcher gently patted Anton's head and smiled. There's nothing to worry about. I'm used to being alone. Besides, there are many dangerous things in this town, so my parents tell me to stay locked up for safety. Thatcher nodded. Anton's explanation made sense. All right, do you know what dangers exist in this town? If you answer correctly, I'll give you a special treasure. Thatcher reached into his belongings and pulled out an enlightenment gem suitable for children, which could help awaken their cultivation potential. The Ahmed, despite his young age, showed no signs of cultivation potential, making Thatcher feel a bit regretful. Regardless, let's hurry. Perhaps only this way can we achieve the best result. Even if you don't answer correctly, I'll still give it to you, Thatcher thought to himself with a smile. In this town, there are monsters that often catch children and make scary noises. Kids are all afraid, Anton said, scratching his head in confusion. Now, give me the treasure you mentioned quickly, or you're lying to a child. Anton insisted. Caught off guard, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh inwardly. All right, I was just teasing you. Here's the treasure I promised. Take it and go back inside. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone but your parents. Startled by Thatcher's sudden seriousness, Anton hurriedly returned inside and shut the door. Thatcher smiled and continued his search for information. By evening, Thatcher and the three Demon Kings reunited at an inn, discussing their findings. What did you discover? Thatcher asked Seven Beauty and the others. Seven Beauty shook her head. Just many cultivators and beastmen, nothing else. Thatcher turned to the other two. And you? The other two Demon Kings also shook their heads. Not much different from Seven Beauty. Smiling, Thatcher nodded. I knew you wouldn't find much. Take a gemstone each, and we'll go out again. You'll understand then. Dividing the gemstone's power among four, Thatcher ensured it remained functional though slightly weaker. Upon receiving the gems, they immediately sensed a change. Prince Saint, I feel like my strength has vanished, Seven Beauty exclaimed in surprise. The other two Demon Kings nodded in agreement. It was their first experience of completely losing their power. Yes, your strength has disappeared on the surface. This is to ensure we blend in and not scare others. Understanding dawned on the Demon Kings as Thatcher explained. Moments later, Thatcher encountered a beggar, giving him some coins. Chapter 115, The Sacrifice. Anthony, are you a local of this town? Thatcher asked the burly man with a gentle smile. The Otis nodded. Yes, young sir, do you have any food left? I'm famished. As he spoke, the frail beggar appeared rather weak and exhausted, causing Sierra and the others to feel a twinge of sympathy. I'll go buy him some food, Simon said in a deep voice before leaving. Thatcher and his companions continued listening to the old beggar. Anthony, the food will arrive shortly. We want to ask you a few questions. We hope you can answer truthfully. Can you do that? The old beggar's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, ask away. I will tell you everything I know. Hearing this, Thatcher smiled and nodded. Anthony, may I ask how you ended up in such a state? This town looks prosperous, so it seems unlikely that one would end up begging. The old beggar showed a self-deprecating smile, not feeling offended. In fact, there's nothing much to it. It's all my own doing. When I was young, I didn't work hard, so as an adult, I could only resort to begging. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh heartily. I never expected you to have such a humorous side, sir. Impressive. But this town seems a bit off. Do you know what's happening here? A moment later, before the old beggar could respond, Simon returned carrying a bag of food, and the old beggar's face lit up. Let me eat while I talk, he said, taking the food from Simon and beginning to devour it eagerly. In reality, it's all due to the villagers being superstitious and believing in hearsay. Actually, the issue isn't major, but these people have turned the town into a chaotic mess. So, what exactly happened? Originally, the town was very harmonious. Coexistence between humans and nature isn't just a cliché. But recently, something strange has been going on. There's this ominous aura everywhere, with people mysteriously disappearing from time to time. As a result, everyone is on edge. As such, many people wonder if they've offended some divine beings. To seek peace, they started worshipping deities. But obviously, this approach is nonsensical, making the town even more chaotic. Hearing this, Thatcher and his companions felt puzzled. What kind of deity worship is this? Is it just ordinary superstition? What do you mean by worship? Are they really worshipping deities? Thatcher asked skeptically. In principle, on the cultivation continent, superstitions like these shouldn't thrive because anyone could potentially break through and become akin to a god. But why is this happening in this town? Thatcher believed that extremely bizarre occurrences usually implied some force behind them. "It's human sacrifice," the old beggar blurted out. Thatcher, Sierra, and Daniel were all stunned by this revelation. Human sacrifice? Who are they sacrificing to? Thatcher felt he might be onto something. To ghosts and gods. With so many strange events in the town, many believe that supernatural forces are at play, leading to human sacrifices. What a corrupted world. Thatcher was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that human sacrifices actually existed. It was purely superstition. Yet, things often don't follow human will. He couldn't do anything about it. Human sacrifice? How common is this? If it only happens occasionally, there might still be hope. After all, even in enlightened societies, foolish individuals exist who think they're clever. But if Thatcher encounters this, he feels he should intervene. To others, human sacrifices might seem ordinary, but to the victims, it means a tragic life. These so-called sacrifices serve no purpose and only destroy countless lives. The existence of human sacrifices is absurd, Sierra said indignantly, determined to bring justice for the victims. Though she was a demon, both humans and demons have empathy and can imagine what it would be like if it happened to them. No matter what, we can't stop this. They might even be willing participants, Daniel remarked, shaking his head, his perspective being rather sharp but also logical. Thatcher asked the old beggar, "If we want to save someone, do you think the person set for sacrifice would be willing?" The old beggar finished his last bite and paused, taken aback. "Are you crazy? No sane person wants to die instead of living. Why be a sacrificial offering?" Though harsh, it was the truth. "You're right. In that case, rescuing them should be easier." The old beggar nodded. "Richard, you are good-hearted and capable. Keep helping. Don't let the evil ones influence you." Thatcher smiled and gave the old beggar some silver coins before leaving with the 3 demon kings. Do you think the old beggar told the truth? Thatcher pondered over the old beggar's words, weighing his options. "I think he must have told the truth. He had no reason to lie," Sierra agreed. "If so, we should proceed cautiously. Even if ghosts and gods aren't real, using their names to disrupt society does happen." Thatcher's words left everyone speechless. "Bertie, with our strength, those so-called ghosts and gods can do nothing but bow to us." "That's right. Those troublemakers can't stand against us. A little effort will subdue them." The Demon Kings seemed confident, given that it was just a small town. Thatcher shook his head, feeling that things were too peculiar to jump to conclusions. "Regardless, we need to be careful. We can't afford to make mistakes in a place like this." Chapter 116. Ignorance. After Thatcher's stern advice, the few Demon Kings finally took the matter more seriously. Yet their thoughts on the matter remained simplistic. They believed that everything would eventually come to light. If there really was an existence powerful enough to rival them, they were confident it would expose itself in time. As they continued strolling through town, Thatcher suddenly noticed a group of people not far ahead making a commotion. This piqued his interest. "What's going on? Should we go check it out, Bertie?" Sierra asked Thatcher. Thatcher, however, smiled and shook his head. "No, I will go personally. I want to see just how outrageous their rituals are." Sierra and the others were somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. "Danny, you mean those guys are really performing a live human sacrifice? That's unbelievable." Daniel glanced at the movements of the distant crowd. It seemed they were indeed preparing for such a ritual. He felt a chill run down his spine. "Danny, let me deal with them. I'll make sure they regret their actions." Thatcher raised a hand to stop them. "No, you must stay here. I'll go investigate and report back if anything happens." The group reluctantly nodded, knowing Thatcher was resolute in his decision. "Bertie, please be careful. We're all very worried about you," Sierra blinked her eyes and said with a smile. Thatcher shook his head. He didn't think Sierra was genuinely concerned. However, this wasn't the time for discussion. His focus shifted entirely to the villagers. Meanwhile, the villagers had already bound a young Xuanhuan and were preparing to sacrifice her. The Xuanhuan, Layla, was struggling fiercely. "You cowards, why do you choose to sacrifice me? Why not yourselves?" Layla, despite her dire situation, showed no fear. It mattered little whether she was afraid or not. These people would never spare her. Some villagers may have harbored pity, but the thought of everyone's destruction if she weren't sacrificed forced them into submission. "You must be sacrificed because the gods demand it. They specifically chose you." A villager sneered, which made Layla burst out laughing. "You're lying. You can't solve your problems, so you concoct this nonsense about sacrifices. All you seek is psychological comfort." The crowd found themselves hard-pressed to counter her argument, yet none dared back down. "No matter what you say, sacrificing you today is inevitable. Let's get this over with. We won't let her escape." One villager growled, and the rest responded, realizing they had almost let her slip away. "Begin the ritual. Our interests always come first. If she has any objections, let her take it up with the afterlife." They began heating a large pot filled with scalding oil. No, Mom, Dad, save me." Despite her earlier bravery, courage alone couldn't solve her predicament. She was helpless now, facing a grim fate. "Why is heaven so unjust? I refuse this. Next time, it will be my turn to throw you into the oil. I will become a vengeful spirit and torment each of you." Her words were filled with venomous hatred, but the villagers, intent on survival, ignored it. Several villagers dragged Layla towards the pot, ready to drop her in when they heard a voice shout, "Wait!" Startled, the villagers hesitated as a figure moved swiftly from where the voice originated to stand beside Layla, as fast as lightning. "Who are you?" Terrified, the villagers tried to block him, but it was futile. Thatcher rescued Layla with blinding speed. Seeing a stranger save Layla, the villagers rushed home to fetch farming tools, hammers and sickles. Soon, they charged at Thatcher. "Richard, who told you to meddle? Saving her means endangering us all. Do you understand?" Thatcher didn't argue further. "Stop. I need to explain something." Perplexed, the villagers asked, "What do you want to discuss with us?" Thatcher pointed at Layla, whom he had just saved. "I rescued her today, but I'm not abandoning the issue. If I leave, you'll soon put her back in the pot. I promise to resolve this within 3 days. Some villagers sneered. Resolve? Who do you think you are? Are you playing Felix? Their ridicule did not deter Thatcher. I know what you're thinking. I believe many things are obvious, but you choose to ignore them, clinging to rituals for psychological comfort. The villagers stared in astonishment, slightly embarrassed. Thatcher had spoken their minds perfectly. True, but you can't just rescue her like this. We'll keep her under surveillance. If you don't uncover the truth in 3 days, we'll hold you accountable. Thatcher smiled. Agreed. A word spoken cannot be recalled. With that, Thatcher left with the 3 demon kings. A villager watched Thatcher's departing figure and turned to the village chief. Chief, do you believe what he said? The village chief shook his head. I don't know, but since he took the task, he must have some skill. Let's wait 3 days. The village chief then pointed at Layla. Keep a close watch on her. Yes, chief. Hashtag chapter 117. Resolving doubts. Emile, where should we start investigating? We don't know anyone in this town. We'll probably end up asking the villagers. The third Lexi frowned and said helplessly. Thatcher shook his head. It's fine. We can investigate bit by bit. By the way, I assume some of your demons have arrived here? Have them check as well. There's strength in numbers, and with so many little demons, they should be able to make a significant difference. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was better to have the little demons do the legwork rather than getting involved themselves. Daniel immediately summoned 5 little demons and had them get started. The little demons did not hesitate and quickly agreed. Half a day later, the little demons returned with reports. Report to the Lexi, there are indeed some strange happenings. Recently, several people have gone missing from nearby villages. Some witnesses claim they saw people being abducted, though it's uncertain if these claims are true. Thatcher, hearing this, was momentarily speechless. What did you say? People are being abducted, not by beasts but by humans. Thatcher felt perplexed, sensing an invisible net spreading out. Of course, this net made him wonder why it was humans causing this. Could it be that some beast disguised as a human intentionally created this impression, making people think it was a man-made disaster? Though this seemed like a wild imagination, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Regardless, we must continue our investigation. Look for any clue or sign, no matter how small. Thatcher's words emphasized the importance of thoroughness to the little demons, who knew Thatcher was now their supreme fill. Soon, they uncovered an important lead connecting everything to a Taoist priest named Ferdy who recently rose to prominence in town. The people who went missing seemingly had ties to Ferdy's temple. They all visited this place and met with Ferdy himself before disappearing without a trace. Naturally, some concerned family members approached Ferdy seeking answers about their missing relatives, but they received no information. Ferdy only mentioned that these people showed signs of demonic aura and were likely eliminated by beasts. Upon hearing this, families became resentful toward the demons. When the little demons reported this back, their faces turned grim. Why should we care about those people when they're targeting us demons? Why should we humbly cooperate with them? One demon complained. Daniel glared at him. Cooperate? The reason this situation exists is because some evildoers are intentionally creating conflict. We must eliminate those who cause strife, not fight everyone blindly. Understand? The little demons understood Daniel's reasoning. All right, continue investigating. Don't miss any clues. The little demons hurried off again, ensuring not to overlook anything. Sometimes a minor clue could unravel many mysteries. After another half day, they returned. Danny, Ferdy definitely has something to hide. Although he claims hostility towards demons, our kind can freely enter his temple without any investigation. Daniel pondered this for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Why don't we visit his temple and see what's going on? Ariv and others nodded in agreement. Good idea. Let's go now. Thatcher was also curious about this mysterious Ferdy. 4 of them, accompanied by a few little demons, spread out, with Thatcher observing from outside while the little demons entered the temple. Examining the temple, Thatcher found it peculiar. There's something off about this place. It's not just the aura of evil, but the methods used here seem insidious and infuriating. Daniel and Ariv glanced at the temple but didn't find anything odd. They thought Thatcher might be overthinking. Bertie, maybe you're imagining things. This place seems quite normal. Thatcher sighed. Not everything that seems normal is normal. You need to analyze and provide logical reasoning. The heavy blood clouds above indicate unexpected events. Ordinary temples wouldn't exude such a strong bloody aura. Clearly, something unusual is happening here, and we can't approach it with a normal mindset. The Demon Kings nodded, agreeing with Thatcher's logic. Bertie's analysis is spot on. Is it possible Ferdy is guilty of some wicked deeds? Thatcher remained cautious. We can't be certain yet. We need more evidence. Everyone agreed. Thatcher continued, let's go inside and see if we can uncover more clues. Inside, the temple layout felt unsettling. A young acolyte greeted them soon after they entered. Greetings, gentlemen. What brings you here today? Thatcher smiled. Nothing much. We're here to offer incense and seek Dao. The acolyte shook his head. I'm sorry, sirs. Entry is only allowed if you donate medicinal pills. Thatcher widened his eyes in surprise. Serious? We have to donate pills to enter? He had never heard of such a greedy temple. Weren't some villagers who visited earlier allowed entry? As far as I know, they didn't have enough money to buy expensive pills. The acolyte's demeanor changed. He initially thought these visitors were just poor travelers, but now it seemed they were specifically targeting the temple regarding the villagers. Hashtag chapter 118. A looming disaster. So, you all have ulterior motives. Saying this, the Taoist Ahmed immediately retreated, and soon after, a Nicholas who seemed to possess considerable strength stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard that you have sinister intentions. I've come here specially to challenge you. Thatcher looked at the newcomer, not expecting him to actually possess some cultivation. This left him somewhat puzzled. This kid, could he be that Thornton Wren's Ephraim? Otherwise, how could he have such cultivation? Beside him, Daniel's expression turned sour, filled with anger. Bertie, let me handle him. I've long had an eye on him. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. However, Thatcher shook his head. Our goal is Thornton. Don't engage him for now. Caden, what relationship do you have with Thornton? I want to see this person. Please introduce us. Upon hearing these words, Brett, the cultivator, instantly grew cold and grim. You all came here with impure intentions. It might be impossible for you to meet my Nina. Brett immediately prevented them from proceeding. Thatcher was not surprised. He had already anticipated the Evans' response. Well, in that case, we will take our leave. Thatcher smiled, without any intention of engaging in conflict. Instead, he prepared to act directly against them. The Taoist Ahmed, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect Thatcher and his companions to refrain from action. He had anticipated a major battle. This made him uncomfortable, but there wasn't much he could say at this moment. I have no idea what this guy wants. It would be best to report back to Bertie. After leaving the temple, Thatcher hid in a secluded corner with Daniel and others. Nearby, Sierra was puzzled. Arlie, why are we hiding here? Do they really have a problem? We can observe from here. Watching them will tell us if something is amiss. By the way, do you know what Thornton looks like? We wouldn't want to miss him if he leaves. Daniel nodded. Bertie, I recognize him. As long as he comes out, I'll definitely identify him. Hearing this, Thatcher felt relieved. Good, then we'll wait here. That old fellow will eventually show up. The group concealed themselves outside the temple for about half an hour before Brett and another middle-aged Taoist walked out of the temple. You stay inside and guard the temple. Don't let anyone in. I have matters to attend to outside. Understand? Brett nodded obediently. Don't worry, Bertie. I will guard the temple and ensure no riffraff enters. The middle-aged Taoist nodded approvingly. Very well. Once the middle-aged Taoist left, Brett quickly closed the temple gates. Thatcher and his group followed the Taoist's footsteps. To their surprise, this Taoist moved incredibly fast. Apart from Thatcher, the others couldn't keep up. Return to the inn and wait for news. I'll go investigate and meet you there. Thatcher instructed them. Though uncomfortable, they didn't argue and quickly returned to the inn. Thatcher chased the Taoist until he saw him transform into a cloud of black smoke, entering a farmer's house. Soon after, terrified screams echoed from inside and abruptly stopped. A figure then darted out of the house, fleeing the same way it came, disappearing from sight. When the figure passed Thatcher, it paused momentarily, seemingly noticing him. However, it didn't stop and continued its escape, vanishing into thin air. Thatcher shook his head, confirming that this was indeed the culprit. But now that the perpetrator had fled, he couldn't linger here. He swiftly returned to the inn to discuss the matter with his 3 demon kings. Meanwhile, neighbors of the murdered farmer discovered the strange occurrence, and the news quickly spread throughout Xuanhuan town. Villagers, having been previously thwarted by Thatcher and company, were seething with frustration. Local officials, hearing the news, immediately began spreading rumors about Thatcher's supposed evil deeds, portraying him as a despicable devil responsible for obstructing the sacrifices and causing new deaths. We can't let those villains escape. They should still be at the inn. Let's surround them. One villager, inflamed with righteous indignation, suggested. Yes, we must surround them and give them no chance to escape. These guys have committed too many atrocities. We need to deal with this situation decisively. Right? We cannot allow them to run rampant. If we do, there will be no peace for us. With boiling anger, the villagers marched towards the inn where Thatcher and his group were staying. Unaware of this development, Thatcher recounted what he had seen to his subordinates. They were instantly enraged. So, the Otis has truly struck. We can't let him live. Otherwise, he'll be a constant menace. Daniel said coldly. That's right, Bertie. We must cut off this trouble before it worsens. Everyone voiced their opinions, causing Thatcher's headache to intensify. Fine, since everyone agrees, we'll find him immediately. Just as Thatcher and his group planned to leave the inn, voices from outside erupted. The few inside, get out here and accept your fate. You stopped the sacrifice, so now you will be sacrificed. Yes, you will join Layla in death. Thatcher and his companions widened their eyes. That sounds like the villagers from earlier. Are they talking about us? Thatcher frowned. I suspect they've set a trap for us, instigating the villagers to come after us. They might be incited. Otherwise, why would they be so eager to confront us? These villagers may be foolish, but they don't deserve to die. We must be cautious. As Thatcher led his followers outside, they saw the villagers holding shovels and hammers, causing him to shake his head wryly. You're using farm tools to kill us? Hashtag chapter 119. Tense situation. Yes, it's exactly this. Though we are using farming tools, do you really think we would give up so easily? We may be farmers, but there are countless farmers behind us who will stand with us. And as for you, Ahmed, you'll only be despised by everyone because you've harmed so many of us. Hearing this, Thatcher was taken aback. How did I harm so many of you? Stopping the sacrificial ritual, didn't that harm us? Though you saved one person, you've endangered countless others in the entire town. These words left Thatcher speechless. So you're coming after me now? Fine, come on then, bring it all to me. I believe you must have been prepared for this, haven't you? Thatcher sneered coldly, sensing that today's matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Someone had clearly instigated this from behind the scenes, and he wanted to see who was pulling the strings. Beside him, Daniel looked increasingly agitated. Even the Arlie of their sect seemed flustered at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, our Heavenly Dao Sect's Arlie acted in everyone's best interest by stopping the ritual. Please don't misunderstand him. He truly has your welfare at heart, Daniel interjected. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Daniel knew his presence here could be dangerous. Being a monster, these villagers performed rituals precisely because monsters like him caused havoc. Of course, other reasons were possible, but they were less likely. Though Daniel was powerful, he couldn't face such a large crowd alone. If these villagers discovered his true identity, their actions would be unpredictable. You're part of a sect, of course you'd speak in his defense. Who knows if what you say is true? A villager immediately retorted. These common villagers harbored little goodwill towards the sect members. When trouble arose, few came to investigate, yet they were never short of showing up to claim credit. Moreover, they dared to interrupt their rituals, risking divine wrath. Otherwise, why would those incidents resurface within a day of their arrival? Don't trust their words, seize them and let the truth reveal itself. Another villager stirred the crowd. Normally aloof, catching people like Thatcher might prove amusing. Each villager had thoughts, but none dared lead the charge. These people are misleading you, an unexpected voice declared from afar. A figure approached them. Seeing the figure, Thatcher was startled. Taoist Thornton. Hearing this, Thornton appeared surprised. He hadn't expected Thatcher to recognize him. Originally intending to kill them after their visit to his temple, leaving no witnesses now seemed more urgent. That single call of Taoist Thornton conveyed a palpable threat. Indeed, Thornton was quite cautious. Old rogue, are you walking into a trap? Thatcher sneered, feeling this man couldn't hold back any longer. They had already suspected him, but he dared to step forward willingly, indicating skillful intentions. Old rogue, what are you plotting? Do you think you're invincible? Remember, you can't hide forever. You've done wicked deeds. Eventually, we'll expose your vile acts. We merely act on behalf of justice. If you'd behaved, you'd have stayed put in your temple. While Thatcher remained quiet, his three Lexis spoke boldly. Thornton sneered. Recent events were due to monster attacks. The villagers' rituals, though ineffective, serve as blessings. Canceling them upon arrival was arrogant. His words resonated with the villagers. The great Nina speaks the truth. Cheers erupted among them. But Thatcher and his companions scorned this act. Thornton played the fool well, while these villagers were easily misled. Suddenly, Thornton flashed behind Daniel, striking with golden light before anyone could react. Daniel froze, revealing his true form when Thatcher noticed. Wow, it's a monster. How despicable. No wonder they wanted to stop our rituals. They're monsters themselves. They are the culprits behind recent disturbances. The villagers believed they uncovered the truth. Explanation was futile at this point. Missed opportunities made situations extremely difficult. Furious, this guy exposed us all, the third Lexi exclaimed, barely containing his rage. Villagers deemed them villains, even gathering around Thornton. Great birdie, please eliminate these evildoers. We'll pray for you daily. Villagers pled with fear and hope. Thornton smiled. Daily prayers aren't necessary. Removing these monsters is my duty. I'll use them for alchemy. Villagers cheered, confident that with Thornton's intervention, Thatcher's group stood no chance. Thatcher and his companions weren't wronged. Thornton orchestrated this chaos with a terrible plot. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, until Thatcher intervened. Thus, Thornton devised this scheme to force Thatcher into retreat. Chapter 120, Grasping the Vital Point. Hearing the other parties act, Daniel burst into laughter. Old rogue, before you attempt to deal with us, have you considered if you have the power? Not just Arlie, even I alone can give you a hard time. Daniel continuously mocked him. Hearing these words, Taoist Thornton became more self-satisfied. As evil cannot triumph over righteousness, no matter how strong your powers are, they mean nothing against righteousness. I will eliminate you today for justice and morality. You all should kneel and surrender immediately. Perhaps, I might spare your lives. The villagers loudly cheered for him. Birdie truly lives up to his title, dealing with demons so boldly. Truly admirable. I wonder what Birdie likes? If only we knew, we would get it for you. Everyone looked gratified. With the birdie present, they naturally weren't afraid of Thatcher and others. You Ahmeds should quickly surrender. Perhaps the birdie will spare you. How laughable, asking us to surrender to someone like you. Daniel sneered, stepping forward. The villagers, obviously terrified, moved back. Taoist Thornton waved a hand, separating the villagers from Daniel. Don't be too cocky, kid. You're just an ordinary monster. His words excited the villagers. I'm not being arrogant. Instead, ask yourselves if you know what you're doing. You, as commoners, lack the skill to distinguish good from evil, but shouldn't blindly trust anyone. This old villain has indeed identified us, but that doesn't mean he represents justice. Truth will speak for itself.